Chapter 1. Rong, as my best friend, I can tell you responsibly that your 200,000 yuan betrothal gift is too little. Each of us girls is a unique little princess. How can a mere 200,000 yuan be worthy of our status? Listen to me. When Lin Yuan comes to pick you up tomorrow, ask him for another 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. If he can come up with the 300,000 yuan, it proves that he really loves you. If he can't, it proves that he doesn't take you seriously at all. Don't worry, as your best friend, how can I harm you? The next day, several cars with the word happiness on their stickers drove by and then slowly stopped in front of the Wang family's door. Lin Yuan in the car looked down at the 99 roses in his hands, his mind filled with thoughts of his and Wang Rong's happy life after marriage. At this time, the guests in the Wang family saw a car stop outside the door, and the smiles on everyone's face deepened. Everyone looked at the car parked at the door and opened it. Everyone spontaneously rushed forward, saying auspicious words, just to ask for good luck in getting into the house. Lin Yuan was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the crowd, but the festive red color that came into his eyes seemed to transform into pink bubbles, instantly filling his heart. The auspicious words fell on Lin Yuan's heart like musical notes. He smiled and kept handing out red envelopes. Don't worry, we have everything. Lin Yuan handed red envelopes to the guests one by one. As he was handing them out, suddenly a pair of white and slender hands caught his eye. He was a little curious, so he looked up at the owner of the hand. When he looked closely, he found that it was an old acquaintance. Lin Yuan joked, "Mu University's campus beauty, are you here to be Rong's bridesmaid as well?" Mu Qingge took the red envelope from Lin Yuan and smiled gently. But Lin Yuan, who was immersed in happiness at the moment, did not notice it, and the smile on her face was still a bit bitter. After Lin Yuan left, Mu Qingge's gaze remained on Lin Yuan, with a hint of loss flashing in his eyes. The wedding ceremony is still going on. After Lin Yuan sent out the knock on the door, he started to walk towards Wang Rong's room. But it was not easy to get in. There were bridesmaids guarding every door, which greatly slowed down Lin Yuan's pace. Fortunately, his groomsmen were also very helpful. They helped him through many difficult times and finally arrived at the door of Wang Rong's room. There was a big double happiness sticker outside the door. Lin Yuan looked at the tiny protruding spots on the red paper, then looked down at the scab wound on his fingertips. He had worked through several nights late into the night to make these paper cuts, but fortunately, both the thought and craftsmanship were there. Lin Yuan tidied up his appearance in front of the door and solemnly pushed open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Wang Rong, wearing a white wedding dress, sitting on the bed and whispering with her best friend Su Chanqian beside her. He didn't know what they were talking about. Wang Rong, who was sitting on the bed, saw Lin Yuan come in, then she straightened up and looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Lin Yuan was holding the flowers in his hand. He was mesmerized by Wang Rong's stare at him. It seemed as if water would drip out of the woman's scarlet lips in the next second. Thinking that he would be able to marry the beauty tonight, Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva. Then, he knelt on one knee in front of Wang Rong, holding a bouquet of roses, and opened a dark blue square box from the center of the bouquet. Inside the box, there was a diamond ring that sparkled brightly under the projected light. Rong, we have finally waited for this day. Will you marry me? The young man suppressed his excitement, his eyes were full of sincerity, and his eyes were full of longing for the future. At this moment, Wang Rong's best friend Su Chanqian, who had been standing next to her, gave her a look. Wang Rong received the signal and suppressed the smile on her face. Under everyone's gaze, she said, "Of course, but the betrothal gift must be increased by another 300,000. The joy in Lin Yuan's eyes disappeared in an instant, replaced by confusion. Why? No reason, I just want to see your determination to love me. Wang Rong continued according to what Su Chanqian taught her last night, each of us girls is a unique little princess, and the 200,000 yuan gift really can't reflect our status. Besides, if you are willing to pay another 300,000, wouldn't that prove your love for me even more? So this 300,000 betrothal gift is to prove your love for me and to make me feel more secure." After a pause, Wang Rong continued, "If you love me, you will definitely be willing to pay this money, right?" Lin Yuan was stumped by Wang Rong's questions and didn't know how to answer. Is this a question of whether or not to take it seriously? He simply doesn't have that much money. The previous 200,000 yuan was the betrothal gift that his family had gathered by selling everything they had and borrowing money from relatives. Now he is asked to come up with another 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Where can he find the money? Lin Yuan half knelt on the ground, feeling worried. He lowered his eyes, not daring to look at the people around him, and spoke softly. Can we get married first, and then I'll give you the 300,000 slowly later, okay? As he said this, Lin Yuan's body and the hand holding the bouquet began to tremble slightly. Who in the family understands? Suddenly, a weird voice sounded. Su Chanqian suddenly stood up, her face full of contempt, and ruthlessly exposed Lin Yuan's paper-thin self-esteem. Lin Yuan, you are already such a grown-up, but you are still making empty promises. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. You are still talking about giving it to me after marriage. I think you are just thinking about tricking Rongrong into your life first, and it doesn't matter whether you give it to me or not, right? No. Lin Yuan was about to speak when Su Chanqian retorted. Okay, stop quibbling. I'll just ask you one question. Are you willing to pay the 300,000 now? I do. Then just take it. Su Chanqian continued to press. If you can't take it out, just go and borrow it. This will also allow me, your best friend, to see your determination to marry Rongrong. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, but his pursed lips had already answered for him. Are you unwilling to borrow it? Su Chanqian snorted coldly and said disdainfully, as expected, you don't love Rongrong at all. You are not even willing to give her this mere 300,000 yuan. What are you talking about that you will definitely make Rongrong happy after marriage? I think it's better not to get married. Don't harm my Rongrong anymore, you stingy man. You are really a jerk and a mean man. Wang Rong's face looked a little ugly at this moment. She had thought that Su Chanqian was making a fuss out of nothing and didn't quite believe what Su Chanqian said. She thought Su Chanqian was overthinking. But now looking at it this way, my position in Lin Yuan's heart is indeed not that important. Wang Rong's expression turned cold, and she said impatiently, Lin Yuan, I have only one thing to say. If you can come up with the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift today, I will marry you. But if you can't come up with the 300,000 yuan, you can go back by yourself. I will never marry you. After saying that, Wang Rong turned her head away, as if she was angry and ignored Lin Yuan. She was sure that if Lin Yuan saw how angry she was, he would immediately raise the 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift even if he had to sell everything he had, because she had used this trick many times during her college years and it always worked. Every time, Lin Yuan would take the initiative to admit his mistakes and coax her. Only. What Wang Rong didn't notice was that Lin Yuan's face had turned cold, and the bouquet of roses he was holding drooped at an angle. He never expected that Wang Rong would become what she is now. He treated Wang Rong wholeheartedly in college, but now he says he doesn't love her just because he can't come up with 300,000 yuan? And there is Su Chanqian. When they were in college, this woman often followed him and Wang Rong around and ate his food for free, but in the end she turned against him. Hee. How funny. It's really like feeding the dog with all my sincerity. Lin Yuan sneered, stood up from the ground, and clenched the stem of the rose in his hand, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. Since you all say so, then this marriage will not be concluded. At this moment, a mechanical electronic sound rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! It is detected that the host has ended his 4-year life as a turtle man, and the God-level investment system is being activated. Ding! Activated 99%. Ding! Please ask the host to confess his love to Muchinga in public to complete the final activation. Lin Yuan was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. He had read a lot of online novels, so he naturally knew what the system was. Only. Confessing to Muchinga in public. Lin Yuan looked at Muchinga not far away, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. During a freshman reunion, Wang Rong brought her brother to play together, and her brother fell in love with Muchinga at first sight. Unfortunately, Muchinga simply looked down upon this lazy and gluttonous guy, and she sternly rejected her brother's pursuit. But her brother was thick-skinned and directly became Muchinga's licker, and he did this for 4 years. In these 4 years, Muchinga's attitude towards Wang Rong's brother has always been cold. This also made Lin Yuan subconsciously feel that Muchinga's personality was just cold and aloof. Moreover, Muchinga is not only extremely handsome, but also a top-notch university student. He has never fallen out of the top 3 in his grade in every exam. As such an outstanding person, Lin Yuan didn't think Muchinga would agree to his rude confession. But he has been embarrassed enough today. If he can activate the system, it wouldn't be a big deal if he embarrasses himself a little more. A grown man should be able to bend and stretch. So, Lin Yuan held the drooping flowers in his arms again and walked towards Muchinga. Chapter 2. Before everyone could recover from Lin Yuan's words, the next second they saw Lin Yuan stand up, pick up his things, and walk away in a different direction. Looking at the direction where Lin Yuan left, Mu Qingge, who was hiding in the crowd, felt a hint of unrealistic joy in his heart. Lin Yuan seems to be walking towards him. Thinking of this, she froze in place, not knowing how to react for a moment. She has a crush on Lin Yuan. Ever since she was a freshman in college at the ice-breaking meeting for freshmen, she had taken a glimpse of Lin Yuan through the crowd and she had fallen in love with him. However, although she is cold and strong in the eyes of others, she is always a little cowardly when it comes to feelings. She dares not reveal her feelings and just looks at Lin Yuan silently. Even though Lin Yuan later got a girlfriend, her feelings never changed. During college, every time she accidentally ran into Lin Yuan and Wang Rong together, she felt envious but also a little heartbroken. Just now when Lin Yuan was embarrassed by Wang Rong, she even wanted to stand up and put an end to her unrequited love. But love always makes people weak. It was as if she had not dared to express her feelings for the past 4 years. Whenever she thought of this, her legs felt like they were filled with lead and she was unable to take the first step. Just after she had struggled ideologically, she found Lin Yuan walking towards her firmly. Mu Qingge blinked much faster, trying to focus his blurry eyes and see the person in front of him clearly. It's Lin Yuan. He really came over. Countless doubts arose in Mu Qingge's mind, but in the end they were rejected as unrealistic. What does he want to do? Like Mu Qingge, everyone had a confused look on their faces. As a result, in full view of everyone, Lin Yuan walked up to Mu Qingge with a bouquet of 99 roses. When everyone was confused about the situation, Lin Yuan didn't give them a chance to react and knelt on one knee in front of Mu Qingge. Mu Qingge, are you willing to be my girlfriend? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. No one thought that Lin Yuan, who failed to pick up the bride, would randomly choose a lucky person to confess his love to. The smiles on Wang Rong and Su Chanqian's faces suddenly stopped. Lin Yuan's action was like a loud slap in the face. There was surprise in their eyes, as if they didn't believe what they heard. Most of the guests who attended the wedding were relatives of the Wang family. At this moment, they all looked unhappy. After all, they were still Wang Rong's relatives. Hitting Wang Rong in the face was equivalent to hitting them in the face. For a moment, everyone was talking about it and saying bad things about Lin Yuan. What kind of person is this? He only wants 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, but he wants his life. And he wants to embarrass Rong Rong by confessing his love to another woman in public? That's right, you don't have any manliness at all, you're so petty. It's a pity for our Rong Rong. She is so blind to fall for this kind of man. The relatives were talking at once, but Mu Qingge could not hear their pointing and criticizing because at this moment she only had Lin Yuan in her eyes. Looking at the person in front of him, Mu Qingge's usually cold eyes softened a little, and there was a hint of excitement. Unable to get a reply from Mu Qingge, Lin Yuan lowered his head in embarrassment. Although all this was within his expectations, it was still inevitably a bit embarrassing when it actually happened. However, just as Lin Yuan was thinking about how to explain his rude behavior to Mu Qingge, a voice like nature suddenly rang in his ears. I do. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, and raised his head in astonishment, and found that Mu Qingge had already taken the bouquet of roses from his hand and stretched out her hand to him who was kneeling on the ground. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, but he still put his hand in Mu Qingge's palm and let Mu Qingge pull him up. It was not until he stood up, faced the gazes of the people around him, and saw the person standing next to him that Lin Yuan gradually reacted. It turned out that Mu Qingge had just really agreed to his confession. But soon, Lin Yuan reacted quickly. How is that possible? Mu Qingge is just a kind-hearted person who doesn't want to embarrass herself in front of so many people. At this time, the system's voice also sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. System activated 100%. Congratulations to the host for receiving the activation gift package. Do you want to open it now? Open. Lin Yuan's mind moved, and the system in his mind began to report the contents of the gift package. Cash reward of 10 million. Intangible cultural heritage created by famous craftsman Chinese wedding dresses Phoenix seeking Phoenix, Phoenix flying. A latest model Maserati. A river view room in the center of Jiangqing City. Lin Yuan was shocked. He didn't expect that the system would arrange everything for him. Perhaps the system sensed what Lin Yuan was thinking, and the voice of the system sounded again. This God-level investment system focuses on the host's happy life. Every investment made by the host will be returned tenfold. The current investment limit is 10 million, with a cooldown period of 1 month. Each investment will receive 5 points of physical enhancement and charm improvement. The rewards will be applied to both the host and your lover, so if you love her, get married to her. In addition, after every 5 times the host and his lover's physical strength and charm are enhanced, the investment limit will be increased tenfold. A few black lines appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead. It must be said, why does he feel that this system is always not serious? However, he also understood what the system meant, which was that after every 5 investments, the maximum investment amount could be increased tenfold. 10 million will be returned to 100 million, 100 million will be returned to 1 billion, 1 billion will be returned to 10 billion. Hiss. Thinking of the endless numbers, Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a breath and didn't dare to think about it anymore. At this time, Wang Rong and Su Chanqian also recovered from their shock. Wang Rong never thought that Lin Yuan would humiliate her in front of so many people. Her face suddenly darkened and became scary. The wedding dress, which was supposed to be holy, looked like Sadako wearing a white veil. Even in the daytime, it was extremely scary. Rong. Su Chanqian felt a cold air coming from beside her, which made her shiver uncontrollably. Wang Rong wouldn't listen to anything else. She grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands, climbed down from the bed, and prepared to pull Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge over. You two bastards! Wang Rong rushed over aggressively. Seeing this, Su Chanqian, who was behind her, quickly walked over to help Wang Rong. However, before the two of them had the chance to get close to Lin Yuan, they were separated outside by a wall of tall and strong people. You! Who dares to stop me? Wang Rong and Su Chanqian were talking at the same time, and when they looked up they saw several men over 1.8 meters tall standing in front of them. They all knew these people, they were Lin Yuan's best men. Seeing how tall and strong they were, Wang Rong and Su Chanqian's momentum was instantly reduced by half. But even so, both of them found it hard to swallow the anger in their hearts, and they pointed at Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge, who were hiding behind the groomsmen, and started yelling and cursing. Lin Yuan, I didn't expect you to be such a two-timing ungrateful man. One moment you were with our Rong, and the next moment you were fooling around with Mu Qingge. Are you worthy of Rong? When Wang Rong heard this, a few crystal tears squeezed out of her red eyes, blurring her delicate makeup and making her look pitiful. Su Chanqian heard the sobbing behind her, and the voices became louder and louder, as if speaking up for Wang Rong. Lin Yuan, let me ask you, are you blind? You don't know how to cherish such a good girl like Rong, and you even make such a scene. Do you know what kind of person is the woman you just confessed to? Su Chanqian put her hands on her hips, a sneer on her lips, and looked at the people around her, shouting loudly. Mu Qingge is a green tea girl. She has been entangled with Wang Rong's brother before, and now she wants to destroy Rong's life. This kind of green tea girl can't stand others doing well. Lin Yuan, don't be fooled by her. Some people are just born good-looking. Who knows what they are doing behind the scenes? Su Chanqian curled her lips, her words hinting at something. No one noticed the almost excited madness in her eyes. She had always been jealous of Mu Qingge's appearance, and now she finally got the opportunity to slander him. Mu Qingge gave Su Chanqian a cold look. She naturally understood the implication of Su Chanqian's words, but she was too lazy to pay attention to such a shrew. Those who are innocent will be innocent. There is no need to waste your breath on these people. But just when she kept silent, Lin Yuan beside her stood up and walked in front of Su Chanqian. What do you want to do? Seeing Lin Yuan walking towards her, Su Chanqian couldn't help but retreat in fear, cursing, You, don't come over here, if you come over again, I will sue you for sexual harassment. Bang! Before Su Chanqian could finish her words, Lin Yuan slapped her face hard on the foundation-covered cheek. Chapter 3. The crisp sound of slapping landed in the room, like a torpedo falling into a lake, exploding instantly. Perhaps because the room was small, no one even heard an echo. After being slapped, Su Chanqian felt stars in her eyes and a buzzing sound in her eardrums. She staggered a few steps and fell to the ground with a thump. Su Chanqian didn't expect that Lin Yuan would actually attack her. She covered her face and looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. Perhaps she was dazed or perhaps she was scared. Su Chanqian didn't dare to say a word. She just watched Lin Yuan take Mu Qingge's hand and leave. The groomsman behind him saw Lin Yuan leaving and left as well. Just as he was about to walk out of the room, Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and turned to look at Wang Rong. Remember to return the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, or we'll see you in court. After saying this, Lin Yuan took Mu Chinga's hand and left, leaving the place in a mess and Wang Rong petrified. Wang Rong was so anxious that she almost cried when she heard this. She had already used the 200,000 to buy all kinds of brand name bags and skin care products. Now, let alone 200,000, she didn't even have $20 on her. How could she afford to pay back Lin Yuan the 200,000? After Lin Yuan held Mu Chinga's hand and walked out of Wang's house, he immediately let go of Mu Chinga's hand. Looking at the long-lost clear sky, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had never felt so refreshed. Mu Chinga had been following Lin Yuan with some secret joy, but when she saw Lin Yuan let go of her hand, her heart suddenly panicked. What's wrong? Lin Yuan heard a hint of urgency from Mu Chinga's mouth and thought he had misheard, but when he saw the same expression on Mu Chinga's face, Lin Yuan thought it was an illusion and then remembered Mu Chinga's help. Thank you for what happened just now. When he said this, Lin Yuan's eyes dimmed a little. Thank you for agreeing to help me out. At this moment, Mu Chinga finally reacted. There was an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, and the joy hidden in his heart was also taken away. So this is what happened just now. But the next second, Mu Chinga's lost look was instantly replaced by determination. She plucked up her courage, boldly grabbed Lin Yuan's hand, and looked straight into his eyes. I have something to say about what just happened. Go ahead. I agreed not to help you out, but because I really like you. Lin Yuan was stunned, his pupils slightly dilated. Mu Chinga likes me? Before Lin Yuan could recover from the shocking news, he heard Mu Chinga continuing to talk to herself as if she was wound up. Maybe you don't know that I like you? Lin Yuan blinked frantically, searching his mind for memories of Mu Chinga. He was not familiar with Mu Chinga. Apart from often seeing Mu Chinga hosting various evening parties, he did not have much contact with her. Logically speaking, Mu Chinga couldn't possibly like this style of mine, right? Seeing the confusion in Lin Yuan's eyes, Mu Chinga seemed to relax all of a sudden, and the expression on his face became a little brighter. Remember the icebreaker meeting in freshman year? Lin Yuan thought about it and then nodded. Because he and Wang Rong met at that time. I'm right behind Wang Rong. After Mu Chinga's reminder, Lin Yuan seemed to have some impression. Mu Chinga smiled bitterly. For the past 4 years, I have been wondering if I had taken one more step forward, would the ending be different? Mu Chinga lowered her eyes and said softly, in fact, before coming to the wedding today, I even thought about whether I should be brave and snatch you away. Lin Yuan was shocked again and looked at Mu Chinga in disbelief. I didn't expect this girl to be such a person. Mu Chinga looked at Lin Yuan, very satisfied with his reaction, and joked like Lin Yuan usually did. I'm just thinking about it. After all, for me, as long as you are happy, then maybe it makes sense for me to let go, right? Lin Yuan was a little stunned. He didn't expect that Mu Chinga had been secretly in love with him for so long and was so deeply in love with him. At this moment, the groomsmen who were chasing after them also saw this scene. They first offered their congratulations with a smile, then tactfully slipped away, taking the wedding procession away with them, leaving Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga some time alone. Only then did Lin Yuan look at Mu Chinga seriously, looking at the person who he had always thought was out of reach. At the same time, he also understood why the system only allowed him to confess his love to Mu Chinga. Suddenly, he remembered the introduction of the system, that the rewards would apply to both of them. Although the previous confession was made hastily in order to activate the system, words spoken are like water spilled, and cannot be taken back. Besides, Lin Yuan is not a scumbag who plays with people's feelings. Shall we get married then? When Lin Yuan said this, he felt even more confident. He has a house, a car, and savings. Okay. Mu Chinga said it without thinking, but after saying it, she pursed her lips, seeming a little embarrassed. Lin Yuan saw the confusion in Mu Chinga's heart and asked, "What's wrong?" "I'm afraid my parents won't agree with us being together." Mu Chinga knew her parents' personalities very well. My father travels all over the country doing business, and my mother is a teacher. Their thinking is still based on the old ways. Lin Yuan understood Mu Chinga's hidden meaning. She was afraid that her family and the Mu family were not a good match. Lin Yuan took Mu Chinga's hand and applied a little force to give Mu Chinga confidence. "Don't worry, leave this matter to me, I will definitely handle it well." "Good. Then take me to meet your parents later." Just when Mu Chinga was about to speak, the cell phone in Lin Yuan's pocket suddenly rang. Lin Yuan took out his cell phone and saw the caller ID. "Wait for me." Mu Chinga nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Lin Yuan slid the connect button. "Hello, Dad." A hoarse voice of a middle-aged man came from the other end of the phone. "Have you picked up Rong? Do we need to start preparing?" "No need." Lin Yuan sighed slightly. "Dad, I don't want to get married." "Go and cancel the hotel reservation." The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, didn't ask the reason, just replied okay and hung up. Lin Yuan hung up the phone and found that Mu Chinga beside him had already opened the taxi app and seemed to be ready to take a taxi. He pressed Mu Chinga's hand and said with a smile, "No need to take a taxi." "How can we get there without taking a taxi?" Mu Chinga asked in doubt. If she remembered correctly, the wedding convoy had just left. "Wait a moment, our car is coming." Just now, the system prompted that his Maserati would arrive in a minute. As expected. A minute later, an eye-catching Maserati drove over from the intersection and finally stopped steadily in front of Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga. Before Mu Chinga could react to the current situation, the car door opened and the man in a suit sitting in the driver's seat walked out and came in front of Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin Yuan, here are your car keys." As he spoke, the man in the suit respectfully handed the car keys to Lin Yuan. At the same time, Wang Rong also chased out. She couldn't afford the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, and she couldn't understand why Lin Yuan, who always obeyed her, suddenly said he didn't love her anymore, so she chased him out to ask for clarification, and then she inevitably saw Lin Yuan taking the car keys from the man in the suit. Su Chanxian, who was following closely behind her, also saw the same scene. Chapter 4. At this moment, Wang Rong and Su Chanxian both stood there in a daze. The two of them liked to study luxury cars on a daily basis, so they recognized it at a glance. This is the latest model of Maserati this year, worth 5 million. And seeing the man in the suit handing over the keys respectfully, could it be that this Maserati belongs to Lin Yuan? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Chanxian immediately got furious. She didn't believe that Lin Yuan could afford such a luxury car. After all, she knew very well what kind of loser Lin Yuan was. When she was in college, she followed Wang Rong and Lin Yuan and ate for free almost every day. She knew Lin Yuan's family background very well. Given Lin Yuan's situation, 200,000 was already the limit, so how could he possibly afford a Maserati? Posing. It must be a staged photo. Rong, let me tell you, Lin Yuan must have staged that photo. He just wants to make you regret and jealous, so he specially paid for the actors. Su Chanxian fanned the flames in Wang Rong's ear. If he can afford a Maserati, why can't he even come up with a mere 200,000 or 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift? Wang Rong didn't say anything, but when she looked at Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga again, her expression looked a little ugly. Su Chanxian's loud shouting called out all the guests in the house, and everyone stood at the door eating melons. With Wang Rong's relatives standing behind her, Su Chanxian felt a lot more confident. "Look at this, everyone. Lin Yuan, this stingy guy, couldn't even afford the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift just now, but now he drives the latest Maserati. I don't know how much it costs to rent it for a day. You are so pretentious. Don't tell me you rent it by the hour. With your poor appearance, who would believe that this car is yours?" When Lin Yuan took the key, he heard a sound behind his ear. Lin Yuan turned around and found Su Chanxian still being aggressive. His eyes instantly turned cold. Which dog was barking at that time? When Su Chanxian met Lin Yuan's eyes, her throat felt like someone had grabbed it and she immediately lost her voice. The place where Lin Yuan hit him just now was already swollen, and it was still painful. Su Chanxian inexplicably began to retreat in her heart and stood a little behind Wang Rong, thinking of using Wang Rong's body to avoid Lin Yuan's gaze. At this moment, Wang Rong had no idea about the little tricks Su Chanxian was doing behind her. "Whose car is this?" She looked straight into Lin Yuan's eyes and asked, "Lin Yuan, I didn't expect you to be such a vain person. I was really blind before. How could I fall for you?" After what happened before, Lin Yuan had already given up on Wang Rong. "Whatever you say, it's none of my business." Lin Yuan didn't want to bother with these people. After all, he had wasted 4 years of his youth. There was no need to waste too much time on them. But Mu Chinga did not allow Wang Rong and Su Chanxian to slander Lin Yuan, so she stood up to clear Lin Yuan's name. "I believe it." Mu Chinga said word by word, "I believe this car belongs to Lin Yuan. This is the biggest joke I've heard this year." Su Chanxian didn't control her mouth and said, "If this Maserati belongs to Lin Yuan, I will eat it on the spot." "No, you can eat it, but I can't bear to let you eat it. You. Su Chanqian was so angry that her chest was heaving up and down. She hid behind Wang Rong and cursed at the street, "You are just a pretentious person. Anyway, this car can't be yours. A stingy man like you can't afford such a luxury car." Just as Su Chanqian finished speaking, she saw the man in a suit taking out a stack of documents from the car. He didn't say anything, just doing his job as usual, counting the documents in front of Lin Yuan. After checking each page, he prepared to hand them to Lin Yuan. As a result, the next second, whether intentionally or unintentionally, his hand shook suddenly, and a few pages of documents fell to the ground. Coincidentally, one of the documents had Lin Yuan's ID photo printed on it. Wang Rong and Su Chanqian were speechless after seeing Lin Yuan's ID photo. Is there anything better than this to prove who the owner of the car is? At this moment, Wang Rong's face was extremely ugly, and her heart was full of regret. If she marries Lin Yuan, then this new Maserati will be hers. Not only Wang Rong was regretting, but Su Chanqian next to her was also regretting. If Wang Rong has a car, isn't it the same as having a car herself? Su Chanqian was somewhat unwilling and secretly poked Wang Rong's arm with her finger. In fact, Su Chanqian didn't need to remind her at all. Wang Rong walked out the next second and grabbed Lin Yuan's arm. "Lin Yuan, I was just joking with you just now." Wang Rong felt that her smile was a little ugly. She tried her best to show a satisfied smile, but the more she smiled, the more far-fetched she felt. "I'm testing you." Looking at Lin Yuan's increasingly cold eyes, Wang Rong was completely panicked. I don't want the 300,000 yuan anymore. The previous 200,000 yuan is enough. I will marry you for 200,000 yuan. Please don't leave, okay?" Looking at Wang Rong's current appearance, Lin Yuan just smiled slightly and gently took her hand away. True disappointment never results in a big quarrel, but in becoming a stranger. After taking Wang Rong's hand away, Lin Yuan didn't even look at her, and drove Muchinga away from this place of trouble. Boom boom. The red Maserati sped away, leaving behind a trail of exhaust gas, and Wang Rong and Su Chanqian, who were covered in exhaust gas. Wang Rong squatted on the ground and started crying with regret. As she watched the red car slowly disappear until it could no longer be seen, she cried even harder. Su Chanqian also slapped her thigh and expressed her regret. "I used to think Lin Yuan was a loser, but now it seems that he is obviously just pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger." She had always heard that this group of rich second generations liked to pretend to be poor to pick up girls, but she never thought that she would actually encounter one. This kind of rich second generation is really disgusting. You are happy, but have you ever considered the feelings of those of us who have been fooled? Su Chanqian complained dissatisfiedly. Listening to Su Chanqian's complaints, the man in the suit felt contemptuous. He took one last look at Wang Rong, who was breaking down and crying, then turned and left. At this moment, Su Chanqian suddenly had an idea. Rong, stop crying. I still have a way to make you and Lin Yuan reconcile." When Wang Rong heard this, she stopped crying immediately. Solution? What solution? She trusted Su Chanqian 100%, so she naturally believed what Su Chanqian said. As for why she failed before, she just thought it was Lin Yuan's own problem and had nothing to do with Su Chanqian. Su Chanqian blinked slyly. "Hasn't your brother always liked Muchinga? He's a gangster, doesn't he have a bunch of brothers? Then you can tell your brother that Muchinga and Lin Yuan are together, and let your brother teach Lin Yuan a lesson. It's better to use a heavy hand and threaten Lin Yuan to leave Muchinga. I think as long as Lin Yuan is not afraid of death, he will definitely leave Muchinga. When the time comes, you can take advantage of this time to reconnect with Lin Yuan, act like a spoiled child or something, and try to persuade him that you still have 4 years of friendship. How can you just say you don't love him anymore? Anyway, you can use both soft and hard tactics at that time. Are you still afraid that he won't change his mind?" Chapter 5. A red Maserati slowly drove into a luxurious villa area. When he just entered the door, the community security guard stopped Lin Yuan. Because the license plate was unfamiliar, he just handled it in a businesslike manner. As a result, as soon as he stuck his head out, he saw Muchinga sitting in the passenger seat. There was a man and a woman sitting in the car, so it was obvious what their relationship was. He immediately raised the barrier and let Lin Yuan in. "I didn't expect that Mr. Mu's daughter is so amazing." The security guard felt deeply moved as he watched the latest model of Maserati slowly drive past him. The world of the rich is really good. Under Muchinga's command, Lin Yuan parked the car in front of their villa. Lin Yuan got out of the car and looked at the villa decorated with dark wood in front of him, and took a deep breath. He knew that Mu Chinga's family was wealthy, but he didn't expect that she was actually an invisible rich second generation. A small villa in this area would cost tens of millions of dollars. Before coming here, he was confident that he would have a sure win. Now it seems that the capital he possesses is just enough to be considered a threshold. Lin Yuan was sighing in his heart when Mu Chinga brought him to the door of the villa. However, before Mu Chinga could knock on the door, he suddenly heard his father sighing from behind the door. Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga looked at each other, and they seemed to realize something. They stopped moving forward and listened to the voices of the people inside. Alas, the industry is in a recession right now, and the company hasn't had any money coming in for several months. We only have over $1 million left on the books, which can only keep the company going for another month. If we can't get any new advertising orders or new investors within this month, the company may face bankruptcy. Now this property has been mortgaged. If the company really goes bankrupt, I'm afraid my family will have to sleep on the street. Well. Mu Chinga's father sighed heavily. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuan heard the voice of a middle-aged woman. He thought that this person was Mu Chinga's mother. It's okay, husband. Don't be too depressed. I'm here with you. However, don't tell your daughter about this for now. I'll contact my old classmates and see if I can help you get some investment or orders. Outside the door, Mu Chinga's face suddenly turned ugly after hearing what his mother said. Seeing this, Lin Yuan, who was standing by, gently held Mu Chinga's hand and comforted her softly. It's okay, I'm here. He had heard of Mu Chinga's family. Her mother was a teacher, and most people believed in marrying someone of equal social status. His own family conditions were obviously far from enough. But fortunately, the system gave him 10 million before. If he could invest this 10 million in Mu Chinga's father, not only could he help Mu Chinga's family solve the bankruptcy crisis, but he could also get a tenfold rebate from the system. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. With Lin Yuan's comfort, Mu Chinga's expression eased a little, but she was still a little sad in her heart. She had always lived a life of luxury and rarely asked about the family business. She never expected that her parents had silently shouldered so much. Call. Mu Chinga breathed a sigh of relief, calmed himself down, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. Hearing the knock on the door, Mu Ziyuan and his wife Wei Choyun in the room looked at each other. Both of them were a little confused. Who would come to their house at this time? Coming back to his senses, Mu Ziyuan stood up and opened the door. Chinga? Why are you back? After Mu Ziyuan opened the door, he saw Mu Chinga standing outside. He was a little surprised and asked, "Didn't you go out to be a bridesmaid for your classmate? Why are you back so soon?" Mu Chinga was not in a hurry to explain anything, but first introduced Lin Yuan, who was beside him, to Mu Ziyuan. "Dad, this is my college classmate Lin Yuan, and also my boyfriend." Hearing this, Mu Ziyuan's gaze, which was originally on Mu Chinga, instantly shifted to Lin Yuan. Like most fathers-in-law when they see their son-in-law for the first time, Mu Ziyuan's eyes were full of scrutiny. Lin Yuan felt Mu Ziyuan's gaze and said politely, "Hello, uncle." Mu Ziyuan did not answer, but just looked at Lin Yuan quietly. Thinking that the little girl he had raised with great effort for more than 20 years would fall into the hands of others in the blink of an eye, his attitude suddenly changed. Although he was examining Lin Yuan, Mu Ziyuan was not an unreasonable and stubborn father. He would not let Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga just stand at the door. This would be a bit unkind of a host. "Come in first." Mu Ziyuan moved aside to let Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga go in first, and then he closed the door at the back. With a pop sound. For some reason, Lin Yuan always felt a chill on his back, and a chill gradually spread up from the soles of his feet. Different from Lin Yuan's feelings, Mu Chinga's face showed a bit of joy. She knew that her father had passed the first hurdle, and the rest would probably be easier. Mu Chinga led Lin Yuan to sit on the sofa in the living room. Wei Choyun inside heard the noise and had already prepared tea for them. "Drink some water first." "Thank you, Auntie." Lin Yuan was flattered and took the teacup with both hands. Compared to Mu Ziyuan's gaze, Wei Choyun looked a lot kinder. "Why are you back so early? Your classmate should be getting married to her husband right now, right? As a bridesmaid, how can you leave? You are probably letting others down." Wei Choyun asked the same question as Mu Ziyuan. Perhaps it was because she was a teacher, but as soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Yuan felt the fear of teachers in the classroom. Is this the feeling of oppression from a teacher? Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva and dared not breathe. Compared to Lin Yuan, Mu Qingge beside him didn't seem to be in much better condition. She took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and decided to explain the matter on the spot. After all, some things have to be faced eventually, so it is better to make them clear as early as possible to give everyone some buffer time. After Mu Ziyuan sat next to Wei Chouyun, Mu Qingge poured a cup of tea for his parents, then looked straight into their eyes and said solemnly, "Mom and Dad, my classmate's wedding has been cancelled, and my classmate's fiancé is sitting opposite you right now." Mu Qingge glanced at Lin Yuan, my current boyfriend. Puff. Mu Ziyuan and Wei Chouyun were drinking water when they didn't expect Mu Qingge to drop a shocking statement. Hearing this, the water that had been in their mouths and had not yet been swallowed suddenly spurted out. Then, they both looked at their daughter and Lin Yuan beside them in shock, with shock in their eyes. Chapter 6. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a little tense. Mu Ziyuan and Wei Chouyun looked at each other, their minds full of thoughts, but they didn't know where to start. Especially Mu Ziyuan, who rubbed his eyes as if he was a little unbelieving. After making sure that he was not mistaken about the person in front of him, the expression on his face became even more interesting. After a long while, Mu Ziyuan finally came back to his senses from his somewhat disintegrating mind world. He coughed slightly, and then asked seriously, "What is going on? Give me a reasonable explanation." He knew best what his daughter was like. Although there are countless possibilities on the road to love, he will never allow his daughter to become the kind of mistress who breaks up other people's marriages. Furthermore, Mu Ziyuan set his eyes on Lin Yuan. This guy was still married to someone else today, but in less than half a day, he hooked up with his own daughter. Who knows what little thoughts he has? What if he is with his daughter just because he is greedy for the Mu family's money? Even if his daughter really likes this man, he will definitely break up the couple. Mu Qingge saw the seriousness on Mu Ziyuan's face and heard the anger behind his words, so she quickly stood up and explained. "Dad, don't be angry first." Mu Ziyuan was very dissatisfied with Mu Qingge's behavior of standing up to block the knife for Lin Yuan. He snorted coldly and did not look at his rebellious daughter at all well. "I'm not angry, just explain it to me clearly. If you don't explain it clearly today, you are not allowed to go anywhere." Mu Qingge knew that Mu Ziyuan was really angry, so she told him everything that had happened not long ago from beginning to end. "I went to attend Wang Rong's wedding today, but Wang Rong and her best friend Su Qianqian suddenly changed their minds at the wedding reception, saying that they would have to temporarily increase the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan before they could get married. They even wanted to determine the loyalty of the relationship based on whether Lin Yuan could come up with the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift, so Lin Yuan cancelled the marriage in anger." As Mu Qingge spoke, her eyes would linger on Mu Ziyuan's face from time to time. Seeing that Mu Ziyuan's expression did not relax as she had imagined, she spoke out the thoughts that she had buried for many years. "Dad, didn't you always ask me if I had someone I liked? Although I told you no at that time, I actually lied. I fell in love with Lin Yuan at first sight since my freshman year." When she said this, Mu Qingge's face was filled with the innocence of a young girl. "I have liked Lin Yuan for 4 years. Before today, I thought my 4-year secret love would end in vain. I didn't expect that God would still favor me. If it weren't for what happened today, maybe I wouldn't have the courage to confess." Hearing this, Lin Yuan, who was beside her, took the initiative to hold Mu Qingge's hand and gave her silent comfort. Mu Qingge met Lin Yuan's gaze and smiled. She raised her hand and slipped her fingers between Lin Yuan's fingers. After that, as you can see, Lin Yuan and I developed into a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Hearing this, the frown on Mu Ziyuan's face finally relaxed a little, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, my daughter will not be the kind of mistress who destroys other people's feelings. At this time, Lin Yuan also spoke. "Uncle and aunt, maybe the relationship between Mu Qingge and I changed very suddenly, but I promise you too that I will treat Mu Qingge well in the future and will never let her suffer any grievances." As he spoke, Lin Yuan took Mu Qingge's other hand, held her hand with both hands, and continued as if it were a treasure. "I was ignorant before, I didn't know there was someone who would silently protect me behind my back, but now it's different, we both understand each other's feelings, please uncle and aunt can give me a chance to prove myself." Sincerity is the greatest killer skill. Lin Yuan's true feelings moved Mu Qingge's parents to some extent, but this alone was not enough to make Mu Ziyuan and his wife feel at ease handing their daughter over to this strange man whom they had only met once. Besides, listen to what they both said. Lin Yuan just broke up with his girlfriend today, and the next second he was seamlessly together with his daughter. No matter what, Mu Ziyuan and the others were somewhat worried. Mu Ziyuan glanced at Wei Choyun, and the two exchanged glances for a moment. Then he hardened his heart and said to Lin Yuan in front of Mu Qingge, I have no objection if you two are together, but there is one thing I need to explain here. My company is facing a major financial crisis. Perhaps in a month, the company will go bankrupt due to a broken capital chain, and may even be burdened with huge debts. If you get married at that time, my husband and I will most likely not be able to provide any financial help. On the contrary, it will be a burden to both of you. Mu Ziyuan looked at Lin Yuan deeply again. Even so, are you still willing to be with my daughter? Lin Yuan said solemnly, I do. I will definitely treat Mu Qingge well. Seeing Lin Yuan's determined eyes, Mu Ziyuan and his wife also chose to believe Lin Yuan. After all, they heard these things from third parties and did not see them with their own eyes. They are not stubborn people and will not make conclusions based on stereotypes. They have to observe in person what kind of person Lin Yuan is before they can draw a conclusion. Moreover, they believe in their daughter's judgment of people. Mu Ziyuan said him lightly, then winked at Wei Choyun. Wei Choyun, who was sitting next to him, instantly understood what Mu Ziyuan meant, and stood up and walked towards the bedroom. After a while, Wei Choyun came out of the bedroom. The difference from when she entered just now was that Wei Choyun had a bank card in her hand this time. She handed the bank card to Mu Ziyuan. Mu Ziyuan looked down at the card in his hand, then put the bank card in Mu Qingge's hand. My daughter, this is the money your parents saved for you. It's not much, only 1 million. Now that you have a boyfriend, Dad will give you this 1 million today. Dad, I can't take this money. Mu Qingge looked up and saw a few more white hairs in his father's hair. His nose suddenly felt sour. You can use it to solve the company crisis first. Mu Ziyuan pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. This 1 million can only keep the company running for another month at most. It is just a drop in the bucket for the company and can't solve any fundamental problems. Even so, Mu Qingge was still unwilling to accept the money and pushed back Mu Ziyuan's outstretched hand. I don't want it anyway. Mu Qingge was firm in her attitude and she would definitely not accept the money. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also joined in. Yes, uncle and aunt, take this money. As long as I am here, Mu Qingge will not be wronged. After saying that, Lin Yuan took out a bank card from his pocket. There is 10 million in the card as a system reward. Lin Yuan took the bank card and handed it over with both hands. Uncle and aunt, there is 10 million in this card. Consider it my investment in you. Please use it to solve the company's crisis first. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap on the calm lake surface, leaving Mu Ziyuan and Wei Choyun and their spouses both stunned in place. Chapter 7. The noise in the living room suddenly stopped. If he could not hear the breathing of the person next to him, Lin Yuan would even think that the world had stopped. Mu Qingge was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. Lin Yuan, where did you get so much money? She had been following Lin Yuan for 4 years and knew his preferences very well, not to mention his family background. At the same time, Mu Ziyuan and his wife looked at Lin Yuan with confusion in their hearts. According to what Mu Qingge just said, Lin Yuan couldn't even come up with 300,000 yuan for the betrothal gift, so how could he possibly come up with 10 million yuan out of thin air? Feeling the gazes of the three people, Lin Yuan touched his nose guiltily. His brain was working rapidly, and he finally came up with a plausible explanation. I bought 10 lottery tickets in my junior year and won the first prize. I was afraid that someone might want to take advantage of me, so I kept it to myself and kept it all in the bank. Mu Qingge looked at Lin Yuan suspiciously when she heard this, but after thinking about it, she felt that what Lin Yuan said made some sense, so she believed that this money was won by him in the lottery. Besides, she also knew that Lin Yuan never did anything without confidence. Since Lin Yuan could take out the money, she thought he was not just pretending to be rich. Seeing this, she sat quietly beside him and did not stop Lin Yuan from speaking. Please accept it. The company's affairs are more important now. Lin Yuan's sincere attitude slightly moved Mu Ziyuan and his wife. Mu Ziyuan looked at the bank card that Mu Qingge handed over, and couldn't help feeling a little hesitant. After all, the company's current situation is not something that can be solved by throwing money. If it could be solved, he wouldn't be so worried. The long period of lack of investment has put them in a quagmire. If they can't get any more investment, even if there is an investment of 10 million, the company will be like a bottomless money-eating beast and will spend all the money sooner or later.
Of course, apart from these, there is another reason why Mu Ziyuan couldn't bring himself to accept Lin Yuan's money.
After all, Lin Yuan is a junior and also her daughter's boyfriend. It feels a bit weird and embarrassing to let her use her daughter's boyfriend's money to invest. And this 10 million might be Lin Yuan's entire fortune. If the company can be revived with this 10 million, that would be a good thing. But if it can't, or even loses all the 10 million, how would he face his daughter at that time? When Mu Ziyuan was about to refuse, Lin Yuan saw the worry in Mu Ziyuan's heart and said quickly, "Uncle, this 10 million is not a gift to you, but an investment from me to you. If you really feel embarrassed, you can give me the corresponding shares, and transfer these shares to Chinga's name." There was a hint of surprise in Mu Ziyuan's eyes. After going around in circles, Lin Yuan never thought of getting any benefit at all, so what was he trying to gain? That one tea work. If that's the case, the shares should be given to you.
Uncle, my things are Chinga's things, you don't have to think too much about it.
In order to get Mu Ziyuan to take the money, Lin Yuan quickly changed the subject and brought the topic back to the company's issues. "Uncle, the most important thing now is to think about how to save the company from the dire situation. It won't be too late to transfer the shares until the company can operate normally." When Mu Ziyuan heard this, there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes, and he told the truth. Even with this 10 million, it may not be possible to revitalize the company. After struggling for so long, Mu Ziyuan's mentality also collapsed a little. At this time, Lin Yuan's words woke the dreamer up.
"Uncle, we haven't even started yet, how do you know it won't work?"
Lin Yuan had heard about Mu Ziyuan's deeds and smiled and said, "You can start such a big company from scratch, and now you have 10 million in working capital.
Is it possible that you can't save this company?"
Mu Ziyuan, who was immersed in his own world of failure, suddenly came to his senses and remembered the hardships he had experienced in starting his own business and every little thing he had gone through at that time.
Yes. Wasn't it more difficult to start from scratch before than it is now?
I was able to grit my teeth and make it to where I am today, so why am I so timid now that I have money and am not as good as I was before?
Mu Ziyuan's eyes gradually became firm. No matter how bad things get, you can just start over again.
What's so difficult about that?
Good.
Mu Ziyuan reached out and took the card handed over by Lin Yuan and accepted Lin Yuan's investment.
And in Lin Yuan's mind, the system's voice sounded.
Congratulations to the host for his successful investment.
Investment amount, 10 million.
10 times return, 100 million. Rewards at the same time, physical fitness increased by 5 points, charm increased by 5 points after the host and Mu Chinga received the marriage certificate, the rewards will be applied to both of them at the same time.
100 million. When Lin Yuan heard the system's announcement, he couldn't help but become excited. This is a small goal.
Before, I could only see others showing off easily on TV. I didn't expect that I could also achieve a small goal easily. It seems that this God-level investment system is really something.
100 million is enough to provide for the rest of my life.
If I let the interest compound on it. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan began to imagine his future life. Mu Ziyuan accepted Lin Yuan's card, but then handed the card with 1 million to Mu Chinga.
"Can you accept this card now? Dad now has the 10 million invested by Xiaolin, which will last for half a year. During this half year, Dad will definitely be able to revitalize the company." Subconsciously, Mu Ziyuan changed his attitude towards Lin Yuan without realizing it. After what happened just now, his good impression of Lin Yuan even higher.
At least, this guy didn't come here because he was greedy for the Mu family's money. When Mu Chinga heard Mu Ziyuan's changed way of addressing her, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and the stone that had been weighing on her heart was finally put down. This time she did not refuse the bank card that Mu Ziyuan handed over, but accepted it. Only after seeing Mu Chinga take the bank card did Mu Ziyuan and Wei Chouyun breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps it was because there was some progress in resolving the company's crisis, or perhaps it was because they had a good impression of Lin Yuan, that a long-lost smile appeared on the serious faces of Mu Ziyuan and his wife.
"Come on, Xiaolin, have some fruit."
After finishing the business, Wei Chouyun prepared a fruit plate as if by magic and brought it to the table.
"Thank you, Auntie."
Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and picked up the fork to eat a piece of apple.
"How sweet."
When Wei Chouyun heard this, she smiled and said, "If you like it, eat more."
"Okay."
Mu Chinga looked at the scene of them living in harmony, and her mood also became cheerful.
After thinking for a while, she said, "Mom and Dad, I want my household registration book."
Mu Chinga's words drew the three people's attention back to herself,
and she looked at her parents firmly. Mom and Dad, I want to marry Lin Yuan. Chapter 8. The harmonious atmosphere once again cooled down. But this time it only lasted for a moment. After a brief silence, Mu Ziyuan responded. Can. With Mu Ziyuan's consent, Wei Choyun also smiled and agreed. Wait a minute, Mom will get it for you. After that, she got up and went back to the bedroom to get the household registration book. If the couple's previous stereotype of Lin Yuan was preconceived, then after what happened just now, Lin Yuan's behavior has broken their initial impression. From Lin Yuan's words and actions, they can tell what kind of person this child is. The eyes may lie, but the upbringing engraved in the bones and subconscious actions cannot deceive people. As a teacher, Wei Choyun cannot judge people with 100% accuracy, but at least she can guess them to be almost correct. Lin Yuan is neither humble nor arrogant. He is a smart man with high emotional intelligence. While helping the Mu family, he also gives them enough respect. They can feel more at ease in trusting their daughter to Lin Yuan. While Wei Choyun went to get her household registration booklet, Mu Ziyuan and Lin Yuan started chatting. Mu Qingge just smiled and looked at them, feeling a little warmer in her heart. The two of them didn't talk for a few words before Wei Choyun came out with the household registration book. Girl, take it. Yeah. Mu Qingge took the household registration booklet. The red cover was printed with gold letters, and the thin pages made her feel the weight of it for the first time. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly said, Uncle and Aunt, I plan to go get the marriage certificate with Qingge first. We all listened to our daughter. Mu Ziyuan and his wife replied. They never interfered too much in Mu Qingge's life, and mainly allowed him to grow up in a free-range manner. As long as it does not violate discipline or laws, they will satisfy Mu Qingge to the best of their ability. And Lin Yuan is a good person. The way of their flash marriage still makes them somewhat uncomfortable. Maybe this is how young people think nowadays? No matter what, as long as Mu Qingge has no objection, they as parents will naturally support it. After a pause, Mu Ziyuan asked, When do you plan to move the wedding to? My parents have asked someone to calculate this before. There are 2 auspicious dates for weddings this month. One is today, and the other is 5 days later. When the time comes, I will definitely give Mu Qingge an unforgettable wedding. As he spoke, Lin Yuan had already begun to imagine the scene of Mu Qingge wearing the Flying Phoenix wedding dress in his mind. She must be so beautiful that she would stun everyone. 5 days, time is a bit tight. Do you have enough time to set up? Is there anything we can help with? No need, Uncle, just wait for the news, I will take care of it. Okay. Then. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingge's hand and stood up and said, Uncle and Aunt, shall we go get the marriage certificate first? Mu Ziyuan was silent for a while, then said, We are about to get the marriage certificate, shouldn't we change our words? Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge were stunned for a moment, looked at each other, and smiled. Dad, Mom. Mu Ziyuan blinked as a sign of agreement. Wei Choyun next to him said and couldn't hide the smile on her face. Mu Qingge held Lin Yuan's arm with a raised eyebrow. Mom and Dad, we'll leave first. Be careful on the road. Good. At the same time, at Wang Rong's house. Not long after Lin Yuan left, all the relatives who came to the Wang family to attend the wedding banquet had left. The room that was bustling before was now completely silent. Wang Rong sat on the floor exhausted, looking at the red decorations hanging all over the room. They seemed so ridiculous at the moment. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, the roar of an engine was heard outside, breaking the silence in the house. A ghost fire motorcycle braked and stopped at the door of Wang Rong's house. Sitting on the motorcycle were 3 energetic young men with colorful hair, tights, and moccasins. Sister! The leading man scratched his messy hair in the motorcycle mirror and shouted towards the door. But he shouted for a long time, but no one responded to him. He said to the people behind him, Get out of the car. Your sister is busy marrying her husband today, so she's asking you to come back for the wedding. The person behind him made a face at Wang Long, then laughed unscrupulously, completely ignoring the strange looks from passers-by. None of your business. Wang Long was a little annoyed by what his brother said. He walked into the house in a casual manner, venting his anger. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Wang Rong squatting on the ground and sobbing with a wronged look on her face, and Su Chanqian standing beside her. Sister, why did you suddenly ask me to go home? Wang Long asked impatiently, Don't you know that I'm playing outside with my friends today? Wang Rong was still immersed in regret at this time. She said nothing and just cried. Su Chanqian stood up and looked at Wang Long with disdain. You only know how to play all day long. Do you know that your goddess Mu Qingga has been seduced by your brother-in-law? What? Hearing this, Wang Long instantly lost his composure and asked quickly, what's going on? What else could it be? Isn't your sister getting married today? She just wanted to ask your brother-in-law for an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. Who knew that your brother-in-law would not only refuse, but also abandon your sister and confess his love to Mu Qingga? When Su Chanqian spoke, her body language was very dramatic and every word she said sounded ordinary, but Wang Long watched Su Chanqian's movements and the anger in his heart was ignited little by little. Then what? What does my goddess say? Wang Long asked excitedly, and the flesh on his face trembled a few times. What else can I say? I agreed. Su Chanqian waved her hands mockingly and whispered in Wang Long's ear, think about it, you've been pursuing Mu Qingga for 4 years, and she refused to agree to your pursuit before, but because of Lin Yuan's words, she agreed on the spot. You didn't see how excited Mu Qingga was when she agreed to Lin Yuan's confession. I don't believe that there is nothing fishy between the two of them. After all, you know that Mu Qingga is a well-known cold goddess in our school, so if there is no affair between them, how could she agree so easily? I even think that he did this today, firstly to make your sister suffer, and secondly, maybe to teach you a lesson and make you lose face. Damn it, Lin Yuan dares to do that? Wang Long exploded, with a few restless hairs floating above his messy hair. Seeing that her words worked, Su Chanqian began to direct Wang Long to do things. Wang Long, if you are still a man, you shouldn't get angry at us when you see your beloved goddess being robbed. Instead, you should go find your brothers and teach your brother-in-law how to do things. After all, Lin Yuan betrayed your sister. To put it bluntly, he simply doesn't care about your face. If it gets out, your brothers will say that you can't even protect your sister. How will you survive in the future? I'm going to settle the score with Lin Yuan right now. Wang Long was so excited by Su Chanqian. But just when he rolled up his sleeves and was about to go out to fight, he was stopped by Su Chanqian. He glared at Su Chanqian, why are you stopping me? Su Chanqian was frightened by Wang Long's eyes, but she quickly came to her senses and said, You just need to teach your brother-in-law a lesson, but don't be too harsh. It's best to let your brother-in-law come back and reconcile with your sister. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. If it gets out, it will not be good for your reputation. Are you teaching me how to do things? He was too harsh. He will be detained for public security. Just teach him a lesson. No. Wang Long responded impatiently, then looked at Wang Rong and said, Sister, call and ask where that brat Lin Yuan is now. I'll bring my brothers to help you vent your anger. Chapter 9. Here, Lin Yuangang and Mu Qingga walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, each holding a red book with the 3 big words marriage certificate printed on it. Mu Qingga raised her hand and looked at the marriage certificate which still had a paper smell, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Lin Yuan, who was standing by, saw this and thought there was something wrong, so he quickly asked, What's wrong? It's okay, I just find it a little unbelievable. Mu Qingga blinked and her brows softened. I didn't expect that everything I imagined before would actually come true. When Lin Yuan heard this, he was stunned at first, then he smiled helplessly. Fool. He touched Mu Qingga's head with his hand. When the soft hair brushed against his palm, it felt itchy, causing him to involuntarily close his palm slightly. Those things are all in the past. Instead of thinking about them, let's think about our century wedding in 5 days. Lin Yuan's hand fell on Mu Qingga's shoulder, and then he held Mu Qingga's face with both hands, and their eyes intertwined. My dear wife. When Mu Qingga saw Lin Yuan's bright eyes, her breathing paused and she was immersed in the almost tenderness in those eyes. Today, it really is like a dream. During the days, Mu Qingga's face and earlobes turned red little by little uncontrollably, and finally the whole person looked like a ripe little apple, so red and delicate, and her cold temperament also collapsed in an instant. Lin Yuan noticed Mu Qingga's shyness, but pretended to be unaware and joked about it. Honey, what's wrong with you? You're not having a fever. Let your husband take a look. Lin Yuan lifted up his hair and pressed directly against Mu Qingga, catching her off guard. Then he whispered in Mu Qingga's ear, When we get home tonight, your husband will give you another injection. I guarantee that the disease will be cured. Facing Lin Yuan, who suddenly approached her in that enlarged face, Mu Qingga felt her heartbeat suddenly quicken, and a whistle honked loudly in her mind. Especially after hearing the dirty words from Lin Yuan's mouth, her brain CPU was almost scrapped.
You suddenly called me old wife, why? Muchinga turned her head away unnaturally, and her voice became lower and lower, and the end of her words was almost inaudible. What she didn't know was that her earlobe, which was red enough to drip blood, was completely immersed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Lin Yuan raised his hand and waved the red book in front of Muchinga. We are now a legal couple with a license. What else can I call you if not my wife? Lin Yuan lowered his head and leaned towards her earlobe. Feeling the scorching and somewhat alarming temperature beside him, Lin Yuan curled his lips, blew gently towards that sensitive place, and whispered, Sister, what do you think? Ha! Muchinga now only felt her body go limp, and then her legs seemed to be weak, and the whole person fell limply in Lin Yuan's arms. If it weren't for Lin Yuan supporting her beside her, she had no doubt that she might fall flat on her face in the next second. After taking a few deep breaths, Muchinga looked at Lin Yuan shyly. What are you doing? Muchinga's anger at this moment seemed quite strange to Lin Yuan, but he was able to grasp the degree of anger and did not go any further. He admitted his mistake sincerely and quickly. I'm kidding, let's go home. Snort! Lin Yuan half helped Muchinga into the car. He helped Muchinga fasten her seatbelt and then said, I'll take you to meet my parents when we get home. Good. Muchinga glanced at Lin Yuan. For some reason, she seemed to think that Lin Yuan in front of her had become more handsome, and the redness on her face that had not faded just now appeared again. Lin Yuan was sitting in the driver's seat. When he was about to drive away, a message in his mind announcing that the system's reward points had taken effect sounded. It is detected that the host has obtained a marriage certificate with Muchinga. Lin Yuan, Constitution +5 Charm +5. Muchinga, Constitution +5 Charm +5. Hearing this, Lin Yuan subconsciously looked towards Muchinga. I found that Muchinga's appearance was indeed a little better than before, and her temperament had also changed. She looked more attractive? Lin Yuan immediately shook his head, throwing away the thoughts in his mind. In broad daylight, in a clear and bright world. After he cleared his mind of all distractions, he began to think about how to explain this sudden change to his parents. When he left Wang Rong's house, he asked his parents to cancel the wedding, but he never gave his parents an explanation. Although they didn't say anything verbally, Lin Yuan knew that his parents must be worried. Muchinga, who was lowering his head at the side, heard the sound of the car engine running, and gradually began to get nervous, feeling uneasy. She was worried that Lin Yuan's parents would misunderstand her. After all, Lin Yuan's partner was Wang Rong 1 second and became her the next. This tangled mood made her feel a little uneasy. Lin Yuan saw Muchinga's uneasiness through the rearview mirror and held her hand tightly. Don't worry, my parents are very open-minded, don't be too nervous. Muchinga nodded. Just as the car was about to start, the cell phone on the center console suddenly rang. Lin Yuan picked up the phone and saw that it was Wang Rong calling. Without thinking, he hung up the phone, started the car, and drove Muchinga to his home. The other side. Wang Rong listened to the beep-beep sound coming from the phone and looked at the gradually darkening screen in disbelief. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan actually hung up on her. Wang Rong's tears were uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks, she felt extremely aggrieved. Seeing this, Wang Long and Su Chanxian came forward anxiously to ask. What's wrong? Su Chanxian was still thinking about the scene when Lin Yuan drove away in the Maserati. If Wang Rong could get back together with Lin Yuan, she could take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. As for Wang Long next to her, he was thinking about how to beat Lin Yuan up so that he could snatch Muchinga back from him. Did Lin Yuan say anything to you? Where is that bastard now? Su Chanxian and Wang Long each had their own ulterior motives and were planning for their own interests. No one cared about Wang Rong's feelings at all. Perhaps sensing the indifference of the two men, Wang Rong opened her mouth and began to sob. He just hung up on me. Before Wang Rong could finish her words, she immediately hugged her head and burst into tears. In between her tears, she sobbed. How could this happen? Lin Yuan had always listened to me and obeyed my orders, how could he suddenly become like this? For a moment, Wang Long and Su Chanxian didn't know how to answer. But after a moment, the expression on Su Chanxian's face became ferocious. Lin Yuan is a scumbag. Not only does he play with other people's feelings, but he also hides his identity to deceive us. Is it so great to be rich? It's really great to be rich. Su Chanxian remembered that she had just missed a good opportunity to take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments to show off. At this moment, even breathing became painful.
That scumbag must die miserably.
A faint green light flashed in Su Chanshan's eyes, like a hungry wolf hiding in the darkness, the kind that would eat people without leaving any bones behind. Wang Long next to him was not in a much better situation. He was furious. When he thought of the goddess he had been dreaming of being with Lin Yuan, he couldn't suppress his inner anger and urged Wang Rong impatiently.
Cry, 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 why are you crying? Why don't you call and ask him where he is now? Will crying help? If you want Lin Yuan to come back, call and ask him where he is. Wang Rong sniffed, naturally unwilling to accept it.
After hearing what Wang Long said, she instantly became excited again, picked up the phone and dialed again. But before she could make 2 calls, the call was completely unresolved when she called again.
The phone number was blacklisted by Lin Yuan. He blocked me. Wang Rong didn't hold the phone firmly and it fell to the ground with a click.
The tempered film that was warped up suddenly turned into a broken screen with a bang.
TSK.
Wang Long felt it was too shameful to watch and was still furious, so he took it out on Wang Rong.
Sister, please find a solution quickly. I don't want my goddess to be touched by other men. Wang Rong was crying and suddenly thought of Lin Yuan's parents. If she can't find Lin Yuan, can't she find Lin Yuan's parents' home?
If Lin Yuan wasn't there, she would complain to Lin Yuan's parents. Thinking of this, Wang Rong laughed.
I have an idea.
On the other side, Lin Yuan had already brought Mu Qingge back to his home.
His home is an old, independent courtyard in the suburbs of Jiangcheng.
Lin Yuan took Mu Qingge to the door, and Mu Qingge held Lin Yuan's hand, and suddenly unconsciously exerted a little more force.
Chapter 10. Take it easy.
Lin Yuan placed his hand on Mu Qingge's hand, patted it gently, and said comfortingly,
I'm here, relax a little.
Besides, I've already told you that my parents are very nice people, so you don't have to worry too much. Mu Qingge pursed her lips nervously, and her limbs became a little stiff and unnatural.
But it's okay. I'm here. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingge's hand and led her into the yard.
The courtyard was decorated with lights and every corner was tied with red ribbons, making it look very festive. It's a pity that the courtyard was so quiet that the festive atmosphere seemed a little lonely. Inside the house, Lin Yuan's parents sat on the sofa in the living room with sad faces.
Dad, what's going on? Why did the kids suddenly want to cancel the engagement?
Lin Yuan's mother's words were full of worry. She held the mobile phone in her hand, opening and closing the screen from time to time, but unfortunately she did nothing. Lin Yuan's father said nothing, but just smoked silently. The smoke from his mouth gradually spread in the living room and then disappeared into the air. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's parents, who were sitting quietly in the living room, heard noise outside the door. They turned their heads to look at the door at the same time and found that it was Lin Yuan who came back. Lin Yuan's mother immediately stood up and walked out the door, but his father, who was sitting on the sofa smoking, did not move for a long time. His eyes fell on Mu Qingge behind Lin Yuan. He paused in pinching the cigarette.
Not Wang Rong?
So who is this girl? Doubts were brewing in their minds, but no one asked first. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the door, he smelled cigarette smoke in the living room. When he looked up, he saw his father Lin Bohu still holding a cigarette between his fingers.
Dad, didn't the doctor say that your lungs are not in good condition? Why are you still smoking?
Lin Yuan walked up, snatched the cigarette from Lin Bohu's hand, and threw it into the ashtray.
My hands are itching.
After Lin Bohu said this, he seemed to want to talk but stopped himself.
However, he couldn't take his curious eyes away from Mu Qingge, so he couldn't help but ask. Son, this is... Mom and Dad, this is my girlfriend Mu Qingge.
Lin Yuan took advantage of the situation and led Mu Qingge, who was lagging behind him, to the front of his parents. Mu Qingge had wanted to reduce her presence as much as possible, but after being treated like this by Lin Yuan, she really couldn't escape at all.
Hello, uncle and aunt.
Mu Qingge tried her best to force a smile so as to make herself look more graceful. But as soon as she finished laughing, she suddenly regretted it. It would be better not to smile with that stiff face of yours, it would definitely look ugly. Mu Qingge was extremely upset, but Lin Yuan's parents didn't care too much about it, because they were more concerned about why this situation happened. Although Lin Bohu and his wife Lu Xiaoman agreed to Mu Qingge's words, they were full of doubts.
Isn't your son's girlfriend Wang Rong?
Thinking of this, Lin Bohu recalled what happened in the morning.
He pretended to cough and asked, Why, did you suddenly cancel the hotel reservation for the wedding? This matter is a bit complicated, how about we sit down first?
Lin Yuan looked at a few people just standing next to the chairs, feeling a little strange.
Oh, yes, you guys sit down first, I'll go get you a glass of water. Lu Xiaoman asked Lin Yuan and the other man to continue sitting down, while she went to the kitchen and got out a few more cups. As soon as Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge sat down on the sofa, Lu Xiaoman handed them a glass of water and placed it in front of Mu Qingge.
Girl, drink some water.
Thank you, Auntie. Mu Qingge picked up the cup and took a sip of water. The moist water finally relieved his throat that was about to smoke. She took a few more sips and felt less nervous. Noticing that Mu Qingge had relaxed, Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and began to explain to his parents. Mom and Dad, the reason I'm breaking off the engagement is because Wang Rong's family is really too much. They raised the betrothal gift by 300,000 yuan at the last minute, and their attitude is very tough. If I can't come up with 300,000 yuan, this wedding can't go on.
Upon hearing this, Lin Bohu and his wife's usually honest and simple faces showed a bit of anger.
These people are going too far.
After all, when discussing the bride price, Wang Rong's family insisted on 200,000 yuan and would not accept a penny less. But they thought that their son would like it, so they gritted their teeth and gathered the 200,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. If they had just said 500,000 yuan when discussing the bride price at the beginning, even though the Lin family couldn't afford it, it would be understandable. But it didn't make sense to suddenly increase the amount when picking up the bride.
It was really a bit too much. Even though Lin Bohu and Lu Xiaoman were angry, they did not start cursing.
Although the Lin family is poor, they are still well-mannered people.
That means we no longer have this destiny with the Wang family. Let's call off the marriage. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief after hearing his parents' answers.
At this time, Lin Bohu remembered that there was someone sitting next to Lin Yuan. He was a little surprised just now, so he didn't have time to look at Mu Qingge. Now she was hiding behind Lin Yuan, and it was not easy for him to see Mu Qingge's face from his angle.
Lin Bohu and Lu Xiaoman looked at each other, and he asked first. Son, so what's going on with you now? How come you suddenly have a new girlfriend? Are you cheating on me?
As he spoke, his eyes would occasionally fall on Mu Qingge.
How is that possible? Lin Yuan quickly refuted Lin Bohu's words. If this blame is put on my head, it would be really terrible. Don't you know what your son is like? Then your speed is quite fast.
Hearing this, Lin Yuan coughed awkwardly.
It seems a bit fast. The time is right, the place is right, and the people are right.
It's like this when the destiny comes. Lin Yuan mentioned it vaguely, and then described Mu Qingge's story in great detail. After hearing that Mu Qingge had been secretly in love with Lin Yuan for 4 years, Lin Bohu's parents were skeptical.
They couldn't help but look at Mu Qingge. They didn't expect that their son had such charm? Are you sure?
After hearing the question from his biological parents, Lin Yuan felt so angry that his blood was about to boil.
Dad, you were so handsome and heroic when you were young, so why don't you allow your son to have this charm?
Lin Yuan took out the marriage certificate he had just obtained from his pocket and said proudly, Qingge and I have already obtained the certificate.
Lin Bohu and his wife seemed quite calm just now, but after seeing the marriage certificate, their eyes widened.
They picked up the marriage certificate, as if they wanted to verify its authenticity.
After confirming that it was authentic, they all looked at Mu Qingge. Really?
Lin Bohu's voice was trembling a little when he asked the question.
After Mu Qingge relaxed, she was not so nervous anymore and responded obediently. Uncle and aunt, what Lin Yuan said is true.
I have indeed liked Lin Yuan for many years. If it weren't for this accident, which gave me the opportunity to be with Lin Yuan, I might have really missed him. Mu Qingge looked at Lin Yuan beside her with a smile. Uncle and aunt, I will definitely live a good life with Lin Yuan and won't let you worry.
Only then did Lin Bohu and the other man see Mu Qingge's face clearly. Mu Qingge is not only beautiful, but also so polite. This shouldn't be the case.
When Lin Yuan saw the expressions on his parents' faces change from doubt to puzzlement, his heart skipped a beat and he asked tentatively.
What's wrong? Son, give me some confidence.
Lin Bo looked at Lin Yuan earnestly. You don't date such a pretty and polite girl, but you go to be a lapdog for that Wang Rong.
What are you thinking? Hearing this, the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times.
He thought his parents were dissatisfied with Mu Qingge, but he never imagined that they were actually complaining about him. You are young and frivolous and don't know much. Lin Yuan's eyes were wandering, and he quickly let the matter go. Lin Bohu looked at Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge sitting in front of him and said with emotion, It's good this way.
You two should be together well and live a down-to-earth life.
Yeah. Lin Yuan and the other man responded quickly.
Oh, by the way, don't leave yet, I'm going to get something.
Lu Xiaoman seemed to remember something, stood up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom.
Several people watched Lu Xiaoman's actions, wondering what she was looking for.
After a while, Lu Xiaoman came out with something in her hand, but the thing inside was wrapped in a handkerchief, and the few people couldn't see clearly what was inside the handkerchief.
And at this moment, outside the door, Wang Rong also came to Lin Yuan's home.
She saw that the gate was open and walked straight in. Before she got inside, she heard some noise inside the house and subconsciously hid outside. Wang Rong curiously poked her head out to look inside, and vaguely saw that Lin Yuan's mother seemed to be holding something in her hand and walked towards Mu Qingge.
Chapter 11.
Lu Xiaoman held something wrapped in a handkerchief and sat back in front of the group. Lin Bohu was a little confused at first, but when he saw the handkerchief on the outside, he seemed to know what was inside, and then looked at Mu Qingge. Mu Qingge felt Lin Bohu's gaze, and somehow she couldn't help but sit up a little straighter, and she had a vague premonition in her heart. Then, under the gaze of everyone, Lu Xiaoman opened the thing wrapped in the handkerchief. Inside the handkerchief was a slightly faded brocade box. Lu Xiaoman took out the brocade box, opened it, and took out a mutton-fat white jade bracelet from it. The bracelet had a good color and the jade was crystal clear. It was obvious at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Lu Xiaoman handed the bracelet to Mu Qingge.
My daughter, this bracelet was my dowry when I got married to Xiao Yuan's father.
It was passed down from my grandparents to my mother, and then my mother passed it down to me.
Now, I'm handing it over to you.
Lu Xiaoman recalled the past and was somewhat moved. I heard from the elders that our Lu family's ancestor was a big landlord during the Qing dynasty, and this bracelet is a family heirloom passed down from that time.
Hearing this, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge were a little surprised. Lin Yuan was surprised that there was a family heirloom in his home. Mu Qingge was surprised that Lin Yuan's parents would actually hand such an important thing to her.
She immediately felt the weight of the jade bracelet in her hand. It was heavy. At this moment, Wang Rong, who was eavesdropping outside the door, covered her mouth in surprise.
She never imagined that Lin Yuan's mother's ancestors were big landlords.
If she had known this, she would never have gotten into this mess with Lin Yuan. Even though that thing is only handed down from the Qing dynasty, you can tell from its appearance that it must be worth a lot of money.
Thinking of this, Wang Rong immediately became dissatisfied. Why should it be given only to Mu Qingge?
She also came to Lin Yuan's house to meet his parents at that time. Why didn't Lin Yuan's mother take out the bracelet at that time, or even mention the existence of this thing?
Was she looking down on her?
In the living room, Lin Yuan recalled the scene when he brought Wang Rong back, and asked curiously.
Mom, when I brought Wang Rong back, why didn't you tell me that we still had this thing at home? Why am I here? To tell her? That's a nice thought.
Lu Xiaoman snorted coldly, and then said, as a girl, you are neither polite nor well educated. It's the first time you come to our house, and you didn't say hello to me and your father. You even sat on the sofa with your legs crossed and ate melon seeds.
That's not all.
She spit the shells of the seeds directly on the ground.
Was my trash can placed there for her to see?
That girl, at first glance, is not a girl from a good family. If you hadn't insisted on marrying her, I would have kicked her out.
As for this bracelet, she can forget about it. I would rather die and take it into the grave than give it to you. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge felt a little amused and helpless after hearing this.
But Wang Rong, who had been eavesdropping outside the door, was caught off guard. She originally thought that Lin Yuan's mother was just taking advantage of the situation, maybe because she thought Mu Qingge's family was rich, so she took out the bracelet in order to exchange it for some benefits for herself. But it turned out that she simply looked down on her.
Who can tolerate this? Wang Rong couldn't bear it any longer and rushed into the living room.
The four people in the living room looked at the uninvited guest at the door, were startled at first, and soon recognized the intruder. As a result, before Lin Yuan and his companions could ask any questions, Wang Rong pointed at Lin Bohu and his wife's noses and questioned them.
You old thing, how come I have no manners? How come I have no manners? Wang Rong put one hand on her waist and pointed at the yard outside. It's just your shabby yard, not my building. What's wrong with me throwing some melon seed shells? Can't you just clean it up? Do you have to hold a grudge for so long? Besides, why didn't you give me the bracelet? It's fine that you hid it from me, but you should treat us equally. But you, an old man, gave the bracelet to Mu Qingge. I am the daughter-in-law of your Lin family, so the bracelet should be mine. When will it be Mu Chinga's turn to get his hands on it? Wang Rong talked to herself, and the anger that she had just suppressed in the corner broke out again. By the end of her speech, she even forgot that she came to get back together with Lin Yuan. You two old guys are really bad. You must have known that Mu Chinga's family is wealthy, so you took out this thing to curry favor with the Mu family. Maybe this bracelet is fake, otherwise how could Lin Yuan and I not know about it? Wang Rong still doesn't know whether the bracelet is authentic or not. After all, it's difficult for her to judge the authenticity of something that even Lin Yuan doesn't know. Maybe this is a story made up by the Lin family just to please Mu Chinga. But if it's true, it must be mine. Wang Rong's gaze fell on the mutton-fat white jade bracelet, and there was almost madness in her eyes. This bracelet is hers. However, Wang Rong did not notice that when she came out, Lin Yuan's face suddenly darkened. Just when Lin Yuan was about to chase the man away, he suddenly remembered something, and then he stretched out the corner of his mouth and smiled playfully. You are so anxious to jump out and speak, are you here to return the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift money to my family? Ha! Wang Rong was still on guard, but after Lin Yuan's cold reminder, her heroic and high-spirited attitude instantly weakened by half. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Rong was a little panicked. After all, she came here to get back together with Lin Yuan. She had already spent all the 200,000 yuan, so how could she possibly give it back? Besides, Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga must be acting for the occasion. By then, Lin Yuan's car and bracelet will be hers. This must be a play that Lin Yuan puts on to punish himself. After Wang Rong comforted herself for a while, she seemed to believe it all. Lin Yuan, I know you are doing this to punish me. Lin Yuan looked at it coldly. Don't be so self-indulgent. Return the money. 200,000. You. Wang Rong was furious when she saw Lin Yuan stretching out his hand for money. She started to complain to Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan, why are you so stingy? You can afford the latest Maserati now, how could you care about a mere 200,000? Lin Yuan said indifferently, 200,000 is also money, stop talking nonsense. You. Wang Rong became anxious and immediately blamed Lin Yuan. You are just a liar. You pretended to be poor to play with my feelings. You have to compensate me for my mental damages. Lin Yuan grinned and smiled, whatever you say, if you can't return the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift in full within 7 days, then we'll see you in court. Chapter 12. You. This time, Wang Rong was really panicked. Because the way Lin Yuan spoke didn't look like he was joking at all. Is this really the case? In a panic, Wang Rong suddenly caught a glimpse of the 2 marriage certificates that Lin Yuan placed on the coffee table. The festive red color was like a knife, stabbing Wang Rong's heart. She was stunned for a moment, walked forward in surprise, picked up the marriage certificate on the table, and then opened the inner page. What caught her eye was the marriage certificate photo of Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga. There was also the seal of the Jiangqing Civil Affairs Bureau on the photo. She subconsciously touched it. The steel stamp is uneven, but the marks are clear. This time, Wang Rong was completely stunned. She originally wanted to come to Lin Yuan to reconcile. After all, they had been in love for 4 years and it was impossible for them to break up so easily. Before she came, she still had a little fantasy that she and Lin Yuan would definitely have a chance to reconcile. But the moment she saw the 2 marriage certificates, she truly felt that she and Lin Yuan were drifting apart. But the heartbreak only lasted for a moment, because in the next moment her heartache was covered by new emotions. Wang Rong's eyes gradually turned red, and she pointed at Lin Yuan and cursed. Lin Yuan, did you ever think about my feelings when you and Mu Chinga got your marriage certificate? Are you worthy of me? Are you worthy of our 4 years of relationship? Wang Rong's voice became hysterical as she spoke. I just asked you for an extra 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, is that so bad? Just 300,000, just 300,000. It's just a drop in the bucket for you. It would be fine if you didn't give it to me, but you actually abandoned me so ruthlessly. Are you still a man? Ah. As Wang Rong spoke, tears began to flow. She gritted her teeth, raised her hand to wipe away the tears that had overflowed from the corners of her eyes, and met Lin Yuan's cold eyes with her bloodshot eyes. I hate you. After saying these harsh words, Wang Rong ran away without even looking back. Only Lin Yuan was left standing there with an embarrassed look on his face. After a moment, he laughed helplessly.
Sometimes he even wanted to pry open Wang Rong's brain to see how her weird train of thought was put together. It was Wang Rong herself who said before that she would not marry without 300,000 yuan, but now, all the dirty water is thrown on herself. Lin Yuan sneered. It turns out that it's all her fault, and Wang Rong is still trying to justify herself? How funny. It's better to leave, so as not to be an eyesore here. Anyway, if Wang Rong can't return the 200,000 yuan betrothal money within 7 days, there is nothing to say and she can just go through legal procedures. After all, what Wang Rong said was not wrong. He really didn't need these hundreds of thousands of dollars now, but that didn't mean he would give her these 300,000 for nothing. Since you have done something wrong, you should bear the consequences of your wrongdoing. Here, Wang Rong ran out crying, and turned her head to see Lin Yuan's Maserati parked at the door. She stared at the 3 forks on the car in a daze, and suddenly regretted it. I shouldn't have said that just now. Wang Rong condemned herself severely in her heart, and remembered what she had just said to Lin Yuan and his parents. She was filled with regret. She shouldn't have blamed Lin Yuan so angrily. If I had talked to Lin Yuan properly just now, maybe there might have been room for reconciliation between the two of them. Wang Rong couldn't help but put her hand on the Maserati logo. As she touched it, tears immediately burst out of her eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, she may never be able to ride in this Maserati again in her life. Thinking of this, Wang Rong cried even louder and more heartbrokenly when she looked at the brand new car next to her. Wang Rong, who was crying so hard, did not notice that not far away from her, there was a fat woman with a bloated body and sores on her face. The fat woman's chubby hands were holding a mobile phone and recording Wang Rong crying on the ground. While recording, she whispered jokingly, "Come on, sisters, take a look. It seems that this is another sister who was ruthlessly abandoned by a scumbag. As women, how can we watch our compatriots get hurt? Hurry up and like, comment and follow, and make this video popular, so that we can better uphold justice." The woman spoke softly and passionately. After she finished, she turned off the little bee pinned to her chest. She gasped with difficulty on her fat face and laughed, "Hee hee. As long as this video is posted online, those fairies will definitely empathize with it, and the traffic will surely come in like a ton." When she thought of this, the fat woman's smile became even more unbridled, and the flesh on her face trembled with her movements. She had a feeling that this video would go viral. If she wasn't still recording the video, she would have even wanted Wang Rong to cry more miserably. The more miserable she cried, the more traffic she could earn. In this age where traffic is king, who will notice the appearance hidden behind you? The fat woman smiled obscenely, and even stuck out her tongue to lick her lips that were covered with lip gloss. Her dry lips instantly became greasy. She put away the device only after she had almost finished taking the photos. Looking at Wang Rong, who was still crying on the ground not far away, the fat woman felt no emotion at all. She had no intention of going to comfort her. Instead, she even wanted to laugh. "So what if you look better than me? In the end, you will still be played around by these rich kids. How can a wild chicken climb up the tree and become a phoenix? You really overestimate your own abilities. You deserve it." The fat woman looked at Wang Rong with disdain for several times, and finally left muttering to herself. Her mind was full of thoughts on how to edit the video so that it would be more eye-catching. Wang Rong sat on the ground and cried until she was tired. She didn't hear any other movement from inside the room until her voice became hoarse. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly saw Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge coming out. Seeing Mu Qingge holding Lin Yuan's arm, Wang Rong felt very uncomfortable. The affection between the two also hurt Wang Rong's eyes. After all, that used to be her privilege, but now she had to give it up to someone else. Not only that, she also had to endure Lin Yuan's cold stare. Such a huge gap made her feel a little uncomfortable. But after crying just now, Wang Rong quickly adjusted her attitude, wiped away her tears and rushed over. "Lin Yuan, I was wrong. Can we get back together?" Lin Yuan looked at Wang Rong with disdain, pulled Mu Qingge around Wang Rong, and walked past her. Wang Rong was a little unconvinced and shouted, "Even if you two are married, you can still get divorced." Lin Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to this crazy woman Wang Rong, and drove away with Mu Qingge. Looking at the backs of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge leaving, Wang Rong stomped her feet in anger, but at the same time she was curious about what Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge were going to do. So, Wang Rong stopped a taxi and told the driver to follow Lin Yuan closely. Chapter 13. On the hot highway, a red Maserati was driving in front.
The other cars were afraid that they could not afford the compensation if they were hit by it, so they kept several car bodies away from the Maserati and did not dare to get close. Just as thousands of cars were avoiding it, an inconspicuous taxi followed behind the Maserati. Lin Yuan didn't know that Wang Rong was following him, he just concentrated on driving. Where are we going? Mu Qingge looked at the unfamiliar route outside the car and couldn't guess where Lin Yuan wanted to take her. Lin Yuan smiled softly and said, "Let's go take a look at our future home. You can check and see if there's anything missing. We can buy it while we're shopping for daily necessities." Mu Qingge was surprised and happy when he heard this. She didn't expect that Lin Yuan had quietly arranged all of this behind the scenes. Although it might have been prepared for Wang Rong before, it is now the wedding room of Mu Qingge and Lin Yuan. Wedding room? As she thought about it, she looked at Lin Yuan's handsome profile again, and her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. About an hour later, the Maserati and the taxi arrived at the vicinity of a luxurious residential area in the center of Jiangqing City at the same time. While Wang Rong's eyes were fixed on the red car in front of her, she also kept glancing at the luxurious residential area out of the corner of her eyes. Suddenly, the car stopped. Wang Rong was not paying attention and fell forward, hitting her head heavily on the windshield of the car. "Can you drive?" Wang Rong rubbed her head and scolded the driver unhappily. Then she looked through the front window and saw Lin Yuan's car parked at the entrance of the community. While the car was parked, Lin Yuan showed something to the security guard, who then raised the height limit pole and let Lin Yuan's car pass. Seeing this, Wang Rong ignored the pain in her head and quickly gave instructions to the driver. "Master, why are you still standing there? Why don't you follow?" As she watched the red car body gradually disappear, Wang Rong became more and more anxious. The driver smiled bitterly and pushed Wang Rong's hand away from his shirt. "Big sister, it's no use urging me. My car can't get in." "Ah? Why?" When Wang Rong heard this answer, her eyes were full of surprise. "You don't know?" The driver looked at Wang Rong suspiciously and explained, "That's the most luxurious residential area in Jiangqing City. Vehicles from outside can't enter." When Wang Rong heard about the most luxurious community, her heart skipped a beat. Did Lin Yuan just go in? If he can go, doesn't it prove that he is the owner of this place? Thinking of this, a hidden and crazy seed was planted in Wang Rong's heart. "Master, what is the approximate price range of the houses here?" The driver felt that he couldn't leave for a while, so he lit a cigarette, smoked it, and then said slowly, "The houses here are worth at least 20 million. If they are in a good location, they can be as much as 60 million. However, the most expensive ones are the ones with the best river view. There is only one in the entire community, and each one is worth 100 million. The burning cigarette produced a white mist that was a bit irritating to the eyes. The driver narrowed his eyes slightly, took another deep breath, and then exhaled slowly. "But if you want to buy that river view house, you don't just need money. I heard that you have to verify your capital. If you don't have 1 billion in assets, you won't even be eligible to buy a house." Hearing this, Wang Rong felt that her heart was greatly shocked. Not to mention the Riverview apartment, even if Lin Yuan bought the most ordinary apartment, it would still cost 20 million. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. Wang Rong counted the number of 20 million in her mind, and regret arose. Just a little bit. It was really just a little bit before I could live in a house worth 20 million. After finishing a cigarette, the driver looked up at Wang Rong sitting in the back seat. "Big sister, do you want to get off? If not, I will drive away. Don't delay me from taking the next order." Wang Rong, who was sitting in the back, seemed to remember something. She quickly paid the fare to the driver and trotted to the security booth at the entrance of the community. Bang! The security guard sitting inside was startled by the sudden noise and jumped up from his stool. After he saw the woman lying on the window clearly, he adjusted his hat slightly, stood up, and scolded in a bad tone. "Miss, what are you doing?" The work here has always been leisurely, but even so he dare not relax at all. He should be extremely vigilant for any accidents. "Just now, my boyfriend was sitting in that red Maserati." Wang Rong gestured anxiously to the security guard. "Is there a woman sitting in the passenger seat of the car?" The security guard thought about it carefully and it seemed that there was such a person. He nodded. Seeing this, Wang Rong continued speaking. "That woman is a mistress. I followed her here to catch her in adultery. Can you take me in?" "You mean it?" Although the security guard really wanted to get some news about the rich and powerful, he wouldn't believe anything anyone said. "If you don't believe me, then I'll show you the evidence." Wang Rong then took out her cell phone from her pocket and found the photo of herself and Lin Yuan. "Look, if we weren't a couple, would we take this photo?" The security guard paused, thinking that the melon seemed to be ripe. Wang Rong was delighted to see that the guard on the security guard's face had lessened a little. Just as she was about to go in, she was stopped by the security guard again. "Even though you've proven your identity, I still can't let you in." After all, it was his job. If he let this woman in, and something happened, he would be an accomplice. "Didn't I tell you everything?" Wang Rong kept talking to the security guard without giving up. When her lips became dry from talking, she realized that it was impossible for her to get in with just a few words. "Then I won't go in. Can you give me a glass of water?" The security guard glanced at Wang Rong and still filled a plastic cup with water for her. After taking a sip of the cold water, Wang Rong felt that her emotions had subsided a lot. Then an idea came to her mind and she asked again. "Hey, let me ask you, what kind of house did my boyfriend buy for that mistress?" The security guards were somewhat uncomfortable with such mild anti-counterfeiting measures. He was stunned for a moment, but his heart was still restless with the urge to eat melon. Wang Rong inadvertently noticed the hesitation in the security guard's eyes and felt that she had a chance, so she spoke again. "After all, that mistress is pretty enough to have managed to get to this place." The security guard blinked his eyes wildly. "There's a big news." Besides, he remembered that the regulations did not seem to state that the owner could not disclose the name of the house he bought. The security guard coughed and suppressed the curiosity in his eyes. "Really want to know? Why don't you tell me?" "Your boyfriend bought her the best and most expensive Riverview house in this community, worth 100 million. "What? You said he bought a Riverview apartment?" Boom! At this moment, Wang Rong felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her head was buzzing and she was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Chapter 14. The Maserati drove slowly into the community. A large area of green plants came into view, and Lin Yuan and his companions felt as if they had come to a paradise. Without the hustle and bustle of the modern city, there were only tracts of forest standing on both sides of the road. The spreading branches are intertwined together, blocking the heat of midsummer, and people feel the coolness when they are among them. A gentle breeze blew across Mu Chinga's face, blowing out the black hair at her temples, and then tucked it behind her ears just right. Lin Yuan slowed down the car and strolled leisurely with Mu Chinga, enjoying the scenery. He had only seen a glimpse of the community on blogs before, and he never expected that he would have the opportunity to experience it in person, let alone live in it in the future. At this point, Lin Yuan suddenly felt emotional. Is this the life of rich people? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan brought Mu Chinga to the building near the river and stopped the car. The roads in the community are spacious, and the villas are scattered around, so Lin Yuan's car parked on the roadside will not block other people's way. Besides, there is only one Riverview room around, so quietness and privacy are absolutely guaranteed. "We're here, let's go down and take a look." Good. As soon as Mu Chinga got out of the car, he felt the freshness of the air. It was as if the place they came to was not a residence, but a forest park somewhere. When he walked in, the housekeeper who had been waiting downstairs for a long time recognized Lin Yuan and immediately came forward to serve him with a smile. "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin." He walked up to the two men respectfully. "I am your personal butler. If you have any questions in the future, just contact me and I will help you solve them. Let's talk about this later. Take us up first." When the butler came closer, Lin Yuan felt a little unnaturally nervous. He didn't expect that this room came with a dedicated butler. No matter how you think about it, it is normal for the property management to provide a housekeeper for the house in this place. Okay. The butler walked in front of Lin Yuan and the others and pressed the elevator button first. When Lin Yuan and the other person walked to the elevator door, it just opened. Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga walked in, and the housekeeper hurriedly followed and pressed the 66th floor. The elevator slowly rises. The light in the compartment was changing, and the originally foggy glass suddenly became clear. Mu Chinga turned around curiously, and at a glance, the river and the forest appeared before his eyes. With each increase in altitude, the field of vision expanded a little. It was not until Lin Yuan took Mu Chinga out of the elevator and arrived at the door of the house that she came back to her senses from the shock. There is a paper cut of the word pasted on the black walnut door. Compared with the huge door, it seems to say nothing, but also seems to say everything. Mu Chinga asked Lin Yuan in surprise, "Is this our wedding room you mentioned?" "That's right. Come on, I'll show you." Lin Yuan pressed the electronic door lock on the door.
With a tick-tock sound, the door opened.
Mu Chinga was even more shocked when he saw this.
She naturally knew the prices of the houses here, especially this Riverview house, which was obviously different from the other houses.
It was probably even more outrageously expensive.
Even if it's not hundreds of millions, it must be at least tens of millions. Thinking of this, Mu Chinga couldn't help but stare at Lin Yuan and asked, "Lin Yuan, tell me honestly, where did you get so much money?" Based on her understanding of Lin Yuan, the fact that he was able to come up with 10 million before was already beyond her expectations. Now he has an additional house worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. These things have accumulated together in a short period of time, and it is obvious that something is wrong.
Lin Yuan touched his nose, then said to justify himself,
"Actually, when I was at your parents' place, I didn't explain clearly that I did win the first prize in the lottery, and the first prize was indeed 10 million, but I bought 50 tickets.
Mu Chinga took a breath when he heard it. 50 notes. 10 million. Isn't it just 500 million? After Mu Chinga made the calculation, he was even more shocked. Although her family conditions were relatively good, she couldn't even imagine the huge sum of 500 million yuan.
Moreover, compared with the 500 million that others earned by racking their brains, Lin Yuan's way of making money sounds too easy. If this is a matter of luck, then Lin Yuan's luck is a little too good, so good that even gods and humans would envy him.
Mu Chinga was truly envious, even a little jealous.
She looked at Lin Yuan with resentment, stretched out her hand to him, and said jokingly, "Hand over all your small treasury to me." Lin Yuan smiled slyly, "Next time for sure." After saying that, he rubbed Mu Chinga's head and earnestly instructed, "You must keep it a secret for me. Don't tell other people, or they will remember it."
"I know." Mu Chinga nodded solemnly. She still understands the principle of not showing off one's wealth. Afterwards, Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga walked in and saw the situation inside the house at a glance. The total indoor area is more than 300 square meters. The decoration inside is very simple. After reducing the fancy and impractical decorations, the overall atmosphere in the house appears particularly grand. The most eye-catching thing is the balcony with a huge sliding door and floor-to-ceiling windows next to the living room. Standing here, you can have a perfect view of the beautiful scenery of the Yangtze River. This place is so beautiful. Mu Chinga had thought that it would be nice to have a river view room here that could overlook the entire community. After all, when they drove in, they felt the large area of the community. Even if they hadn't finished touring the place, it was enough to imagine how big it was. As a result, when she stood in front of her floor-to-ceiling window, she realized that the scenery she saw in the elevator was just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps it is due to the limitation of the elevator screen that only this much can be seen. While they were in the house, they were like paid SVIP users. In addition to the community below them, they could also see the mountains in the distance and the towns that were relatively close to them. If it was at night, Mu Chinga would not even doubt that he could still see Jiangqing's iconic buildings from home. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Lin Yuan stood in front of the French window, walked slowly around it, and looked at the river view in front of him from time to time, feeling deeply moved. He never expected that one day he would be able to live the life he had once fantasized about. With luxury cars and mansions, I want to be a freeloader in the modern city, without worrying about my livelihood or asking for directions for my future. Lin Yuan touched the stone pillar of the balcony. If he hadn't felt some coolness in his hand, he would have thought he was dreaming. At this moment, Mu Chinga in the room suddenly screamed. When Lin Yuan, who was outside, heard the noise inside, he thought Mu Chinga had fallen, so he hurried over to see. Chapter 15. Lin Yuan followed Mu Chinga's voice and came to the bedroom. Standing at the door, he saw Mu Chinga standing in front of the big bed with her mouth covered, her pupils slightly dilated, looking inside with a surprised expression. Lin Yuan was a little curious, so he followed Mu Chinga's gaze and looked over there, wanting to see what had attracted Mu Chinga's attention. As he thought about it, he walked inside. As soon as he entered the door, he saw two pair wood clothes hangers lying on the ground in front of Mu Chinga. If he looked carefully, he could even see a corner of the carved beams and painted buildings on them. Two sets of Chinese clothes were hanging on the hangers. Unlike ordinary haute couture, which does not use a transparent dust-proof shell to drape over the clothes, it is covered with an acrylic shell, which not only shows the charm of the clothes but also prevents the dust cover from touching the exquisitely embroidered artwork inside.
Lin Yuan looked at the dragon and phoenix outlined in gold thread on the bright red dress and knew that the two pieces of clothing in front of him were the wedding dresses of Feng Qiuhuang and Feng Wang Yufei. He was a little curious before about how the system would deliver the two sets of clothes, but he didn't expect that they would be hung directly in the gifted Riverview room, thus skipping the intermediate process, which was quite thoughtful. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan walked behind Mu Qingge and gently hugged Mu Qingge. He exerted a little force to reduce the gap between them, and whispered in her ear, "Do you like it?" Like. Mu Qingge felt the heat blowing against her ears, and the soft feeling made her shrug her shoulders in an attempt to break free from Lin Yuan's embrace. Lin Yuan pretended to be unaware, tightened his grip slightly, and continued speaking. "This is a wedding dress specially prepared for our wedding. It is made by a famous craftsman of domestic intangible cultural heritage. On the wedding day, you can wear it and be the most dazzling bride." As he spoke, Lin Yuan's hot kiss began to fall. It started from the back of the neck, and then moved along the lines, blooming step by step, and everywhere it passed was dyed red. The itchiness gradually spread across Mu Qingge's body. She thought that only her neck felt the heat, but she didn't expect that there was a restless hand on her body, painting like Ma Liang's magic brush. Under the double attack, Mu Qingge quickly fell. The indestructible city wall collapsed in an instant, and the guards at the city gate were also defeated. The ambiguous atmosphere gradually grew, along with the heat in the room. The heavy breathing sounds like dense drum beats, interweaving together, and from time to time you can hear the pleasant sound of flowing water interspersed among them. The sound of flowing water in the mountains is so free and easy. About an hour later, Mu Qingge ran out of the bedroom with a red face and disheveled clothes, muttering to herself as she ran. "Lin Yuan, you are a hooligan." "No way." Lin Yuan walked out of the room slowly, looking innocent. "Wife, what you said is not right. We are a legal couple. Isn't it normal to kiss, hug and lift each other up?" Lin Yuan touched his lips, a touch of red appeared on his hand, and he smiled meaningfully. "We haven't done anything yet, and you're already a hooligan. If we really do something, you..." Mu Qingge's face turned red, she felt embarrassed and anxious. She wanted to speak but couldn't, and all the words were stuck in her throat. Seeing this, Lin Yuan had some thoughts in his mind and smiled evilly. "But since you've said that, if I don't do something a gangster should do, I'd be unworthy of the title." As he said that, Lin Yuan pounced towards Mu Qingge. Mu Qingge cried out shyly and tried to hide away. At the same time, on the other side, Wang family. Inside the house, Su Chanxian and Wang Long stared at each other, both looking worried. Su Chanxian was really unwilling to let the Maserati she had just obtained fly away like that. If Wang Rong could successfully reconcile with Lin Yuan, maybe with Lin Yuan's introduction, she could also find a rich second-generation boyfriend, and thus she would be able to rise to the top and become a phoenix. "Tell me, can your sister successfully get back together with Lin Yuan?" "How should I know?" Wang Long was extremely angry, especially after knowing that Mu Qingge might be involved with Lin Yuan. He could no longer sit still. If there had been no news from Wang Rong, he would have definitely taken up arms and gone to find Lin Yuan to settle the score. That boy is so brave. He even dared to touch the woman he liked. If he didn't cut Lin Yuan's hands off and chop them into 8 pieces, his name would be written upside down. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the door. A taxi stopped in front of Wang's house, and Wang Rong, who was sitting inside, got out of the taxi with her numb body. Her thoughts seemed to be taken away, and she was in a daze. "My mind was in a mess and I didn't know where I was. In the end, I relied on my memory to walk back to my home." Su Chanxian and Wang Long, who were originally talking in the living room, heard the noise at the door. They both pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Only after they were sure that they had not heard wrong did they stand up from the table and chairs and hurried to the door. As soon as they walked out of the living room, they saw Wang Rong coming back from outside. Seeing this, the two of them, each thinking about the little thing in their hearts, hurried over and asked anxiously, "What's going on? Did Lin Yuan agree to get back together with you? Is Mu Qingge still with Lin Yuan?" The two of them blurted out questions one after another, completely ignoring the distraught Wang Rong at the moment, and they didn't even have the slightest intention of comforting Wang Rong. Faced with the problems that were coming her way, Wang Rong could no longer hold back her emotions after seeing Su Chanxian and Wang Long. She let out a loud wow and burst into tears. "What's wrong?" Su Chanxian and Wang Long were already very anxious, and when they saw Wang Rong's appearance, their anxiety increased a bit. "Hurry up and tell me." Wang Long urged impatiently, but all he got was crying.
Woo woo. Wang Rong was crying so hard that she was out of breath. Even if she wanted to answer Su Chanqian and the others, she couldn't say it for a while. Don't rush your sister. Can't you see she's crying? Su Chanqian said to Wang Long while comforting Wang Rong. She also wanted to know whether Wang Rong and Lin Yuan finally got back together, but Wang Rong was obviously unable to speak in her current state. If she wanted to know the answer, she had to coax Wang Rong. With Su Chanqian's comfort, Wang Rong's crying gradually became quieter. Seeing that Wang Rong's condition had stabilized, Su Chanqian quickly asked, "What happened?" Wang Rong answered with a pause. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's mother gave Mu Qingge a white jade bracelet. She said it was his mother's dowry, a family heirloom from her mother's family. His mother's ancestors were big landlords, and the bracelet was passed down from the Qing dynasty. And, woo woo. Wang Rong sobbed a few times and sniffed. Lin Yuan bought a house for Mu Qingge. The house is worth 100 million. What? Upon hearing this, Su Chanqian and Wang Long were both stunned. Chapter 16. Wang Rong's sobbing continued. Compared to her previous crying, the sound of her crying now has become somewhat restrained. Su Chanqian, who was standing next to Wang Rong, was the first to come to her senses, her face looking a little grim. But she didn't regret it at all, she just felt angry at Lin Yuan for hiding his background. It's all Lin Yuan's fault. The main culprit behind all this is that stinky man Lin Yuan. It's all his fault. Otherwise, if he had concealed his identity as a rich second generation from us, we wouldn't have treated him like this. If he had told us earlier, this marriage would have been a happy one for everyone. How could we have ended up like this? Besides, Lin Yuan is too stingy. His family has so much money, but he is not willing to give us even a mere 300,000 yuan. Is this necessary? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell others about it? As she spoke, Su Chanqian felt herself getting extremely angry. After all, if you curse at Lin Yuan in the air, Lin Yuan himself cannot hear you, and all the words you have said are meaningless to him and cannot cause any real harm. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of Wang Rong still crying beside me. Then, Su Chanqian vented her anger on Wang Rong. And you, Rong. You are really something. You can't even control your own boyfriend. You are about to get married, but someone snatched your fiancé away. If you had any ability, you wouldn't end up like this. Thinking about the luxury cars and mansions that had run away before she even got them, she looked at the good-for-nothing, crying Wang Rong in front of her, and her anger grew more and more intense. But Wang Rong was immersed in her endless regret at the moment, and did not notice that Su Chanqian had changed the target of accusation from Lin Yuan to herself. After hearing the first half of Su Chanqian's words, she began to talk to herself. I don't want things to turn out like this, but who knows? Wang Rong wanted to vent her emotions, but she didn't know how. In the end, she grabbed her hair with her hands, lowered her head and muttered to herself. Besides, it's too late to say anything now. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge have already obtained their marriage certificate. He and I are really done. There will never be a chance for us to get back together. What? Upon hearing this, Su Chanqian was stunned again. Her half-open mouth was originally accusing Wang Rong, but now it seemed as if she was mute and could not make any sound. She thought that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge's confession was just to show in front of everyone, just to protect Lin Yuan's pitiful little self-esteem, and then to play with their feelings for fun. But Su Chanqian never thought that Lin Yuan was serious. Confessing his love to Mu Qingge was nothing. It had only been a short time and they went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. Wasn't it a bit too hasty? Su Chanqian's neck stiffened, and she slowly turned her attention back to Wang Rong. In that case, isn't there no hope at all for Lin Yuan and Wang Rong to get back together? At this time, Wang Long, who was standing aside, heard the news that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge had already obtained their marriage certificate. He instantly came to his senses and subconsciously punched the wall next to him. Bang! The wall took a punch from Wang Long, but it didn't move at all, as if nothing had happened. On the contrary, after Wang Long threw a punch in anger, his pair of white and tender hands turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The protruding knuckles were first filled with numbness, but after a moment, the numbness gradually disappeared with the flow of blood. The pain that was blocked behind rushed up with lightning speed and hit his brain directly. Hiss! Wang Long realized the pain belatedly, his facial features wrinkled together and his expression became somewhat ferocious. He immediately pulled his hand back and screamed in pain. But the next second, he forced his wide-open mouth shut.
After all, in front of Wang Rong, Su Chanqian, and his two younger brothers, he still had to pretend to have his insignificant big brother image.
I must kill Lin Yuan.
Wang Long's face turned the color of liver. He was in so much pain, but he still threatened, how dare he steal my woman.
I think he doesn't want to live anymore.
Sister, tell me where Lin Yuan's neighborhood is.
I'm going to beat him up right now.
Wang Rong felt warm at heart when she saw her brother threatening her. She thought that her brother just couldn't stand her being bullied, so he stood up for her. Unfortunately, she knew the level of vigilance in the community.
What's the point of you going? You can't even enter other people's communities. Then, what should we do then? Wang Long couldn't hold it anymore. Wang Rong and Wang Long fell silent for a moment.
The two looked at each other, and then simultaneously turned their gazes to military advisor Su Chanqian.
The two pairs of eyes that accidentally confronted each other made Su Chanqian guess the intentions between the brother and sister. Unfortunately, Su Chanqian didn't know what to do at this moment.
As a result, at this moment, one of Wang Long's younger brothers suddenly handed him a mobile phone.
Hey, Brother Long, look, is this your sister?
Hearing this, Wang Long and the other two came over curiously, wanting to see clearly what was on the man's phone. The video on the phone was still playing, and the images inside were also playing along with it. Several heads were crowded together, looking at the content on the small mobile phone screen together. The scene on the screen changed, and Wang Rong was seen squatting next to a Maserati and crying. Passers-by who saw her shouted miserable.
Immediately afterwards, accompanied by Wang Rong's crying, a female voice synthesized by AI began to explain the content of the video. Everyone, please pay attention.
The woman in the video is called Xiaomei. She was abandoned by her boyfriend of many years. She wanted to go to her boyfriend's house to ask for an explanation, but her boyfriend and his parents ignored her.
Xiaomei's boyfriend also found a girlfriend without any connection and kicked her out of the house.
Poor Xiaomei was bullied to the point that she could only squat on the ground and cry bitterly. Dear friends, please remember to like, forward and collect this post.
Let us do our part to fight against scumbag men. The data in the video is climbing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Long clicked on the comments section of the video and found that most of the comments below were denouncing and blaming Xiaomei's ex-boyfriend and his current girlfriend.
Seeing these comments, Su Chanqian's eyes suddenly turned slightly.
I have an idea. Upon hearing this, Wang Rong and Wang Long looked at Su Chanqian in confusion. Chapter 17.
Su Chanqian glanced at Wang Rong and the other person and told them her own solution.
This video has gone viral now. Look at the number of likes and reposts next to it. This video must have millions of views. What does that have to do with us? Wang Long didn't know what Su Chanqian was trying to say, so he asked, do we have to contact the owner of the video and ask him to give us half of the traffic money? Su Chanqian almost couldn't breathe. Looking at Wang Long's thick neck, she even suspected that this guy had an enlarged thyroid and his brain was eaten away. If Lin Yuan and your sister get back together, or if Lin Yuan compensates us, which one wouldn't be more than the traffic money behind this video?
Wang Rong, who was standing next to him, heard this and quickly came up to ask, then what should we do?
Rong, you are the person involved.
Now go to Weibo and Zaya Hongshu and open your own personal account.
First, state that you are the female protagonist in the video. Then write a statement. The content of the statement is, just say that you were deceived by a scumbag rich second-generation man in your feelings and body.
At the same time, on the day of your wedding, this scumbag rich second-generation man not only cancelled the wedding with you, but also deliberately confessed his love to other women in front of your relatives and friends at the wedding. It embarrasses you in front of your family, and even more so, it embarrasses the entire Wang family. You can add some information about Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge at the end of the statement, so that some netizens who are in a high position will follow the clues, and those who don't know the truth will definitely stand on your side and cyberbully Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge. Then we can use the pressure of public opinion to force Lin Yuan to be responsible for you. Even if Lin Yuan is not responsible, at least he must compensate you for a certain amount of mental damages.
In this way, even if we can't get back together, we can still get a large amount of compensation, right? Wang Rong's eyes turned, thinking about the feasibility of the plan Su Chanqian mentioned.
Then she clapped her hands.
Your idea is great. I'll write it right away.
But after saying that, Wang Rong suddenly paused and looked at Su Chanqian with a confused look in her eyes.
Then, should we include the matter of the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift?
Su Chanqian suddenly felt that it was not unreasonable for Wang Rong and Wang Long to become brother and sister. They were born from the same mother, and even this idiot had exactly the same ideas.
You are stupid. You definitely can't write about this.
If you write about it, maybe fewer people will stand on your side, and then you won't be a threat to Lin Yuan.
Why do you still want to write about it? Wang Rong shook her head immediately after hearing this. I see. I'll write it now.
Just as Wang Rong was about to leave and go back to her room, Su Chanxian called her. Wait, when you write, pay attention.
Remember to make Muchinga look like a green tea girl. Just say,
Muchinga, the green tea girl, is having an ambiguous relationship with your brother while seducing your boyfriend.
Okay, I understand. Wang Rong immediately did what Su Chanxian said. At the same time,
after Lin Yuan and Muchinga chased each other in this huge house, they were both exhausted. They lay on the bed in a big human shape, staring at the retro pendant light on the ceiling with their eyes, and their breathing gradually calmed down. Lin Yuan's hand was placed on Muchinga's chest as he wished, floating up and down with her breathing. Muchinga, who was lying next to her, was too lazy to fight off Lin Yuan's dirty hand. After a moment, Lin Yuan turned around, looked at Muchinga's profile, and asked for Muchinga's opinion.
Honey, which hotel do you want to hold your wedding at? Muchinga slightly turned her body and met Lin Yuan's eyes. I'll do whatever you say. I see. Lin Yuan blinked and fell into deep thought. A wedding is an experience that only happens once in a person's life.
If he is going to have it, he must make it grand so that Muchinga and the guests who come to the wedding will never forget it. After a long while, Lin Yuan said,
how about, let's hold it at the Hanjiangting Hotel. Hanjiangting Hotel is the best 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng.
It is the most suitable choice to place myself and Muchinga here.
Moreover, he now has 100 million yuan.
Excluding the next 10 million yuan for investment, he still has 90 million yuan available. This money is enough to give Muchinga a super grand wedding in Jiangcheng. Muchinga glanced at Lin Yuan, moved closer to his arms, and said softly, I will listen to you.
It's up to you to decide.
Lin Yuan felt the softness and warmth of jade in his arms, his heart already distracted. He held Muchinga's face and savored it carefully again. After feeling that Muchinga's breathing became difficult, Lin Yuan reluctantly let go of Muchinga and held her in his arms. The breathing of the two people, who were originally in a disorderly manner, soon became the same frequency. At this time, Lin Yuan remembered something and sat up slightly while holding Muchinga. By the way, I think we should still adhere to the principle of not showing off our wealth. After all, there are too many people with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Muchinga looked up at Lin Yuan, waiting for his next words. Lin Yuan continued, if anyone asks where the money for the wedding came from, we will always say that it was your family who paid for it. Remember to tell your father-in-law and mother-in-law when the time comes.
I know. Muchinga rubbed against Lin Yuan's arms like a cat, enjoying the leisure time in the afternoon with Lin Yuan.
Only when the sunlight seemed to be fading did Lin Yuan and Muchinga slowly get up from the bed and drive to the Hanjiangting Hotel to make an appointment for their wedding 5 days later. However, Lin Yuan and his companion, who drove away happily, had no idea that they had become famous on the internet. Just recently, Wang Rong edited a short essay and posted it on Weibo and Xiaohongshu together with the most popular video. Since this topic itself has a certain amount of traffic, and the person involved quickly stood up, the popularity of this topic was immediately pushed to the top of various platforms. As time goes by, the popularity remains high, and more people come to watch and eat. For a while, the comments section was filled with accusations, and most people were blaming Lin Yuan and Muchinga for their shameful behavior. Even though there were a few people who doubted the authenticity of the matter and wanted to speak up for Lin Yuan and Muchinga, they were suppressed by a group of online trolls before they could even say a few words. Some people even sent them private messages directly, and abusive words poured in one after another. As a result, even those netizens who wanted to speak for Lin Yuan and the others could only leave in disgrace in the end.
Lin Yuan and Muchinga had no idea that the internet was already boiling with excitement. The two of them now arrived at the Hanjiangting Hotel. After parking the car, they walked into the best 5-star hotel in Jiangcheng, the Hanjiangting Hotel. When Lin Yuan and his companion, who were dressed in ordinary clothes, appeared in the lobby of Hanjiangting Hotel, the waiter in the lobby first glanced at them, and finally chose to ignore them. Only a waiter who was closer to Lin Yuan and the others came over to greet them. He was smiling as he walked away, but when he saw Lin Yuan and Muchinga's faces clearly, his expression suddenly became strange. Chapter 18. Lin Yuan looked at the waiter's expression and didn't think much about it. Instead, he directly stated his purpose. "Hello, I'm here to book a wedding banquet." "Okay." The waiter immediately led Lin Yuan and the other person to the rest area and said, "Please wait here for a moment. I'll go get the manager." Lin Yuan nodded and didn't pay too much attention to the waiter. "Wife, what do you think of this place?" "Fine." Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge looked around this magnificent place word by word, as if the Hanjiangting Hotel was their own property, and began to point out the situation. "I've thought it through. Since I'm going to have this wedding, I'm going to amaze everyone. Will it be expensive?" "It's okay. The husband is willing to spend money on his wife." When Mu Qingge heard this, her face turned slightly red. While Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge were flirting with each other, neither of them noticed that the waiter who had just left did not go to find the lobby manager immediately, but instead found a deserted place and hid there. Then he took out his mobile phone, clicked on the third most searched post on Weibo, and made a comment in the real-time square. "A lifetime of eating and waiting for death. I seem to have seen that scumbag and the green tea girl. I work at the Hanjiangting Hotel. Those two just came to our hotel and said they wanted to book a wedding banquet. Are they going to get married?" The waiter looked over the message he had edited again, and after finding no errors, he sent the message out. Once the comment was posted, it immediately attracted a lot of responses. The waiter looked at the rapidly rising red light in the background of his private message, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. As he walked to the manager's office, he took out his mobile phone and checked the replies from netizens. Bagpipes sounded in the distance. "Wang Rong is almost depressed now, but this couple is still thinking about getting married? Eyes curled up, this is really a bit too much. Isn't this obviously cheating on Wang Rong's feelings? Otherwise, who would cancel the engagement on the wedding day, and then turn around and hook up with a new girlfriend? Now they are even planning a wedding banquet at the Hanjiangting Hotel. There should be a limit to playing with other people's feelings, right? Lousy Tianxiao Wushuang, this is trash, it really brings shame to us men. We must find this scumbag today. If we don't get a reason today, this matter will never end. Xiao Wodo, that green tea girl really played a good hand. She is so great just because she is beautiful. Who knows how many people have fucked her behind her back." Looking at the ugly words in the private message backstage, somehow, the waiter curled up a sly smile. For a time, the discussions among netizens on Weibo and Xia Hongshu became increasingly heated. The entry was about to fall out of the top 3 trending searches, but because of the waiter's comment behind the scenes, it suddenly became the #1 trending search, and even pushed down the posts of the 2 traffic stars in front of it. At this time, the hotel manager arrived late. "I'm sorry to have kept you two waiting for so long." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The hotel manager took a little too long to come, but since less trouble is worse than more, Lin Yuan did not pursue the matter. "Please follow me, let's go inside and talk." The hotel manager led the way, nodding and bowing. Although the 2 young men in front of him did not look rich, he unexpectedly discovered that there was a latest model Maserati in the parking lot at the door. He knows exactly how many vehicles come in and out of the hotel, and he remembers every type and model of car. That's why he was so sure that the Maserati at the hotel entrance must have been the work of these 2 people. In this way, he knew that Lin Yuan and the other person were big clients, and he had to keep them at all costs. After all, if he did a good job, he would be able to get a large commission. When the hotel manager thought about money, the corners of his smile were about to reach his temples. VIP reception room. When the manager led Lin Yuan and the other person to sit down, he was busy pouring water for them while promoting the hotel's wedding banquet packages. "Have you two seen any satisfactory solutions?" The hotel manager smiled as he watched the 2 of them turn to the last page of the folder, and couldn't stop laughing. That was the most expensive package in the entire hotel. After the deal was done, he would get 100,000. As a result, facing his smile, Lin Yuan closed the folder under the manager's hopeful gaze. Seeing this, the hotel manager's heart suddenly skipped a beat and he asked hurriedly, "Sir, is there anything inappropriate? If there is anything inappropriate, we can also customize the wedding. The styles are diverse and you are guaranteed to be satisfied." "Oh?" Lin Yuan had long been tired of seeing the same old plans in the folders, but now that he heard that the hotel could also support customization, he suddenly became excited. "I want a Chinese-style wedding. You can choose any other style. After all, you have a lot of experience, so I'm confident in leaving it to you." Lin Yuan crossed his arms and leaned back. "Money is not a problem. I just have one small request. It has to be special enough to make people remember it deeply. Chinese wedding.
The hotel manager muttered to himself, and then seemed to have thought of something. He picked up the pencil next to him and scribbled on a piece of paper for a while, then he reported a number. If it is according to your request, Mr. Lin, our offer is 5 million. When he heard the number 5 million, Mu Qingge imagined the red money being distributed like running water, and he felt a little bit sorry for the money.
But after hearing the offer, Lin Yuan didn't feel bad at all.
Okay, type out the contract. The hotel manager was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Yuan to agree so readily without even the slightest intention of bargaining. The next second, he quickly pulled himself out of his stunned state.
Please wait a moment. I will go get the contract. Commission from a 5 million order.
The hotel manager's face was blooming with a smile. After the contract was signed, Lin Yuan directly transferred 2 million to the hotel as a deposit, and then paid the remaining 3 million balance after the wedding. After the hotel problem was resolved, Lin Yuan took Mu Qingge out of the hotel and prepared to contact the wedding company again. However, just as he walked out of the hotel, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Lin Yuan took out his cell phone and saw that it was his brother Fong Zichuan calling. These brothers usually communicate through WeChat, and if they use the phone, it is mostly for important matters. Lin Yuan didn't think much about it and answered the call. The person on the other end of the phone spoke in a hurry.
Lin Yuan, are you available? Go check out the top trending news on Weibo.
Lin Yuan was a little suspicious when he heard this, but he still asked Mu Qingge to take out his mobile phone and open the Weibo hot search.
Before opening it, Mu Qingge already had a bad feeling. Seeing the number 1 hot search term, Mu Qingge's intuition was immediately confirmed.
When they clicked on it, the short essay sent by Wang Rong, the party involved, caught the eyes of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge. Below the essay, there was a video of Wang Rong breaking down and crying in front of Lin Yuan's house.
Lin Yuan frowned and clicked into the comments section.
All the ugly words in the front row flooded into their eyes. Mu Qingge, who was standing next to him, looked at the comments and his face turned pale.
Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner when I get back.
Oh, it's just a small favor. Just take a look at how to handle it. If you need any help from me, please let me know.
Good.
After Lin Yuan hung up the phone, he looked back at the screen of his mobile phone. He really didn't expect Wang Rong and Su Chanqian to be so shameless. At first, he only planned to get back the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift and never have any contact with Wang Rong again. After all, he and Wang Rong had been in love for 4 years, and he didn't want to make things too embarrassing. Even if it was, he left Wang Rong the last bit of dignity. But unexpectedly, Wang Rong and her friends not only did not appreciate it, but instead went even further and insisted on taking things to such an extreme extent. In this case, Lin Yuan felt that he had been too soft-hearted before. If he didn't teach them a lesson, who knows what they would do with their shameless faces. At the same time, the system voice suddenly rang. It has been detected that the host and his lover are experiencing a cyberbullying crisis. 2 surveillance videos have been specially provided. The videos have been sent to the host's mobile phone. Please check them. Lin Yuan opened his phone out of curiosity and found that there were indeed 2 more videos in the album. Then he clicked on the 2 videos. The first one was on the night before the wedding, when Su Chanqian instigated Wang Rong to increase the betrothal gift.
The second one was the scene of the bride picking up on the wedding day.
Wang Rong suddenly changed her mind and raised the price of the betrothal gift, and Su Chanqian fanned the flames and insulted her. After seeing the contents of the 2 videos in the mobile phone, Lin Yuan felt more confident. This time, he wanted Wang Rong and Su Chanqian to pay the price for what they had done.
Chapter 19.
At this time, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge's cell phones rang at the same time. The 2 looked at each other, saw the caller ID on each other's phones, and roughly understood the purpose of the call. After a pause, both of them answered the phone.
What's wrong with you? Why is there someone calling our house? After the call was connected, he didn't say anything but cursed us indiscriminately.
The words he said were really rude. They first briefly explained the situation, and then became concerned about the situations of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge.
Are you okay?
Mom and Dad, we are all fine, don't worry, I will definitely take care of this matter. After saying that, Lin Yuan comforted his parents and then hung up the phone. He didn't expect that the things Wang Rong had done would not only involve himself and Mu Qingge, but now also involve their parents. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's face turned even colder. The other side.
Wang Rong and Su Chanqian were so excited when they saw that the post they posted was ranked first on the trending search list. If conditions were not limited, they would have opened a bottle of champagne to celebrate. Thinking that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge were now caught up in public opinion, Su Chanqian smiled wickedly. She could even imagine how Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge felt. They must be getting restless and were busy removing the news from the internet. What a pity! They were one step late after all. The internet is now full of negative news about Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge. Even if they want to clarify it this time, it may not be that easy. After all, the masses only care about whether they are happy or not and pursue the fun of eating melons. No one cares about what the truth behind it is. They only believe what they want to know. It was because Su Chanqian thought of this that she let Wang Rong go ahead and do it. If Lin Yuan wanted to break this situation, the only way to stop the gossips was to get back together with Wang Rong. By then, won't the luxury cars and mansions she lost be easily regained? Seeing this, Wang Rong, who was standing next to her, was also in a good mood. She was thinking about calling Lin Yuan, but was stopped by Su Chanqian beside her. Wang Rong looked at Su Chanqian in confusion. Why are you stopping me? It's rare for us to be proud of ourselves. Shouldn't we press on and press on? What if Lin Yuan knows he's wrong and comes back to reconcile with me? If he still refuses to see Huang He, I'll write another short essay to keep the public opinion going. I don't believe that Lin Yuan will continue to hold on. Rong, you're too impulsive. Let's not call now. Su Chanqian held down Wang Rong's hand as she was about to make the call. We have the initiative now. Why should we take the initiative to call Lin Yuan? If things continue like this, Lin Yuan will definitely not be able to bear it and will call to beg for mercy, and we can just sit back and reap the benefits. You're right. When Wang Rong heard this, she felt that what Su Chanqian said made sense, so she gave up the idea of calling. But Wang Rong, who had already tasted the sweetness, had seen the power of public opinion, so she did not let herself sit idle. Instead, she turned back to her chair and began editing the next short essay, preparing to use it to blackmail Lin Yuan. What Wang Rong didn't expect was that before she had even finished writing her essay, a post suddenly appeared in less than half a day and quickly occupied a place on the hot search list. The content of the post was Lin Yuan's recollection of the events of that day. He also attached 2 videos at the end of the article. When many curious people saw the text version of the description, they thought that Lin Yuan, the scumbag, was just making excuses for himself. But when they finished reading the full text and clicked on the video attached at the end, the truth they held on to in their hearts began to waver. The images from the 2 videos were mixed together, and combined with the facts stated by Lin Yuan, the truth hidden behind them gradually surfaced. Before there is evidence, both sides hold their own opinions, and there will always be some people who like to gossip and take sides like fence-sitters. But when the evidence came out, these fence-sitters disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. The internet's onlookers exploded once again, while Wang Rong and Su Chanqian in front of the screen were completely panicked. Because they saw a picture attached to the article. Lin Yuan posted a photo of the Zhangjiangqing Public Security Bureau and said that he had called the police to handle the matter. Looking at the rapidly rising traffic, Wang Rong was stunned. What she didn't know was that the reason why this post could gain huge traffic in a very short period of time was thanks to Lin Yuan's ability to make money. Although Lin Yuan spent 1 million to buy traffic and hired a group of internet trolls to create hype, he didn't feel sorry for the money he spent. After all, if Wang Rong and other evil people could get the punishment they deserved, he felt that the money was worth it. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge had already arrived at the Public Security Bureau. They handed over all the information they had prepared in advance, the evidence they had collected, and the identity information of the person who filed the case to the police. The lawyer also followed Lin Yuan and the others to the Public Security Bureau and took full charge of the incident. Wang Rong and Su Chanqian maliciously fabricated facts and disseminated my private information online without my permission. They also induced others to commit cyberbullying against me, causing great harm and distress to my life and that of my parents. Therefore, I request the police to file a case and bring the offenders to justice. At the same time, Wang Rong and Su Chanqian were petrified. Faced with the impending legal sanctions, both of them broke down. In addition to Lin Yuan's reasons, there was another thing that made them even more angry. The 2 of them anxiously opened the comments section to see what was going on. Previously, all the comments were insulting Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge, but now they have greatly decreased. At least half of the people immediately changed their stance after seeing Lin Yuan's video and spoke up for him. The 2 of them looked down angrily and saw a long comment.
There are always teachers who have to ask parents to come. I am a pure passerby, please tell me your opinion. Wang Rong and Lin Yuan each have their own opinions, but compared to Wang Rong, there is only her own statement in the video taken from the perspective of a passerby. There is no more evidence to verify the authenticity of what she said. After all, according to Wang Rong's description, both Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge have good family backgrounds. On the contrary, Wang Rong's family background is somewhat disadvantaged between the two. Of course, I don't mean to say that Wang Rong loves money, I am just telling the truth. In comparison, Lin Yuan's post is more authentic, not only because Lin Yuan presented evidence, but also because he chose to call the police. You know, people with something to hide will not call the police, or they will just shoot themselves in the foot. In this way, what is the truth of the matter? I believe everyone has sharp eyes and can judge the truth of the matter by themselves. Wang Rong read the netizens' long comments with a gloomy face. Feeling resentful, she prepared to send out the second short essay she had just edited in an attempt to confuse the public again. However, at this moment, sirens suddenly sounded outside the house. When they heard the sharp sirens, Wang Rong and Su Chanqian's hearts began to panic and they began to tremble as if their bodies were frozen by ice. Chapter 20. Boom boom boom. There was a knock at the door. Along with it came the sound of police car sirens. Open the door. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Rong and Su Chanqian looked at each other, neither of them moved first. You go. Wang Rong was scared and pushed Su Chanqian to the front. But Su Chanqian would never let Wang Rong get her wish. She turned around and pushed Wang Rong out again. This is your house. Logically speaking, you should be the one to leave. You are the owner of this house. Wang Rong wanted to focus her eyes on Wang Long, but before she looked over, she saw Wang Long lowering his head, obviously looking unwilling to go. As a result, Wang Rong gritted her teeth and had to open the door herself. As soon as she opened the door, she saw several policemen in public security uniforms standing at her door. Comrade, what can I do for you? The public security comrades looked at Wang Rong, then looked down at their mobile phone, and confirmed that the person in front of them was Wang Rong. They glanced behind Wang Rong again, but did not see Su Chanqian. You are Wang Rong, right? Please come back with us to the station and make a statement. Me? Wang Rong couldn't speak clearly after hearing this. Yes, you and Su Chanqian. The public security comrade recorded some information in the small book and asked casually, You are alone. Where is Su Chanqian? Why didn't we see her? Did she go back? No, she's right behind me. Wang Rong didn't want to go to the police station alone. If Su Chanqian accompanied her, she might not be so panicked. As a result, she turned around and was stunned. Su Chanqian was clearly behind him just now, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. The expression on Wang Rong's face froze a little. Wait a moment, she should be going to the bathroom. Wang Rong walked in quickly and asked Wang Long. Where's Su Chanqian? Wang Long pointed in a direction. Seeing this, Wang Rong walked over immediately. Unexpectedly, Su Chanqian was really in the bathroom, but the door of the bathroom was locked and could not be opened at all. After trying for a long time, Wang Rong finally gave up and shouted outside the door. Chanqian, are you okay? No. Su Chanqian just saw someone outside the door and hid inside in a hurry. Who knew that Wang Rong's house was equipped with anti-theft nets everywhere, so she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Hurry up, the police are calling us to take a statement. Why don't you go first, I'll follow you later. No way. The expression on Su Chanqian's face was very unwilling. I don't know whether Wang Rong is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. She actually wants to drag me into this matter of going to the Public Security Bureau. Isn't there something wrong with her? But falling into this tiny bathroom is like a turtle falling into a vat, with no other options except turning upside down. When Wang Rong was about to say something, footsteps were heard behind her. She turned around and saw that it was a public security officer coming over. She's in there, isn't she? Wang Rong nodded quickly. The public security comrades looked at each other and knocked on the door. Su Chanqian, please cooperate with our work. We will wait for you outside the door. Time passes by every second. Su Chanqian, who was hiding inside, knew that she could not wait any longer, so she took the initiative to open the door and went back to the station with Wang Rong and the public security comrades. As for Wang Long, he was not involved in this incident, so the police did not arrest him. Seeing his sister being taken away and the change in public opinion on the internet, Wang Long was worried that if this continued, he and Muchinga might really have no chance. So, he made up his mind, took out his cell phone and made a call. The call was connected quickly. Wang Long said directly, "Hey, Xiaohaizi, help me contact a dozen brothers and ask them to prepare their weapons. In 5 days, I will lead you to do a big job. Don't worry, you will definitely benefit after the success." After instructing Xiaohaizi, Wang Long hung up the phone with a sinister smile on his face. 5 days later, he is going to cause a scene at Lin Yuan's wedding. He is going to steal the bride. The 3 days passed quickly. In addition to Wang Rong and Su Chanxian being arrested, the fat woman who filmed the video was also arrested by the police. It was Lin Yuan who called the police. Because the fat woman filmed the video, distorted the specific facts, and even maliciously provoked confrontation between men and women. After receiving Lin Yuan's call, the police quickly located the fat woman and arrested her. Apart from calling the police, Lin Yuan didn't care too much about the situation of the three of them because he was busy preparing for his wedding. After all the offenders were arrested, the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau issued an announcement. Jiangcheng Public Security, #situation report #. Recently, the Lin and Wang incident that has been making headlines on the internet has attracted widespread attention. After an in-depth investigation by our bureau, we have found out the truth and now announce the results of the investigation as follows. Lin and Wang are both citizens of our city. They had a conflict due to an emotional dispute. Wang and Su maliciously fabricated facts and spread rumors on the internet without verification, causing serious reputation damage to Lin and his family. They directly and indirectly caused others and their families to suffer from online violence, which brought serious adverse effects to the society. Now, Wang and Su are subject to the following penalties and detained for 7 days. The internet is not a lawless place. Every citizen should abide by laws and regulations and consciously resist online rumors. In response to this incident, our bureau will increase network patrols, crack down on online rumors, and protect the legitimate rights and interests of citizens. At the same time, we also call on the majority of netizens to treat online information rationally, not believe in rumors or spread rumors, and jointly maintain a clear environment in cyberspace. This is hereby announced. And below this notice, there is also punishment for fat women. But compared with Wang Rong and Su Chanxian, her crime was much more serious. The police investigation found that the fat woman had been wandering around Weibo and Weibo, fabricating all kinds of false facts and inciting gender confrontation. In the past 5 years, she maliciously fabricated facts and caused 7 people to suffer online violence. 3 of them committed suicide because they could not bear the online violence. The police have now transferred the fat woman to the local Supreme People's Court and will set a date for trial. At the same time as the announcement was released, 2 videos were also released. One clip shows a fat woman crying and shouting that she was wrong in the interrogation room. Unfortunately, no one will pity her. After all, someone has lost his life because of her actions. So when netizens saw the fat woman's confession, they all applauded. The other video is of Su Chanxian and Wang Rong admitting their mistakes with their heads down. Although it was an official matter and served as a warning to everyone, Wang Rong and Su Chanxian's attitude in admitting their mistakes was really perfunctory. Even netizens who watched the video through the screen felt that the two had no intention of repenting at all. But no matter what, the Public Security Bureau cleared the names of Lin Yuan and Muchinga. The voices that had been abusing Lin Yuan and Muchinga had long disappeared, and everyone was busy apologizing to Lin Yuan. At the same time, they seemed to remember that Lin Yuan and Muchinga were about to get married. The apology queue was completely disrupted after a wedding blessing interrupted it. However, these are just the tip of the iceberg. The comments below are still a mixture of various words. Some people defended their previous actions, some even forgot the police's appeal and posted slogans demanding the discovery of Wang Rong and Su Chanxian. Of course, there are a few female boxers who have gone crazy with boxing and have been clamoring in the comments section, putting aside the facts. Is it true that Lin Yuan did nothing wrong? But her words failed to stir any waves and were soon buried. Xiaobo, Xiaolang, and Lin Yuan on the internet were completely unaware, because the wedding had quietly arrived amidst the intense preparations. On the wedding day, many media came to the door of Hanjiangting Hotel. Because the previous incident caused a lot of controversy, many media heard the news today and paid attention to the wedding of Lin Yuan and Muchinga. Some internet celebrities even started live broadcasts behind the media in order to attract more traffic, broadcasting Lin Yuan and Muchinga's wedding from all angles. Some media's live broadcast rooms were extremely popular, with hundreds of thousands of people watching the live broadcast online at the same time.
At the same time, at Wang Rong's home, Wan Long was watching the live broadcast with his mobile phone. Especially when he saw Lin Yuan coming out, his eyes almost popped out, and the mobile phone in his hand looked like it was about to be crushed. He turned off the screen of his mobile phone, picked up the machete that fell beside him, and then looked at the brothers in the room and said angrily, "Get your weapons ready to kidnap the bride." Chapter 21. A red Maserati led the way, followed by a string of eye-catching red cars. After passing the avenue, they drove into the residential area where Mu Chinga lived. The community was also filled with ribbons and lanterns, hanging on the trees on both sides of the road. Even passers-by knew that there would be a happy event today. Some idle uncles and aunts simply stood outside to watch. Whose happy event it was? They gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat, adding a bit of daily atmosphere. As the leading red car stopped, the convoy behind it also stopped. Facing everyone's curious gazes, the door of the Maserati opened and a man walked out from the driver's seat. Before the onlookers could get a clear look at the man's appearance, their attention was attracted by his red clothes. The weather is very good today. The sun shines brightly, illuminating the gold thread on the man's clothes. The pattern outlined by the gold thread becomes vivid in the sunlight, as if it were given life. When Lin Yuan stood in front of Mu Chinga's house, he did not rush in. Instead, he tidied his clothes in front of the door. When they were no longer obviously messy, he took a deep breath and walked in. There are not many people in the Mu family, but almost all of them are relatives who have a good relationship with Mu Chinga. Although Mu Ziyuan asked the two to skip the traditional steps of knocking on the door and reciting couplets to prove the cultural level of the groom, the necessary etiquette must not be simplified. When Lin Yuan actually took Mu Chinga from Mu Ziyuan and his wife, he had already drunk a belly full of tea, but he did not feel bloated. Instead, he felt that this was a symbol of happiness. Taking Mu Chinga's hand, Lin Yuan looked down and discovered that Mu Chinga's originally fair complexion was made even fairer by the red dress. As they walked out the door, the two of them whispered to each other when no one was paying attention. Mu Chinga asked quietly, "Are you tired?" She was woken up by her family early in the morning to dress up and change clothes. She didn't even have time to drink a sip of water, but at least she was sitting in her own home and didn't feel too tired. But she heard that Lin Yuan had gone out to work on wedding matters in the middle of the night, so she thought he must be very tired. Not tired. Lin Yuan slightly tightened Mu Chinga's hand, with a bright smile on his face, "Thinking about marrying you home, I have endless energy." Mu Chinga was about to speak when the next second he felt his legs leave the ground and his whole body float into the air. "Lin Yuan, what are you doing?" Mu Chinga was a little anxious and wanted to break free from Lin Yuan's arms, but Lin Yuan held her so firmly that she couldn't find a way out for a while. Lin Yuan hurriedly tidied up the clothes of the two people. "Let me show you how energetic my husband is." When Mu Chinga heard this, her face turned red instantly and she buried her head shyly in Lin Yuan's neck. The two of them walked out as one. When Lin Yuan appeared at the door holding Mu Chinga, everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. The two sets of clothes, Feng Qiu Huang and Feng Huang Yufei, were worn by Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga, and were displayed in front of everyone like beautiful works of art. After all, Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga both have good looks, and because of the charm points rewarded by the system, they look even better. In a short period of time, the number of people in the live broadcast room exceeded 1 million. While many onlookers were envious of the couple's wedding, they also lamented that they were struck by the looks of Lin Yuan and the other man. However, in the midst of the frenzy of beauty lovers, there was a sentence that seemed somewhat out of place. The quick-witted anchor saw this comment and immediately took a screenshot of it and pinned it at the top of his comment section. Because the screenshot was placed in a very conspicuous position, everyone in the live broadcast room saw this comment. "Today is also a day to be bad, oh my god, I found out." The wedding dresses that Lin Yuan and the others are wearing are the Feng Qiu Huang and Feng Huang Yu Tian wedding dresses that Wei Zhuang, the president of my country's Intangible Cultural Heritage Association, has made for 10 years. There is only one set of this kind in the world. After seeing this barrage, the comments section instantly exploded. "Purple sweet potato cream pancake, oh my god, how much does this cost? Today is also a day to show off, there is only one set in the world, it cannot be bought with money, it can be said to be a priceless treasure. H12422, family members, I found their Douyin accounts. At bot at 0327. With the guidance of the guide, after a short while, the number of followers of Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga's accounts instantly increased to 1 million, and the number of followers is still increasing. However, Lin Yuan didn't know that the internet was in an uproar at this moment. At this moment, he was leading the way, taking Mu Chinga to the Hanjiangting Hotel. Mu Qingge sat in the car, feeling uneasy. She had clearly helped plan the general process of the wedding a few days ago, and she knew exactly what would happen next, but when the moment really came, she became a little nervous. In order to relieve the inner tension, Mu Qingge decided to divert his attention and look out the window. The buildings on the roadside retreated little by little, and a slight breeze slipped in through the gaps in the car windows, bringing a bit of coolness. Mu Qingge calculated the distance from the car to the hotel. 2 kilometers. 1 kilometer. It's almost there. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard the roar of an engine. Mu Qingge retracted his gaze, trying to see clearly the source of the sound. Swish, swish, swish. The rushing wind passed by, and Mu Qingge only saw a few figures of different colors in the wind. After these figures had shot accurately from 100 paces away, they braked suddenly. The people on the motorcycles controlled the rear end of the motorcycles, drew a semicircle on the ground, and finally stopped steadily a few meters in front of Lin Yuan's car. More than a dozen flashy motorcycles and the colorfully dressed people on the motorcycles formed a human wall to block Lin Yuan's way, looking like they were coming with great force. The energetic young man on the motorcycle took off his helmet, revealing his hair of different colors hidden inside the helmet. Forehead. Lin Yuan suddenly felt that he was mentally polluted. These people's aesthetics are really unique. Lin Yuan, they are coming. Mu Qingge looked at Lin Yuan's expressionless face and reminded him anxiously. Lin Yuan gathered his scattered thoughts and looked at what was in front of him. They were holding baseball bats, steel rods, machetes, and other weapons in their hands. They walked towards Lin Yuan's car in unison and blocked the way of the entire convoy. There was even a fearless guy who sat on the hood of the car, threatening Lin Yuan and the others with a baseball bat. The media that followed naturally broadcast this scene. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and were somewhat confused. Are these colorful gangsters also the effect of the show? The stalemate at the scene continues. A face familiar to both Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge walked out from the crowd. Wang Long. The moment he saw Wang Long, Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He roughly guessed what Wang Long wanted. As expected, the next second Wang Long came to Lin Yuan with a machete. Bang! Wang Long dropped the machete on the rearview mirror of the Maserati as if threatening. He first glanced at Lin Yuan, then at Mu Qingge who was sitting next to him. He pushed his hair back with his hand and said pretentiously, "Qingge, I'm here to kidnap you. Are you willing to come with me?" At this moment, Wang Long felt that he must be very handsome in Mu Qingge's eyes. He had already begun to fantasize about Mu Qingge getting out of the car with a moved look on her face, then getting on his motorcycle, and the two of them leaving sweetly and living happily ever after. Mu Qingge's face darkened instantly, and his eyes were filled with disgust. Before she could say anything, Lin Yuan got out of the car. Lin Yuan was really pissed off by Wang Long. I worked hard for 5 days, going through the entire wedding process over and over again from beginning to end, just to give Mu Qingge the best wedding possible, but now it's all ruined by this idiot Wang Long. Lin Yuan tightened the open and closed strap on his hand and walked towards Wang Long. You still dare to come here? Wang Long looked at Lin Yuan, who was overestimating his own capabilities, and immediately pointed the machete at Lin Yuan, and threatened, "If you return Mu Qingge to me now, I will let you go." Fuck you. Lin Yuan couldn't help but blurt out a Chinese quintessence and slapped Wang Long's pig face. Because Lin Yuan's physique had been enhanced by the system, he slapped Wang Long directly and sent him flying dozens of meters away. Fuck, you dared to hit my big brother, you want to die. Brothers, charge and kill him. Seeing this, Wang Long's brothers rushed forward swearing, trying to suppress Lin Yuan with their numbers. But they didn't know that Lin Yuan's body had been strengthened by the system and had long since exceeded the range of normal people. In less than 2 minutes, all the dozen brothers brought by Wang Long were slapped away by Lin Yuan, and then fell heavily to the ground, howling in pain. Lin Yuan's smooth operation was broadcast live without reservation, instantly attracting the admiration of the little fans in the live broadcast room. For a while, the live broadcast room was full of comments like "My husband is awesome." As for boys, it goes without saying. Which boy didn't have a martial arts dream when he was a child? Especially the scene where Lin Yuan, wearing Fengqiwa Wang, fights against 10 people alone. The impact is too strong. Mu Qingge, who was sitting in the car, also witnessed the whole situation. Looking at Lin Yuan's dashing figure, her eyes were filled with admiration. Her husband is so manly. Chapter 22. Lin Yuan clapped his hands, his face calm, as if nothing had happened. He glanced at the people lying on the ground, then took out his cell phone and called the police. Hello, is this Jiancheng Public Security Bureau? This is Jiangning Road. There is a group of desperate criminals killing people with weapons on the street. Please send police to control the situation as soon as possible. The Public Security Bureau didn't know what happened in Jiancheng today. After all, they were too busy to watch the live broadcast. But after hearing that someone was killing someone with a knife, the comrade who answered the phone didn't have time to hang up before the remaining police officers in the bureau all went out fully armed. In less than 10 minutes, the sound of sirens resounded throughout Jiangning Road and was heard by every viewer through the live broadcast room. At this time, all the talents in the live broadcast room reacted. It turns out that this wasn't a script, someone really wanted to kill Lin Yuan just now. Several police cars arrived at the scene, and the people in the cars had their weapons ready to rush out as soon as the doors were opened to protect the lives of the people. However, after they got off the bus, they were all stunned. There were no desperate criminals killing people with knives. Instead, there were a dozen thugs with weapons lying on the ground, wailing in pain. They looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this time, the captain of the team came to Lin Yuan. "Hello, comrade, you were the one who called the police, right?" "It's me. You just said someone killed someone with a knife. What's the situation now?" Lin Yuan knew that they would ask the routine questions, so he was prepared and removed the dashcam from the car and handed it over to the police. The team leader took a look at the video footage recorded in the dashcam. It was discovered that it was indeed Wang Long and his group who first stopped Lin Yuan with weapons, and some even pointed sharpened knives at Lin Yuan. It looked like they really wanted to kill people, but in the end they were all subdued by Lin Yuan. "We understand the situation." The team leader wrote down the briefing in his notebook. While writing, he couldn't help but look at Lin Yuan a few more times. "You are quite impressive. When you go out, boys have to protect themselves too." Lin Yuan said this seriously, and the comrades next to him couldn't help but twitch their lips after hearing it. Although what he said was correct, it just sounded weird. "Okay, are you all okay?" The team leader closed the notebook and looked at Lin Yuan and the convoy behind them. There was a character on each car, which looked very festive. Then he looked at the red clothes worn by Lin Yuan and the girl in the passenger seat, and his eyes rolled. Lin Yuan did not notice his comrade's observing gaze and thought that he was confirming the scene. "We are all fine. I'm glad you're all right. We'll contact you to come to the bureau to sign a statement. Just get married today." The team leader smiled. "Happy wedding." Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he trotted to the side of the car, grabbed a handful of wedding candy from the window and stuffed it into the hands of his comrade. "Thank you, comrade, please have some candy." The team leader accepted it without hesitation. "Then I'll take it. We'll divide it up when we get back to the bureau." After saying that, he turned around and watched his men force Wang Long and his group into the car, then packed them up and took them all back to the police station. At this time, the traffic police were in place. Because Wang Long and his group caused trouble in the street and blocked an important traffic line in the city's traffic has now been semi-paralyzed. In order to prevent traffic accidents from happening again after the obstacles are cleared, professional people are needed to direct traffic. "You guys go first." The traffic police also learned a lot of things on the way, and naturally understood what Lin Yuan and his group were going to do. So when Lin Yuan was driving slowly past the traffic police, he heard a sentence in his ears. "Happy wedding. Thank you, I hope you will give me good luck." Lin Yuan led the convoy behind him and passed through. Without stopping any longer, he headed towards the Hanjiangting Hotel. The media stationed at the hotel entrance were closely following the news in the live broadcast room. After seeing Lin Yuan's convoy move again, they all rechecked their equipment to make sure there would be no problems, and then all pointed their cameras in the direction of the entrance. Everyone was waiting nervously. After a moment, a red car shadow appeared in the picture. Click, click, click. The shutter sound of the camera seemed to be verifying its working status, and it kept capturing pictures without stopping. As the car door opened and Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge got out of the car, the sound of shutter clicks became more frequent, along with the flashlights flashing. It was only daytime, but Mu Qingge felt as if a brilliant galaxy had appeared beside him. Under the gaze of thousands of people, Lin Yuan held Mu Qingge's hand and walked into the wedding scene. It was said to be a Chinese-style wedding, but they finally decided on a mix of Chinese and Western styles, with the Chinese style as the main focus, and improved the wedding process and scene layout. When the two walked in, the waiter next to them dropped a piece of red ribbon on the ground. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge each took one and walked slowly forward. At the end of the red carpet, sitting were the parents of the two. Bow to heaven and earth. The two men turned around and bowed towards the door. Bow to your parents. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge knelt down and bowed to their parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The two of them bent slightly, and the moment they bowed, they saw the smiles on each other's faces. After they stood up, each parent took their children's hands and intertwined the hands of the newlyweds. This is exactly, the phoenix crown and the colorful bridal robe will define 3 lives, and I will hold your hand until we grow old together. The ceremony is over. Soon after, the wedding ended and the online live broadcast was turned off. Because the wedding banquet is a family banquet, there is no need for live broadcast. The real carnival has come to an end, but the online carnival continues. This grand wedding continued to ferment on the internet, and unprecedented traffic suddenly rushed in. There were several bloggers who shot wedding videos at the event. With a little editing, the videos with related content easily became popular, and several bloggers gained millions of followers as a result. In the evening, after having fun, Mu Qingge was first sent back to the Riverview room. At this moment, she was sitting on the bed, covered with a red veil, waiting for Lin Yuan to come back, lift her veil, and spend the bridal chamber with him. Thinking about what will happen next, Mu Qingge began to feel nervous, but at the same time, he was also looking forward to future developments. When Lin Yuan had settled his relatives and friends and was about to send both sets of parents back, he was preempted by his own parents and father-in-law and mother-in-law. So, Lin Yuan was carried into the car by Mu Ziyuan, and then packed up and sent back to the Riverview room. After sending Lin Yuan home, the two parents left tactfully, leaving the space to the young couple. Lin Yuan returned to the Riverview room and saw Mu Qingge sitting on the bed with a red veil covering her head. His body, which had been tired all day, instantly became refreshed. He picked up the wedding scale beside the bed, slowly lifted the veil, revealing the full appearance of the beauty inside. Lin Yuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. His wife was so beautiful. The next second, Lin Yuan grabbed Mu Qingge's somewhat restrained hand, leaned forward, and threw Mu Qingge onto the bed. Chapter 23. Early the next morning. As soon as Mu Qingge got up, she saw Lin Yuan lying beside her with a pout on his face, looking aggrieved. Thinking of what happened last night, Mu Qingge couldn't help but laugh, and then deliberately asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you pouting so early in the morning? Who made you unhappy? Talk to your wife." As he spoke, Mu Qingge was about to smooth Lin Yuan's lips. What Mu Qingge didn't expect was that Lin Yuan turned his head slightly and dodged the hand she extended. "What are you doing? What else can I do?" Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingge with resentment in his dark eyes, whose wife has her period on the wedding night. When he thought about last night when he had thrown Mu Qingge onto the bed, both of them were moved and were ready to accept each other. However, just as he was about to take the last step, he suddenly felt blood on his hand. And then, nothing happened. Mu Qingge felt a little amused and helpless as she listened to Lin Yuan recounting what happened last night. "I don't want to either. This is not something I can control. It comes when it wants to, and it comes suddenly." Lin Yuan naturally knew this truth, but he couldn't help feeling a little unbalanced. After all, we have come to that step. Just a little bit. He could only watch as the door slowly closed. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lin Yuan thought about it and decided that although he couldn't spread it on Mu Qingge, after all, it wasn't her fault, but he could always spread it on himself. He turned over and decided to be angry with himself for a while. Looking at Lin Yuan's appearance, Mu Qingge felt that Lin Yuan's behavior was more and more childish and funny. Be good she got off the bed, walked to Lin Yuan, gave him a kiss, and pinched Lin Yuan's face, trying to smooth his frown. After seeing that Lin Yuan's expression had eased a little, Mu Qingge continued. "You should have a good rest for a while, I will prepare breakfast for you." When he was about to leave, Mu Qingge's kiss fell on him like a dragonfly touching the water. Looking at Mu Qingge busying herself, the depression that had been weighing on Lin Yuan's heart all night gradually dissipated. If it doesn't work this time, just try again next time. Lin Yuan turned over, thinking about resting for a while, but it might be because the 2 kisses Mu Qingge gave him in the morning were too sweet. At this moment, his heart was like a swing, rippling with spring water. Not long after, Mu Qingge prepared breakfast, and Lin Yuan just finished washing up in the room. "It's time for breakfast." Hearing this, Lin Yuan walked out of the bathroom and sat opposite Mu Qingge. The breakfast was simple, just a sandwich and a milkshake, but it gave Lin Yuan the feeling of being at home with each other. "Thank you, wife." "You're welcome." The two looked at each other and tacitly did not mention what happened last night, and regarded the matter as over. During the meal, Mu Qingga asked casually, "What are your plans for the future?" Ever since she knew that Lin Yuan had a huge amount of money, except for the initial shock, her mood gradually calmed down. It is indeed good to have money. At least they don't have to worry about money. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's current deposit balance, even if he keeps it in the bank to earn interest, the money at the end of the year will definitely be much higher than the income from working. If Lin Yuan wanted to lie down, it wouldn't be a problem. But Mu Qingga felt that they still had to do something so as not to waste their time. Lin Yuan stuffed the last bite of the sandwich into his mouth, chewing while thinking about the question raised by Mu Qingga. After a long while, Lin Yuan drank a sip of milkshake and said, "I want to do business, are you willing to help me?" "Certainly." Mu Qingga agreed without giving it much thought. She had no doubts about Lin Yuan's abilities and believed that Lin Yuan would be able to get things done. "What kind of business do you want to start?" "Well," Lin Yuan took another sip of the milkshake, "I haven't thought about it yet, but we can talk about these things later. Now there is a more important thing waiting for us to do." Mu Qingga tilted his head. "What's the matter?" Lin Yuan said, "Yesterday Wang Long ruined our wedding of the century. It was a wedding that you and I worked so hard to prepare for, but it was ruined by that idiot. If I don't teach him an unforgettable lesson, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. What are you going to do?" Although what Wang Long did yesterday was really a bit inappropriate and caused her physical discomfort, Wang Long has already been taken away by the Public Security Bureau. It may not be easy for Lin Yuan to teach him a lesson again, right? Just as Lin Yuan was about to answer, there was a knock on the door. When the words came to his lips, Lin Yuan immediately changed the subject and said, "Someone is coming. I'll go open the door first." As he spoke, Lin Yuan stood up from his chair and walked towards the door. After Lin Yuan opened the door, he saw the housekeeper and a petite and good-looking OL beauty standing outside the door. The housekeeper said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, your guest has arrived." "Well, thank you for your hard work." "It's not hard, this is my job." The butler bowed again and left. Lin Yuan set his gaze on the beautiful woman again and called her in. "Come in." "Excuse me." After she finished speaking, the beautiful woman came in. Lin Yuan brought the beauty to Mu Qingga and introduced her. "Wife, this is Chen Yun, a student of the famous lawless criminal Zhang San. People in Jiangchun give her the nickname, the Queen of Law." Although he had hired a lawyer before, he always felt that in order to punish Wang Long to death within the scope of the law, he had to let the top professionals in the industry handle it. So while Mu Qingga was cooking, Lin Yuan asked someone to find a connection with Chen Yun. "Hello, Mrs. Lin." Chen Yun's words instantly distanced them from each other and also made her purpose clear. "Hello, Miss Chen, please take a seat." Mu Qingga went to pour a glass of water for Chen Yun, and then took the opportunity to clean up the breakfast that had just been eaten on the table. In the living room, Chen Yun took out a small notebook and a pen from her bag, and without further ado, she went straight to the point. "Mr. Lin asked me to come here. What type of case do you want to entrust me with?" Lin Yuan didn't say anything at first, but showed Chen Yun the video on the dashcam yesterday. After she finished watching it, Lin Yuan put forward his request. "In this case, how many years can Wang Long be sentenced to at most?" Chen Yun paused while writing. Then she looked up, stared into Lin Yuan's eyes, and asked, "How many years do you want him to be sentenced to?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan sat up straight. Wow, he is indeed worthy of being the student of the lawless criminal Zhang San. Crazy enough? So, Lin Yuan sat up straight and leaned forward slightly, and asked playfully, "Why, from what Lawyer Chen said, could Wang Long be sentenced to death?" Chapter 24. Chen Yun was slightly stunned when she heard Lin Yuan's words. But she quickly retracted her gaze and said calmly, "No." Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiled, took a sip of water and continued, "Then within your ability, how many years can you sentence him to at most?" Based on this video alone, Wang Long can be convicted of armed murder in the street. Although he failed to commit murder, due to the impact on society, he can be sentenced to a maximum of 10-15 years in prison. Of course. Chen Yun pushed up her glasses and looked at the phone playing a video on the table. A smile appeared on her lips. If we can find some other evidence of his crimes, then there will be much more room for maneuver. That sounds good. Lin Yuan curled his lips and smiled. It seems that I have found the right person this time. He was determined to make Wang Long pay the price for what he had done. Then I'll trouble lawyer Chen to take up this case. You can name your price. My request is very simple. As long as I can't kill him within the legal scope, I will do it.
Chen Yun stretched out her hand and raised 2 fingers.
2 million. Make a deal.
Lin Yuan and Chen Yun signed the contract quickly.
Then I'll have to trouble lawyer Chen. Lin Yuan walked Chen Yun to the door.
Taking money from others and doing things for them is just a matter of each taking what they need.
Chen Yun didn't regard Lin Yuan as a superior person. After doing what she was supposed to do, she couldn't keep him for a moment. Haha, I like the way lawyer Chen is able to distinguish things clearly. I will look forward to your good news. I'll do the work, don't worry.
After seeing Chen Yun off, Lin Yuan relaxed himself immediately. In the next few days, he took Mu Qingge around for fun. They had originally planned to include a honeymoon trip in the itinerary, but because Wang Long and Wang Ron's issues had not been resolved, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge discussed and decided to postpone this plan. There's fun everywhere, and since we both have plenty of time and money, the journey is even more relaxing.
Soon, 5 days passed. And that day happened to be the day when Wang Rong and Su Chanxian were released.
When the two came out of the detention center, they saw that there was no one outside the detention center and couldn't help but feel a little confused.
Rong, why didn't your brother come to pick us up? I don't know either. Wang Rong didn't know what was going on.
She knew Wang Long's temper, but no matter how ignorant her brother was, he would not fail to come and pick her up at this time.
Go back and take a look first? That's fine.
Su Chanxian grumbled a little dissatisfiedly, but finally followed Wang Rong back. After all, their cell phones are still at Wang's house. After returning to the Wang family, 7 days later, Wang Rong and Su Chanxian picked up their mobile phones again and connected to the internet again. As soon as the two of them turned on their phones, before they could check what happened in the past 7 days, the system considerately pushed all the tweets of those days. Seeing the continuous stream of tweets coming in, Wang Rong and Su Chanxian were stunned for a moment while holding their phones.
Ding dong ding dong.
News continued to pour in, but Wang Rong and the other person's eyes fell on the tweets from a few days ago and they couldn't take their eyes off them. At the wedding of a mysterious rich man in Jiangchang, the wedding dresses of Feng Qiwa Wang and Feng Wang Yufi made by Master Wei Zhuang, the president of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Association, which took 10 years to make, appeared.
Who is this mysterious rich man?
On the wedding day of a mysterious rich man in Jiangchang, a group of mentally ill young men robbed the bride with knives and have now been taken away by the police.
Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau issued an announcement that Wang, 21 years old, led a gang to commit a crime and attempted murder with a knife. He has been detained by Jiangcheng police and will be transferred to the Supreme People's Court for trial at a later date.
Wang Rong's eyes fell on the third tweet and she had a bad feeling.
My younger brother seems to be 21 years old too. Could it be?
Before she could think about it, a large amount of information poured in and overwhelmed the previous messages. The new tweets made Wang Rong and the others pause.
Shocking.
Wang Long, who attempted murder with a knife, turned out to be the younger brother of Wang Rong, who previously bullied others online. They are not from the same family, so they are not from the same family.
What is behind all this, the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature? This familiar copy is obviously from the UC Shock Department.
In addition to the push notifications from various online platforms, there were also countless missed calls and unfamiliar text messages pouring in.
What the hell?
Just when Wang Rong and Su Chanxian were about to fight back, the screens of their mobile phones suddenly froze.
This made the two of them extremely anxious.
They tried to start the computer several times but it kept crashing. They had to shut it down and then start it again. It was not until the influx of messages decreased that they reluctantly clicked into the software. Before entering the mobile phone desktop, Wang Rong just thought that the private messages from Xiaohanshu, Douyin and Weibo were flooded. But after opening them, she found that the development of the matter was far beyond their imagination. The private messages and text messages in the background are full of abusive remarks that are unbearable to hear.
From their ancestors to their personal organs, they talked about everything.
Wang Rong paused as she scrolled through the messages. Those words fell into her eyes, and her face suddenly turned pale. They were exposed. Su Chanxian, who was standing by, saw the message on her phone and her face became extremely ugly. She had originally cyberbullied Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge, but ended up getting herself punished for it, which made her feel very uncomfortable. The more Su Chanxian thought about it, the angrier she became, and she started crying.
Rong, what kind of boyfriends do you have? He even asked others to cyberbully us. Is he still a man? Bullying two weak girls like us is nothing. He only picks on the weak. Besides, he is too stingy, isn't he?
He is obviously a rich second generation, but he doesn't intend to let us go.
It's not enough to send us in, now he wants to make our future lives uneasy. This is really too much. Su Chanxian complained angrily.
At this moment, the phone in Wang Rong's hand suddenly rang. She glanced at the phone number on the caller ID and was suddenly surprised. It's Lin Yuan calling. At that moment, she seemed to have seen a life-saving straw, and her eyes were shining. Because this was the first time Lin Yuan took the initiative to call her since the breakup of the engagement. Maybe Lin Yuan still remembered their old friendship, so he took the initiative to ask about her situation as soon as her detention period ended. Lin Yuan must still love me. Wang Rong thought so, then wiped away the tears on her face, cleared her throat, tried to adjust her voice, and when she felt the voice was appropriate, she answered the phone and asked in a wrong tone.
Hey, Lin Yuan, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Chapter 25. Wang Rong answered the phone with great joy, and even the ending tone of her voice rose.
As soon as she finished her words, the call from Lin Yuan was like a bucket of cold water poured on Wang Rong's head.
The 7 days are up. When are you going to return the 200,000 yuan you took from me as a betrothal gift? After hearing Lin Yuan's unkind words, Wang Rong's mood, which had just recovered, instantly fell.
Recalling the suffering she had endured in the detention center during the past 7 days, Wang Rong felt a surge of grievance in her heart, and questioned Lin Yuan in a somewhat pitiful tone.
Lin Yuan, is your heart made of stone?
I stayed in the detention center for 7 days.
Do you know how I spent those 7 days? Wang Rong held the phone and yelled at Lin Yuan on the other end of the line like a shrew.
It's fine if you didn't ask me about what I suffered in prison, but now that I've just returned home, you're asking me for money. I've been in the detention center for so long, where can I go to get the money for you?
I'm sorry, that's your business.
It's not within my consideration.
You should think about how to pay me back.
Lin Yuan said indifferently, without any emotion in his words. I just came here to kindly remind you that today is the last day. If you don't transfer the money before 12 o'clock tonight, you can wait for the court summons. After saying that, Lin Yuan immediately hung up the phone.
You!
Wang Rong was still thinking about scolding Lin Yuan, but who knew he would act so quickly and hang up the phone before she could even open her mouth to say anything.
Hearing the busy tone coming from the receiver, Wang Rong suddenly felt hopeless and her defenses were completely broken.
She definitely can't come up with 200,000. When Wang Rong thought about how time was passing by, she felt so annoyed that she almost died. Thinking that her brother had also been arrested, she felt even worse. Her parents died early, and she and her brother had always been dependent on each other.
Now even her only relative is in prison. Wang Rong's nose twitched and her eyes were instantly filled with mist.
She would definitely find a way to get her brother out, but the 200,000 yuan she owed Lin Yuan.
Wang Rong turned around and wanted to ask Su Chanxian for help to see if there was any solution that would satisfy both parties. But at this moment, Su Chanxian looked at the insulting remarks made by others on her phone.
Unable to bear such a blow, she quickly collapsed mentally. She just sat on the ground holding her cell phone in a daze, her eyes empty, and no one knew what she was thinking.
For a moment, Wang Rong became more and more irritated.
At this moment, Wang Rong suddenly heard a noise outside the door. She was a little scared, but also curious to know what made the noise, so she leaned her head out slightly. Before I could see clearly what made the noise, it walked into the house on its own.
Wang Rong squatted in the corner and looked up at the two figures who walked in. Are those Su Chanxian's parents? Su Chanxian is her best friend, maybe she can ask her parents for help. Thinking of this, Wang Rong forced a smile and was about to say hello to Su Chanxian's parents.
As a result, before she could even finish her words, she was scolded by Su Chanxian's parents.
You are Wang Rong, right? I am.
The smile on Wang Rong's face suddenly froze, and she squatted in the corner, looking a little at a loss.
Su Chanxian's father looked at Wang Rong coldly and said in a cold voice, They look like a good family, but I didn't expect them to do such things.
You can do it by yourself, but why do you bring my daughter with you?
That's right. I don't know how your parents taught you. You're so old, but you don't have any manners at all?
Seeing this, Su Chanxian's mother followed the man and echoed, It's all our daughter's fault for being too naive.
She's easily deceived by people like you. It's really bad luck for our family to have you. Having said that, Su Chanxian's parents prepared to take Su Chanxian away. Qianqian, Mom and Dad will take you home. At this time, Wang Rong suddenly stepped forward and blocked the way of Su Qianqian's parents as they were about to leave. Me? Unlucky? Su Qianqian is naive? Wang Rong stood out like a zombie, lowered her head and laughed, then raised her head and looked at Su Qianqian's parents with her big eyes that were about to pop out. Why don't you ask what your daughter did? Su Qianqian's father was frightened by Wang Rong's expression at first, but he was the only adult man in the room after all, so he quickly straightened himself up. Don't I know what kind of person my daughter is? It must be you, a vicious woman, who brainwashed my daughter and led her astray. What did you learn in school, girl? Why didn't you do anything good? You only do bad things? Su Qianqian's mother looked at Wang Rong with disgust. How impatient. I feel ashamed for your parents. Wang Rong couldn't accept it after hearing this. She was already in a depressed mood, and who would have thought that this would happen? It was like a fuse that ignited the anger in her heart. But in the end, 2 fists are no match for 4 legs. It was difficult for her to withstand the firepower of 2 people alone, let alone fight back. At first they were still cursing at each other, but later on, it became the main battlefield between Su Qianqian's parents, while Wang Rong next to them could only endure it silently. When Su Qianqian's parents got tired of scolding, they felt that it was a waste of effort to continue scolding, so they took Su Qianqian away without paying any attention to Wang Rong, who was forced into a corner. After they left, the living room became quiet again. When Wang Rong saw that she was the only one left in the room, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. In this way, another 5 days passed. And today is an important day. Wang Long has been transferred to the Supreme People's Court of Zhangcheng. The trial of his last attempted murder in public will open today, and Lin Yuan, the party involved, will also appear in court. When Lin Yuan brought Mu Qingge to the door of the court, they ran into Wang Rong, who came there. Seeing Wang Rong with her messy hair and bad mental state, Lin Yuan felt no emotion at all and remained indifferent when looking at her. When Wang Rong saw Lin Yuan, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Yuan. She subconsciously avoided his gaze and then quickly walked into the court. At this time, a BMW stopped by the roadside. Chen Yun got out and walked towards Lin Yuan with a stack of documents in her hand. Seeing Chen Yun, Lin Yuan took Mu Qingge forward and asked, "What's going on?" Chen Yun nodded and said, "Don't worry, Wu Qi can't escape." Chapter 26. Lin Yuan held Mu Qingge's hand and walked into the court with Chen Yun. When they walked into the courtroom, Wang Rong, who had just come in, had already sat down. Chen Yun led Lin Yuan and the other person to sit in the plaintiff's seat. When the presiding judge took his seat, he ordered the bailiff to bring up Wang Long and his accomplices. Hearing the sound of shackles colliding, Lin Yuan looked up at the court door, and then saw Wang Long and his brothers being brought into the court. Looking at them again at this moment, although their bodies are still colorful, each of them looks like eggplants hit by frost. The ruffian spirit in their eyes seems to have been worn away a lot. I guess the life in there after being reformed is quite good. Wang Long lowered his head and looked at the handcuffs on his hands, his expression downcast. He didn't seem to have the high spirits he had when he intercepted Lin Yuan before. Ding ding ding. The handcuffs and leg irons clinked as they moved. Wang Long felt extremely annoyed listening to these noises, so he thought about looking up to see something else. However, when he looked up, he saw Wang Rong sitting in the audience. "Sister! Save me!" Wang Long was walking when he suddenly couldn't walk anymore. He just stood there and waved to Wang Rong. "Sister, please save me. I am the only child in our Wang family. If you don't save me, our family's incense will be cut off. If my parents knew about it, they would never rest in peace." Boom boom boom. The presiding judge raised the gavel and banged it, saying solemnly, "Please keep quiet in the courtroom and do not make any noise." Seeing this, the bailiff beside him hurried over and pulled Wang Long to where he should be. "Sister!" As Wang Long shouted, tears began to flow. Wang Rong, who was sitting in the audience, was almost heartbroken when she saw her brother's appearance, but what could she do? This was a court, not her home. After waiting for all the criminals to be in place, the presiding judge banged the gavel. "Begin the trial. Plaintiff's attorney, please speak." Chen Yun stood up and said, "Hello, respected judge. Our client is the victim in this case. On the day of the incident, the defendant attacked our client with a knife, putting our client in danger. We, the French side, request the court to severely punish the defendant in accordance with the law and uphold justice. Please allow the defendant's attorney to speak." Lin Yuan looked up at the name tag of the lawyer opposite him. Seeing this, Chen Yun next to him reminded him. That's the lawyer assigned by the court. All citizens of our country enjoy basic legal aid. While they were talking, the defendant's lawyer had already started speaking. Your Honor, we believe that the plaintiff's lawyer's statement is biased. In fact, our client did not cause any harm to the plaintiff. We believe that the defendant's behavior is also a first offense. We ask the court to impose a lighter sentence. Hearing this, Wang Longsong suddenly laughed wildly, not caring at all that he was in the court. While laughing, he did not forget to provoke Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, did you hear that? I will be locked up for 10 days or half a month at most. What can you do to me? However, Lin Yuan just raised his eyes coldly, looked at Wang Long, and didn't say much. Since Chen Yun said it was a life sentence, it must be a life sentence, otherwise the reputation of Chen Yun's law firm would be ruined. No one in the field was alarmed, except for Wang Long, who was particularly arrogant. Even the judge sitting in the main seat had a subtle expression. He banged the gavel again. Please keep quiet, defendant. Wang Long smiled and restrained his expression a little, as if he had already known the result of the trial, and he became complacent. At this time, Wang Rong, who was sitting in the audience, was almost pissed to death by Wang Long. He's a grown man, but why doesn't he know how to act according to the situation? If this leaves a bad impression on the judge, not only will Wang Long not be rescued, he might even have to be sentenced to a few more years in prison. At this point, Chen Yun took over the defendant's lawyer's words and attacked them. Wang Long is not a first-time offender. When he was still a minor, he had engaged in armed fights with gang-like characteristics many times and had been taken away by the police many times. However, because the defendant was still a minor at the time, the charges could not be enforced. He could only be verbally educated and then detained for 5 days. As she spoke, Chen Yun presented the evidence to the judge. Faced with overwhelming evidence, the other lawyer did not say a word. Besides, he was just a trainee lawyer, not a lawyer hired by Wang Long's family, so he just had to do his job well. Especially when he heard Chen Yun's name before the trial, he knew that his defense would definitely end in failure. After all, in the current red circle, Chen Yun is a hot potato. Finally, in response to the judge's questions, the defendant's lawyer only gave a few symbolic replies, creating the appearance of defending Wang Long, but his few light words had no impact on the case at all. At this time, Chen Yun suddenly took out a USB flash drive from the file bag. Your Honor, I have a video evidence in my hand. Please take a look. Let it go. After obtaining permission from the judge and the presiding judge, the staff inserted the USB drive into the computer, and the video stored in it began to play. When the presiding judge and the judge saw the video, they couldn't help but frown slightly. Chen Yun came out and explained thoughtfully, this video was shot in 2018. At that time, Wang Long was only 17 years old, and the girl in the video was only 18 years old this year. In other words, 5 years ago, the girl was only 13 years old. Afterwards, Chen Yun took out another piece of information about the girl and submitted it. The presiding judge took a look and found that the faces of the people in the file and the people in the video matched. In the age column, she was exactly 18 years old this year, so 5 years ago, she was indeed 13 years old. The girl was not even 14 years old at that time. When these words were spoken, everyone in the courtroom was stunned, including Wang Rong, who was sitting in the audience. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was stunned, Chen Yun continued speaking. According to our country's laws, having sexual relations with a girl who is 14 years old or younger will be considered rape, regardless of whether the girl is willing or not. So this video can fully prove that Wang Long raped a girl who was under 14 years old. Swoosh. For a moment, everyone in the court was shocked. Even Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge had not expected that Wang Long actually had such a beastly past. But come to think of it, that girl is probably willing to do so. After all, at that age when love is just beginning, girls can easily be brainwashed by gangsters like Wang Long and offer their bodies. At this moment, Wang Rong in the jury box widened her eyes and looked at Wang Long in disbelief. She knew that Wang Long loved to play, but she didn't know that he could go so far as to touch girls under the age of 14. But she didn't know what the crime of raping a minor was, it just sounded like it was very serious. Chapter 27. At this moment, the courtroom was silent and everyone was looking at Wang Long. Many people even showed their disgust directly. After all, in their opinion, Wang Long's behavior of having sexual relations with a girl under the age of 14 was no different from that of a beast. At this time, Chen Yun continued, according to our country's laws, Wang Long raped an underage girl, repeatedly engaged in armed fights,
and refused to change his ways despite repeated admonitions. Now he is even more audacious, daring to kill someone with a weapon in broad daylight. Although it was an attempt, the crime is unforgivable. We believe that the defendant's behavior has constituted a serious threat to social security and should be severely punished according to the law, with a life sentence. Wang Long, who was sitting opposite Lin Yuan, was stunned when he heard what Chen Yun said. When he thought about the fact that his crimes would be increased, he tried his best to defend himself. It's unfair. It's unfair. I didn't force her to have sex with me. It was all her own will. It has nothing to do with me. But Wang Long's voice of defense sounded particularly pale in the courtroom. Because the laws and regulations have already made it clear. If a man has sexual intercourse with a female under the age of 14, he will be convicted of rape regardless of whether the female consents or not. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Wang Long placed his hopes on the lawyer who was defending him. Hey, lawyer, aren't you responsible for defending me? Why aren't you talking at this time? Wang Long was a little anxious and wanted to pat the lawyer's shoulder, but his limbs were bound by iron handcuffs. There were also 2 bailiffs standing next to him. When they saw that Wang Long was acting strangely, they immediately walked over and held Wang Long down. Being pinned down, Wang Long could only worry. Lawyer, please defend me. I don't want to stay in jail for so long. Upon hearing this, the lawyer glanced at Wang Long, who was crying bitterly behind him, and shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry, I tried my best. If there was no evidence, it would not be easy for Chen Yun to charge Wang Long with this crime. After all, this matter concerns the innocence of a girl. Even after the court receives the evidence, it will carefully check it until it is confirmed that the evidence presented is valid evidence. At this time, the evidence will be accepted as evidence in court and have legal effect. But now Chen Yun even took out the video. Plus, Wang Long was with a girl under the age of 14. Today, even if the King of Heaven came, he could not save Wang Long under the current laws. Quiet. The presiding judge signaled to the bailiff beside Wang Long, who received the instructions and forced Wang Long to calm down. At this moment, the video submitted by Chen Yun had been played, and each judge had already made his own judgment, but now was not the time to express their opinions. The presiding judge asked technical personnel to check the authenticity of the video, paying special attention to whether there was any synthetic editing in it. As the technicians checked the video, the venue fell into an unusual silence. After all, over the years, the country has introduced many new laws to protect the safety of minors. The regulations of the new bill cover all aspects and use the power of law to comprehensively protect the personal safety of minors. Of course, this is followed by a series of more severe punishment measures. Any behavior that damages or endangers the healthy growth of minors will face the most severe punishment. After about 10 minutes, the technician's video inspection results came out. Presiding judge, there is nothing wrong with this video and it has legal effect. The technician's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Wang Long's heart. When Wang Long heard this, he almost lost his balance. So the presiding judge read out the punishment for Wang Long in public. After this court has tried the case of the defendant Wang, the following verdict is hereby pronounced. 1. The defendant Wang Long is guilty of attempted murder and is sentenced to 10 years in prison and deprivation of political rights for life in accordance with Article 232 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China. 2. The defendant Wang Long is guilty of raping a young girl and is sentenced to life imprisonment and deprivation of political rights for life in accordance with Article 238 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China. Wang Long was sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of his political rights for life for multiple crimes. This case involves serious violent crimes and sexual assaults. The defendant Wang's actions have caused great social harm and personal injury. When sentencing, this court fully considered many factors such as the defendant's criminal circumstances, social harm, and attitude of remorse, and ultimately sentenced him to life imprisonment. At the same time, this court also deprived the defendant of his political rights for life in accordance with the law to safeguard social security and public interests. The trial of this case has concluded, and the above judgment is declared effective. If the defendant Wang Long is dissatisfied with this judgment, he may appeal to this court within the statutory period. The trial is concluded. After the reading was finished, Wang Long was taken away. When being taken away by the auxiliary police, Wang Long stretched his neck to look at Wang Rong and shouted, "Sister! Sister! Save me! You must save me!" Before he could finish shouting, he was dragged out, and his voice became smaller and smaller until it disappeared completely. After the court was adjourned, Wang Rong came to Lin Yuan, knelt on the ground, and begged.
Lin Yuan. Please let my brother go.
At this time, the people in the court gradually dispersed, and everyone cast curious eyes towards Lin Yuan. Many people recognized Lin Yuan and Wang Rong, but no one stayed here. After all, this is a court. If anyone does not abide by the rules, they may even be turned around and the court hearing begins. Lin Yuan spread his hands helplessly. It's not a question of whether I should let him go or not. Even if I let him go, the law won't let him go. He committed rape, and he raped a girl under the age of 14. How can I let him go? But you. Lin Yuan looked at Wang Rong. You should think about what to do. You still have time to pay back the money, but I estimate that the court summons will soon be in your hands. After saying that, Lin Yuan left with Mu Chinga without stopping for a moment, leaving Wang Rong alone crying. Since many people had been paying attention to Wang Long's incident before, after the court's verdict came out, the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau once again issued a notice about Wang Long's sentencing. As soon as this announcement was issued, the comments section was filled with insults. Super peak, damn, what kind of people are these? Not only did Wang Long attempt to murder someone with a weapon, but he even had sex with a girl under the age of 14. What a beast. Yuesheng Online, if you can't control your lower body, I suggest adding physical castration to the life sentence. Catch an MX for dinner, +1. Plus 10,086. At the same time, at Su Chanxian's home. Ever since Su Chanxian was taken back by her parents, she has locked herself in the house all day, refusing to eat or drink. As if she was possessed, she read the comments that bully her online every day and then became so angry that she had a mental breakdown. After the breakdown, I couldn't help but watch it again, and this happened over and over again. Su Chanxian felt like she was about to become mentally weak. Because whenever she closed her eyes, all she could see in her mind was the image of Lin Yuan directing others to cyberbully her, and the image would not go away for a long time. At this time, she was browsing Weibo and saw the notice that Wang Long was sentenced. She also mistakenly thought that this was Lin Yuan's work, and she didn't dare to look directly at Lin Yuan. She didn't even dare to look at Lin Yuan in the photo for any longer, for fear that Lin Yuan's next target of revenge would be her. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. Su Chanxian originally wanted to stay in bed and not go out, but then she remembered that her parents seemed to be out today and she was alone at home. Thinking about it, she walked over and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, the courier seemed a little frightened by Su Chanxian's appearance. After seeing Su Chanxian sign for the documents, he fled the place as if he had greased his feet. Su Chanxian didn't care why the courier ran away. When she returned to her room, she found that the recipient of the courier was her name, so she opened the courier out of curiosity. There was only a piece of paper in the express package, but Su Chanxian felt vaguely that something was wrong, so she opened the paper with doubts. The red words on the white paper, like blood-stained knives, immediately stabbed into Su Chanxian's heart, making her breathless. Stupid woman, is there anyone who would betray his best friend like you? Go die now. No, dying is a waste of national land. Just find a high seas and drown yourself. Stop disgusting people by living. You pure beast, I think you are just jealous of Wang Rong's beauty and deliberately breaking up her marriage. People like you will go to the 18th level of hell after you die. The white paper was filled with insulting and abusive words written in melodramatic language. Looking at these words, Su Chanxian became dazed. On the other side, Wang Rong also returned home. Not long after she returned home, the court's summons was delivered to her. Looking at the subpoena in her hand, Wang Rong suddenly grinned. But this smile looks miserable. Chapter 28. The next day, the case regarding Wang Rong's refusal to return the betrothal gift was heard in the Jiangcheng Intermediate People's Court. Since it was just a simple civil lawsuit, Lin Yuan did not come to the court in person, but entrusted the case to an ordinary lawyer. After all, for a case like this with solid evidence and obvious results, it is not worth his time and energy. Wang Rong appeared in court with a deathly pale face. She originally thought that if she could meet Lin Yuan, she would plead with him to spare her. Who knew that she would be dumbfounded when she arrived in the court, because Lin Yuan didn't even come. Wang Rong sat down in a daze. When the trial began, she watched the other lawyer's mouth opening and closing and fell into regret. The final result was not surprising. Wang Rong lost the case. The court required her to return the 200,000 yuan owed to Lin Yuan within 6 months. If she failed to do so, the court would enforce the order. At that time, Wang Rong will become a deadbeat and will be included in the list of dishonest persons. She will not be able to take airplanes or high-speed trains, her personal property will be frozen, and all property under her name will be mortgaged. On the way back, Wang Rong felt as if a demon had sucked away her energy and spirit. She walked on the road numbly like a walking corpse. She heard the result of the trial clearly, taking in every word. Not to mention 6 months, even if she was given 6 years, she might not be able to collect 200,000 yuan. It would be better to sacrifice her life. Wang Rongxing walked on the street like a wooden statue. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a red Maserati passing by her. It's a familiar license plate number. I think Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge must be very happy now. He drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion worth 100 million yuan. He lives a life that many people can't even dream of. As Wang Rong imagined these scenes, her nose felt sore. If she had not listened to Su Chanxian and had not increased the price of the bride price at the last minute, then it would be herself and Lin Yuan who would be happy now. The more she thought about it, the more Wang Rong couldn't control her emotions. She originally wanted to hold her breath and cry when she was out of sight of the Maserati. But after taking only 2 steps, the red color of the Maserati deeply hurt Wang Rong's eyes. She could no longer bear it and squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Because Wang Rong's crying was quite loud, it attracted the attention of many passers-by. However, passers-by just took a curious look and then walked away. The other side. Lin Yuan concentrated on driving. In the car, Mu Qingge accidentally glanced at the rearview mirror and found that in the picture shown in the mirror, there was a woman squatting on the ground crying. The woman looked very familiar to her, and it seemed to be Wang Rong. She was a woman after all, and it was inevitable that she would be emotional when facing many things. When she saw Wang Rong's miserable appearance, she couldn't help but feel sympathy. So, Mu Qingge turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan beside him. Lin Yuan, the woman squatting on the ground crying behind our car seems to be Wang Rong. Are we being a little too ruthless this time? Hearing this, Lin Yuan shook his head. I don't think we are being heartless. When Wang Rong and Su Chanxian bullied us online, they should have thought that this would be the result. This is the cause they created, and they should bear the consequences themselves. Mu Qingge nodded and said nothing more. After the car drove a few dozen meters, she suddenly took out her mobile phone on a whim, switched to the front camera mode, raised the phone high, and made a scissors hand gesture with her other hand. She smiled and took a selfie of herself. With a click. In the selfie, besides myself, there is also Lin Yuan who was driving seriously in the corner. Looking at the angular sides of the body, one can feel the hormones emanating from Lin Yuan even through the photo. How can he be so handsome and charming? After Mu Qingge admired the photo happily, she posted it to her moments with the caption "Going for a ride." At the same time, far away in the beautiful country, in the suburbs of New York City. In a mansion, the sound of women's laughter could be heard, mixed in with a few low gasps from time to time. An Asian man and a black man were lying side by side on a large bed, and beside each of them, 2 women in white were kneeling, serving the 2 masters on the bed with all their heart and soul. Suddenly, an abnormally low sound came from the Asian man's throat, and then his whole body began to shake. The black man next to him felt the vibration on the bed and tilted his head towards the source of the vibration. He looked at the Asian man's face and said teasingly, "Master Yang Shangshuan, if you can't hold on, you can surrender in advance. There is an old saying in your dragon country, which is that surrender means losing half." Impossible. Yang Shangshuan gritted his teeth, naturally unwilling to give up. He was so angry that he suppressed the impulse. "I haven't come out yet, it's still uncertain who will win or lose, don't make a conclusion so early." Although he said so, his body was shaking more and more violently, which could not deceive anyone. Yang Shangshuan felt that he seemed to have reached his limit, so he thought that diverting his attention might make him feel better. So he picked up his phone, casually scrolled through WeChat, and after finding it uninteresting, he opened his moments. What he didn't expect was that the first photo in his circle of friends was actually a photo posted by Mu Qingge, and it was a selfie. Yang Shangshuan was stunned at first, then he happily clicked on the photo. After all, Mu Qingge seldom posts on WeChat moments, so this time he took the initiative to post on WeChat moments, which must have some hints. As he was thinking about this, Yang Shangshuan suddenly felt horny while looking at Mu Qingge on the other side of the screen. But the next second, the smile on his face froze. Because he saw that there was another man next to Mu Qingge. Yang Shangshuan frowned and enlarged the photo of Mu Qingge. The excellent pixels allowed him to clearly see Lin Yuan sitting in the driver's seat. He sat up with a jerk, startling the 2 white women who were working hard beneath him.
The black man next to him was also affected by Yang Shangshuan's actions.
The sudden end of pleasure made him feel very unhappy, but out of politeness, he still asked Yang Shangshuan.
Master Yang Shangshuan, what's wrong with you? Yang Shangshuan did not answer the black man.
His eyes were fixed on the photo in the phone. Disbelief was written in his eyes. His brows slightly frowned, and he muttered to himself on the phone, Lin Yuan, how could it be him? How could Mu Qingge be mixed up with Lin Yuan?
Chapter 29.
Yang Shangshuan pushed away the two women under him, exited the circle of friends anxiously, then found Mu Qingge's name in his friend list and clicked on it.
Looking at the blank chat box, Yang Shangshuan's hands began to move on the keyboard.
He wanted to question Mu Qingge about the photo in the circle of friends and why she was hanging out with Lin Yuan. But after typing a long string of words, Yang Shangshuan's typing fingers suddenly stopped. Looking at the message he had just typed, he thought for a moment, then pressed the delete key and deleted the long string of messages. Yang Shangshuan turned off the screen of his mobile phone in dissatisfaction, and felt a surge of anger in his heart.
Like Wan Long, he also likes Mu Qingge.
He pursued Mu Qingge for 4 years in college.
He could guarantee that every confession to Mu Qingge was full of sincerity.
Unfortunately, he was ruthlessly rejected by Mu Qingge every time. It was okay once or twice, he just treated Mu Qingge as a challenging object, but over time, Yang Shangshuan couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. After all, he is the son of Shanghai real estate tycoon Yang Wenkuan. He has all the women he wants around him, not to mention being rejected by the same woman over and over again. Sometimes he had to persuade himself to relax and not hang himself on a beautiful crooked tree. He had money, and as long as he made a move, there would be hundreds or even thousands of women like Mu Qingge who would voluntarily climb into his bed. However, after playing for so long, he felt more and more how precious Mu Qingge, the flower of the high mountain, was. He thought that he liked Mu Qingge. Otherwise, it would be impossible that in the past 4 years, instead of becoming discouraged, he was so persistent in pursuing Mu Qingge. Perhaps only by conquering a woman like Mu Qingge would he feel more accomplished. With this idea in mind, he originally planned to stay in Jiangcheng after graduation, stay with Mu Qingge, and continue to pursue Mu Qingge. As long as she enters society, Mu Qingge will definitely understand that her identity can bring her benefits, and then she will submit to me. He really thought so at first, but as time went on, he couldn't seem to tell whether he liked it or was unwilling. He is rich and powerful. He is not comparable to a gangster like Wang Long, nor can he be compared with a marginal man like Lin Yuan. But after not getting a response for a long time, coupled with his angry mood, Yang Shangshuan felt that he could not say that he liked Mu Qingge. However, before he had the chance to verify his feelings, his family had already arranged for him to study abroad, so his plan had to be shelved. Now seeing that Mu Qingge was actually with Lin Yuan, Yang Shangshuan somehow had a bad feeling in his heart. Thinking about this, he turned on his phone again and made a WeChat call to his lackey in China.
The moment the call was connected, Yang Shangshuan asked directly, "Are Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge together?" "Brother, don't you know?"
The lackey was a little surprised to hear what Yang Shangshuan said. He didn't expect that Yang Shangshuan didn't know about this matter.
He thought Yang Shangshuan knew, so as his younger brothers, they didn't say much. "Nonsense, if I knew, why would I call you to ask? Tell me clearly what is going on."
The lackey briefly recounted the story of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge. At that time, Lin Yuan and Wang Rong were both preparing to get married.
In the end, it seemed that they didn't get married because of the gift issue.
But Lin Yuan was also amazing. At his wedding with Wang Rong, he turned around and confessed his love to Mu Qingge, the bridesmaid.
What we didn't expect was that Mu Qingge actually agreed.
The lackey murmured, "I don't know what kind of shit luck Lin Yuan has.
He is simply a winner in life. With luxury cars and beautiful women in his hands, isn't this definitely the pinnacle of life?" Yang Shangshuan felt something was wrong and interrupted the lackey. "Wait a minute, what did you just say? Luxury car? Isn't Lin Yuan a poor boy? Where did he get the luxury car?"
I don't know either." The lackey tried hard to recall. "Anyway, when we found out, Lin Yuan not only drove the latest Maserati, but also used the 100 million to buy a Riverview apartment in the most luxurious community in Jiangcheng as their wedding house.
He was so cool.
Who would have thought that the poor guy back then would be so rich now, with all his wealth and splendor?" As the lackey spoke, his tone was full of envy, but this made Yang Shangshuan feel uncomfortable.
Is this guy my lackey or not? He actually praised Lin Yuan so much in front of me. Does he want to die? But Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge are already married? How is this possible? Perhaps sensing Yang Shangshuan's silence, the lackey immediately changed the subject. Well, brother, you can search for them online. I think you can find the video of their wedding day. Here, Lin Yuan was driving Mu Qingge for a ride.
Suddenly, a cell phone rang in the car. Lin Yuan picked up the phone and saw that it was his mother calling.
He answered the phone and said, "Mom, what's wrong?"
Lu Xiaoman on the other end of the phone said, "Your uncle and his family are visiting our house.
You and Xiaomu should go home soon." Lin Yuan listened to the noisy voice coming from Lu Xiaoman's end and responded, "We'll be right back."
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan immediately turned the car around.
Mu Qingge looked at Lin Yuan's slightly furrowed brows and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Why did you frown even after receiving a phone call?" "My uncle and his family came to visit us." "Isn't that pretty good?" In Mu Qingge's impression, visiting relatives is a good thing.
Lin Yuan shook his head and explained, "My uncles are not only vain, but also very stingy. They often yell and scold in the village for trivial matters.
My parents couldn't stand their behavior, so they moved to Zhangchang.
Moreover, my cousin used to bully me when I was a child because she was older. Every time my parents went to my uncle's family to seek justice, my uncle would side with my cousin and put all the blame on me. Over time, I didn't like my uncle's family very much."
After hearing these words, Mu Qingge was so angry. "Let's go home. Your wife is not a pushover. I'll go back and help you out." Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingge with her hands on her hips and couldn't help laughing.
On the other side, in the United States, the suburbs of New York City,
Yang Shangshuan has been looking for news about Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge.
Although there are no videos of them on Instagram, he can vaguely see some topics about them.
Just looking at what those netizens said, Yang Shangshuan felt choked up.
Yang Shangshuan asked his lackey to send the video directly to him.
After seeing the video, his anger increased even more.
Thinking that the woman he had been pursuing for more than 4 years was lying under Lin Yuan, Yang Shangshuan felt humiliated, as if he was wearing a green hat on his head.
He tightly grasped the phone and said grimly, "I want to go back to my country and kill this guy Lin Yuan."
Hearing that Yang Shangshuan was going back to his country, the black man beside him suddenly said, "Then take me with you. I've heard that girls from your dragon country are easy girls.
It's a good opportunity for me to experience it. I think a more like me should be very popular." Chapter 30. River City. At this moment, there were 2 men and 2 women sitting in the living room of Lin Yuan's parents' house.
Lin Bohua sat on the sofa and smoked silently, while Lu Xiaoman was busying around, serving tea and water, and placing fruit plates and snacks. The people sitting there just watched Lu Xiaoman's actions indifferently, and no one stood up to help, as if this was what Lu Xiaoman should do.
"Brother and sister-in-law, let's eat something first."
Lu Xiaoman noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange and quickly spoke up to ease the tension. Uncle Lin Hongfu glanced at Lu Xiaoman, just responded, and did not take the teacup handed to him by Lu Xiaoman. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoman could only smile awkwardly and put the teacup in front of Lin Hongfu.
The woman who was eating melon seeds next to her looked at Lu Xiaoman with a disdainful smile and said sarcastically, "Lu Xiaoman, what's wrong with your Lin Yuan? His uncle and I have been sitting here for such a long time, why hasn't he come back yet? Does he not want to come and see us and deliberately embarrass our family? Your family is really amazing. Isn't it that you have lived in the city for a long time and have forgotten where your roots are from and what you should uphold?"
After saying that, he casually threw the cracked melon seed shells on the ground, as if they were at home.
After hearing her words, Lin Yuan's parents looked a little unhappy.
But the person in front of him was his sister-in-law after all. In terms of seniority, they were still the younger generation and it was not appropriate for them to speak rudely to her. Sister-in-law Jiang Yanlan pretended not to notice the awkward expressions on Lin Bohu and his wife's faces and continued talking to herself.
"But, this is normal. If I were that brat Lin Yuan from your family, I would be too embarrassed to come back. At that time, I thought that if this guy could get into Jiangcheng University, he would be proud for the rest of his life. Now, after 4 years of college, he doesn't even have a job. He is not like my daughter."
As Jiang Yanglan spoke, she hugged Lin Pengpeng who was sitting next to her. "Although Pengpeng graduated from a technical secondary school, my daughter is capable and has found a good family. She will live a peaceful life in the future. Why does she need a useless guy like Lin Yuan, who is lazy every day and I don't know what he is busy with?
He doesn't make much money.
You might as well find a good family for him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you delay it any longer, he may be single for the rest of his life."
Xiao Yuan is not.
Just as Lu Xiaoman was about to speak and refute Lin Yuan, she was interrupted by Jiang Yanglan's loud noise.
By the way, Xiaoli, where did you work as a business manager before?
Lin Bohu and his wife followed Jiang Yanglan's gaze and looked over there, then for the first time they looked directly at the strange man brought by his eldest sister-in-law's family. However, after seeing this Xiaoli, Lin Bohu couldn't help feeling a little disgusted, and there was a bit of disgust in his eyes.
There's nothing I can do, he looks so ugly. You know, his eldest brother's family has extremely high standards. They usually quarrel over trivial matters. Why don't they object to Lin Pengpeng finding a boyfriend today, and a boyfriend who is quite handsome? What's the point? Is it because he is ugly? Although Lin Bohu didn't understand, he was greatly shocked.
When the man with a slightly wretched face heard Jiang Yanlan calling him, he quickly looked up. After seeing Jiang Yanlan winking at him, Li Yan immediately reacted and straightened his voice.
Auntie, I'm a business manager at Ziyuan Hongtu. I heard that company is pretty good. It's okay. Although Li Yan was talking to Jiang Yanlan, every word he said was sarcastic to Lin Bohu and his wife.
When our company was at its peak, its market value was several hundred million. Although the company is not as strong as before, our chairman has obtained an investment from somewhere. I believe that in the near future, our company will not only return to its peak, but may even set new records. By then, our year-end bonus will definitely increase again. When they heard this, Lin Bohu and his wife were suddenly shocked. From this perspective, this guy, apart from looking a little creepy, does have some skills.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Yanlan was very satisfied with Li Yan's performance. Oh my, Xiaoli, you are really amazing. I heard that your company is quite generous.
The previous year-end bonus was more than 100,000 yuan.
Wouldn't it be 200,000 or 300,000 this year? Li Yan smiled and said modestly, I don't know.
After all, our year-end bonus is divided according to performance. If the industry is booming this year, let alone 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, if we are lucky, 1 million yuan is not impossible.
Oh my god, $1 million year-end bonus.
Jiang Yanlan praised Li Yan and glanced at Lin Bohu and his wife from time to time, as if showing off. Some people may not be able to earn so much money in their entire lives.
You are really amazing, Xiaoli.
Li Yan had always been praised by Jiang Yanlan, and gradually he felt a little flattered. His ugly face coupled with his wide smile made him look a bit greasy and vulgar in the eyes of Lin Bohu and his wife. At this time, Lin Pengpeng next to her was already getting a little impatient.
Uncle and aunt, why hasn't Lin Yuan come back yet? Why, now that you're married and have a family, and your temper has gotten worse, do you want us elders to wait here for so long?
As Lin Pengpeng spoke, she lost the mood to eat the snacks in her hand, and began to speak arrogantly.
Uncle and aunt, you are really stupid. Lin Yuan hasn't even found a job yet, and you dare to talk about marriage for him. Isn't this obviously harming other girls?
I don't know which girl is so blind that she actually married my good-for-nothing cousin.
I feel it's not worth it for her. I hope that my cousin's new wife treats you badly and even wants to separate the family. As Lin Pengpeng spoke, she laughed without any concealment, completely disregarding her status.
Lin Hongfu and his wife next to her said nothing, nor did they stop Lin Pengpeng's presumptuous behavior. Instead, they acquiesced to her words. When Lin Boho heard this, he was so angry that his eyes widened, but Lin Pengpeng was his niece, and as an elder he couldn't say anything harsh. His lips were half open and trembling slightly, but the words were choked in his throat and he couldn't say them, so he had to give up in the end. Seeing that Lin Bohu remained silent, Lu Xiaoman, who was standing next to him, could only endure his anger, but a hint of grievance welled up in her eyes. After all, he is his own son. No matter what Lin Yuan is like, he will not allow others to say anything about him. Seeing that Lin Bohu and Lu Xiaoman didn't say anything, Lin Pengpeng became even more excited. The reason she came to visit Lin Yuan's family this time was, on the one hand, to give Lin Yuan's family a warning and show off her new boyfriend, and on the other hand, to bring down Lin Yuan's wife. After all, Lin Yuan's family only has such conditions. It would be good enough if Lin Bohu and his wife could prevent Lin Yuan from being a bachelor for his whole life. She didn't expect Lin Yuan's wife to be any better. Then she continued, Uncle and aunt, please ask my cousin to come back soon.
My boyfriend is here too, so let them have a good chat. As Lin Pengpeng was speaking, she did not notice that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge walked into the yard. Chapter 31. Mom and Dad, we're back.
Before Lin Yuan entered the living room, the voice came in from outside. Lin Pengpeng was interrupted while she was speaking and felt very unhappy,
but after hearing Lin Yuan's familiar voice, a sly smile appeared on her face. As the footsteps outside got closer, everyone inside looked towards the door curiously, wanting to see what Lin Yuan's wife looked like. When Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge walked into the house, Lin Hongfu's family were all stunned. Especially Lin Pangpang and Li Yan, with stunned expressions on their faces and disbelief in their eyes, they found it hard to believe what they saw for a while. Because Mu Qingge's appearance was really beyond their expectations. Lin Pangpang looked at Mu Qingge's appearance, and her back teeth were almost broken. She originally thought that even if Lin Yuan wanted to find a wife, he would look for a country girl who looked mean, harsh and stingy at first glance. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingge was not even a country girl. Instead, she looked exceptionally generous and noble. She was obviously a girl who grew up in wealth. Even though she didn't know her family situation, she could at least conclude that Lin Yuan's wife's family was well off. What made her even more unacceptable was that Mu Qingge was so good at fighting even without makeup. Although Lin Pangpang has a quirky personality, she is very aware of her appearance, so she can only rely on heavy makeup to cover up the fact that she is not good looking. Now that Mu Qingge appeared in front of her without makeup, she immediately became jealous. The moment Li Yan, who was standing aside, saw Mu Qingge, his eyes seemed to be glued to Mu Qingge. He couldn't move his gaze away for a long time, and his mind was full of dirty thoughts. If he could sleep with the beauty in front of him, he would be willing to do so even if it meant living 10 years less. However, Lin Bohu and his wife did not pay attention to the wonderful expressions on their uncle's family's faces. After all, their son and daughter-in-law had all returned, so they had no time to care about their eldest brother and others. Lu Xiaoman took Mu Qingge's hand and introduced the people in the room to her. "Xiaomu, this is Xiao Yuan's uncle, this is his aunt, this is Xiao Yuan's cousin, this." Lu Xiaoman was introducing them when she suddenly got stuck. After a pause, she quickly continued, "This is his cousin's boyfriend." Mu Qingge just smiled slightly as a symbolic greeting, without revealing too much emotion. Lin Hongfu's family all looked a little unhappy, especially Lin Pangpang. Seeing how beautiful Mu Qingge looked when she smiled, he suddenly felt angry and unhappy. Before she could lose her temper, she saw her boyfriend suddenly stand up. When he stood up, he did not forget to straighten his tie, which was slightly bent. Then he acted like a gentleman, but his eyes were staring at Mu Qingge infatuatedly, and he refused to move away for a moment, as if missing those few seconds would cost him his life. Seeing this scene, Lin Pangpang was angry and annoyed, but the gap between her and Mu Qingge was there. Anyone with eyes would focus on Mu Qingge, including herself. Mu Qingge felt the hostility in the air, and looking in the direction of that hostility, her eyes fell on Lin Pangpang. This guy was the one who bullied Lin Yuan when he was a kid, right? At this time, Li Yan cleared his throat, looked at Mu Qingge and said, "Hello, young lady." Li Yan extended his hand to Mu Qingge, lowering his voice as he spoke, and said in a low and graceful voice, "My name is Li Yan, nice to meet you." Lin Pangpang saw that her boyfriend was eager to show his courtesy to Mu Qingge, which made her even more jealous of Mu Qingge. If Li Yan had not already walked past, she would have kicked Li Yan at any rate. When Mu Qingge heard what Li Yan said, she felt nauseous for a moment and simply ignored Li Yan's greasy pig's trotter. At this time, Lin Yuan also stood up and blocked Mu Qingge's way, saying with a smile, "I'm sorry, my wife is naturally disgusted by seeing a wretched man, so please Mr. Li, please control your wretched energy." As soon as these words came out, Li Yan's defense broke down instantly. He was naturally aware of his own shortcomings, but these shortcomings had long become insignificant matters under the cover of money. He really wanted to teach Lin Yuan a lesson, but the image of a successful person that he had established in front of everyone did not allow him to argue with an unemployed vagrant like Lin Yuan at this time. So he calmed down and sat back to his original seat. On the way back, he did not forget to glare at Lin Yuan fiercely. I thought to myself, even if I can't do it now, I will find a chance to retaliate later. As a grown man, it would be too frustrating for him to be humiliated like this and not fight back. But Li Yan could endure it, but Lin Pangpang's family couldn't. The first one to jump out of control was Lin Pangpang. After all, Li Yan is her boyfriend. Although her boyfriend did look a bit ugly, Lin Yuan was insulting her in disguise by saying this about his boyfriend. She could compromise herself and make do with Li Yan for the sake of money, but she would not allow Lin Yuan to challenge her position, because in her eyes, she still thought that the current Lin Yuan was the same as the childhood Lin Yuan, and they were still people she could bully. Lin Pangpang pulled Li Yan over and attacked Lin Yuan personally. "Cousin, you are a college graduate, how dare you offend my boyfriend? Do you know how much money he can earn a year?" When talking about this, Lin Pangpang said arrogantly as if she was sure of winning, "He earns $1 million a year, how can an unemployed vagrant like you compare to him?" You deserve it that even if you have a wife, you still have to squeeze into this old and broken house with your parents. Come on, you are already such a grown-up, but you are still like when you were a kid, hiding behind your parents and everything. If you are not ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. After Lin Pengpeng finished speaking, Zhang Yanglan also stood up and accused Lin Yuan. Nephew, I thought that you were so old now and have a family, so you should be more stable. But you are still the same as when you were a child, so impolite. Not only did you not say hello to me and your uncle, but now you even speak rudely to your cousin's husband. I think you just need discipline. Zhang Yanglan turned her head and looked at Lin Bohu and his wife next to them. Bohu, Xiaoman, tell me, how do you usually discipline your son? How did you let him become like this? If a son is not disciplined, it is the fault of the father. If this gets back to our hometown, will you still have the face to go back? Lin Bohu and his friend have always been accustomed to being lectured by Zhang Yanglan's family. Over time, they both became numb and silence became their normal way of dealing with such things. Seeing that Lin Bohu and the other man were silent, Zhang Yanglan turned her attention to Mu Qingda again and tried to persuade her in the tone of an elder. Tell me, how could you, a good girl, be so careless as to marry into this place? Your family is really something. They didn't even help you find out about their family situation before you married into this place. It's a pity for you to marry into this poor family. Such a beautiful girl that your parents gave you. Zhang Yanglan made tsk sounds and said it was a pity, but in fact the corners of her mouth were almost stretched to her temples. Unlike my daughter, who found a boyfriend who was capable and can make money, 2 days ago, Shelley was thinking about buying my daughter an apartment, which would cost a full 800,000 yuan. He also said he wanted to buy a car, a Mercedes or a BMW, which is the favorite of city dwellers, which would also cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. Look at you, if you had opened your eyes a little more, you wouldn't be living like this. But, it's a pity. A married woman is like spilled water, there is no medicine for regret. Zhang Yanglan was belittling Mu Qingda in her words and deeds, and at the same time she did not forget to show off her daughter and Li Yan. Her words fell into Li Yan's ears, and Li Yan was very pleased to hear them. This is how he wants to make Mu Qingda feel split in this relationship. Once he has found the girl, he can kick Lin Pengpeng out. Thinking of this, Li Yan felt that it was time to stand up and demonstrate his gentlemanly demeanor, so he stood up and persuaded. Everyone, please stop arguing. It's time for dinner now. I have booked a 5-star restaurant at the Hanjiangting Hotel. If you don't mind, I will treat you all to a simple meal. When Lin Yuan heard that Li Yan wanted to treat him to a meal, he originally had no intention of going, but after hearing about the Hanjiangting Hotel, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After the last wedding, Hanjiangting Hotel gave him a diamond membership card, which should still be in Mu Qingda's handbag. It just so happens that it can be used this time. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Li, to pay for it. Lin Yuan agreed immediately, but his behavior was seen by his uncle's family as wanting to eat for free at a big hotel. Zhang Yanglan glanced at Li Yan and saw that he didn't mind, so she said, for Xiaoli, it's just a few more mouths to feed. We are all family, so we won't deny you food. I guess you haven't eaten in a 5-star hotel before, so come with us this time to see it for yourself. Lin Pengpeng said proudly, don't let it get out that we're living a good life without you. Li Yan paused and replied, it's just a small amount of money, not a big expense. He was more than happy to be able to show his abilities in front of Mu Qingda. Chapter 32. Husband. Suddenly, Lin Pengpeng took Li Yan's arm, rubbed his arm, and said coquettishly, honey, give me the car keys, I will help you drive the Land Rover worth 1 million. When she spoke, she emphasized the price of the car. Upon hearing this, Li Yan smiled, took out the car keys from his pocket, pretended to accidentally reveal the logo on the car keys, showed off in front of everyone, and then handed the keys to Lin Pengpeng. Lin Pengpeng took the key and walked out of the old house. However, when she walked out of the gate, she saw a Maserati parked outside. The car's eye-catching red appearance makes it hard for passers-by not to notice it. Lin Pengpeng's eyes revealed a bit of envy. She walked up involuntarily and reached out to touch the car body. It's a really good car. The feel is different from other cars. It's a pity it's not mine. Lin Pengpeng muttered to herself, with a look of longing on her face. If she had such a car, she would definitely take different photos every day and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. Etc. Yes, I can take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments, just in time to make my sisters jealous. Lin Pengpeng took out her cell phone and took photos with the Maserati in different poses. A few minutes later, looking at the dozens of selfies in the album, Lin Pengpeng nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, she selected the 9 best-looking selfies from the dozens of selfies and posted them on WeChat Moments, captioning, "My boyfriend's new car, how is it? Does it look good?" After posting on WeChat Moments, Lin Pengpeng took one last look at the Maserati before leaving reluctantly. Soon, Lin Pengpeng came to Li Yan's Land Rover. When she looked at the Land Rover again at this moment, she felt that it was shabby. "I must ask Li Yan to buy me a new Maserati later." Beep, beep, beep. "Mom and Dad, I've got the car here, come out quickly." When Lin Pengpeng drove the Land Rover to Lin Yuan's house, she honked the horn frantically. Although this Land Rover is not as good as the Maserati, a car worth 1 million is still out of reach for Lin Yuan's family, so she must show off in front of Lin Yuan's family. Hearing Lin Pengpeng's voice, the people in the room came out one after another. Lin Hongfu and his wife walked up to the seats of the Land Rover very skillfully and sat down. Lin Pengpeng also moved from the main driver's seat to the co-pilot's seat. Zhang Yanglan sat in the seat behind the main driver's seat, looking at Lin Yuan's family outside. She said with some pride, "Oh, look, this is so embarrassing. Xiao Li's car can only accommodate 4 people. Otherwise, you should take a taxi. My son-in-law will send you the address later." At this time, Li Yan spoke. "There's room for 5 people in the car, Miss Mu, why don't you get in?" Li Yan turned to Lin Pengpeng, who was fastening her seatbelt, and said, "Baby, please sit in the back." "Why?" Lin Pengpeng naturally disagreed. This was a good opportunity to show off, and she said she would not sit in the back no matter what. "Be obedient." Li Yan's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Your family will sit in the back for familiarity, and Miss Mu will sit in the front." Lin Hongfu and his wife in the back seat were a little unhappy when they heard what Li Yan said, but the car was Li Yan's after all, so they couldn't say anything and could only say a few sarcastic words. "Mu Chinga is really enjoying herself. This is probably not the most expensive car she has ever ridden in." "That's right. If I marry Lin Yuan, I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to ride in such an expensive car again in my life." When Lin Pengpeng heard what her parents said, she wanted to retort and stop Mu Chinga from getting in the car, but when she met Li Yan's eyes, she immediately backed down. "Good." However, before she could finish her words, Lin Yuan's voice was heard outside again. "No, we have a car." Before my uncle's family could figure out what was going on, they saw Lin Yuan take out the car key and press a button, and then the door of the Maserati next to them opened. "Mom and Dad, let's get in the car and not squeeze in their crappy car." Lin Yuan asked his parents to get in the car. At this moment, my uncle's family was all stunned. The people who were most shocked were Lin Pengpeng and Li Yan. After all, Lin Hongfu and Jiang Yanglan were born in the countryside and had rarely been out, so they didn't know anything about luxury cars. But Lin Pengpeng and Li Yan clearly recognized the car, the latest model of Maserati, the price of which was 5 million even in its simplest configuration. At this moment, Lin Pengpeng and Li Yan both looked a little ugly. No one expected that the car parked in front of the Lin family's house was actually Lin Yuan's car. Especially Lin Pengpeng. She just took a photo happily with this Maserati. Unexpectedly, this dream car of hers actually belongs to her most despised cousin. "It's okay." Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Lin Pengpeng couldn't help but pat her chest, took a long breath, and muttered secretly, "Fortunately, I didn't add my second uncle's family on WeChat, otherwise if they saw the circle of friends I posted, I would be embarrassed." Lin Hongfu and his wife didn't know how much the car cost, but they couldn't stand the fact that Lin Yuan could afford it, so they started to be sarcastic again. "I didn't expect that Lin Yuan, who seems to have accomplished nothing, actually got a car to drive. However, this car looks short and cheap. It is definitely not as expensive as the car we are riding in." "That's right, you even bought a red one. The car is already cheap, but you don't even have the sense of taste when buying a car. I'm afraid this car is a stock car that the store couldn't sell, so they picked it up for you." Lin Hongfu and Jiang Yanglan sang the same tune, sitting high in the car and mocking Lin Yuan. Of course, Lin Yuan didn't indulge them and directly retorted, "Uncle and aunt, you two are both very old, a century in total, and it's bad enough that your brains are muddled, but how come your eyesight isn't working well either? That is right, you are half buried in the ground, your eyesight is not very good. I don't blame you old antiques for not recognizing this car, but you can ask your dear daughter and precious son-in-law, ask them if this car is better than your Land Rover." After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and then the front of the car lifted up. The red Maserati flew out like an arrow, leaving behind a red afterimage and a pile of exhaust gas, which choked Zhang Yanglan and made her cough. "Ahem, you rude guy. If you dare to run slower, I will scold you to death. Ahem. Zhang Yanglan's impression of Lin Yuan dropped to a lower level. Then, she looked at Lin Pengpeng and Li Yin in front of her and asked, "How much is the car that guy is driving?" Both of them were silent. Li Yan remained silent. Lin Pengpeng, who was standing next to him, gritted her teeth and said, "The lowest price for Lin Yuan's car is more than 5 million. If everything is done well and it can be driven on the road, it will basically cost 6 million. How much more?" Zhang Yanglan was dumbfounded when she heard the price. 6 million? When they heard the price, Lin Hongfu and Zhang Yanglan were stunned. 6 million was a sum of money they could never earn in their entire lifetime, but Lin Yuan used it to buy a car and drove it casually on the road. Li Yan looked at Lin Yuan's old and dilapidated house unwillingly, and suddenly felt a little puzzled. Lin Yuan's family doesn't look like rich people. If there is anyone who looks rich, it's probably only Muchinga who looks like he has some money. Besides, how could their family afford a car like this when they live in such a shabby place? What went wrong? Li Yan really couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Lin Pengpeng next to him seemed to remember something and shouted, "Rent a car." Once the idea came into her mind, the perfect event also took shape in her mind. That's right, it must be like this. Lin Pengpeng confirmed her guess. Lin Yuan must have rented a Maserati just to show off. Think about it, when we came, my aunt called Lin Yuan and emphasized that we were here, so Lin Yuan must have rented a car just to show off in front of us. Hearing this, Li Yan instantly felt that what Lin Pengpeng said made sense, and then he sneered contemptuously. I thought so. Looking at this family's situation, they don't seem like the kind of family that can afford a 6 million luxury car. I realized you were just renting a car to show off in front of me. I don't know how this pretentious guy managed to marry Muchinga. It's such a pity that a big cabbage was eaten by a pig. After knowing that Lin Yuan rented a car, Lin Hongfu and Zhang Yanglan felt a little relieved. If Lin Yuan really had a car worth 6 million, they would be so angry that they would be half dead. Fortunately, he didn't do that. Let's go to the Hanjiangting Hotel and see how I expose him. Li Yan happily started the car and headed for Hanjiangting Hotel. He couldn't wait to expose Lin Yuan, the pretentious guy, in person. Chapter 33. An hour later, Li Yan drove his Land Rover to the entrance of Hanjiangting Hotel. As soon as he parked the car, he saw Lin Yuan and his group walking towards the hotel entrance. Lin Pengpeng looked at each of them with disdain and said sarcastically, "This family is really nice. They walked over without waiting for us. I don't know if they know how to order food." Zhang Yanglan followed Lin Pengpeng's words and said disdainfully, "A bunch of uncouth country folk are bound to get a little excited when they see these scenes for the first time. Anyway, they will be the ones who make a fool of themselves, and it has nothing to do with us." As Lin Pengpeng and her daughter were talking, Li Yan smiled with satisfaction, and his vanity was greatly satisfied at this moment. "Let's get off." Li Yan turned off the car and led Lin Pengpeng and his family towards the hotel entrance, while Lin Yuan was just a few steps ahead of them. He stared at Lin Yuan's back, a teasing look in his eyes, and thought to himself, "Ha, you car rental bastard, I wonder how long you can be so proud." Thinking of this, Li Yan quickened his pace. Finally, the two families walked into the hotel lobby almost one after the other. Coincidentally, the hotel manager Zhang Jing was directing something in the lobby at this time. After hearing the noise at the door, Zhang Jing turned around subconsciously and saw Lin Yuan. The last time he signed a 5 million wedding banquet order with Lin Yuan, Zhang Jing received a full 500,000 as commission. When he saw Lin Yuan again, he immediately smiled and walked towards Lin Yuan. Li Yan, who was walking behind Lin Yuan's family, also recognized Zhang Jing, the hotel manager. When Li Yan saw Zhang Jing walking towards him with a smile, he couldn't help but look around to see if there were any other customers here. Seeing that besides himself, there were only Lin Yuan's family around, Li Yan subconsciously thought that Zhang Jing was smiling at him. Strange, could it be that the manager of the Hanjiangting Hotel recognizes me? Li Yan muttered to himself and completely ignored Lin Yuan's family. After all, in his opinion, it is impossible for a poor family like Lin Yuan to have any connection with Zhang Jing, a figure who was well known in Zhangcheng. Yes, young Kyung is definitely smiling at me. Seeing Zhang Jing walking towards him, Li Yan felt a little elated. It would be somewhat unreasonable if I didn't put on some pretense in front of Lin Yuan and Lin Pengpeng's family at this time. So, he gave a smile that he thought was very friendly, quickly passed Lin Yuan, and met Zhang Jing first. "Hello, Manager Zhang." Li Yan came up to Zhang Jing and greeted him with a smile, just like two old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. However, when Zhang Jing saw Li Yan suddenly appear, he was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and asked, "Who are you?" Li Yan was stunned for a moment, and then felt embarrassed. After a while, facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Li Yan uttered a word. "You, weren't you greeting me just now?" "Sir, you may have misunderstood. I didn't say hello to you again." After saying that, Zhang Jing smiled slightly, walked past Li Yan, and came to Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, next time you come, you can say hello to me in advance, so that I can make arrangements with you in advance." It's okay. Lin Yuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I just came here to have a meal, there's no need to be so troublesome." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing quickly said, "Then I'll arrange it for you." The reason why Zhang Jing was so respectful to Lin Yuan was not only because of the 5 million order, but also because of the grand ceremony that Lin Yuan had made when he got married. The phoenix seeks the phoenix and the phoenix flies. It took Wei Zhuang, the president of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Association, 10 years to make it. You can't buy it just by having money. Therefore, although he was clear about Lin Yuan's identity and background, he thought that he must be either noble or honorable. No. Lin Yuan said, his eyes fell on Li Yan, and he joked, "My cousin's husband said he would bring me here to see the world, and he also said he would treat our family to a big dinner." Lin Yuan's words reached Zhang Yanglan's ears, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She pulled Lin Pengpeng's hand and spoke in a low voice. "Some people, they were able to get in thanks to our son-in-law, but now they act like they want to pay for it themselves." "Mom, why are you arguing with them?" Lin Pengpeng smiled contemptuously. "Lin Yuan, that unemployed vagrant, has no ability. He is lucky enough to take my uncle and aunt out to eat. How can he afford this place?" "Oh, you should stop talking. If my uncle and aunt hear this, they will be embarrassed to eat later." The two were whispering nearby, but their voices were sharp to begin with, so even though they lowered their voices a bit, everyone on the field could still hear them clearly. Zhang Jing glanced at Lin Pengpeng and Jiang Yanlan behind Lin Yuan and roughly understood something. After all, he has worked in the hotel for so many years and has seen all kinds of people. He has seen too many vain customers like Zhang Yanglan's family. "Mr. Lin, if you have anything, you can always call me." Zhang Jing knew that Lin Yuan had his own plans, so he left tactfully. At the same time, he arranged for a waiter to lead Lin Yuan and his party to the private room booked by Li Yan. When he arrived at the box, Li Yan naturally walked towards the main seat. The box reservation information only booked seats for 4 people, so there were only 4 chairs inside. Lin Pengpeng and her family rushed to their seats and sat down, leaving Lin Yuan and others standing nearby. "Oh, I'm so sorry. My boyfriend didn't expect you to come over at first." Lin Pengpeng covered her mouth, but couldn't stop laughing under her palm. "Uncle and aunt, just wait for a while. The waiter will bring the chairs over soon." "It's okay. It's good to stand here and feel the atmosphere in the box. Bohu, Xiaoman, be careful. This carpet is very expensive. Don't make it dirty. You won't be able to pay for it later." Faced with the ridicule of Lin Pengpeng's family, Lin Yuan and his companions remained calm. The Lin Bohua couple, who were named by Zhang Yanglan, had a strange expression on their faces. The two looked at each other. "If I remember correctly, my son's wedding was held here." After the waiter brought chairs and everyone sat down, he handed the menu to Li Yan, who was sitting at the main seat. The waiter took out the equipment and stood next to Li Yan. "Hello, sir. Would you like something to eat?" Li Yan took the menu, opened it and looked at the prices clearly, then was stunned. "Why the fuck is this so expensive?" He touched his nose and said angrily, "I remember the private room I booked includes food, right?" The waiter nodded. "Yeah, so, you guys aren't going to order anything else?" When she said this, her eyes were clearly on Lin Yuan. She knew Lin Yuan, and considering Lin Yuan's status, she thought he should order a few more main dishes, so she brought up the seasonal menu. The waiter's question stumped Li Yan. Li Yan suddenly felt a little uncomfortable sitting in the main seat. He hesitated for a long time and didn't say he wanted to order any dishes. However, he was embarrassed to refuse in front of so many people. However, if he ordered any dishes, it would cost more. At this time, Lin Pengpeng took the menu and started ordering dishes. "Here, this, and this, please." "Okay." The waiter wrote it down and read it again. 1 portion each for the 6 abalones. A 6-pound and 6-ounce king crab. 1 serving of sea urchin steamed egg per person.
Every time the waiter announced the name of a dish, Li Yan felt his breathing become more painful. Lin Pengpeng is a woman who really knows how to find a place to show off. She ordered all kinds of luxury goods from land, sea, and air. But when looking at Mu Qingge sitting next to Lin Yuan, Li Yan just smiled in order to show his wealth and told Lin Pengpeng not to be polite and to continue ordering. After hearing that the names of the dishes were similar, Lin Pengpeng generously handed the menu to Lin Yuan. "Come on, cousin, I'll give you a chance to experience ordering. Don't be polite, just order whatever you want. After all, you may only get to eat this once in your life, so you should cherish the opportunity and remember the feeling this time. Who knows, when you are old, you may still be able to savor the deliciousness of these top-quality ingredients."
"Thank you, cousin." Lin Yuan took the menu and looked at it with Mu Qingge.
Lin Pengpeng had just said this when she turned around and saw the intimacy between Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge.
The jealousy that she had just suppressed at the Lin family ignited again. A rotten flower stuck in cow dung, what a perfect match.
There was a gleam of madness in Lin Pengpeng's eyes. Maybe the woman was tired of playing around, so she asked her silly-looking cousin to take over. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's ability to find a woman as perfect as Mu Qingge, it would take a lot of luck for him to find such a perfect woman. Thinking of this, Lin Pengpeng looked at Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge with pity in her eyes.
"Cousin, you are not a child anymore, and you have a wife.
Don't do such pretentious things in the future.
Although renting a car can make you look cool in front of us, what's the point?
You might as well save this little money for food, even if it's not delicacies.
Don't regret pretending when you can't even afford a meal."
The waiter was a little confused after listening to Lin Pengpeng's words.
Lin Yuan still needs to rent a car?
Lin Yuan, who was looking at the menu, just smiled playfully and ignored Lin Pengpeng's words, but his hands did not stop moving and he ordered the most expensive ones one by one.
After ordering almost all the dishes on the menu, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "Cousin, how about pairing this meal with red wine?" Lin Pengpeng was confused by Lin Yuan's sudden question and answered subconsciously, "If you want to order, just order. Don't say later that we bullied you."
"That's good." Lin Yuan smiled at Li Yan. "Thank you, cousin-in-law, you were so kind to my cousin." After saying that, Lin Yuan turned around and said to the waiter, "Then bring me a few bottles of 1982 Lafite. It just so happens that I haven't had any before, so today I'll take advantage of my cousin's husband and experience the charm of Lafite."
When Li Yan heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. This kid is really not polite at all.
He was about to refuse, but then he remembered what Lin Yuan said before he ordered the wine. Lin Yuan had already said this: if he refused it would be ungentlemanly, so this time he would just show off his wealth in front of Mu Qingge. Anyway, he still had the money he had embezzled from the company before, which added up to about 3 million yuan.
Spending a few 100,000 yuan was nothing.
Li Yan looked at Mu Qingge, who was sitting obediently in her seat, and his heart began to wander.
As long as I can date Mu Qingge, everything is worth it. Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Cousin-in-law, you're so nice.
After ordering the dishes, the waiter held the menu, smiled and nodded to Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge, then left the box to prepare to serve the dishes. After waiting for the outsiders to leave, Lin Pengpeng and others in the box looked at each other, and they immediately understood each other's meaning. Lin Hongfu took a sip of water and looked at Lin Yuan.
"Bo Hu. How do you and Xiaoman manage Lin Yuan on weekdays? Can he finish all the food he ordered?"
"Uncle, if I can't finish it, I'll pack it up and eat it slowly at home.
You don't have to worry about it."
"You." Lin Hongfu didn't expect that Lin Yuan would dare to argue with him.
He immediately felt that his authority was challenged by the junior. "Lin Bohu, take care of your son."
He snorted coldly and stopped talking. But Jiang Yanglan and Lin Pengpeng, who were standing by, saw that Lin Hongfu was humiliated, so how could they let Lin Yuan go so easily? The mother and daughter started to speak sarcastically to Lin Yuan again.
"A bumpkin is a bumpkin.
He only knows how to order Australian lobster, Kobe beef, etc.
Are you afraid to order dishes you've never heard of?" Jiang Yanglan smiled.
After eating a few meals with Li Yan, she became familiar with these foods.
"I'm tired of what you ordered. You don't know how to change it. Don't you see that we are too old to eat such greasy food? How can it be greasy?
Those are all high-protein good things.
I'm doing this for your aunt's sake. You should eat more.
I'm afraid your cholesterol is too low and you won't be able to take care of your guts."
"Don't let me scare you again."
Lin Yuan shook the wine in his hand.
The wine was deep red in color and looked as crystal clear as a ruby under the light. A faint fruity aroma wafted out from the edge of the glass, and it was extremely mellow. Lin Pengpeng laughed at Lin Yuan's pretentious behavior. "Cousin, you haven't learned this skill well. Don't just watch the people on TV shake the red wine into their mouths and do the same. Their red wine is already decanted. You are simply wasting a bottle of good wine by drinking it dry." As Lin Pengpeng was speaking, she caught sight of the decanter next to her and pointed at it while speaking. "See? The wine should be left there for 10 to 20 minutes to taste good." "Oh, really? That's none of my business. How I drink is my business." Lin Yuan shook the glass again and drank it all in one gulp. "Besides, cousin, I suggest you read more books. Everything on TV is fake." "What?" Lin Pengpeng blinked, not reacting to what Lin Yuan said. Only later did she realize the hidden meaning in Lin Yuan's words, and she became a little furious. "What do you know?" Lin Yuan said no more and ate the side dishes on the table while drinking. Every time he took a sip of wine, Li Yan's eyelids twitched. "He is indeed a country bumpkin." Li Yan looked at Lin Yuan with disdain and said condescendingly, "I heard from Pengpeng that you graduated from Jiangcheng University, right? Kindness. From this perspective, you are a talented student. I heard that you don't have a job yet." "For now." Li Yan pondered for a moment. "Since you are Pengpeng's cousin, you are also my cousin. How about this? I will help you find a job in our company. With your status as a talented student, it is not a problem for you to be a small salesperson. If you work hard, you can make 3 to 4,000 yuan a month. Otherwise, it is not a good thing for you to be an unemployed vagrant all day. Besides, you still have a wife to support. What if your wife runs away because she despises you for not having a job and not making much money? After all, it's hard to find such a beautiful wife. If you don't work harder, you're not sure what will happen." After Li Yan finished speaking, he kept looking at Mu Qingge. Lin Hongfu and Jiang Yanlan looked at each other and started discussing in a low voice. "Why did our son-in-law arrange a job for Lin Yuan? Isn't this too easy for him?" Jiang Yanlan lowered her voice and complained in Lin Hongfu's ear, "With such a good opportunity, you should think about our Pengpeng. Why are you thinking about Lin Yuan? What do you know? Our son-in-law is so capable. He helped Lin Yuan, so how could he not help Pengpeng? Besides, Pengpeng is not destined to work as hard as Lin Yuan. Isn't it good for her to enjoy life at home? We have Shaoli outside. It's perfect for the man to take care of the outside and the woman to take care of the inside." "So what do you mean?" "My son-in-law arranged a job for Lin Yuan. So what does he do in the company? Isn't it all up to our son-in-law to decide?" Listening to Lin Hongfu's words, Jiang Yanglan suddenly understood. "It has to be you, my husband? I didn't even think of this." With this in mind, the two formed a united front. "Lin Yuan, why don't you thank your cousin's husband? You are a fresh graduate from university, so don't be dissatisfied with the position. It's good enough to have something to do. Just do it first. It's great that someone can help you find an easy job these days. This is a blessing you have earned in 8 lifetimes." Lin Yuan responded rudely. "I don't like being constrained. Forget about working. I'd better let my cousin's husband give you this opportunity that he has accumulated for 8 lifetimes. Uncle and aunt, although you are old, it is not bad for you to be a security guard or a cleaner. You can earn 2 salaries. If you earn more for a few years, you can buy a better coffin for yourself." After these words were spoken, Lin Hongfu and Jiang Yanlan were so angry that smoke came out of their nostrils. At this time, Mu Qingge next to him couldn't bear it anymore and stood up to speak for Lin Yuan. "Thank you all uncles and aunts for your concern, but please don't worry about our family affairs. Even if Lin Yuan is so poor that he has to pick up trash, I will accompany him. But you." Mu Qingge changed the subject and looked at Lin Pengpeng beside Li Yan, saying playfully, "The woman next to you is a bit like the gold digger you mentioned. You'd better be careful." Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge attacked with heavy punches, making Lin Hongfu's family tremble with anger. You two really don't know what's good for you." Lin Hongfu slammed the table and yelled, "Lin Bohu, this is the good son you taught," but he dared to talk back to his uncle like this. If this gets out, where will our Lin family put their face? Since when did this kid stop respecting me? Lin Bohu couldn't refute his elder brother, so he had to pull Lin Yuan and ask him to restrain himself. After all, we are all family, there is no need to make the relationship too awkward. In my opinion, it's not Lin Yuan's fault alone.
It's because you guys didn't teach Lin Bohu well, which made him so wild. Zhang Yanlan glared at Lin Yuan, then looked at Li Yan and said, "Son-in-law, you can see that this family is a bunch of useless people.
Don't waste your time on them.
They are all ungrateful and don't care about the good things you do for them.
What if they bite you back in the future?"
That's right. Lin Pengpeng also stood up, pointed at Mu Qingge, and said angrily, "Before, I thought you were just blind, but I didn't expect that you were blinded by lard."
"You two idiots, do you know who my boyfriend is?"
Lin Pengpeng said while holding Li Yan's arm. "He is the business director of Ziyuan Hongtu."
"Do you know what a business director is?"
"An annual salary of 1 million is money you can never earn in your entire life. Especially since Li Yan's company has recently received a new investment, it will soon be strong again. By then, if you regret it and want to cry and beg us, it will be useless."
"Don't blame me for not reminding you." Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge were both slightly stunned after hearing about Ziyuan's grand plan. Isn't this Mu Qingge's father's company? Chapter 35. Puff.
Seeing Lin Yuan and the other man in a daze, Zhang Yanlan suddenly sneered.
"Really? You two don't even know what Ziyuan Hongtu does?" Zhang Yanlan looked at them with disdain and continued, No wonder you don't know.
After all, Ziyuan Hongtu is not a place you can just enter whenever you want. I heard that the chairman of Ziyuan Hongtu was a magical figure who started from scratch and made it to where he is today."
"What's the chairman's name?"
Zhang Yanlan thought about it, but couldn't remember it, so she asked Li Yan beside her, "Hey, Shaoli, what's your chairman's name?"
"Our chairman is Mu Ziyuan."
Li Yan replied proudly, as if he was Mu Ziyuan.
"Mu Ziyuan."
Zhang Yanlan repeated the name and looked at Mu Qingge with a strange look. "Oh my, you really can't compare this person to others. They have the same surname, but how come he has built such a big company, while you actually married a poor man?"
Mu Qingge glanced at Zhang Yanlan indifferently and did not pay much attention to her.
Instead, he turned his gaze to Li Yan. "Mr. Li, I remember that the business manager of Ziyuan Hongtu only had an annual salary of 300,000.
I'm curious, how did you make $1 million a year?" Mu Qingge looked at Li Yan and asked.
Although she didn't care much about the affairs of her family's company, she once saw the salary plan that Mu Ziyuan had given to each position in the company. When the people around heard what Mu Qingge said, they were all stunned. Li Yan was also stunned, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes.
How could she know so much about Ziyuan Hongtu's salary? Thinking of this, Li Yan's heart suddenly felt a little weak.
After all, that money was obtained through corruption, and he only said that he had an annual salary of 1 million just to show off in front of Lin Pengpeng's family. He thought this matter would be kept secret well, at least it would not be exposed before he married Lin Pengpeng.
Unexpectedly, Mu Qingge showed up halfway and actually got a glimpse of the truth. However, maybe this is just Mu Qingge's random behavior?
As Li Yan thought about this, he couldn't help but speak louder.
"What do you know as a little girl?"
"Our business managers at Ziyuan Hongtu have always had an annual salary of 1 million.
"If you don't know, don't talk nonsense here."
"Really?
I don't believe it. Wait for me to call and ask my dad."
As he spoke, Mu Qingge took out his cell phone, dialed a number and called. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Looking at Mu Qingge's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that Mu Qingge is really Mu Ziyuan's daughter? Li Yan was stunned and didn't react for a while. Although he knew that Mu Ziyuan had a daughter, Mu Ziyuan had always protected his daughter very well, so he had never seen the daughter of the Mu family. In addition, he remembered that Mu Ziyuan seemed to have said before that his daughter did not like managing the company's affairs, so Mu Ziyuan did not have too many requirements for his daughter, so that people in the company had never thought that there would be a day when they would meet Mu Ziyuan's daughter.
I didn't expect that I would actually run into him by chance. Li Yan suddenly became a little panicked.
At this time, the surprised Lin Hongfu family nearby reacted quickly and immediately felt that Mu Qingge was showing off. Lin Pengpeng laughed at Mu Qingge with a big belly laugh. "Why, you said Mu Ziyuan is your father, then he is your father. There are really all kinds of people these days, it makes me laugh to death. How can anyone rush to be someone else's daughter?"
Zhang Yanlan quickly echoed.
"That's right. You look pretty for a girl. I thought you were a well-mannered girl. I didn't expect you to be more boastful than Lin Yuan."
"If you were Mu Ziyuan's daughter, would you marry Lin Yuan?"
In their opinion, how could a poor man like Lin Yuan, who had nothing, be favored by the daughter of a wealthy family with great ambitions?
Either the daughter is blind, or Mu Ziyuan is blind.
Regardless of what was said, the marriage between these two families was not a match made in heaven.
Given Mu Ziyuan's personality, he would not agree to his daughter marrying down and suffering, so they all thought that Mu Chinga was just being polite.
Maybe she just wanted to discredit her son-in-law and put some praise on Lin Yuan's face. At this time, Lin Pengpeng smiled and even made a harsh statement.
If Mu Ziyuan is your father, then I am Ma Yun's mother. Mu Chinga ignored these people and dialed Mu Ziyuan's number. Oh my, you actually made a phone call. Why did you install it?
Lin Pengpeng said sarcastically, don't just talk big. If you have the guts, ask your father to come over so that my boyfriend can see if the father you're talking about is really Mr. Mu from Ziyuan Hongtu. Upon hearing this, Mu Chinga looked at Lin Pengpeng coldly.
Lin Yuan, who was standing next to Mu Chinga, shook his head. He even felt that his cousin's family was a little pitiful for their ignorance. But think about it, hasn't my cousin's family been like this since they were young?
As long as it is beyond their understanding or not in accordance with their ideas, they will not choose to believe it, just like it is now. After 2 beeps, the phone on the other end was connected.
Hey, daughter, what's wrong?
Mu Chinga heard that Mu Ziyuan's voice sounded a little tired, but at this time Lin Pingping's family was so aggressive that even though she was well educated, she couldn't help it.
Dad, are you free now? Convenient. Mu Ziyuan heard that Mu Chinga's environment was a little noisy, and he sat up slightly. What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems? There's something, Dad. I just met the business manager of our company.
He said that the salary our family offers for this position can reach $1 million per year.
I think something is wrong, so I called to ask you. $1 million per year salary?
Impossible, the annual salary of the business manager has always been 300,000.
When Mu Ziyuan heard what Mu Chinga said, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Where are you now? Box 303A of Hanjiangting Hotel. Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Lin Pengpeng and Zhang Yanlan looked at Mu Chinga and continued to laugh at him. Mom, look, this guy is pretending to be really good. Some people always think they are great. Let them pretend for a while.
Just in case, a short, fat, and dark-skinned middle-aged man comes by.
Don't embarrass the daughter of the Mu family. Mu Chinga ignored the barking of the dog from Lin Pengpeng's family and just looked at Li Yan. Li Yan, right?
Please wait here for a moment. Li Yan felt a little guilty when Mu Chinga was looking at him, but this guilt was only fleeting. According to his understanding of Mu Ziyuan, it was absolutely impossible for him to marry his beloved daughter to a family like Lin Yuan, so he determined that Mu Chinga was a fake.
If you keep company with the good, you will be red. If you keep company with the bad, you will be black. I am innocent, so what am I afraid of?
Li Yan said, as if he believed that he had an annual salary of 1 million. But you, Mu Chinga, I didn't expect that such a beautiful girl like you would become like Lin Yuan and pretend to be rich.
What are you pretending for? Can he give you money or something? Is it necessary to pretend like this? Mu Chinga smiled slightly and said nothing.
She actually didn't want to take the initiative to stand up and reveal her identity, but Lin Pingping's family was really too bullying. As Lin Yuan's wife and the daughter-in-law of Lin Yuan's parents, she needed to stand up at this time and speak for her husband's family. As to whether Li Yan was exaggerating or had somehow achieved his annual salary of 1 million, all would become clear once Mu Ziyuan arrived.
By the way, it will also prevent Lin Pengpeng and his family from bullying Lin Yuan's family in the future. Chapter 36. An hour later, the dishes ordered by everyone were brought up by the waiter.
At this moment, the table was full of food and the aroma was everywhere. Seeing this, Lin Pingping's family didn't show any reserve and directly put the large and meaty parts on the plate into their bowls. Then they started to eat them with relish, completely ignoring Lin Yuan's family sitting opposite them. By the time the turntable turned to Lin Yuan and his companions, most of the items had been picked by Lin Pingping's family and were being fiddled with like leftovers. At this time, Zhang Yanlan held the crab claws in one hand and scooped the sea urchin steamed egg in the bowl with the other hand. When her mouth was too busy to eat, she still took the time to ask Mu Chinga.
Hey, I'm telling you, is your dad coming or not? It's been a while. It'll probably take just over an hour. Although Lin Pengpeng was more polite than Zhang Yanlan in eating, she wasn't much better.
The bone plate that was originally used to hold bones was now piled with all kinds of food, and a few crab legs had fallen on the table.
Lin Pengpeng sucked the juice from an oyster and then looked at Mu Chinga with a sneer.
I thought Jiangqing City isn't that big,
So how come your father hasn't come yet after an hour? Or did he fly here, and the tall buildings in Jiangcheng prevent him from landing? When Jiang Yanlan heard what Lin Pengpeng said, she burst into laughter. Her face was covered with the oil from the food, and her trembling flesh was shining in the sunlight. It's really hilarious. What kind of plane is this? It's flying so slowly? Is it a plastic plane for children? Li Yan, who was standing next to him, felt relieved after hearing what was said, and the nervous look on his face gradually disappeared. Mrs. Mu, didn't you say the chairman will be here soon? Li Yan loosened the tie on his collar, and when he looked at Mu Chinga, he felt more confident and no longer as guilty as before. With a hint of amusement on his face, he said jokingly, "Why hasn't the chairman come yet? Isn't he just pretending to be rich? Even if he lives in the oldest and smallest house in Jiangcheng, he should have come according to the normal speed of public transportation, right? Now, where is he?" Mu Chinga looked up at Li Yan calmly without saying anything and ate slowly. Lin Pengpeng, who was standing aside, looked at Mu Chinga's aloof appearance, pointed at Mu Chinga with her greasy fingers, and said with disdain, "It's so funny. Why are you still being so reserved at this hour? You're eating the lush green vegetables instead of the delicacies beside you. I think you have a brain problem. If she didn't have any brains, why would she marry your cousin?" Jiang Yanglan's mouth was stuffed with food and she spoke incoherently. As she spoke, food residues kept coming out of her mouth. "That's right," Lin Pengpeng mocked. "If you were normal and smart, you wouldn't let yourself end up like this." Mu Chinga listened to the noisy sounds around him and ignored them. She was tired of eating these things a long time ago. What's more, Lin Pengpeng and the others didn't seem to have washed their hands before coming in. When the dishes were served later, they complained that the chopsticks were too slow to pick up the food, so they just started eating directly. In order to avoid Helicobacter pylori infection, Mu Chinga felt that it would be better for him to eat healthy food. And Mu Chinga looked at Lin Pengpeng and her family and shook her head helplessly. "If you continue to eat the way they do, there is a high chance that you will get gout the next day." But she didn't intend to say it clearly. After all, people must be responsible for their own actions. Seeing that Lin Yuan's family was still unwilling to eat after she had persuaded them with kind words, Lin Pengpeng said directly, "You are a bunch of idiots. When we finish eating, don't regret not eating now. You will have to pack these things up and take them away after we leave. After all, your cousin will not bring you to this high-end place to eat in the future. Uncle and aunt, don't pretend like your cousin. You will miss this opportunity and you will never get it again." After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Li Yan. "Baby, the food here is really delicious. We can bring our parents here to eat more often in the future." When Li Yan heard what Lin Pengpeng said, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Now he feels so distressed every time he eats a meal, yet he still comes here to eat so often. What a joke! Lin Pengpeng's family are like gluttons, and he can't afford to feed their delicate stomachs with bottomless pits. However, in front of everyone, he still nodded and said generously, "Of course, as long as you like it." However, as soon as he finished speaking, the door of the box was pushed open. Everyone heard the noise outside the door and turned to look. A man in casual clothes appeared in everyone's sight. Li Yan had a smile on his face, but the moment he saw the man, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He recognized the man in front of him. The chairman of Ziyuan Hong to Mu Ziyuan. But Lin Pengpeng and her family had never seen Mu Ziyuan, let alone knew him. In addition, the man in front of them was very elegant, so they didn't think too much about Mu Chinga's father. But being disturbed by an outsider made Jiang Yanglan feel a little offended, so she stood up, pointed at Mu Ziyuan and scolded him, "Who are you? Why did you break into our box? Can't you see we are having a meal?" Lin Pengpeng was also a little unhappy and frowned. "Who let you in? Are the waiters at Hanjiangting Hotel so lax now? They can't even control one person. This disturbed our dining experience. If you don't compensate us, this matter will never end." "Waiter! Waiter! Where are the people?" Lin Pengpeng yelled at the top of her lungs, and because the door was not closed, her extremely penetrating voice could still be heard in the corridor. The heavy noises mixed together, and when they fell into Li Yan's ears it was like a roar exploding in his brain. He slapped Lin Pengpeng in the face with his backhand, and his expression became a little ferocious. "Shut the fuck up." Lin Pengpeng was a little confused when Li Yan slapped her, with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Only when she felt a burning sensation on her face did she react and stepped forward to grab Li Yan's face. You dared to hit me?" Lin Pengpeng pounced on Li Yan with his teeth bared. My parents have never hit me, how dare you hit me?
Seeing this, Jiang Yanglan immediately grabbed her daughter who was about to go crazy.
Peng, calm down. Calm down. Mom. He hit me.
Lin Pengpeng felt extremely aggrieved, and like a hedgehog covered with thorns, she was ready to fight back.
Although Jiang Yanlan felt very distressed, she had to stop him.
After all, she had finally caught a rich husband, and she was reluctant to let go of this piece of meat that was already in her mouth. Li Yan looked at Jiang Yanlan and Lin Pengpeng who were entangled with each other nearby.
He didn't pay much attention to them, but walked directly in front of Mu Ziyuan.
His face was a little ugly, but he had to kowtow and said, "Chairman."
Mu Ziyuan looked at the man in front of him indifferently, then shifted his gaze to Mu Chinga. Mu Chinga stood up and shouted, "Dad, why are you so late? I have something to deal with."
The people around were stunned when they heard the conversation between Mu Chinga and Mu Ziyuan. Although Lin Bohu and his wife had met Mu Ziyuan and his wife before and knew that Mu Chinga's family had some money, they could never have imagined that their in-laws would have so much money, and that Mu Ziyuan was actually the chairman of Ziyuan Hongtu.
Relatives by marriage. Mu Ziyuan smiled and nodded to Lin Yuan's parents as a greeting.
Lin Pengpeng, who was standing next to him, saw the relationship between Mu Ziyuan and Lin Yuan's family, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat.
She quickly ran over to apologize.
Mr. Mu, I'm really sorry for what happened just now.
I didn't know it was you. Mu Ziyuan didn't even look at Lin Pengpeng, but asked Li Yan directly. I heard that you are a business manager with an annual salary of 1 million? Chapter 37.
When Li Yan heard this, cold sweat poured down his forehead.
How could he dare to admit the reason behind this? He quickly explained, No, Chairman, I was just bragging. Yeah? After Mu Ziyuan finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent again.
Li Yan, who was standing uncomfortably, felt Mu Ziyuan's silent gaze on him, and suddenly felt a huge pressure.
When he was almost unable to breathe, Mu Ziyuan said again.
Before you came, I asked the finance department to calculate the expenditure of the business department. From the year before last when you joined the company to now, the business department's account has lost 2 million yuan.
So, can you tell me where the 2 million yuan that disappeared when you came in went?
When Li Yan heard this, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. Chairman, I was wrong. Li Yan knelt on the ground crying and kowtowed quickly, You are a magnanimous person, please don't punish me.
I can't lose this job. I still have to pay off my car loan. If I lose this job, I will definitely be out of money. Mu Ziyuan snorted coldly. That's your own business. You should have thought about the consequences when you embezzled public funds. Chairman, I was really wrong. Li Yan crawled over crying, but Mu Ziyuan avoided his hand with disgust. The company is in such a mess because of scum like you. You are fired. Mu Ziyuan said coldly, and you have broken the law. I will call the police and hold you criminally responsible. When Li Yan heard that Mu Ziyuan was going to call the police, his face suddenly turned pale.
Ever since he embezzled the company's money, he has been living on thin ice every day. When Ziyuan Hongtu was about to collapse, he was ready to resign. Unexpectedly, someone transferred 10 million yuan to Ziyuan Hongtu, so he gave up the idea of resigning. I thought that if I was more careful, I would definitely not be discovered.
Who knew things would turn out like this?
Lin Pengpeng and others on the side were still in shock when they saw the dramatic scene before them, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses.
They didn't expect that Mu Chinga was actually Mu Ziyuan's daughter.
At this moment, when they looked at Lin Yuan's family, their eyes were full of envy.
Beneath the envy, there is also deep jealousy.
I didn't expect that Lin Yuan, that good for nothing, could not only find a beautiful wife, but also get in touch with the chairman of Ziyuan Hongtu. Thinking of this, Zhang Yanglan and others came up with a plan.
Boss Mu. Zhang Yanglan came forward attentively. You are right. This guy has bad intentions.
It is too much for him to take so much money from you. You should call the police.
If you need witnesses, we can testify in court for you. This guy used to be my daughter's boyfriend.
He boasted about how powerful he was before, but I didn't expect it to be fake. In the end, I still have to thank Boss Mu for helping my daughter escape from his clutches. Lin Hongfu also walked out in a pretentious manner and held Mu Ziyuan's hand that was hanging by his leg.
Mr. Mu, it's a pleasure to meet you.
I've heard of you before, but I didn't expect to see you today and you're so extraordinary.
Who are you? Mu Ziyuan looked at the two people who suddenly came up to him and felt a little confused. He didn't know what was going on.
When he was about to look at Lin Yuan to ask for clarification, Lin Hongfu spoke first.
We are all Lin Yuan's elders. If we talk about relationships, our two families are also relatives.
Relative?
That's right. When Lin Yuan had difficulty in going to school, we paid for his studies. Moreover, we sent food and drinks to his family from time to time during festivals.
Mr. Mu doesn't know how he managed to get by when his life was not so good before. Lin Yuan felt a little disgusted when he saw Zhang Yanglan taking all the trivial matters on herself. Although what Zhang Yanglan said was true, it was somewhat exaggerated. They did give money, but it was all high-interest loans for which their parents had written IOUs. As for the food and drinks they sent, they were usually expired. Even if they were not expired, they would only bring cheap or unpalatable things.
Moreover, Lin Hongfu's family was particularly shameless. Every time they came to my house, they would always take some things away.
They were so shameless that they would even take away the newly opened salt. After Zhang Yanglan had laid the groundwork for a long time, she finally revealed her purpose.
Mr. Mu, you are also the boss of a company. Can you arrange a job for us if it is convenient? And Peng Peng. Zhang Yanglan waved at Lin Peng Peng, letting her make herself familiar to Mu Ziyuan. Mu Ziyuan did not believe Zhang Yanglan's words, but asked Lin Yuan first.
Are they all your relatives? If they are your relatives, it is not impossible to arrange jobs for them.
Hearing Mu Ziyuan's words, Zhang Yanglan and the others all laughed, as if the work arrangement was already a done deal. It's my uncle's family. Lin Yuan nodded, then looked at Lin Hongfu and the others and said, didn't you guys talk about security and cleaning jobs before?
I think you guys are good at these jobs at your age.
As for my cousin, I think a salesperson is a good option.
If you do well this month, you can get a salary of 4,000 to 5,000.
Lin Peng Peng and her family looked a little unhappy.
This was what Li Yan had said before, and now Lin Yuan repeated it exactly as it was said. Although the voices were light, they felt as if they were slapped silently in the face, very hot.
Lin Yuan, is this how you talk to your elders? Isn't this what you, uncles and aunts, said before? I am just reminding you again.
Zhang Yanglan and the others were immediately speechless and had nothing to say. At this time, Mu Ziyuan also realized that Lin Yuan had a bad relationship with this family of relatives, so he stopped paying attention to them and took out his cell phone to call the police, asking them to take Li Yan away first. When Li Yan heard this, he wanted to escape. But after the waiter who had previously served Lin Yuan in the box heard the news, he went to ask the hotel manager Zhang Jing. When Zhang Jing learned that Mu Ziyuan was also here, he rushed up with a group of people without any hesitation and subdued Li Yan, who was trying to escape.
Mr. Lin, Mr. Mu.
Zhang Jing greeted Lin Yuan and Mu Ziyuan in a friendly manner, then pointed at Li Yan, who was being held by security.
What does he need to do?
The police will be here soon. Manager Zhang, please contact them.
It's not a problem. If there's nothing else, we can take this person away now.
Okay.
After Li Yan was taken away completely, Zhang Yanglan's family simply gave up.
Since they couldn't get any benefit from Mu Ziyuan, Lin Yuan would not be able to get any benefit either. Lin Peng Peng was so angry that she looked at Lin Yuan, rolled her eyes and said disdainfully,
Lin Yuan, why are you so proud here? You just found a good father-in-law, how great do you think you are?
You even rented a Maserati, and you still have the nerve to stand here and pretend.
Could it be that you rented a Maserati and deceived President Mu, so President Mu married his daughter to you?
You really have a bad vision to let such a person be your son-in-law.
I have made everything clear now. Let's see how you can still be arrogant. Just wait for President Mu to kick you aside. Lin Peng Peng thought that if she could expose Lin Yuan's lies on the spot, she would be able to see Mu Ziyuan getting angry and embarrassed, and she would immediately feel satisfied. So what if you have a good father-in-law? Let me tear your disguise to pieces. To Lin Peng Peng's surprise, after hearing what she said, Mu Ziyuan was not angry, but looked at her calmly. I kicked him?
After hearing Mu Ziyuan's words, Lin Peng Peng thought it was her illusion because she heard a sneer in Mu Ziyuan's words.
Do you know that the 10 million yuan of new investment in my company was given to us by Lin Yuan? Without his help, Ziyuan Hongtu would have gone bankrupt long ago. Moreover, Lin Yuan also owns 10% of Ziyuan Hongtu's shares and is the major shareholder of Ziyuan Hongtu's board of directors. Do you think I will kick him out?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned.
Chapter 38. Mu Ziyuan ignored them and walked in front of Lin Bohu and his wife. My dear relatives, I was too busy before and didn't have time to have a meal with you. How about we make an appointment sometime later? Lin Bohu was somewhat flattered and said quickly, we are all free, as long as you are free. Oh, what's the point of calling you that? We are of the same generation. If you call me father-in-law, our relationship will become alienated. Mu Ziyuan patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. In the end, I have to thank Lin Yuan. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be the chairman of Ziyuan Hongtu. When Lin Boho heard Mu Ziyuan praising Lin Yuan like this, both of them showed a bit of pride on their faces. It would be nice if I could help my father-in-law. While speaking, Mu Ziyuan raised his hand and looked at the watch on his wrist. Oh, it's getting late. I still have things to deal with at the company. So, I'll excuse myself first. Can we get together another day? Okay, I'll definitely do it next time. After the few people said goodbye cheerfully, Lin Hongfu's family, who were left out, looked unhappy. Lin Pengpeng's eyes were full of jealousy. How is this possible? Where did you get so much money, Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan glanced at Lin Pengpeng and was too lazy to answer. At this time, Lin Bohu and the other man came back to their senses from their joy. They originally didn't want to ask about Lin Yuan's affairs, but Lin Yuan took out 10 million at once. With so much money, they were worried that Lin Yuan would go astray. Son, how do you have so much money? Dad, I won that when I bought the lottery before, but the prize money was only 10 million. I gave it all to my father-in-law. Later, the money for the wedding and the money for the car were all paid by my father-in-law. Really? Tell Dad the truth. You are really young, you can't do anything illegal. It's absolutely true, Dad. Don't you still believe in your own son? Lin Boho looked at Lin Yuan deeply and smiled. Good boy, I didn't expect you to have such good luck. Why didn't you discuss this with us before? With so much money on you, aren't you afraid that it might be robbed? I don't show off my wealth. As soon as I got the money, I threw it into the bank and didn't tell anyone. Still a little alert. Lin Yuan's family was chatting happily. Lin Pengpeng's family behind them heard what they were talking about and were all so angry that they gritted their teeth. Is this guy just lucky? He even got to win the lottery. It's really weird. How come we can't catch such a good thing? Zhang Yanlan complained angrily, but having learned from previous experiences, they did not dare to act rashly and could only talk back. Lin Yuan saw that there were still many dishes on the table that had not been eaten yet. Mom and Dad, do you still want to eat? How about we go to another box and order some more? Order whatever you want. You can't waste money like this if you have money. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. Sit down and eat. Okay. Lin Yuan and the others sat down and ate as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring their uncle's family. Lin Bohu and Lu Xiaoman are simple working people. They have never seen abalone or king crab in their lives, but they all know that these things are the most expensive, so they only eat these things when they eat, thinking that the less waste, the better. Lin Yuan, who was standing by, saw what was happening and stopped the parents from doing it. Mom and Dad, you older people should eat less seafood. This thing is expensive. You know it very well. You don't cook, so you definitely don't know. Lu Xiaoman began to count the prices of the vegetables. Pork is only a dozen yuan or even 8 yuan per pound when it's cheap, but live shrimps are 35 yuan at the cheapest, not to mention such a big seafood in front of us, it must be more expensive. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, looking at his parents' faces, and suddenly felt his tongue coating a little astringent. He took a breath, transferred all the seafood, and said softly, "It's not expensive. My son has money now. I'll take you out to eat next time. But you can't eat too much now. This stuff is high in purine. If you eat too much, you'll easily get gout." Is that so? Lin Bohu and Lu Xiaoman looked at each other and expressed their opinions. Then we won't eat it. Gout is too uncomfortable. Lin Yuan smiled at his parents who ate more vegetables. However, when Lin Hongfu and Zhang Yanlan next to them heard this, their expressions suddenly became uneasy. They just ate a lot. After dinner, Lin Yuan took his parents and prepared to leave. At this time, my uncle's family blocked their way. Lin Yuan looked at the person in front of him and asked coldly, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Check out." Zhang Yanlan said confidently, with her hands on her hips, Li Yan is not here anymore, and we didn't bring any money with us. What does it have to do with me? Didn't we agree before we came here that your son-in-law would pay the bill? Auntie, why don't you open your eyes and see, am I your son-in-law? I don't care. If you don't pay the bill today, don't even think about leaving. Lin Yuan looked at them with disdain, then went out to pay the bill. He was not compromising, but he did not want to embarrass his parents. After all, Lin Hongfu was still his father's elder brother, and he was just trying to give his father face. Seeing this, Zhang Yanlan and her group followed Lin Yuan closely, fearing that Lin Yuan would slip away when they were not paying attention. When they walked out of the door, there was a waitress waiting by the side. When she saw Lin Yuan coming out, she smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. Bill, please." Lin Yuan showed the diamond membership card that his manager had given him before. The waitress took the card with both hands, placed it on the POS machine and tapped it. After the numbers in black ink stopped jumping, she spoke. "Mr. Lin, you are a diamond member, and all consumption in the hotel is 30% off. Today's consumption is a total of 300,000 yuan, and after the 30% discount, the total is 210,000 yuan. After Lin Pingping's family heard how much money they spent on dinner tonight, they were all shocked. Wow, they spent 300,000 on this meal? Even with the discount, it still costs 210,000. 200,000 yuan could buy a car, but it was all gone on a meal. Under the shocked gazes of his uncle's family, Lin Yuan took out his mobile phone and tapped it on the POS machine. With just a crisp beep sound, the invoice popped out from the POS machine. "Mr. Lin, here's your invoice." "Okay." Lin Pingping's family was shocked because Lin Yuan's payment of 200,000 felt like he was paying $2. Lin Yuan ignored his uncle's family and left with his parents. Looking at Lin Yuan's leaving back, Lin Pingping was almost angry to death. She had wanted to show off in front of Lin Yuan's family with Li Yan, but she failed to show off and Lin Yuan succeeded instead. Depend on. She was already upset because her goal was not achieved, and now her boyfriend was in jail, making it difficult for her to even go home. "Peng Peng, how do we get back now?" Zhang Yanlan had been trying to show off in front of Lin Yuan before, but now that they had all left, she suddenly felt uncertain and could only place her hope on her daughter. "How else can we go back? Let's take a taxi." When Lin Pengpeng took out her cell phone to hail a taxi, she saw someone reply to her WeChat moments. She clicked on it and found that the person who left the message was her classmate, although she didn't have a very good relationship with that person. "Zhang Shanshan, hey, if I remember correctly, this should be Lin Yuan's car, right? When Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge held their century wedding, I was watching the live broadcast. How come it has become your boyfriend's car now?" Before she could reply, another new comment appeared. "Li Sisi, what else could it be? She's just showing off. She even gave away her boyfriend's car. Aren't you ashamed?" When Lin Pengpeng saw it, she was instantly defeated and replied angrily in the comments section. "The most beautiful woman in the world, the Lin Yuan you are talking about is my dearest relative, my brother, and my cousin." Chapter 39. After Lin Yuan sent his parents back, he and Mu Qingge also returned home. "Today is really unexpected. If your cousin's boyfriend wasn't the business manager of my father's company, we might not know that the company's problems started from within long ago. That's what Li Yan deserves. He was so bold as to embezzle public funds. But this also solves some of the company's problems, it's always a good thing." Lin Yuan and his friend changed their shoes at the entrance before walking into the living room. Sitting on the sofa, both of them took out their mobile phones and started looking at them out of habit. Lin Yuan opened the account and looked at the balance, which was more than 80 million. As he thought about it, he called up the system panel in his mind. There were only 10 days left before the next investment. After 10 days, he will use the balance in his hand to double it several times. After 3 times, the limit will be increased tenfold. By then, if he invests 100 million, he can get 1 billion. As for the target of investment, Lin Yuan had already thought about it and decided to continue investing the money in Mu Ziyuan. Anyway, he had not found any good entrepreneurial projects at this stage, so he would help his father-in-law overcome the difficulties first. Hiss. Suddenly, Lin Yuan heard Mu Qingge beside him take a breath. He turned his head and found that Mu Qingge looked a little unhappy at the moment, so he asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Mu Qingge took the phone and placed it in front of Lin Yuan. "Take a look at this news." Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingge's serious expression, feeling somewhat puzzled. He took her phone and started looking at it.
Zhangcheng Express, at 7:25 this morning, a citizen of our city, Su, hanged herself in Jiaoding community. The police rushed to the scene of the crime as soon as possible. After investigation, it was found that the woman had been subjected to online violence in recent days and finally chose to commit suicide because she could not bear the pressure. The content is just a simple explanatory text, but there is also a video attached below the notice. Lin Yuan's finger paused, then clicked in. The video on the phone started playing. The video is a clip shot by the police during law enforcement. In the video clip, Lin Yuan saw a blurred corpse and Su Chanqian's parents. I saw Su Chanqian's parents lying on the ground howling. Needless to say, the corpse on the ground was Su Chanqian. Mu Qingge looked at Su Chanqian's body, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. How could this happen? Lin Yuan hugged Mu Qingge and comforted her, "Don't think too much. She reaped what she sowed." However, Lin Yuan was also quite surprised. Although he didn't like Su Chanqian from the beginning, he never thought of really killing Su Chanqian. After all, hating someone and taking someone's life are two different things. Moreover, Su Chanqian was killed by cyber violence, which was ultimately her own fault. What a pity. It was a living being, which had been so arrogant in front of him just a few days ago, but now it was completely different from the previous one. It was somewhat emotional. You say, have we gone a little too far? Mu Qingge suddenly asked. Hearing this, Lin Yuan looked up at Mu Qingge's eyes and saw the guilt in her eyes. He touched Mu Qingge's head and explained, how could it be? We just practiced self-defense correctly. Besides, the most important reason why Su Chanqian ended up like this is that her psychological endurance is too poor. Think about it, if we were the ones with poor psychological endurance, then her end would become our end. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Mu Qingge looked at Lin Yuan solemnly, "Pooh it now, I don't allow you to say that." Pa. Lin Yuan saw that Mu Qingge's mood had calmed down a little, and his frown had relaxed a little. After all, Mu Qingge was a little naive. He couldn't just let Su Chanqian leave and stay to harm others. Although all debts are settled when one dies, Lin Yuan's dislike for Su Chanqian also disappeared with her departure, but people with conscience will still feel uncomfortable, such as Mu Qingge. At the same time, on the other side, after losing her brother, Wang Rong stayed in her house all day. She pulled the curtains and sat on the dim bed, staring at the darkness of the room with empty eyes. She was in a daze, not knowing where her future lay. She definitely can't pay back such a huge sum of money as 200,000. When she thought of this, Wang Rong felt a dull pain in her stomach again. Just as she was about to reach out to take the stomach medicine, the cell phone next to her rang. Wang Rong bit her lip, endured the pain, crawled over, grabbed the mobile phone on the bedside table, and wanted to read the message clearly. Zhangcheng Express, at 7:25 this morning, our city's citizen Su committed suicide by hanging himself in Jiaoding community. The tweet on the lock screen only showed the first half of the title, but when Wang Rong saw Su in Jiaoding community, she already had a bad feeling. When she unlocked the screen and entered the blog page, her hand holding the phone was not steady and the phone slipped from her palm and fell to the ground. Boom! In the quiet space, the sound of the phone falling was particularly clear. How is this possible? Wang Rong didn't quite believe what she saw. She curled up in fear and muttered to herself, "No. Impossible. How could Chanqian commit suicide? Chanqian wouldn't commit suicide. How could she, who was so afraid of death, dare to commit suicide?" As she spoke, Wang Rong burst into tears and held her head. If she had been confused before and had no idea what to do next, and just wanted to get through the day, now that she saw the news of Su Chanqian's suicide, she completely collapsed. That's her best friend. "Chanqian, how could you commit suicide? If you committed suicide, what would I do?" Wang Rong wiped her tears and said in a breakdown, "If you hadn't asked me to add the extra 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, how could Lin Yuan and I end up like this? But you just died directly. Have you ever thought about what I would do? 200,000 yuan. Where do you want me to find 200,000 yuan?" Wang Rong shouted hysterically at the empty room. But no one answered her, there were only endless echoes reverberating in the room. After a long time, Wang Rong was tired of shouting and could only bury her head and sob. Suddenly, a voice was heard outside. Boom! Boom boom! The sounds became louder and louder, and the intervals between the sounds became more rapid. Who? Wang Rong, who was sitting on the bed, heard someone knocking on her door. She was a little scared, but had to go out to check it out.
Don't be afraid, this is my own home, what should I be afraid of? Wang Rong comforted herself like this and walked out tremblingly. As she walked out, she did not forget to pick up the fruit knife on the table. As a result, before she could reach the living room, the door was violently destroyed. The door, which was broken by the axe, shook a few times, then broke away from the wall and fell to the ground. Bang! The wood chips on the door also flew into the air. Wang Rong saw the intruder outside the door clearly and stood there in a daze. Looking at the axe in the other person's hand, she could no longer hold the knife in her hand and it fell directly to the ground. It was you who caused my daughter to hang herself. When Su Chanxian's mother saw Wang Rong, she acted like a madman. She walked over quickly, grabbed Wang Rong's hair, and started punching and kicking her. If not, would my daughter have ended up like this? Would we have to send our loved ones off? If I don't vent Shanxian's anger today, I'm not worthy of being her mother. Wang Rong felt her hair suddenly tighten, and her entire scalp was almost pulled up by Su Chanxian's mother. She struggled to resist. You let me go. Wang Rong wanted to fight back, but Su Chanxian's father was there to support her. She was no match for 4 people with her own 2 fists. Not to mention resistance, her hands and feet were restrained by Su Chanxian's father. She could not move and could only let Su Chanxian's mother vent her anger on her. Help! Help! Wang Rong knew that relying on her own strength alone was useless, and the door was now open, so she could only hope that someone could hear her voice. You bitch, why are you leading our daughter astray? Su Chanxian's mother pulled Wang Rong's collar. Her hair was messed up in the fight just now. Like Master Miju, she yelled at Wang Rong at the top of her voice, say it. Say it. You bad guy, the murderer who killed my daughter. I don't. You are the murderer, and you still refuse to admit it. Su Chanxian's mother lost her mind a little and picked up the fruit knife next to her and wanted to stab Wang Rong into her body. Stop. There was a scolding voice outside the door. Su Chanxian's mother paused. The next second, she felt pain in her wrist, and the fruit knife in her hand fell to the ground again. Let go of my wife. Su Chanxian's father pushed forward and prepared to fight with the person who subdued his wife, but when he saw that the person was wearing a police uniform, he suddenly became like a dud and became motionless. Take away. The police captain said as 2 uniformed policemen walked out from behind him and handcuffed Su Chanxian's parents with gloves. Without the threat from Su Chanxian's parents, Wang Rong was able to breathe a sigh of relief. Are you okay? The police captain squatted down and wanted to ask about Wang Rong's condition, but before he could say a few words, Wang Rong felt her eyes go dark and she passed out. Emergency Department of Jiangqing People's Hospital. I didn't kill anyone. The person on the hospital bed sat up suddenly and shouted something that almost scared everyone in the ward. The nurse on duty came over and helped Wang Rong check the situation without saying a word. How did you end up like this, as a girl? Not eating or sleeping for a long time can kill people, you know? It's a good thing it was delivered quickly today, otherwise you would probably have gone to see the king of hell by now. The nurse said several words, but Wang Rong was like a puppet and didn't say a word. After that, she shut her mouth, helped Wang Rong change the injection medicine, and left. Before leaving, she gave a reminder. By the way, little girl, remember to go to the lobby downstairs to settle the bill before you leave. When she heard the word fees, Wang Rong's unfocused look gradually relaxed. She took out her cell phone, looked at her frozen balance of only a few dollars, and began to cry silently. How can she have any money? Wang Rong looked at the scorching sun outside the window, but felt it was particularly dim. After pondering for a long time, she dialed Lin Yuan's number. Don't hang up. Don't hang up. Wang Rong prayed in her heart. The beeping sound from the receiver lasted for a long time, so long that she thought Lin Yuan would not answer the phone again. The phone vibrated and the call was connected. Lin Yuan was silent for a long time before he asked, Hey, what's up? Something happened, you. Wang Rong hesitated for a long time before finally speaking out, Can you lend me some money to help me pay for my medical expenses? I was beaten into the hospital by Su Chanxian's parents. There was another silence on the other end. Wang Rong looked at the call time with some fear. When she saw that the time was still moving, she was no longer so nervous. Which hospital? Jiangqing People's Hospital. I see. After saying that, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Wang Rong looked at the screen that gradually went dark, remembered how good Lin Yuan had been to her in the past, and couldn't help crying. She didn't know how long she had been crying.
She heard some noise outside the door. She looked up hurriedly and found that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge had come together. Lin Yuan, you're here. Wang Rong was so excited that she was incoherent. She quickly wiped the tears from her face and pointed to the chair beside the bed. Sit. No need, I've already paid for your medical expenses. Lin Yuan interrupted Wang Rong and took out a few stacks of cash and placed them beside Wang Rong's bed. Here are tens of thousands of dollars. Take it and live a good life from now on. The reason why Lin Yuan came here was because of their old friendship. And there won't be a next time. When Wang Rong saw Lin Yuan was about to leave, she pulled out the needle from her arm, got off the bed, held Lin Yuan's arm, and said with tears in her eyes, Lin Yuan, is there really no chance between us? There won't be a chance. Lin Yuan's answer was heartless, leaving no room for maneuver. I regret it so much now. I want to get back together with you, even if it means I have to be your mistress. Wang Rong's nose twitched and closed. I don't mind serving you together with Mu Qingge. Looking at Wang Rong's appearance, Lin Yuan gently pried open the hand that Wang Rong was holding onto him. Live a good life. After saying that, Lin Yuan took Mu Qingge away. As soon as the two walked out of the ward, they heard Wang Rong crying loudly behind them. At this moment, Wang Rong might have truly regretted that this man who had been infinitely tolerant and doting on her gradually left her because of her unreasonable behavior. On the way home, Mu Qingge felt that everything was very sad. But she was very grateful to Wang Rong for letting her go. If it weren't for her, she would not have been able to be with Lin Yuan. Just as he was thinking about it, Mu Qingge's cell phone suddenly rang. She pulled out her cell phone and took a look. It was a call from her roommate. They had a pretty good relationship back in college. Mu Qingge hesitated for a while and answered the phone. The other party's voice was a little hurried. Qingge. Yang Shangshuan is back from the United States today. We are having a class reunion tonight. Are you free? I've already notified you, remember to come. By the way, remember to bring your husband along. Chapter 40. Before Mu Qingge could finish her words, she heard a beeping sound from the phone. Her roommate had already hung up the phone. Mu Qingge was a little confused by his roommate's action. After a pause, she turned her head to look at Lin Yuan and asked for his opinion. Honey, my roommate said Yang Shangshuan is back home today and invited us to a class reunion. Do you think we should go? Go ahead. Lin Yuan naturally knew what Yang Shangshuan was up to this time. After all, Yang Shangshuan has been pursuing Mu Qingge for 4 years. Moreover, according to Yang Shangshuan's background, his real intention of initiating a class reunion at this time was nothing more than that. After knowing that he had married Mu Qingge, he was not convinced and was ready to make a fool of himself in front of everyone and retreat. At this moment, Lin Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Yuan picked up the phone and took a look. He found that it was Fang Zichuan calling, so he answered the call. Hey, Lin Yuan, I'm telling you, Yang Shangshuan suddenly returned to China today and asked us to attend a class reunion. Fang Zichuan cursed, that guy must have heard that you married the campus beauty of Mu University, so he got anxious and set up a hongmen banquet for you. That bastard definitely has no good intentions. Are you going? Why not go? We have to give young Master Yang face. Fang Zichuan heard the joking in Lin Yuan's words and laughed too. Okay, if you're going, I'll go too. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan gently tightened his hands around the steering wheel. Yang Shangshuan is not only rich, but also extremely sinister and cunning. Instead of avoiding him, it is better to confront him head-on. He wanted to see what tricks Yang Shangshuan was going to play. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yuan brought Mu Qingge to the hotel where the classmates were having a reunion. Although it is not the Hanjiangting Hotel, this hotel can be regarded as a high-end hotel of the same level as the Hanjiangting Hotel, which especially shows that Yang Shangshuan is generous. Lin Yuan took Mu Qingge's arm and walked towards the hotel gate. From a distance, they saw a few people standing at the entrance of the hotel, and they didn't know what they were talking about. When he got closer, Lin Yuan recognized those people. The leader was Yang Shangshuan. Behind Yang Shangshuan was a follower from his college days, and the other one. Lin Yuan looked at the man. He was all dark. Apart from his big white teeth and dazzling eyes, he didn't see any familiarity in him. Maybe he was a friend that Yang Shangshuan brought from abroad. At this time, Yang Shangshuan also noticed Lin Yuan. After seeing Mu Qingge clearly, he quickly left his little follower in the foreign black man and walked towards Lin Yuan.
Chinga, you're here. Yang Shangchuan waved his hand when he walked over, and it was difficult for Mu Chinga to pretend not to see it.
It's been a long time since we last met, old classmates.
It seems like we haven't been in touch since I went abroad. Yang Shangchuan came in front of Mu Chinga, and his words seemed to be very familiar to them.
Yes.
Mu Chinga just responded with a polite smile. Yang Shangchuan smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Yuan beside Mu Chinga and said jokingly, "Lin Yuan, long time no see. You are really amazing.
I didn't expect you to marry our school's most beautiful girl, Mu, without telling me.
You are not loyal enough for not informing me so that I can come back to attend your wedding. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person."
Lin Yuan held the hand that Yang Shangchuan extended, and then replied with a smile, "I just thought that young Master Yang is very busy with all kinds of things every day, so I dare not trouble young Master Yang with such a small matter."
How can you call this a hassle? It's a bit too formal to say that.
Lin Yuan and Yang Shangchuan both smiled slightly, but there was a knife hidden in their smiles. Yang Shangchuan let go of Lin Yuan's hand and changed the subject.
"Oh, let's not stand here anymore. I've already opened the box. Why don't we go in first?"
Lin Yuan nodded, "Then I'll trouble young Master Yang to lead the way." However, at this moment, the foreign black man who had been beside Yang Shangchuan suddenly came to Mu Chinga and stopped. Then he stretched out his dark hand, showing his bright white teeth, and said with a smile, "Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Kipling, I am a Moor, and I am glad to meet you."
"I am not happy."
Mu Chinga replied expressionlessly that she hated black people the most in her life. After ignoring this so-called Moor, Mu Chinga quickly walked to Lin Yuan's side, took his arm, and said in a tender voice, "Hubby, I haven't seen my classmates for a long time.
I don't know how everyone is doing. We'll know when we go up there." Lin Yuan reached out and scratched Mu Chinga's nose. After a pause, he looked at Yang Shangchuan again. "Young Master Yang, if it is convenient, could you tell me the box number first? I came in a hurry just now, and now I want to go to the bathroom first."
"You can go up first and don't have to wait for us. Take the elevator directly to the 35th floor.
It's at the end of the corridor." "Thank you." Lin Yuan nodded, then took Mu Chinga into the hotel first. Watching the two men walking into the hotel, Kipling suddenly felt like a clown and was extremely embarrassed. He angrily withdrew his arm that was still in the air, and stared at Mu Chinga's back. Turn out to be
this woman that Yang Shangchuan has always been thinking about in the United States is actually so unique. You know, he had used this method to greet women from Dragon Country before, and it had always worked. This also made him think for a time that all women in Long Country were like this. So in his opinion, Mu Chinga's behavior of ignoring him was very unique and also more attractive.
What an interesting woman.
Looking at Mu Chinga's back, Kipling curled up a wicked smile. He admitted that Mu Chinga aroused his desire to conquer her. Although he and Yang Shangchuan were friends, he was still moved the moment he saw Mu Chinga just now. Even though Mu Chinga was the woman that Yang Shangchuan liked, Kipling felt that he could play with him. Because there is a tradition in their black culture. That is, brothers' women can be shared together. In their cognition, such women are called shared wives. Besides, he and Yang Shangchuan had played with the same woman before in the United States, so when he saw Mu Chinga, he subconsciously thought that it would be the same this time. After all, it would be a waste to let only one person enjoy such a wonderful woman. Yang Shangchuan did not notice the expression of Kipling next to him, because his eyes were now on the backs of Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga as they went upstairs. Looking at the intimacy between the two of them, Yang Shangchuan couldn't help but clench his hanging hands, veins popped out on the back of his hands, and the gentle expression on his face just now suddenly turned gloomy, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's hook.
"Kipling, let's go up too. Don't let the guests wait too long." Chapter 41.
Lin Yuan adjusted his clothes in front of the mirror before walking out of the bathroom. "Let's go upstairs and meet our old classmates."
"Yeah."
Mu Chinga nodded and walked forward obediently to hold Lin Yuan's arm.
Afterwards, the two took the elevator to the 35th floor.
Bite. We have arrived at the 35th floor. The elevator door slowly opened. When Lin Yuan and the other person saw the scene outside the elevator, they were slightly stunned and felt deeply impressed by Yang Shangchuan's wealth.
But they didn't think much about it and walked towards the door in the corridor.
When the waiter at the door saw Lin Yuan and the other person coming, he bowed respectfully and opened the door. The heavy door slowly opened, and the sound of melodious music came in, mixed with the classical music and chattering voices. Perhaps because they noticed the movement at the door, the noisy voices obviously quieted down a lot.
After they saw clearly who was standing at the door, they immediately burst into a burst of welcoming cheers. Young Master Yang! Our Jiangcheng University's campus beauty, Mu De, is here. And there's Lin Yuan, the husband of the campus beauty of Mu University. Lin Yuan was a little confused. He didn't expect the scene in the box to be like this. Before coming here, he thought that Yang Shangxuan had arranged the Hongmen banquet just to embarrass himself. Perhaps before coming here tonight, many people here had already received instructions from Yang Shangxuan to ridicule him, both high and low. But none of these things happened. Lin Yuan looked at his classmates, including Yang Shangxuan and others, who were welcoming him with real emotion, and he felt a little uneasy. It seems, he still thought too simply of Yang Shangxuan. Come to think of it, how could such a rich young master be as lacking in emotional intelligence and scheming as a gangster like Wang Long? When Lin Yuan was distracted, Yang Shangxuan stepped forward to help Lin Yuan and the other man out of the predicament. Everyone, aren't you a little too enthusiastic? Look, you've left our Mu University beauty, and Lin Yuan stunned at the door. Don't let this class reunion end before it even begins. Hearing this, someone smiled and replied. How could that be? Young Master Yang, you are joking. We haven't seen the beauty of Mu University for a long time. We are just a little excited. What's the point of being excited? The campus beauty of Mu University will never be yours. Stop daydreaming. A few people chatted briefly, and the atmosphere, which had just cooled down, suddenly became warm again. Yang Shangxuan smiled, looked at Lin Yuan and the others and said, "Let's find a place to sit down first. I have a seat right there. How about sitting with me?" Although he was speaking to Lin Yuan, his gaze seemed to fall on Mu Qingge. "No, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yang." Lin Yuan smiled and rejected Yang Shangxuan's proposal, then pointed to the side. "There is an empty seat over there by Fang Zichuan, we can just sit over there." Yang Shangxuan looked in the direction Lin Yuan pointed and found Fang Zichuan waving at Lin Yuan. He glanced at it, then looked away. "That's okay." Lin Yuan smiled at Yang Shangxuan, and then took Mu Qingge to sit next to Fang Zichuan. "What did that guy tell you?" Before Lin Yuan could even sit down, Fang Zichuan asked the question first. "Nothing, just inviting me to sit with him." Fang Zichuan looked at Yang Shangxuan with disdain. "That guy really has no good intentions. I shouldn't have let you come here. Even if you didn't tell me, I would still come here. Why? Maybe, this is the joy of being a freeloader." Fang Zichuan looked at Lin Yuan and sighed, then turned around and drank alone without saying anything more. He knew that Lin Yuan had an idea in mind. The atmosphere in the box gradually became lively. After a glass of wine, everyone seemed to have opened up and started talking about their college days. Lin Yuan did not participate in their discussion, but stayed in his seat drinking juice. Seeing everyone having fun, Lin Yuan did not let down his guard and kept paying attention to the situation at all times. After all, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He is not Mu Qingge. Although he was not an unknown person during college, he always had a bad feeling when he was treated warmly by so many classmates all of a sudden. And this premonition soon came true. As the topics of conversation became more and more diverse, they continued to talk about everything from college to the present. Suddenly, someone mentioned Wang Rong and Su Chanxian, who had committed suicide. Lin Yuan, who was sitting nearby, knew that this fire was finally going to burn him. "I remember that Lin Yuan and Wang Rong were together for 4 years. Yes. We were all thinking that this journey from school uniform to wedding dress would definitely last forever. Who knew that Wang Rong and Su Chanxian would actually do something like this? It's really shocking. It's a good thing they didn't end up together, otherwise I wouldn't know what I would do with the rest of my life if I had someone like that. They went too far. They deserved this fate. It was their own fault." Everyone was discussing it at once. Lin Yuan, who was standing by, was slightly startled when he heard this. Why don't these people play by the rules? Lin Yuan was already prepared to deal with the crowd's combined punches, but their words instantly silenced him. This shouldn't be the case. When Lin Yuan was wondering, Yang Shangxuan spoke. "By the way, Lin Yuan, you and Qingge really put a lot of thought into your wedding. It must have cost a lot of money, right? How did you get so much money?" Yang Shangxuan pretended to be casual and asked curiously, as if this was just a random topic, but the dim light made people ignore the cunning in his eyes. Before returning to China, he had asked a private detective to investigate Lin Yuan's family.
They were just an ordinary family and it was impossible for them to spend so much money to hold such a grand wedding. So in his opinion, there was only one possibility, that is, Mu Qingda's father took out money and held a grand wedding for the two of them.
Yang Shangxuan smiled inconspicuously, feeling that he had a sure win.
When everyone heard what Yang Shangxuan said, they also discovered the blind spot in it.
They looked at Lin Yuan curiously, wanting to know what was going on.
When Lin Yuan heard what Yang Shangxuan said, he understood the implication of his words.
Isn't Yang Shangxuan's action just a suspicion that he is a gigolo?
So, under the gazes of everyone, Lin Yuan slowly drank a sip of water, then nodded and said calmly, "I don't have any money."
That's the money my father-in-law gave me.
Oh. Inside the box, everyone sighed, which seemed particularly eerie in this dim environment. Lin Yuan looked at his classmates who had been so polite and enthusiastic towards him just a second ago, and his expression suddenly changed. Yang Shangxuan, who was standing by, heard Lin Yuan's words clearly and smiled like a winner.
It seems that I guessed right.
He held a glass of wine in his hand and said playfully, "I thought it was your own money, but I didn't expect you to be a gigolo." Yang Shangxuan took the lead, and all the people who had been trying to please Lin Yuan turned against him, fawning on Yang Shangxuan and ridiculing Lin Yuan.
I was saying it. I didn't think Lin Yuan was a rich second generation from school. How could he have so much money to prepare for a wedding? I didn't expect that he was a gigolo. With the way he acted, I thought he was the richest man in Zhangzhou. The richest man? The loser, right?
In the end, it's our young Master Yang who was so generous.
He invited us to this high-end hotel for dinner. I've never been here in my life. Thank you, young Master Yang.
A gigolo is so self-righteous and arrogant.
Now that he's been exposed, I wonder if he will take our Mu University campus beauty and leave Jiangcheng overnight? The campus beauty of Mu University is really confused.
She ignored our young Master Yang and actually fell in love with a bastard like Lin Yuan. I don't know what kind of magic potion Lin Yuan gave the campus beauty of Mu University to make her look like this.
Who could have thought of this? While everyone was belittling Lin Yuan, they did not forget to lick Yang Shangxuan. This can be said to be the famous double standard of Longhua.
Lin Yuan was not angry about this, but instead admired their acting skills. Because the occurrence of these things was within his expectations, and if they didn't happen he would always feel that something was wrong.
Seeing Lin Yuan's calm appearance, Yang Shangxuan was not anxious, thinking that Lin Yuan was just pretending.
After all, people who like to show off will definitely run away if their tricks are exposed on the spot.
At this time, a female classmate named Yang Li next to Yang Shangxuan stood up.
"Young Master Yang, excuse me, I have to go to the bathroom." "I'll have to excuse myself for a moment."
Yang Shangxuan looked at Yang Li, who was bending slightly towards him, revealing a ravine.
His eyes lowered slightly and fell on Yang Li's private place.
"Go ahead."
Yang Li smiled and nodded, then left the box. The bathroom is at the other end of the corridor. After Yang Li came to the bathroom, she did not go to the toilet, but took off her underwear and threw it into the trash can beside her. At the same time, she secretly said in her heart, "I must find a way to sleep with Yang Shangxuan today, so that I can enjoy endless wealth and glory in the future."
Call.
Yang Li took a deep breath, then left the bathroom and prepared to go back to the box. However, before she had taken 2 steps, she caught a glimpse of a drunk, gangster-looking fat man walking out of the men's bathroom.
The fat gangster also saw Yang Li.
His eyes suddenly lit up.
He showed an obscene smile and walked towards Yang Li. "Hey, little beauty, you are alone, do you want, brother, to accompany you to have fun?"
As the fat gangster spoke, he pulled Yang Li in front of him and then put his hands on Yang Li's body.
"TSK, this feels so good." Bang!
Before the fat gangster could finish his words, he was slapped hard on the cheek.
"How dare you hit me?"
The heat on his face made the gangster's confused consciousness clearer. His eyes were filled with hostility and he grabbed Yang Li's hair.
"You stinky bitch, you dare me to hit you? Do you want to die?"
Yang Li howled in pain as her hair was pulled, but when she remembered that Yang Shangxuan was still here, she felt less panicked.
"Do you know who I am?" Yang Li howled and said pretentiously, "I am young Master Yang's woman.
If you dare to touch me, young Master Yang will not let you go."
"Young Master Yang? Which young Master Yang?"
Seeing that the fat thug had never heard of it, Yang Li was stunned at first, and then said arrogantly, "Of course it is Yang Shangxuan, the son of the real estate tycoon in Magic City. You don't even know this, you are really ignorant. Let me go quickly and apologize to me, otherwise young Master Yang will make you pay for it."
However,
The fat thug sneered and directly pulled Yang Li's hair, saying as he walked away, "Let's go. Today I want to see what kind of waves the son of a real estate tycoon in Magic City can stir up in Zhangcheng." With her hair pulled, Yang Li screamed like a pig being slaughtered. She wanted to struggle, but the fat gangster's grip was too strong and she couldn't get free at all. She could only be dragged to the outside of the private room booked by Yang Shangxuan. Bang! The fat gangster raised one foot and kicked the door of the box open. The loud noise also stunned the people in the box. They looked at the fat gangster who walked in pulling Yang Li's hair, at a loss. The fat thug looked around, threw Yang Li under his feet again, and asked loudly, "Who among you is Yang Shangxuan?" Chapter 42. Young Master Yang, save me. Save me. Woo woo woo. Yang Li's sobbing became louder and louder. After hearing Yang Li's hysterical voice, everyone realized that this person came here to cause trouble. Although the fat gangster's classmate was under his feet, no one was willing to be a hero and save the beauty at this time. It was not that they were unwilling, but they were mainly afraid to do so. It's obvious that the fat gangster is not a good person. He will definitely not hold back when he hits her. If he fails to save the girl and gets hurt, it will be a waste of time. Besides, the fat gangster had clearly named Yang Shangxuan, so they couldn't just ignore Yang Shangxuan's face. So, everyone tacitly made way. Yang Shangxuan didn't have much good feelings towards the uninvited guest in front of him. Even though he didn't want to get involved in this matter, he had to do it since so many classmates were watching. "I am Yang Shangxuan." Yang Shangxuan stood up from the sofa with a frown on his face. Looking at the fat thug's posture, he asked, "How did my classmate provoke you? Do you have to treat her like this?" The fat gangster touched his face and still felt some pain where he had just been hit by the woman. "This woman slapped me and she's still hurting you. Besides, she said she is your woman, Young Yang. So, Young Yang, do you think you should give me an explanation?" The fat gangster narrowed his eyes slightly, and it seemed that he didn't want to let it go. Hearing this, Yang Shangxuan frowned slightly and cursed in his heart, "This stupid woman is really looking for trouble for me." However, although Yang Shangxuan thought so in his heart, now so many classmates, especially Muchinga, were watching him, so he had to do a good job on the surface. Then, Yang Shangxuan said in a deep voice, "She is not my woman, but she is my classmate after all, so, how do you want to solve this matter?" Seeing Yang Shangxuan's cooperative attitude, the fat gangster felt better after being slapped by Yang Li. When he was about to speak and put forward his request, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan and Muchinga sitting in the corner out of the corner of his eye. Even though the light in the box was insufficient, the fat gangster could vaguely see Muchinga's beautiful face by the outline. It was such a stunning glimpse that he felt his heart beat a beat slower. Immediately, the fat thug pointed at Muchinga and said, "Let's put it this way, young Master Yang, if you can let this woman accompany me for one night, this matter will be written off." Yang Shangxuan looked in the direction the fat gangster pointed. There was no other woman there except Muchinga. "Are you sure?" While Yang Shangxuan was speaking, he clenched his hands tightly. "Certainly." Before the fat gangster could finish his words, Yang Shangxuan punched him in the face. Boom! The fat gangster was caught off guard and was forced to take a few steps back. The huge impact force made the fat gangster's eyes flash for a moment, and his brain was a little unclear. You actually dared to hit me? I'm going to hit you." Yang Shangxuan didn't say anything and took advantage of the fat gangster's lack of reaction to pursue him. He had learned Sanda for 2 years. Although he was not very good, he was more than capable of dealing with a gangster. And the most important thing is that he can show his prowess in front of Muchinga. Especially it forms a sharp contrast with Lin Yuan, who was a gigolo. He wanted to let Muchinga know who the reliable other half was. Under Yang Shangxuan's powerful attack, the fat gangster gradually couldn't withstand Yang Shangxuan's offensive. In the end, he could only hold his head with both hands to defend himself. Stop hitting me." The fat gangster was beaten black and blue by Yang Shangxuan, but he was still shouting for mercy. I was wrong. Young Master Yang, please stop hitting me. I know I was wrong." Yang Shangxuan sneered when he heard that, then punched twice more before stopping. "Go away, don't let me see you again." Yes. The fat gangster crawled and rolled out of the box, leaving only a pool of liquid on the ground. The scene of Yang Shangxuan's powerful punch stunned everyone in the box. Pop. Pa. Snap. Suddenly, deafening applause broke out in the box. "Young Master Yang, you are so awesome."
You actually beat that thug away. This is more than amazing. Young Master Yang, you are truly a genius among all of our classmates.
You are good at both literature and martial arts.
Is there anything you don't know? Are you going to let us live? Young Master Yang, you looked so cool when you threw that punch just now.
We were almost ready to help you beat that fat thug, but we didn't expect that we wouldn't be needed at all and you handled it by yourself. When Yang Shangchuan walked back to his seat, he was surrounded by his classmates like the moon surrounded by stars.
It's nothing. I just learned some self-defense skills before. It's not worth mentioning at all. Is everyone okay?
Yang Shangchuan said, and then looked at Mu Qingge in the corner and said with concern, Qingge, don't worry.
As long as I am here, I will never let anything happen to you. Mu Qingge did not respond to Yang Shangchuan.
This made Yang Shangchuan feel a little embarrassed. He had originally wanted to let Mu Qingge see the gap between him and Lin Yuan, but he didn't expect that Mu Qingge didn't even look at him.
Seeing that Mu Qingge didn't want to pay attention to him, he couldn't ask again, so he could only look at Yang Li beside him and asked, Are you okay? It's okay, I'm fine, young Master Yang.
Seeing that Yang Shangchuan took the initiative to care about her, Yang Li quickly responded eagerly. Just when she was about to say something, a classmate next to her suddenly said, It has to be our young Master Yang. If young Master Yang hadn't been here today, the beauty of Mu University would have been ruined by that fat bastard.
That's right, some people are really something.
Even when their wives are being molested by others, they can still sit there quietly.
What a jerk. No, you can't say that. If Lin Yuan really takes action, how can we show the mighty and majestic style of our young Master Yang?
A girl rolled her eyes and said, But I have to say it, this person is really a fool. He didn't dare to stand up when his wife was molested. He didn't dare to say a word.
What's the point of having a man like this?
I don't know why someone has such a bad vision and messed up a good hand.
It has to be young Master Yang.
The woman's affected voice sounded somewhat familiar to Mu Qingge. She saw the woman who was speaking clearly through the gaps in the crowd. It turned out to be her roommate. Seeing this, Mu Qingge felt a chill in his heart. She thought she had a good relationship with her roommate, but now it seems, it's just so-so.
Lin Yuan didn't say anything, just ate calmly. Suddenly, he noticed that something was wrong with Mu Qingge's expression, and asked softly, What's wrong? It's okay. Mu Qingge shook her head and took a deep breath. I just felt that.
I didn't expect that my roommate, who I'd been with for 4 years, is also a person who curries favor with the powerful. Lin Yuan thought about it carefully and remembered the woman who had just spoken.
He comforted Mu Qingge, people are like this. Everyone is an independent and selfish person.
We don't need to spend too much time and energy on these people who have nothing to do with us.
It's not worth it. I know.
Not long after the conversation between the two came to an end, the door of the box that had just been closed was kicked open again. Everyone watched as the fat gangster, who was beaten black and blue by Yang Shangchuan, came back. And this time he was not alone. There were at least a dozen thugs behind him, all of whom were tall and strong and looked very good at fighting.
You didn't expect that I would be back again.
The fat thug's face was swollen. Even if he smiled, only a few cracks could be seen on his face that was swollen and smooth like a boiled egg.
Do you dare to come again?
Yang Shangchuan looked at the group of people behind the fat gangster and thought to himself, not good. But he still stood up. Since he had already pretended, he had to keep pretending.
You can't win by yourself, so you call for help? You are not a gentleman at all. Gentleman, gentlemanly demeanor?
The fat thug finished reading Yang Shangchuan's words obscurely, and smiled jokingly, Fuck your gentlemanly demeanor, I'm a gangster, so what if I call for help?
Isn't it enough to beat you?
The fat gangster waved his hand.
Brothers, come on. You.
Yang Shangchuan wanted to say something more, trying to win people over with virtue, but who knew that this group of thugs were completely unreasonable and just attacked him with heavy punches. Although he had learned Sanda for several years, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands.
In just a few hits, Yang Shangchuan was knocked to the ground and couldn't get up.
Hey, don't beat him to death. The fat gangster gave a reminder, and many of the younger brothers surrounding Yang Shangchuan dispersed.
Taking a breath, Yang Shangchuan wanted to say something harsh. You wait, my father is Yang Hong. Bang!
Before Yang Shangchuan could finish his words, the fat gangster slapped him in the face.
Do you fucking know who I am?
I am the brother-in-law of the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang of Jiangchang.
Yang Shangshuan was stunned by the fat gangster's slap, but after hearing what the fat gangster said, he stood there in a daze. Although their family has some influence in Shanghai, a strong dragon will never be able to defeat a local snake. But the problem is, he can't just watch Mu Qingge being abused by the fat gangster in front of him. Thinking of this, Yang Shangshuan struggled to get up and said to the fat thug in a flattering manner, "It's my fault today. Another day I will treat you brothers to a meal and apologize in person." Bang! Before Yang Shangshuan could finish his words, he was slapped by the fat gangster again. "What do you mean by you're wrong? That's so far-fetched. Just don't say it." The fat gangster was a little impatient. He stepped over Yang Shangshuan and walked straight towards Mu Qingge. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's classmates fled in panic, as if they were afraid of getting into trouble. Only Fang Zichuan stood in front of Mu Qingge, ready to advance and retreat with Lin Yuan. He took a step forward and whispered to Lin Yuan beside him. "Lin Yuan, when the fight starts later, you take Mu Qingge away first. You must protect Mu Qingge and don't let them catch her." Lin Yuan was already very moved that Fang Zichuan stood up at this time. Now Fang Zichuan was willing to sacrifice himself for him. Lin Yuan felt that his friendship with him was not in vain. He walked up and patted Fang Zichuan on the shoulder. "Fine. Nothing's wrong." Fang Zichuan was almost getting anxious as he looked at Lin Yuan, who was walking forward again. "Hurry up and leave." At this time, the fat gangster had walked over and reached out to grab Mu Qingge, who was protected by Lin Yuan and Fang Zichuan behind him. However, the next second, only a dull sound was heard. When everyone looked again, they found that the fat gangster had been slapped away by Lin Yuan and hit the wall of the box heavily. Chapter 43. Wow! There was an instant uproar in the box. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Yuan with shock in their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so powerful. You dared to hit me?" The fat gangster who was slapped away by Lin Yuan now struggled to get up from the floor, groaning in pain. He pointed at Lin Yuan and said viciously, "Brothers, come on. Beat them to death." Yes. When the younger brothers saw their boss's brother-in-law being beaten, they were all energized and swung their fists at Lin Yuan. However, bang! Bang! With just a few slapping sounds, all the younger brothers were slapped away by Lin Yuan one by one, and fell into every corner of the box like flowers scattered from heaven. During the meal, the younger brothers wailed one after another, scaring everyone in the box so much that they could not move. Yang Shangshuan, who had been beaten black and blue and was now sitting on the ground, was so angry when he saw the scene. Is this kid Lin Yuan playing tricks on him? He is so capable, yet he is forced to embarrass himself in front of Mu Qingge. Thinking of this, Yang Shangshuan looked at Lin Yuan with a more gloomy look in his eyes, and veins bulged on his clenched fists. Lin Yuan's battle next to him also came to an end. "You guys are bullying the minority with your numbers, that's too much, isn't it? You really don't have the demeanor of a gentleman at all." When the others heard Lin Yuan's words, their eyelids couldn't stop twitching. It's really too much. Too elegant. Just when everyone else breathed a sigh of relief, there was another person in the box whose expression became a little unnatural. He didn't expect that so many of his younger brothers were defeated by one person, and this person was walking towards him at this time. The fat gangster was so scared that he kept his feet on the ground and moved backwards. You, don't come over here. He. Lin Yuan sneered, ignored his words, and continued walking towards him. The fat thug panicked immediately. He had never seen a man as fierce as Lin Yuan. He swallowed his saliva and said harshly, My brother-in-law is the boss of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, known as the Cross River Dragon. If you dare to hit me, my brother-in-law will definitely not." Snap! Before the fat gangster could finish his words, the sound of two crisp slaps drowned out his voice. "Ha? What did you just say?" Lin Yuan scratched his ear, stepped on the fat thug's hand, and said in a ruffian tone, "How dare you hit my boss?" The fat thug felt the pain in his palm, grimacing in pain, covering half of his swollen face and asking, "Who is your boss?" Lin Yuan squatted down and put his entire weight on the fat gangster's hand. Then, ignoring the fat gangster's wailing at the moment, he grabbed the fat gangster's hair and turned his head towards Yang Shangshuan, who was also lying on the ground. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly. That's my boss Yang Shangshuan." When Yang Shangshuan heard Lin Yuan's words, he was stunned for a moment. Grass. Lin Yuan, you kid. This is a damn good way to divert trouble, isn't it? The dragon and tiger gang behind the fat gangster is not someone you can easily mess with, and he doesn't want to get into such a trouble because of Lin Yuan. Yang Shangxuan was about to deny it, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Yuan. See? My boss is angry. Lin Yuan calmly sought justice for Yang Shangxuan. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving. I can give you money. Who wants your money? Don't you know my boss? He is the heir of Hangdao Real Estate in Modu. Do you think my boss would value your little money? Damn it! At this moment, Yang Shangxuan wished he could sew Lin Yuan's mouth shut. Not only did this guy throw dirty water on himself, but he also helped him to introduce himself. Was he afraid that he would die too slowly? The fat thug paused, took note of Lin Yuan's words, and asked, "So what do you want?" "No problem." Lin Yuan smiled. "After all, you beat up my boss, so I won't make things difficult for you. Just kneel down and admit your mistake to my boss, and this matter will be over." "Impossible." The fat gangster's words of objection instantly came out of his mouth. But just as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan slapped him twice. "I gave you face, didn't I? Do you think I was asking for your consent?" The fat gangster felt like he was slapped in the face and was stunned, and didn't have time to react. Pa. Lin Yuan slapped the fat gangster twice again. "Today, either you kneel down and admit your mistake and leave, or I will beat you to death here." After several consecutive slaps, the fat gangster felt like he was about to faint. Finally, when Lin Yuan raised his hand again, the fat gangster begged for mercy. "I admit my mistake. I admit my mistake. Stop hitting me." The fat gangster yelled at the top of his lungs, his trembling voice filled with tears. "I admit my mistake." "That's fine." Lin Yuan let go of the fat gangster's hand and stood aside. "Apologize." The fat gangster gritted his teeth and tried to stand up from the ground, but Lin Yuan kicked him directly on the knee. "Didn't you hear me? Get on your knees and apologize." The fat gangster's eyes turned red as he listened to Lin Yuan's words. "In front of so many younger brothers, I had to kneel down and go over there. It was such a great shame and humiliation." The fat gangster was about to resist, but when he met Lin Yuan's eyes, he remembered the slaps that made him feel buzzing just now. He didn't dare to act rashly and knelt on the ground obediently. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked towards Yang Shangxuan on his knees. With every step the fat gangster took on his knees, Yang Shangxuan felt like a drum was beating in his heart. Until he knelt down and walked in front of Yang Shangxuan. "Sorry." The fat gangster gritted his teeth, and the sound of the word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, which made Yang Shangxuan tremble in his heart. Yang Shangxuan nodded, not daring to speak nonsense. The fat gangster turned his head and looked at Lin Yuan, anger burning in his eyes. "Is that how you fucking apologize?" Pa. Lin Yuan slapped him twice more, then said, "Who are you staring at with your dog eyes? Apologize to my boss sincerely." "I." After being slapped repeatedly, the fat thug felt that his dignity was shattered. He wanted to get angry, but after seeing Lin Yuan's ferocious eyes, he was so scared that he dared not move. He could only kneel down in front of Yang Shangxuan, restraining his anger, and said in a serious manner, "I'm sorry, Boss Yang, I was wrong before, I shouldn't have hit you, I'm sorry." "Is it ready?" After apologizing, the fat gangster turned around and looked at Lin Yuan cautiously and asked, "Okay." Hearing this, the fat gangster stood up from the ground as if he had been pardoned, and called his brothers to leave. Just as he stepped out of the box, he suddenly turned around and shouted at Lin Yuan and Yang Shangxuan. "You guys are so good, don't leave if you dare. When my brother-in-law comes, he will kill you, you guys." After saying that, the fat gangster was afraid that Lin Yuan would hit him again, so he ran away immediately. At this time, Yang Shangxuan came back to his senses and was about to explain something, but he found that the fat gangster had already run away. Remembering what the fat gangster left behind before he ran away, Yang Shangxuan suddenly turned his head and glared at Lin Yuan, his eyes almost spitting fire. "You!" He wanted to curse Lin Yuan, but when he opened his mouth and found that there were a group of university classmates in the box, he swallowed the words he was about to say. Lin Yuan looked at Yang Shangxuan's expression and smiled playfully. "Brother, are you okay?" Yang Shangxuan snorted coldly, but it was not easy to deny Lin Yuan's words, so he could only smile bitterly and said, "It's okay." Seeing this, everyone hurriedly helped Yang Shangxuan up. "Young Master Yang, are you okay?" They talked about Yang Shangxuan's physical condition in many words, but did not mention Lin Yuan at all, for fear that Lin Yuan would remember their recent sarcasm and attack them hard. With the help of everyone, Yang Shangxuan sat back in his seat. When he looked up, he found that Lin Yuan had not left. He thought that since Lin Yuan was such a good fighter, even if the fat gangster called the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, Wu Jianglong, it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if Lin Yuan really couldn't beat him, the worst that could happen was that he would pay compensation and then push Lin Yuan out. Anyway, it was Lin Yuan who had just taken action. As long as he handed Lin Yuan over to the fat gangster for venting his anger, he could protect himself. Thinking of this, Yang Shangxuan was not so scared anymore and started drinking calmly. The class reunion is still going on. When everyone was complimenting Yang Shangxuan, they would always mention Lin Yuan, trying to gain some favor in front of Lin Yuan. As a result, less than 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan put down the juice in his hand and smiled at everyone. Oh, by the way, I suddenly remembered that the clothes on my balcony have not been collected yet. I have to go back with my wife to collect the clothes first. Everyone, enjoy your meal and have fun. After saying that, Lin Yuan didn't wait for Yang Shangxuan to speak and pulled Mu Qingga out of the box. When leaving, Lin Yuan did not forget to give Fang Zichuan a look. Seeing this, Fang Zichuan also stood up. Hey, classmates, my clothes are also hanging on the balcony, I will go back first. After saying that, Fang Zichuan left. Several people left one after another, leaving everyone in the box confused. At this moment, everyone panicked. Without Lin Yuan's protection, they would surely be dead when the fat gangster caught up with them. But Yang Shangxuan didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to leave. Even at this moment, they still wanted to establish a relationship with Yang Shangxuan. Looking at the inattentive people in the room, Yang Shangxuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he didn't know what to say. He could only vent his anger on Lin Yuan silently. As time passed, the atmosphere in the box gradually became tense. Everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy and no longer had the leisure to engage in idle chat. After everyone was on pins and needles for 2 or 3 minutes, some people were really scared to death. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to leave here. A girl stood up in horror and was about to run out of the box. Result. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a group of aggressive thugs blocking the entrance, and the corridor was also blocked. Chapter 44. The door to the box was blocked. Then, a gangster-looking man walked in, and behind him was the fat thug who had just entered and exited the box twice. The fat gangster covered his face and walked wailing to the side of Zhang Haotian, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, also known as Guojianglong by the people of Jiangcheng. Brother-in-law, you have to make the decision for me. Zhang Haotian frowned and looked around the box. Who hit you? The fat gangster ran into the box angrily, looked around, and did not see Lin Yuan, but he saw Yang Shangxuan. So, he pointed at Yang Shangxuan and said to Zhang Haotian, brother-in-law, it was this guy who beat me. Not only could he not beat me, but he also called his little brothers out to beat me up. Even the men you gave me were beaten down by him. Zhang Haotian paused after hearing this. Where is that little brother? He's not here, but that's not important. He said this guy is his big brother. If we beat up his big brother, I don't believe that guy won't come out to save his big brother. Hearing this, Yang Shangxuan felt numb in his heart and couldn't help scolding Lin Yuan in his heart. Seeing the person behind Zhang Haotian, Yang Shangxuan didn't dare to confront him head-on. He took out a pack of good cigarettes from his trouser pocket, nodded and walked forward. Brothers, calm down and have a cigarette first. What just happened was all a misunderstanding. The man who hit your brothers just now is not my younger brother at all. He and I are just ordinary classmates. If you don't believe me, you can ask my classmates. We don't like him very much. I don't like your paralysis. Before Yang Shangxuan could finish his words, the fat gangster interrupted him and slapped him in the face. Pop. The slapping sounded like thunder. Yang Shangxuan felt a hint of sweetness coming out of his mouth. But he didn't dare to fight back and stood timidly in front of the fat gangster. The fat gangster also imitated Lin Yuan and grabbed Yang Shangxuan's hair and scolded him. Just now when that guy pressed my head and hit me and asked me to apologize to you, why didn't you say you didn't like it? You didn't even dare to fart. Now that you see I have more people, you don't dare to do it, right? No. Yang Shangxuan had no way to defend himself. Rubbish, you're not as good as your little brother. The fat gangster looked at Yang Shangxuan with contempt, then threw him heavily to the ground and waved his hand. Seeing this, the younger brothers behind him came out. Beat me. If I can't kill you, beat me to death.
Okay. The younger brothers moved their joints one by one, and the crackling sound scared Yang Shangchuan. He was extremely panicked and was about to run away, but was caught by someone and beaten violently with fists.
Ah! Yang Shangchuan's screams spread throughout the box, and those who had been licking Yang Shangchuan were now trembling with fear.
They just watched the fire from the other side of the river, not daring to say a word, for fear that the fire would burn them.
Stop, stop.
Yang Shangchuan held his head with both hands, curled up. Brothers, please stop, I have money, I will apologize to you, can you please let me go? His words did not gain the sympathy of the fat thugs, but instead made them attack even harder.
Ah! 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 Yang Shangchuan's shouts became weaker and weaker, and the only sounds in the entire box were the dull sounds of blows.
Suddenly, there was a puff sound. Yang Shangchuan, who was curled up on the ground, suddenly lunged forward and spat out a pool of blood from his mouth. Seeing this, the younger brothers looked at each other and continued to beat him hard. Stop hitting me. When Yang Shangchuan felt that he was dying and only one step away from death, he saw Kipling beside him. He shouted desperately as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, Kipling!
Kipling! Quick, save me!
Yang Shangchuan's shout indirectly spread the war to the surrounding area. The fat gangster was already furious at this time, and when he saw Yang Shangchuan begging for mercy from the people outside, he followed Yang Shangchuan's gaze and found that there was a dark foreigner standing in the box. The fat gangster's eyes darkened and he called a few of his brothers to follow him. Kipling looked up and realized that the situation was not good, so he quickly said, I am a foreign friend, you can't hit me. He thought that the dragon people would still treat foreigners like them with special favor as before. But he forgot that the Qing dynasty had already perished. Moreover, the person in front of him is a gangster. There is no reason at all to argue with gangsters. Kipling's words were like a spark that instantly ignited the fuse of the fat gangster's anger.
I don't care who you are. Do I need a reason to beat you?
After saying that, the fat gangster and a few of his followers immediately started fighting.
WTF?
Kipling didn't expect these people to be serious, so he had to dodge and not get entangled with these irrational lunatics, but the front and back doors were blocked by the fat gangsters, and he couldn't escape from this place at all.
Fake.
Kipling was facing several people approaching him.
Naturally, he didn't want to be beaten obediently. He took a stance and said, Come on, am I afraid of you? Bang bang.
Kipling knocked down the two thugs who were walking towards him with 2 punches. Seeing this, the fat gangster was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that this black guy was quite capable of fighting and could actually knock down his 2 younger brothers.
Damn it, are you looking for death?
The fat gangster was feeling frustrated after being beaten before, but now he has his brother-in-law backing him up, so he is fearless. Come on, a few more people, kill him for me. Kipling originally had a bit of joy on his face, but who knew that the man in front of him had no martial ethics and was unable to defeat the outnumbered and was bullying the minority. With his mediocre kung fu, he could only beat a few people, but if he beat too many people, even Jesus would not be able to withstand it. Not long after, he was surrounded and beaten badly by several fat thugs. After a long while, when the sobbing of both people gradually subsided, Zhang Haotian shouted,
That's enough. Don't let anyone get killed.
The higher-ups have been checking a bit more strictly lately. The boss spoke, and the younger brothers consciously retreated to their positions. Without the siege of the crowd, everyone else saw Yang Shangchuan and Kipling lying in a pool of blood, unrecognizable as human beings. Especially Kipling, the red color can be clearly seen against his dark skin. After all, he provoked everyone, so those who beat him hit him particularly hard, with every punch hitting the flesh. The fat thug felt that he was still a little confused and angry, so he wanted to continue.
Brother-in-law. Zhang Haotian ignored him and said calmly, Didn't you hear what I just said?
The fat gangster pursed his lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out.
Zhang Haotian looked at Yang Shangchuan, who was beaten to the point of incontinence, stepped forward and patted his face, and asked in a calm but dignified tone, Where is your little brother, what's his name? Hearing this, Yang Shangchuan came alive instantly, with a sinister and vicious look in his eyes. That boy's name is Lin Yuan, and I even know where his parents' home is. Chapter 45. Here, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge just returned home. Honey, is it really okay for us to leave like this? On the way back, Mu Qingge was worried about what happened in the box. After all, that fat gangster didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with. What if he really called the people from the Dragon and Tiger gang? Then Yang Shangxuan and the rest of the classmates would be dead, right? It's okay. Even though they are thugs, they can only beat Yang Shangxuan half to death. They won't kill him. Besides, even if he was beaten to death, what does it have to do with us? As Lin Yuan was speaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Lu Xiaoman calling. Mu Qingge noticed the noise and came over. After finding out that it was Lu Xiaoman calling, she couldn't help but wonder, why is my mother-in-law calling so late at night? Lin Yuan shook his head, but his intuition told him that something had happened. Then he answered the phone, and after 2 beeps, a male voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Lin Yuan, you didn't expect that I'm still alive. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge looked at each other, and both of them recognized who the owner of the voice was. Lin Yuan's face darkened instantly, and he said coldly, Yang Shangxuan, you'd better make sure my parents are okay. Hey, don't be angry. I don't want to do anything. I just want you to come home more often. Lin Yuan roughly understood why Yang Shangxuan appeared in his home. I think it was the fat gangster who brought people from the Dragon and Tiger gang to the door, and then Yang Shangxuan gave himself up in order to save his life. Lin Yuan didn't care about giving himself away. After all, he was the one who beat the man, and he was also prepared to face the Dragon and Tiger gang. But he didn't expect that Yang Shangxuan was such a nasty guy with no bottom line. As the saying goes, don't let the disaster affect your family members. Yang Shangxuan's behavior was overstepping the line. Lin Yuan clutched his phone tightly and said sternly, wait a minute, I'll be back soon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan met Mu Qingge's concerned gaze. What's wrong, husband? It's okay. Lin Yuan blinked, his expression eased a little, and he said softly, I'm going home to take care of some things. You just stay at home and don't go anywhere. The security work in the community is very good. As long as Mu Qingge doesn't go out, there will be no danger. Seeing Lin Yuan's expression, Mu Qingge also realized the seriousness of the matter. At the same time, she also understood that if she followed Lin Yuan back now, she would not only be unable to help, but would become a burden to Lin Yuan. Mu Qingge concealed her expression and pretended nothing had happened as she helped Lin Yuan tidy up his clothes. Then you, be careful on the road. I'll be waiting for you to come back home. Yeah. When Lin Yuan left, he left a kiss on Mu Qingge's lips and then ruffled Mu Qingge's hair. Okay, go back quickly, your husband will be back soon. Mu Qingge nodded and then closed the door. Lin Yuan said goodbye to Mu Qingge with a smile, but the moment he turned around, the smile on his face disappeared and his eyes were dark enough to kill people. On the way home, Lin Yuan was extremely anxious and drove very fast, even running several red lights in a row. He remained indifferent to the critical values on the dashboard, and only thought of 2 words in his mind, hurry up. Faster. The journey would have taken more than an hour, but Lin Yuan returned to his parents' old yard in less than half an hour. Lin Yuan had just parked the car and hadn't gotten out yet when he saw a group of people standing in his yard. They were all dressed like gangsters and it was obvious that they were members of the Dragon and Tiger gang hired by the fat gangster. Lin Yuan got out of the car and walked straight into the yard. For a moment, everyone in the courtyard looked at him. Facing the hostility in the room, Lin Yuan was not afraid at all. He walked into the room with big strides under everyone's gaze. After entering the house, he saw his parents sitting on the sofa. Lin Yuan glanced at his parents nervously, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he found that neither of them was injured. Long before, he had said that he wanted to move to a new house for his parents, but his parents felt that they were used to living in this place and didn't want to make any more changes at their age. After what happened today, he felt it necessary to put the issue of moving houses on the agenda. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked at the other people in the room. I saw a fat gangster and a man with a cold face sitting opposite my parents. I guess he was the boss of the Dragon and Tiger gang. The noise of Lin Yuan coming in attracted the attention of the people in the room. When the fat thug saw Lin Yuan coming in, he pointed at Lin Yuan and said to Zhang Haotian beside him, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. This guy beat me up. You have to make the decision for me. I have exposed your name, but this guy didn't listen and hit me even harder. He is not hitting me, he is clearly hitting you, my brother-in-law. As the fat gangster spoke, his face became more ferocious. Yang Shangxuan also added fuel to the fire, brother, you are right. I have told you this news, saying that our brother-in-law is under your protection, brother Long. But this kid not only did not listen, but also attacked my brother-in-law and other brothers. He clearly does not take you seriously. This kind of guy must be severely punished.
Yang Shangchuan became more and more excited as he spoke, and then he accidentally met Lin Yuan's gaze. That gaze was as sharp as a needle, and he immediately lowered his head, his legs trembling, and he didn't dare to look at Lin Yuan again. Although he was afraid, he wanted to use Zhang Haotian's hands to watch Lin Yuan being beaten until he begged for mercy. If you bring shame upon yourself, Lin Yuan won't have an easy time either. After hearing what the two said, Zhang Haotian took a sip of tea calmly and then looked at Lin Yuan. Did you do that? That's right. Okay. Zhang Haotian nodded, and then said to the fat thug beside him, go and call the two brothers in. Okay. The fat gangster ran out excitedly upon hearing that. After a while, he came in with two of his younger brothers who had been guarding the yard. Seeing the fat thug coming back, Zhang Haotian said calmly, go and remove both of his legs for me. Okay, big brother. Upon hearing this, the two younger brothers walked towards Lin Yuan with expressionless faces. The fat gangster was also ready to fight. He subconsciously thought that since Zhang Haotian was here, Lin Yuan would definitely not dare to fight back. At this moment, two younger brothers walked in front of Lin Yuan, looked at each other, and wanted to cripple his legs. However, snap! Before the two younger brothers could even make a move, they were slapped twice by Lin Yuan and flew away. They fell heavily to the ground, dizzy and dazed. Afterwards, Lin Yuan stepped forward, picked up the two men from the ground, and threw them directly out of the house. After doing all this, he nodded slightly and looked at Zhang Haotian calmly. An invisible pressure burst out from his body. Seeing this scene, Yang Shangchuan and the fat gangster were stunned. They never thought that Lin Yuan was so bold that he dared to take action in front of so many people. The Lin Bohu and his wife, who were sitting on the sofa in fear, did not expect that Lin Yuan was such a good fighter. Zhang Haotian on the side frowned, looking somewhat unhappy. Chapter 46. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room dropped to freezing point and no one dared to speak. Zhang Haotian first glanced at the two men outside the door, and then turned his gaze to Lin Yuan. Yang Shangchuan behind him saw this and flattered, Brother Zhang, this guy deserves to be punished. You are here, but he is still so arrogant. It is obvious that he does not take you seriously. If we don't teach him a lesson, then where will the dignity of our brothers in the Dragon and Tiger Gang and you, brother, be placed? As soon as Yang Shangchuan finished speaking, the fat thug said, Brother-in-law, did you see everything? This kid is too arrogant. He even dared to bully you. The fat gangster and Yang Shangchuan sang the same tune, adding fuel to the fire with every word they said. At this time, Zhang Haotian, who was sitting in his seat, stood up and slowly walked in front of Lin Yuan. Young man, has no one ever told you that you should be low-key? My strength doesn't allow it. Lin Yuan shrugged, it's hard for me to keep a low profile. Zhang Haotian felt that his dignity was challenged, and his eyes gradually turned cold. I heard you're good at fighting? It's just so-so. Anyway, it's more than enough to beat you. Zhang Haotian sneered. Hee, do you know where the last person who spoke to me like this is buried now? I don't want to know, but you can tell me in advance where you want to bury it. If I'm in a good mood, I can help you arrange it. You kid, don't be shameless. Zhang Haotian gritted his teeth, veins popped out on his forehead, and the knife marks on his face were exposed. His expression at the moment looked particularly ferocious. What's the use of you just being able to fight? I brought so many people here today. If you know what's good for you, just kowtow to me 3 times and admit your mistake. I can consider sparing half of your life. To get involved in this world, you need background and power, you little jerk, do you understand? After saying that, Zhang Haotian prepared to take action. As a result, as soon as he raised his hand, he was slapped by Lin Yuan. Snap! Zhang Haotian was stunned for a moment. Before he could react to what was happening, Lin Yuan raised his hand again and slapped Zhang Haotian on the other side of the face. Another crisp slap sounded in the living room, lingering like a magic sound, and it took a long time to dissipate. Zhang Haotian covered his face, his eyes filled with shock. The sound of the slap was like a knife, splitting his dignity into pieces. You fucking... Zhang Haotian's eyes were burning with anger, and he wished he could cut Lin Yuan into pieces. However, before he could make a move, Lin Yuan slapped him again. Clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp sounds rang out, falling into the silent night and causing ripples. Zhang Haotian couldn't bear it anymore, and the volcano of anger in his heart erupted. He is the boss of the Dragon and Tiger Gang, but he was slapped in front of his own brothers. Doesn't he have any dignity?
Fuck. Jiang Haotian touched his face, which was numb from being beaten. His eyes became gloomy. Give you face? In that case, don't even think about walking out alive today. He called the younger brother outside to come in. Don't stop now, beat me to death. When a group of people heard Jiang Haotian's order and were about to rush through the threshold in a threatening manner, Lin Yuan walked over calmly. The long legs blocked the way and isolated everyone from outside. Want to come in? Have you asked me? Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Lin Yuan to be so arrogant. At this time, Jiang Haotian, who was sitting in the living room, gave orders. What the hell are you still standing there for? Beat him up. Oh. The younger brothers suddenly woke up from their dream and swung their fists towards Lin Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, Lin Yuan was surrounded by the crowd. Seeing this, Jiang Haotian calmly drank his tea. What's the point of fighting? You'll just be defeated by me. Jiang Haotian licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, then raised his hand to wipe it off. Lin Yuan, you'd better pray that you can die, otherwise I will make you live like an immortal. How dare you make me look bad? The noise outside was getting louder and louder, and the noisy sounds of punching were slowly becoming regular. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. As Jiang Haotian listened, he felt more and more that something was wrong. He put down the cup, stood up and walked out the door. Before he reached the door, he found that his men were already scattered all over the yard. As for Lin Yuan, he stood in the middle of the yard like the god of death, with a few bloodstains on his face. Under the moonlight, he looked very vicious. The gangsters and Yang Shangshuan who were in the living room saw Jiang Haotian standing there in a daze, so they walked forward curiously to see what was going on. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they were dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? Is this something a human can do? Especially Jiang Haotian, his feet almost couldn't stand. Are the guys I brought with me so weak? Or is Lin Yuan really that good at fighting? Before he could think about it, Lin Yuan quickly swept his leg and took care of the few remaining thugs in front of him. Jiang Haotian shuddered and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. At this moment, Lin Yuan seemed to sense that Jiang Haotian and the other two were watching him, and turned to look at them. Several people looked at Lin Yuan walking towards them and instantly panicked. Oh my god, this guy is a monster. The fat gangster wanted to run away, but the exit was behind Lin Yuan. He couldn't go left or right, so he had to hide behind Jiang Haotian. Seeing this, Yang Shangshuan, who was standing by, also quietly moved behind Jiang Haotian. As for Jiang Haotian, although he was a little scared, as the boss of the Dragon and Tiger gang, he was forced to maintain his image. Even when facing Lin Yuan's approach, he did not take a step back. Lin Yuan chuckled softly and looked at them jokingly. Little punk, do you understand? Jiang Haotian's eyes darkened, his face full of dissatisfaction. He raised his head and stared at Lin Yuan. Of course, Lin Yuan would not tolerate this guy with dead eyes. With a slap, he slapped Jiang Haotian to the ground. I gave you face, but you're still looking? Lin Yuan squatted down and patted Jiang Haotian's face, his eyes cold. Who asked you to come and disturb my parents' rest? Jiang Haotian was completely frightened by Lin Yuan at this moment, and he pointed his trembling finger at Yang Shangshuan. Yes, it's him. Lin Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Yang Shangshuan, with murderous intent in his eyes. I. Yang Shangshuan swallowed and felt a chill running through the soles of his feet, then spreading to every part of his body. The next second, he fell to his knees on the ground, crying and kowtowing wildly. His lower body had a stress reaction, and a pool of light yellow liquid spread under his knees. Brother Lin, I was wrong, please forgive me, I really didn't mean it. Lin Yuan looked at the three of them coldly and uttered a word softly. Roll. When Jiang Haotian was about to leave with the gangster, he was stopped by Lin Yuan. Wait, take him away too. Jiang Haotian and the gangster looked at each other, each grabbed Yang Shangshuan's arm, and hurriedly fled the scene. The younger brothers in the outer courtyard saw that their boss had run away and did not dare to stay here any longer. They endured the pain and supported each other as they left Lin Yuan's house. Lin Yuan had just sat down in the living room when he heard Yang Shangshuan's pig slaughtering screams outside, echoing through the night. Chapter 47. Lin Yuan started to clean up the garbage left by Jiang Haotian and his group. Dad, Mom, are you all right? We are all fine, but you, son. The couple saw the blood on Lin Yuan's face and were a little frightened. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Lin Yuan shook his head. I'm fine. That's someone else's blood. That's good. That's good. The couple sighed deeply, their eyes showing some complicated expressions. Lin Yuan, who was sweeping the floor on the other side, looked at his parents with lingering fear, and couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Yang Shangshuan and the others informed me today, but what about the future? It is impossible for Lin Yuan to guarantee that he will be here to guard the two elders all the time, but people with ill intentions pop up from time to time. This is not a solution. Mom and Dad. Lin Yuan said, let's move to a neighborhood with better security. Lin Boho looked at Lin Yuan deeply and nodded. Okay, Mom and Dad will listen to you. After Lin Yuan cleaned up the mess at home, he drove back home. On the way home, Lin Yuan kept thinking about what happened tonight. After this incident, I think Jiang Haotian will not take action against his parents in the short term, but before that, he still has to think about where to arrange for the two elders. After all, if there is one Jiang Haotian, there will be a second and a third. He wanted to settle his parents in a safe place so that he would have no worries. At home. Muchinga sat on the sofa with a waistcoat draped over his shoulders, glancing at the mobile phone on the coffee table from time to time and looking out the window absent-mindedly. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Muchinga heard the sound of the door lock and ran over immediately without even bothering to put on her shoes. With 2 beeps, the electronic door lock was unlocked. Muchinga's heart was in his throat, and he was hoping that the person he was thinking of would appear before him. The door slowly opened. Lin Yuan, who was standing outside the door, guessed that Muchinga must have fallen asleep at this time, so he thought about going in quietly. However, this electronic device did not have a night noise reduction mode, and the unlocking sound seemed particularly loud in the silent night. Lin Yuan was trying in a hurry to turn off the sound of the electronic door lock, but the next second, a soft, fragrant and warm body threw itself into his arms, and the familiar scent instantly enveloped him. I'm back. His eyes softened, and he hugged Muchinga and asked softly, why haven't you rested yet? Wait for you. Muchinga's muffled voice came from in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan touched Muchinga's head and did not urge her to go in. The two of them ran outside the door for a long time before Muchinga reluctantly let go of Lin Yuan and looked him up and down. After seeing that Lin Yuan was fine, her heart finally settled down. Take a shower and rest quickly. Lin Yuan looked at Muchinga's body, the outline of her body created by the hollow pajamas, and smiled. Honey, will you help me take a bath? Hearing this, Muchinga's body suddenly stiffened. After a pause, he said, wash yourself. Ouch. Lin Yuan pretended to scream, I suddenly feel a little pain in my body. Before he finished speaking, Muchinga came over and asked with concern, where does it hurt? It hurts here. Lin Yuan took Muchinga's hand and placed it on his own heart, which was beating strongly. My wife won't take a shower with me, so she's a little upset. Muchinga's face instantly turned red with shame, and she said coquettishly, You are a scoundrel, a hooligan. You are my wife, how can I be considered a hooligan? When Muchinga heard this, she realized what Lin Yuan was thinking. Just when she was about to escape from Lin Yuan's clutches, she was caught by him. Lin Yuan kissed her domineeringly. Only after Muchinga surrendered did he slow down his movements. He blew air into Muchinga's ear and spoke in a low voice. Bath. Sleep. The next day, early in the morning. When Lin Yuan was sleeping soundly with Muchinga in his arms, suddenly, a hurried ringing disturbed his sweet dream. Anthracene. Muchinga in his arms was obviously disturbed by the ringing. She stretched her body and snuggled into Lin Yuan's arms, trying to block out the noisy sound. Lin Yuan frowned, reached out for the mobile phone on the bedside table, picked it up and saw that it was a call from Lin Pangpang. He subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone, but after thinking it over, he still answered the call. What's up? After hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Lin Pangpang said in a commanding tone, Lin Yuan, lend me your car. I want to drive to the class reunion. Lin Yuan was already unhappy because his sweet dream was disturbed early in the morning, and Lin Pangpang's words made him even angrier. You are sick. After saying that, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, just when Lin Pangpang was about to speak, she heard a beep sound. She took down the phone and found that Lin Yuan had hung up. Her defense was broken in an instant. After I borrowed Lin Yuan's car and posted it on WeChat Moments that day, all my classmates knew that I was Lin Yuan's cousin. Moreover, after that comment was sent out, the class group that had been quiet for a long time suddenly became lively at that moment. Many people talked about their recent developments in the past few years.
Suddenly, someone suggested organizing a class reunion. After a few rounds of discussions, the plan was finally set. Lin Pengpeng was a little too flattered by the praise, so she said she would drive a Maserati to the class reunion. Who knew that Lin Yuan wouldn't give him any face at all? Hateful. Lin Pengpeng stomped her feet on the ground angrily. My class reunion is tonight, and if I don't drive over, I'll be laughed to death. As she thought about it, she made up her mind and decided to go directly to Lin Yuan's parents to talk to them. My two uncles and aunts have always been cowardly. As long as I talk to them nicely, they will definitely ask Lin Yuan to lend me the car for the sake of my parents. Lin Pengpeng thought about it carefully and felt that her idea was really great. She did what she said and went to find Lin Yuan's parents immediately. The other side. After Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge had spent the whole morning in bed, they got up from the warmth of the midday sun and prepared to wash up and eat. While eating, Mu Qingge suddenly asked, "Did anyone call this morning?" Lin Yuan nodded, not intending to hide it. "Yes, my cousin." "Oh, so early, is there something urgent?" "Nothing, she might be sick and didn't have time to take medicine this morning." Lin Yuan picked up some food for Mu Qingge. "Let's ignore them, it's bad luck." Oh. Although Mu Qingge didn't know what happened between Lin Yuan and Lin Pengpeng in the morning, looking at Lin Yuan's expression, she guessed that it was not a good thing, so she didn't ask any more questions. After Lin Yuan finished lunch, seeing that there were only 2 days left for the investment to cool down, he became even more excited about it. Last time, he was only strengthened to level 5, but he was able to beat all the gangsters. If he is strengthened to level 5 again next time, who knows what the effect will be. Maybe he will be comparable to a national second-level athlete. As a result, just when Lin Yuanmei was thinking about it, the cell phone beside him suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was his parents calling. Seeing this, he panicked, thinking that it was Jiang Haotian who came to his door, so he quickly answered the phone. "Jiang Haotian, do you want to die?" Lin Yuan's face was gloomy and his voice was as cold as the arrival of the god of death. The person on the other side was stunned when he heard this. "Son, what did you say?" "I am your mother." After hearing this, the gloom on Lin Yuan's face slowly faded away. He cleared his throat and pretended nothing had happened and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" Lu Xiaoman replied, "Your cousin is here. She is throwing a tantrum at home and wants to borrow your car. If you don't lend it to her, she will die in front of us." Chapter 48. Lin Yuan was holding the phone and could still vaguely hear Lin Pengpeng's throwing a tantrum on the other end of the line. He was speechless, yet at the same time he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that Lin Pengpeng, after failing to borrow a car from me, would go to her parents' house and act like a scoundrel. Her face is really thicker than a city wall. At this time, Mu Qingge brought a cup of tea out from the kitchen. When she handed it to Lin Yuan, she noticed that Lin Yuan's expression was a little strange, so she asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Lin Yuan covered the receiver of his phone. "My cousin called me this morning and wanted to borrow my car. I refused, so now she's gone to my parents' house and made a scene, pestering them and asking me to lend her the car." This. Mu Qingge was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond to Lin Yuan's words. Seeing that Mu Qingge had the same expression as him, Lin Yuan smiled helplessly, then removed his hand that was covering the microphone. "Mom, I'll be back soon, just ignore her." After Lin Yuan gave some instructions, he hung up the phone. The next second, Mu Qingge handed over the car keys. "Go home, eh? Let's go." Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingge's high spirits and suddenly wondered if the sun had risen from the west. However, he did not ask any more questions. He just took the key, then took Mu Qingge's hand and went out. Parents' home. Lin Pengpeng was lying on the ground, feeling a little tired, but she still asked Lu Xiaoman for a glass of water. "Aunt, I'm thirsty, pour me a glass of water." Lu Xiaoman was a little helpless, but still turned around and poured a glass of water for Lin Pengpeng. While Lin Pengpeng was drinking, she suddenly heard the roar of a car engine. She thought to herself, it must be Lin Yuan who came back. Then, she drank the water in the cup in one gulp and lay on the ground acting like a spoiled brat again. Outside, before Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge walked into the house, they heard Lin Pengpeng's voice coming from a distance. When the two walked in, as expected, they saw Lin Pengpeng rolling on the ground. After Lin Pengpeng saw Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge come in, her tone became even more aggressive. Lin Yuan selectively ignored Lin Pengpeng on the ground and walked to Lu Xiaoman's side first. "Mom, are you okay?" "I'm fine, it's just your cousin."
Lu Xiaoman wanted to say something but hesitated. She didn't know what to say. It's okay, leave it to me. Go call Dad over first.
Lu Xiaoman was skeptical, but she still went to call Lin Bohu. After seeing Lu Xiaoman leave, Lin Yuan's face instantly turned cold.
He said indifferently, "Go back. I can't lend you the car."
When Lin Pengpeng heard this, anger suddenly surged in her heart. I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen.
You have to lend me this car today. Lin Yuan thought Lin Pengpeng's words were very funny. Who gave you the confidence to take someone else's car for granted?
If that's the case, why don't you go out and ask on the street to see who wants to lend you a car?
Then just go and borrow one from someone else.
Lin Yuan, you have no conscience.
I'm your cousin, and you're not even willing to lend me your car? What's wrong? Did you eat your rice? You.
When Lin Pengpeng saw Lin Bohu and Lu Xiaoman coming over, she began to condemn Lin Yuan with all her might.
Uncle and aunt, isn't my cousin too stingy?
I just wanted to borrow a car to drive around, but he refused to lend it to me.
If he doesn't lend me the car today, I won't get up.
Lin Yuan ignored Lin Pengpeng's words and turned to look at his parents.
Mom and Dad, let's go out and play today.
He turned his head to look at Lin Pengpeng, who was lying on the ground and refused to get up.
Since my cousin loves our floor so much, let's not ruin her interest.
Once the door is locked, my cousin can cry and scream as much as she wants.
After all, our family will never steal things, right? What do you mean?
When Lin Pengpeng heard this, she felt that Lin Yuan was making an insinuation.
It's nothing, cousin, just stay by yourself. There's food in the refrigerator, just take care of it yourself. After saying that, Lin Yuan left with his parents. Lin Pengpeng looked at Lin Yuan's back as he left.
After all, she didn't believe that Lin Yuan would lock her here. As a result, when she found out that Lin Yuan was really going to lock her up, she panicked and rushed out.
Lin Yuan, are you still a human being? I'm your cousin, don't you even care about our blood relationship? You actually want to lock me in?
Lin Pengpeng stood aside, panting, with her hands on her hips, accusing Lin Yuan. I just want to borrow your car.
What's wrong with that?
I've already told my classmates that you're my cousin and I'm going to drive your car to the class reunion. But now you're not even willing to lend me your own car.
You're really trying to embarrass me. Who cares about you so much? Do I agree with what you said?
Lin Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to Lin Pengpeng. After all, it was impossible to reason with such a person. He let his parents and Mu Qing get into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and the red Maserati sped away like a gust of wind. Lin Pengpeng looked at the direction where Lin Yuan drove away and stomped her feet in anger.
But she couldn't get the Maserati back after it ran away.
At this moment, the phone in her bag rang. She picked it up and saw that it was her best friend calling.
Hello? Lin Pengpeng felt a surge of depression in her chest and she almost couldn't breathe.
My best friend Lu Xiaoqin was stunned for a moment, then asked, Pengpeng, have you asked your cousin for a car?
We have packed everything and are waiting for you to pick us up to attend the class reunion. Lin Pengpeng held her forehead and felt a headache. Wait for me, I'll pick you up. Okay, we'll be waiting for you.
Lu Xiaoqin blew her a kiss and then hung up the phone happily. Lin Pengpeng listened to the excitement on the other end of the phone and felt annoyed again.
It's all Lin Yuan's fault, that stingy guy.
If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be so upset now. As she was thinking, Lin Pengpeng raised her hand to stop a taxi and got in. Master, go to Xingfu Community.
Okay.
The taxi started slowly. Lin Pengpeng felt the pure electric taxi, and her mind was full of the sound of Lin Yuan's Maserati. She sighed helplessly. She can't borrow the sports car today. How should she explain this to her sisters later? The other side. In the hospital ward. The pure white ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and there were 2 beds in the ward with 2 patients lying on them.
One black and one white.
The black patient only had a few bandages scattered around his body, but as for the white patient, his body was covered in gauze. Yang Shangxuan was lying on the hospital bed at this moment, shaking with anger, and his eyes turned red.
Lin Yuan. I want you to die. Chapter 49. On the roadside of Xingfu Community.
There were 3 women standing in front of the gate of the community, chattering about something. I'll be standing at the front of the car in a moment, and you guys can take a group photo for me.
Then I'll sit in the driver's seat. Me. I want the co-pilot seat. Hey Xiaoqin, what do you think? Can we stand on the hood of the Maserati?
Lu Xiaoqin paused for a moment after hearing this.
I don't think so.
I heard that sports cars are all made of carbon fiber, and that stuff is so expensive, I can't touch it. Oh, Peng Peng's cousin can afford a Maserati, so he shouldn't be short of the money to repair his car, right? When the others heard this, they all echoed it. At this time, a taxi slowly drove towards them. When they saw the car, they couldn't contain their excitement.
When will Peng Peng come? Xiaoqin, didn't you just call her? What did she say?
Peng Peng said she'll be here soon, so let's wait a while. Lu Xiaoqin pretended to be calm, but in fact she was getting a little impatient.
That's a Maserati.
If I could get a glimpse of the world of Lin Pengpeng's cousin, maybe I could even find a rich second-generation man to marry into my family. In that way, I wouldn't have to worry about the rest of my life. While they were fantasizing, the taxi stopped in front of them.
TSK.
Someone took 2 steps back impatiently and cursed at the closed car window.
Don't you see there's someone here? Stop in front of us. What if my clothes get dirty?
As soon as she finished her words, the window of the taxi rolled down. When the girls saw this, they thought that the driver in the car had heard what they said. They suddenly panicked and were about to run away when they found that the man in the car looked particularly familiar.
Peng.
Lu Xiaoqin looked carefully and recognized that the person sitting in the car was Lin Pengpeng. She was a little confused.
Peng, why did you take a taxi to pick us up?
Lin Pengpeng looked a little unhappy when she heard this. My cousin suddenly wanted to take his parents out for a trip today, and the car just happened to be out of time. You guys should get in the car first, the class reunion is about to start, and we'll be late if we don't go now. Lu Xiaoqin and the others looked at each other and finally got into a taxi. As their expectations were dashed, several people felt somewhat resentful, but they did not know how to say anything. So they just sat there in silence without communicating with each other. Lin Pengpeng really couldn't stand the current atmosphere and said, this time was an accident. Next time I will definitely drive my cousin's car here. But no matter how Lin Pengpeng explained, the sisters in the car didn't listen to her. Lin Pengpeng looked up at the rearview mirror inside the car and found that Lu Xiaoqin and the others were either playing with their phones or looking out the window.
No one wanted to pay attention to Lin Pengpeng at all.
Seeing this, Lin Pengpeng withdrew her gaze angrily and said no more.
The taxi quickly took them to their destination.
Before getting off the car, Lin Pengpeng saw a lot of people standing at the entrance of the hotel. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling in her heart, but she still opened the car door and walked down. In front of the hotel, everyone was talking and laughing about the car that Lin Pengpeng would drive soon.
Tell me, what does the accelerator of that new Maserati sound like?
It's a multi-million-dollar car, you can just blow it up whenever you want. If it breaks down, you won't be able to afford the compensation. Oh, I was thinking that Lin Pengpeng is Lin Yuan's cousin. If I could step on her once, I would have no regrets in my life.
What? If I step on it, will my next life begin? Ha ha ha.
Everyone burst into laughter when they heard this. While they were laughing and joking, someone happened to glance towards the hotel parking lot.
Hey, look quickly, isn't that person Lin Pengpeng?
I don't know whose voice it was, but everyone's laughter suddenly stopped. Someone rubbed his eyes and said, that person really seems to be Lin Pengpeng.
No way? Didn't she say she was coming in a Maserati? Why did she come in a taxi? Could it be that you couldn't borrow a car? For a moment, everyone started talking. Hello, long time no see.
Lin Pengpeng walked forward to greet everyone, but after meeting everyone's strange looks, she had to put her hand down in embarrassment.
Why don't you go in? Everyone was silent and no one answered Lin Pengpeng's question. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't help it anymore and started asking questions. Lin Pengpeng, didn't you say before that you would drive your cousin's Maserati here today? Why didn't you drive over today?
After someone raised the doubts in their minds, everyone started talking as if a chatterbox was opened. Yeah, the students in our class are still thinking about following you to broaden their horizons. Look, Sun Hao was thinking about borrowing your cousin's car a while ago to give it a try. Lin Pengpeng's face turned a little ugly as she listened to what they said.
It's really unfortunate today. My cousin took his parents out to play. After all, it was all arranged. Is that so?
Everyone was half believing and half doubting, and finally let the matter go. Even so, Lin Pengpeng still felt that her classmates' attitude towards her suddenly became cold. Thinking of this, she clenched her back teeth. If Lin Yuan wasn't so stingy, would I have to look at other people's faces? On the other side, Lin Yuan and his parents were having a great time. After climbing a mountain, I dragged my tired body into the hot spring pool. Call. The warm water soothed his tiredness. Lin Yuan lay comfortably on the edge of the pool, sighing at the beauty of life. As he soaked in the water, Lin Yuan felt so comfortable all over that he almost felt intoxicated. He looked at Lin Bohu, whose face was a little flushed, and spoke. Dad, I want to discuss something with you. What's going on? Would you and Mom like to move in with us? Upon hearing this, Lin Bohu looked up and the towel on his forehead fell off. After a long while, Lin Bohu continued. Why would your mother and I go to your place? We two old guys won't bother you two young couples with your lives. How can you say it's disturbing? Lin Bohu interrupted Lin Yuan. Son, your mother and I know what you are thinking, but we are both old and cannot be a burden to you. As for those people, they can't do anything to us. Dad, no, you and Mom still have to listen to me on this matter. Even if you don't live with us, I will buy you another house in the community. That place has a complete security system, and I will feel at ease if you live there. Lin Bohu hesitated to speak, and finally sighed heavily. Okay, we will listen to you. My parents are old too. No way, you and my mother are still young. The father and son looked at each other and laughed silently. Chapter 50. The hot steam rising from the hot spring water blurred the moonlight, and everything became hazy. Lin Yuan felt like he was about to pass out, so he pulled his father out of the pool. The two of them wrapped themselves in bathrobes, and just as they stepped out of the box, Mu Qingge and Lu Xiaoman next to them also came out. Lin Yuan wiped his hair with a towel. Mom, how do you feel? Oh, it's so comfortable. Lu Xiaoman patted Mu Qingge's hand. If Qingge hadn't been here, an old woman like me would have felt dizzy in there. Mu Qingge explained, Mom fainted, so I brought her out. I didn't expect you to come out too. Lin Yuan secretly pointed at Lin Bohu beside him and mouthed a message to Mu Qingge. Same. Lin Bohu naturally saw the little actions of the two people in private and pretended to be angry. Don't think I didn't see it. Lin Yuan raised his hand and coughed lightly. Well. Dad, Mom, let's go eat first. A few people walked towards the restaurant chatting and laughing, but they didn't notice that behind them, the aperture of a black zoom camera was constantly changing. Not until the figures of Lin Yuan and his group completely disappeared did a person walk out from behind the green plants. He pulled down the brim of his hat, took out his cell phone and made a call. Young Master Yang, I have found the person. What do you want to do? On the other end of the phone, Yang Shangshuan was lying on the bed, unable to move. After hearing what the other party said, he sneered. What should I do? I must kill him. How dare he make me look so ugly? Young Master Yang, I'm a private detective, not a killer. The other party's calm voice was like a bucket of ice water, poured on Yang Shangshuan's hair, extinguishing his anger. I know. Yang Shangshuan exerted force and gasped in pain. Are you sure that Lin Yuan and the others have been playing all day today? I am sure. Yang Shangshuan snorted angrily. This young master is in so much pain that he can't get out of bed, and they still have the mind to play. In this case, we must not let them have too much fun, that gigolo. Go and do something to Mu Qingge's father's company. Without Mu Ziyuan's help, I don't think he will have the mind to play. Kindness. After hearing what Yang Shangshuan said, the detective on the other end hung up the phone. Oh shit. Yang Shangshuan threw his cell phone to the ground. With a bang, it exploded on the ground like a huge thunder. Young Master Yang, what's wrong with you? Although Kipling beside him was seriously injured, his recovery ability was better than Yang Shangshuan. Now he was able to sit up from the bed. What else can I do? I am here suffering from the knife, but Lin Yuan is taking his family to enjoy a hot spring bath. I would be a fool if I don't take revenge. Kipling's expression suddenly turned ugly. He could talk to Yang Shangshuan about other topics, but this one, he didn't want to talk about it anymore. After all, this was all thanks to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan hadn't brought the blame upon Yang Shangshuan, he wouldn't have been beaten up for nothing. So what are you going to do, young Master Yang? Kipling's eyes dropped. If possible, he also wanted to vent his anger. Doesn't he like to live off women? I will cut off Mu Ziyuan's financial resources.
Then Lin Yuan, who can't help, will be abandoned by Mu Qingge. And I am the one who can save Zi Yuan's grand plan.
Thinking of this, Yang Shangchuan felt that he was extremely smart and had already begun to celebrate in advance for his perfect plan.
At the same time, Lin Pengpeng's class reunion was halfway through. Because everyone had drunk a little bit of wine, and the lights in the box were dim, the other side that was usually hidden in the dark gradually emerged.
Lin Pengpeng, you are not lying to us, are you? In fact, Lin Yuan is not your cousin, right?
Lin Pengpeng looked over when she heard the voice and found that the person speaking was the discipline committee member in the class who loved to tell tales.
She was anxious and said quickly, "Why would I lie to you?
Lin Yuan is really my cousin."
But her words were too unconvincing.
The others looked at the scene indifferently and obviously did not take it seriously.
You. Lin Pengpeng's expression at this moment was as ugly as a frosted eggplant.
You think you're going to use me as a target just because I didn't drive my cousin's car over here?
They looked at each other, and although they didn't say anything, the answer was self-evident.
Ha ha.
Lin Pengpeng covered her face and smiled coldly. I said, my cousin drove out for something today.
Since you guys don't want to entertain me, I'll just leave.
Lin Pengpeng had been feeling depressed for a long time after being tricked by Lin Yuan this morning. Now she had to look at other people's faces when coming here. She was about to explode with anger. Moreover, when she just came in, she looked around deliberately and found that none of her old classmates who usually boasted about themselves had any future. It was a waste of time to attend such a gathering. Instead of suffering here, it would be better to go to the bar and pick up a rich second-generation guy. When Lu Xiaoqin saw that Lin Pengpeng was really leaving, her originally undecided heart instantly leaned towards Lin Pengpeng.
Peng. That's not what we meant.
She stood up and grabbed Lin Pengpeng's bag.
You misunderstood.
What misunderstanding?
They clearly think that I can't afford my cousin's Maserati.
Lin Pengpeng smiled contemptuously. It's really funny.
He's my own cousin, it's not a big deal for me to ask him for a car to drive.
You guys are the ones who are here to complain about it.
No one said anything about you.
Lu Xiaoqin's eyes rolled, and she came up with an idea, and then she quickly coaxed Lin Pengpeng back.
After all, everyone thought that was the finale of today, so the expectations were high and naturally a little dull.
However, today is a class reunion, not a car show. Classmates are the focus. What does it have to do with cars?
Yeah.
Lin Pengpeng was a little suspicious when she heard what Lu Xiaoqin said.
Everyone in the box understood the hint in Lu Xiaoqin's eyes and echoed her. Of course, today we agreed to have a class reunion.
Lin Pengpeng, don't take it too seriously.
That's not what we meant. If we can't see it this time, it will be the same next time we look at it. At this time, a boy wearing glasses stood up. All right, sit down and eat. We are all classmates, is it necessary to be like this?
Lin Pengpeng felt touched when she heard someone speaking for her.
Thank you, squad leader. It's okay, this is what I should do. As he was talking, the squad leader walked towards Lin Pengpeng with a glass of wine.
Hey, don't be angry. He handed over a glass of wine, and Lin Pengpeng accepted it shyly.
They didn't mean it. Don't forget what you've done. I know.
Lin Pengpeng caught a glimpse of the squad leader's angular jaw out of the corner of her eye, and her heart beat faster.
Squad leader, after not seeing you for so many years, you are still as handsome as ever.
The monitor paused, and then the smile in his eyes became gentler. You've become much more beautiful too. When Lin Pengpeng heard this, she felt her cheeks getting a little hot.
Can I drink?
I can drink a little.
Hearing this, the squad leader raised his glass and clinked it with Lin Pengpeng.
He just took a sip and said, "How come I haven't heard that you have such a rich cousin?"
He just got the money by luck.
The monitor's eyes moved and he became interested.
What do you mean?
Lin Pengpeng didn't think much about it and told everyone about Lin Yuan.
I don't know where this guy got his bad luck from. He could win 10 million just by buying a lottery ticket. But it's a pity that he invested all the money in Zi Yuan Hongtu. He is really a fool. He didn't keep a penny of the money for himself.
Are you sure he didn't keep any?
Lin Pengpeng felt strange when she heard the tone of the squad leader's voice.
What do you mean?
If he didn't keep a cent, how could he afford a luxury car?
After all, people without money don't dare to use a sports car as a means of transportation.
Chapter 51.
Lin Pengpeng was stunned.
Ever since she saw Lin Yuan coming,
she found that he was always driving a Maserati and she didn't see any other car for transportation. Although she didn't know much about luxury cars, she knew that mileage had an impact on ordinary cars, let alone luxury cars worth millions. Lin Yuan, like a wealthy man, always drove a Maserati. It's hard to believe if you say there is no money. Moreover, the last time they were dining at the Hanjiangting Hotel and paying the bill, Lin Yuan swiped the 200,000 as if it were a few dollars, without even blinking an eye. Putting all these things together, Lin Pengpeng came to a conclusion. This kid Lin Yuan still has a lot of money on him. Seeing Lin Pengpeng's expression change, the squad leader curled his lips and continued, "Pengpeng, did you remember something?" "Squad leader, I think you are right. My cousin must still have some money, at least 2 or 3 million. So much money? Maybe even more. Besides, his wife is the daughter of Ziyuan Hongtu. The chairman of the board of directors there just gave my cousin a nominal position. He doesn't have to do anything and can easily earn hundreds of thousands a year. So good? We are all family, why didn't they invite you? My cousin is such a stingy guy." Speaking of this, Lin Pengpeng became extremely angry. "Forget it, let's not talk about this, squad leader, why are you asking these questions suddenly?" When Lin Pengpeng mentioned the matter, the monitor's eyes were evasive at first, and he stammered, unable to utter a word. "Squad leader, if you have any problem, just tell me. I will definitely help you if I can." The squad leader hesitated to speak. "You say?" I'm starting a business recently." "You're awesome. What's so great about that?" The squad leader laughed bitterly. "The capital chain is broken, and it's not certain whether the company can continue to operate." "Oh, this. I'm sorry." The squad leader waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I've let it go. After all, starting a business is a high-risk, high-return attempt. It's just a pity." Seeing that the former male idol looked a little down and out, Lin Pengpeng asked hurriedly, "What a pity. The track I chose is a good one. We are the only one doing this on the market." The squad leader sighed. "Now our capital chain has collapsed. If we can't get follow-up funds, it means that our team's initial millions will all go down the drain. We will have to spit out the cake we worked so hard to eat and return it to the market." When Lin Pengpeng heard this, she was dumbfounded. "A few millions are just going down the drain?" "No, we had a problem with our last round of financing. We just happened to have a small hole. If we can fill it with about 200,000 or 300,000 yuan, this project can be put into operation." "So how much money can you make if you raise it?" "It's hard to say. After all, starting a business depends on the market trend. If the market is good, hundreds of millions a year will not be a problem. If it's not good, then it's just a waste of tens of thousands. However, we chose the right track. We may not make much money now, but we will definitely set a small goal every year in the future." "How can you earn so much? What do you do?" "Just some overseas trade." "Oh." Lin Pengpeng nodded, not quite understanding. "What a pity. If I had money, I would definitely help you. Unfortunately, I don't have any money." Lin Pengpeng was filled with hatred. It was obvious that this was the only thing that could win the man's heart, but unfortunately, there was no money in her wallet, so she couldn't take a single step forward. "It's okay. I understand." The squad leader finished speaking, paused, and then spoke. Can you ask your cousin to help me?" After the squad leader finished speaking, he was afraid that Lin Pengpeng might misunderstand him, so he hurried to explain. "What I mean is, I would like to ask you to ask your cousin to lend a hand. Of course, it's okay if he can't. I understand and won't force you." When Lin Yuan's name was mentioned, Lin Pengpeng instantly became angry. "Squad leader, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that my cousin is too stingy, like a miser who never gives a penny. It's harder than climbing to the sky to borrow money from him." The monitor frowned slightly but maintained his good tone. "You and he are relatives, right? Relatives should always consider each other's feelings. You can ask your parents to mention it, and maybe your cousin will agree." This. Lin Pengpeng hesitated a little. At this time, the squad leader came forward and whispered in Lin Pengpeng's ear. "Let me tell you, if this project succeeds, it will be a 300% return rate. After this window period, there will be no such opportunity. I will only tell you one person, so don't tell anyone else." When Lin Pengpeng heard this, her pupils dilated slightly and she covered her mouth in disbelief.
What you said is true.
Of course it's true.
We are old classmates. Why would I lie to you? I'm the first one to tell you about this good thing. I won't tell others even if they want it. Do you want to know why? Why?
Lin Pengpeng raised her eyes and met the monitor's gaze. She felt like she was about to sink into an ocean of sweetness. The monitor smiled with bright eyes and white teeth.
Because, you are the most special. Lin Pengpeng finally floated out of the hotel gate.
She was originally planning to take a taxi back by herself. When she was standing at the door waiting for a taxi, a car stopped in front of her.
The car's passenger window was rolled down. Pengpeng, come up, I'll take you home.
Lin Pengpeng heard a familiar voice, looked up and found it was the squad leader's car.
What are you still standing there for?
It's so late, I'm worried about you going home alone as a girl. Lin Pengpeng hesitated for a while, but still got into the squad leader's car.
Thank you for your help, squad leader. You also need to take me home.
It's okay. It's just a piece of cake. After the squad leader helped Lin Pengpeng fasten her seatbelt, he drove his Land Rover on the road. You don't have to take it too seriously when I say it tonight.
I was just talking.
The squad leader spoke up to break the deadlock in the car.
Lin Pengpeng was silent, not knowing what to say.
Seeing this, the squad leader stopped talking. But when he sent Lin Pengpeng home, he handed her a business card.
If possible, please introduce me to your cousin so that I can talk about this matter.
Lin Pengpeng looked at the Land Rover leaving with mixed feelings.
The morning in the mountains was fresh. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingde woke up to the sound of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers.
At this moment, a phone call came in, somewhat ruining the atmosphere. Lin Yuan thought it was Lin Pengpeng calling to harass him again, so he didn't intend to answer it. However, Mu Qingde next to him picked up the phone and handed it to him.
My dad's phone call.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately took the phone and answered the call.
Mu Ziyuan's voice came out hurriedly.
Lin Yuan, something bad has happened in the company.
Chapter 52.
After Lin Yuan drove his parents home, he drove directly to Ziyuan Hongtu. Before the two got out of the car, they looked at the secretary who had been waiting there.
Mu Qingde opened the car door and got out first, asking anxiously. Sister Xia, what happened in the company?
Sister Xia was holding the documents with a sad look on her face.
It's hard for me to explain. Let the chairman talk to you in person. Sister Xia turned around and led Lin Yuan and the other person inside. When the two entered the company, Lin Yuan clearly felt that the morale of Ziyuan Hongtu employees was a little low.
He thought that some difficult things must have happened, otherwise Mu Ziyuan would not have come to him. Just as I was thinking about it, there was a ding-dong sound, the rising elevator stopped, and the elevator door slowly opened. A somewhat irritable voice came over. I've already told you guys, if you don't solve these problems, what's the point of throwing them to me?
Why don't you think about how to remedy the situation? If we can't get this order, not only you, but we won't be able to leave the company. When Lin Yuan heard this, he recognized that it was Mu Ziyuan's voice.
The two looked at each other and walked over quickly. Sister Xia behind them knew that the conversation between them involved the company's business secrets, so she did not follow them.
After watching Lin Yuan and the other person leave, she took the elevator downstairs. The chairman's office at this moment.
Before Lin Yuan and the other person could walk in, another pair of 4 paper documents were scattered on the floor.
Dad, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry? Mu Qingde was frightened by Mu Ziyuan's attitude just now.
This was the first time she saw her elegant father so angry. Mu Ziyuan heard the noise outside and found that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingde had come. The anger on his face subsided a little, but there was still some anger in his eyes.
You are all here.
Mu Ziyuan sighed heavily, then took Lin Yuan and sat on the sofa next to them. He first poured a cup of tea for Lin Yuan and Mu Qingde, and after a long silence, he told them the truth of the matter.
Son-in-law, I am sorry for you. This company is about to be lost.
Mu Ziyuan looked unwilling, but he could only accept his fate and said, the 10 million you invested in me may all be wasted. When Lin Yuan heard this, his face became more serious.
Father-in-law, please don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. What exactly happened?
Although 10 million is not a lot, it is enough to cover Ziyuan Hongtu's expenses for half a year. If the finance department can be a little more frugal, running the company for a whole year will not be a problem.
How is it possible that the company can't hold on before even a month has passed?
Mu Ziyuan crossed his hands together, supported his chin, and told the whole story. Son-in-law, you invested 10 million in us before, and I thought that relying on the old business alone would not work. Now it happens that the world of new media marketing is in full swing, so we plan to invest a large part of the money to see if we can open up a path in this field. Because if it works, even if the old routine doesn't work, we still have an alternative path to take.
This is the plan, and we didn't encounter any difficulties in implementation. After all, we have money and there are many MCN agencies willing to cooperate with us.
In the early stage, we plan to cooperate with them to jointly incubate some internet celebrities, and then use the internet plus traffic approach to find new channels for cooperation on short video platforms and some social software.
Who knew these MCN companies would be so unreliable?
We invested so much money, but didn't see any splash.
Now it's almost the end of the month.
If we don't get any return on this money, our capital chain will be cut off at the beginning of next month.
By then, the initial investment will be wasted, and the entire company will be ruined in the future. After hearing what Mu Ziyuan said, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. You said you invested in MCN? Then, did they give any explanation?
They said that they bumped into another company's design and their traffic was snatched away.
Speaking of this, Mu Ziyuan felt regretful.
Originally, our momentum was pretty good, but who knew that their data would fall again after a small drop, and then the data began to plummet and never recovered. While the two were discussing, there was a hurried knock on the door.
Mu Ziyuan frowned and shouted outside.
Enter. As soon as he finished speaking, the office door opened. Sister Xia walked in sweating profusely, with another stack of documents in her hands.
Chairman, this is bad. Our people have been exposed for having a scandal.
Now the companies that we have signed cooperation agreements with are coming to us one after another, demanding that we pay the penalty for breach of contract.
What? Mu Ziyuan took the document from Sister Xia's hand and started reading it, his expression becoming serious. How could this happen? Dad, what happened? Take a look at it. Mu Ziyuan spread out the documents on the table.
All of the above are IPs that our company has just incubated recently. Although they are not as good as the top bloggers, they still have some status in the second, third, and fourth tier cities. In addition, I have accumulated connections over the years, so even these small characters can rely on their previous connections to get some good promotions.
Moreover, the feedback from many product parties was very good not long ago, so after the trial ended, they signed a new contract with Ziyuan Hongtu. This is a good thing. Lin Yuan was a little confused. Why did you say something big happened, father-in-law?
It's all because of this newly signed artist economic contract. Once the brand is ready to do long-term promotion work with us, it means that we need to bear the economic losses caused to the brand by the promoter's personal reasons. We need to bear all the economic compensation and pay the brand according to the liquidated damages stipulated in the contract.
Mu Ziyuan took a deep breath. After all, these brands are pretty good.
They can take over the promotion, but the penalty for breach of contract is much higher than other brands. Now that those anchors are in trouble, we need to bear a large part of the responsibility. But if we really have to pay so much money, then by the time we're done, Ziyuan Hongtu will be ready to go bankrupt.
So serious?
Lin Yuan was not clear about the logic behind the new media company, but it was really hard to believe that 10 million was not enough to compensate the brands for breach of contract.
It's almost the same anyway. Son-in-law, this is what I'm sorry for.
If I had chosen to be more conservative and walked back to the old path, maybe I wouldn't have had so much trouble. Looking at Mu Ziyuan who was sighing beside him, Lin Yuan patted Mu Ziyuan on the shoulder and said,
Father-in-law, it's okay. I'll invest another 10 million in you. Chapter 53. There was silence among the people.
Before Mu Ziyuan could close his half-open mouth, he turned to look at Lin Yuan in astonishment and said haltingly, Son-in-law, what did you just say?
Are you saying you want to invest another 10 million? Lin Yuan nodded. The money I spent before is wasted.
After all, it's inevitable to run into pitfalls when starting a new business. Now that I know where the pitfalls are likely to occur, I can try to avoid those places the next time I do a project.
No. Mu Ziyuan interrupted Lin Yuan, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Let's talk about the 10 million first. Didn't you already give me 10 million? How come you still have money? It's a secret.
Lin Yuan smiled, Father-in-law, you don't have to worry. Your son-in-law will be your strongest support. This. Seeing that Lin Yuan wasn't making sense, Mu Ziyuan turned his attention to Muchinga.
Daughter, you don't say anything about him?
He didn't expect that his daughter just waved her hand.
I don't know either. Don't worry, Dad. I will definitely torture him severely when I get back.
Mu Ziyuan looked at Lin Yuan and Muchinga, who were in harmony with each other, and roughly understood the reason, but he was still a little reluctant.
Son-in-law, I can't take this money from you. I've already taken 10 million from you before.
If you ask me to take another 10 million now, I'll feel bad.
Father-in-law, what you said is not right. What do you mean by take? The money was clearly given by me.
Of course, I didn't give it for free.
We have done a share transaction, so I am also a shareholder of Ziyuan Hongtu. Since I am a shareholder, how can I watch Ziyuan Hongtu fall into dire straits and do nothing? It is reasonable for me to help.
This is
20 million, it's really too much.
Mu Ziyuan estimated and calculated in his mind, if you used this money to start your own business, you would have a considerable return long ago.
Father-in-law, you reminded me.
Lin Yuan felt that it was not a good idea to keep investing in Mu Ziyuan. It was like catching a sheep and trying to fleece it. It's still good now, but if time goes on, there will always be some heretics emerging. After all, he is a guy with no background and no connections. If he can take out such a large sum of money from time to time, it will more or less attract some people's attention. But if he could start a company of his own, then all these things would be easier to explain.
But not now. What's the meaning? Mu Ziyuan was a little confused and couldn't understand what Lin Yuan was trying to do. Since you are in the advertising business, father-in-law, I will set up an MCN agency.
This way, we can produce and sell our own products and avoid middlemen making a profit.
What do you think, honey?
Lin Yuan directly threw the words to Muchinga, not giving Mu Ziyuan a chance to speak.
That's fine, husband. I'll listen to you. Mu Ziyuan suddenly wondered how come his daughter, who had just been married for a short time, had suddenly become so different from the image he remembered.
Lin Yuan selectively ignored the shocked expression on Mu Ziyuan's face and made the decision for him.
Father-in-law, let's settle this.
If I ever want to start a company, I'll have to trouble you to help me.
This way, I can be a hands-off boss.
Now there are 3 more investment cashbacks before it can be upgraded to 10 times the cashback. When I can get hundreds of millions in cashback every time, I can consider starting my own company. After all, the circle of traffic anchors is very deep now, but once one steps into it, fame and fortune will follow. Compared with other industries, this profession is a way to get rich and make huge profits.
Mu Ziyuan looked at Lin Yuan and Muchinga and knew that he was being arranged again. Okay. I'm sorry to bother you again.
Mu Ziyuan recalled that he had made big promises in front of Lin Yuan before, but who would have thought that his business would collapse before it was even halfway completed? He felt that he could no longer save face.
It's not a problem.
It's the son-in-law's duty to share the burden with his father-in-law. Lin Yuan stood up and held Muchinga's hand with the hand hanging by his legs.
If there's nothing else, we'll go back first. Mu Ziyuan stood up and tried to persuade him to stay for a while. Don't you want to sit down and eat? It's almost time for dinner.
No, I just remembered that I have something else to deal with.
Seeing this, Mu Ziyuan didn't say much and just asked Sister Xia to see her off.
After Lin Yuan and the other person left the company, the expression on Muchinga's face changed immediately.
Do you think there's something wrong with this?
When
Lin Yuan looked at Muchinga, her expression had lost its previous playfulness.
What did you say, honey? He pretended to know nothing and tried to change the subject, but Muchinga seemed to see through Lin Yuan's intention and quickly held Lin Yuan's face.
Don't try to play tricks, just speak. Under the pressure of Muchinga's power, Lin Yuan met her gaze and nodded.
How did you know that?
Do you think I'm out of touch with the world? Or do I just not go online?
I've seen these common routines so many times. Even if my dad really encountered this situation, it shouldn't happen at the same time. After all, those are the companies that my dad carefully selected. No matter how bad it is, those who don't like my dad can't predict the future and arrange so many things in advance.
Muchinga paused and continued.
Among all this, the biggest possibility is that someone is maliciously interfering and trying to trip up my father.
You're in such a hurry to leave, aren't you thinking about finding out who is behind this?
Lin Yuan listened to Muchinga's clear and logical analysis and immediately gave him a thumbs up.
As expected of my wife. She guessed everything right. Don't give me that. Mu Chinga slapped Lin Yuan's hand away. Now that you're out, do you have any ideas?
Lin Yuan shrugged. No, anyway, let's use our money ability to ask first, and we'll always be able to find out who did it.
And then what? Give someone a taste of their own medicine.
Lin Yuan said, and added, however, if the other party is too powerful, it won't be too late for us to take revenge in 10 years.
Mu Chinga listened to Lin Yuan's nonsense and a few black lines appeared on her forehead.
She held her forehead and gave him a reminder. I always feel that the person who comes is not well-intentioned.
Lin Yuan smiled and whistled in a naughty way. So what if they come with bad intentions?
Our main goal is to kill gods and Buddhas if they get in our way.
Chapter 54. Zhangcheng People's Hospital.
After a few days of rest, most of the bandages on Yang Shengxuan's body had been removed. Although I can't move freely, at least I can sit up from the bed. He slowly drank the bowl of tasteless porridge in front of him. Looking at the group of bodyguards standing in a row in front of him, his expression became more and more solemn. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and the porridge on the small table and chairs scattered all over the floor.
How come after so many days, there is no movement from Ziyuan Hongtu? What are you doing?
Yang Shengxuan's angry voice resounded throughout the ward, and everyone shrank their necks, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing this, Kipling, who was standing by, quickly tried to smooth things over.
Young Master Yang, calm down. I think you shouldn't be so anxious. Our move has dealt a heavy blow to Ziyuan Hongtu's funds.
No matter how tough they are, if they can't get new financing next month, they will go bankrupt sooner or later. By then, you can help Ziyuan Hongtu when it is about to collapse.
Then, won't Mu Ziyuan have to listen to you obediently? Yang Shengxuan said unhappily after hearing this. What's the point of Mu Ziyuan listening to me? If Mu Chinga still insists on doing what he wants, won't that kid Lin Yuan take advantage of him?
Oh, young Master Yang, when did you become so unconfident in yourself? Kipling patted Yang Shengxuan on the shoulder. Think about it, Lin Yuan is a gigolo after all.
He is just relying on Ziyuan's great ambitions and wealth. If the Mu family falls, do you think Mu Ziyuan will allow a loser to eat and drink for free and do nothing in his own home? What should we do?
Kipling said slowly.
Men are all concerned about their reputation. Isn't there a saying in your country of long that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality?
Young Master Yang, not only can you solve the problems of Mu Ziyuan's company, but you can also help him move to a higher level.
He will definitely thank you.
After listening to Kipling's words, Yang Shengxuan thought about it carefully and felt that what he said made sense.
Then let's wait until the beginning of next month. I don't believe they can hold on any longer. On Lin Yuan's side, his client also found the culprit behind the incident.
Looking at the documents sent by the private detective, Lin Yuan's eyes slowly sank.
It's Yang Shengxuan. Mu Chinga next to him came forward and his expression turned grim. It was him. It's normal for him to be like this. After all, we've done so much to him. If he gets angry, he'll definitely take it out on us. Besides,
Lin Yuan said, his eyes turning darkly, he also likes you.
This will kill me in a minute.
Upon hearing this, Mu Chinga looked at Lin Yuan with interest.
Kill you? I think it's good that you didn't kill him.
Speaking of this, Mu Chinga suddenly remembered what happened at the party that day.
Honey, why are you suddenly so good at fighting? I've never heard you say that before.
Lin Yuan curled his lips and smiled.
Isn't this fighting for my wife's happiness? You.
Mu Chinga's face immediately turned red, and she hesitated for a long time, unable to utter a single word.
Rogue.
After thinking for a long time, she only uttered these two words, which made Lin Yuan burst into laughter.
Mu Chinga argued with a red face. You, what are you laughing at? I think you're so cute.
As he said that, Lin Yuan hugged Mu Chinga and spun her around. My wife is really the cutest in the world.
Don't, itch.
Mu Chinga wanted to avoid Lin Yuan's attack, but as a weak woman, she could not defeat Lin Yuan after all. In the end, she could only raise her hands and wave the white flag. But it was broad daylight now, and Lin Yuan didn't want to indulge in lust. After playing for a while, the two got up and left, each tidying up their messy clothes, with serious faces as if nothing had just happened. If it weren't for the traces of crystal-clear tears at the corners of their mouths.
Mu Chinga coughed lightly and brought the topic back to where it had gone off topic. So, what are you going to do about Yang Shangshuan's matter?
After Mu Qingge found out that it was Yang Shangshuan's work, she naturally couldn't sit still.
Even if Lin Yuan didn't say anything, she would take action.
But now she is not fighting alone, so she wants to listen to Lin Yuan's advice first.
We definitely can't let that guy go,
but we are penniless now, so let's think about how to make money first. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to deal with this matter. After all, with his current power, it was impossible for him to go against Yang Shangshuan's family.
Upon hearing this, Mu Qingge asked, "Do you have any good ideas?" "Sleep well and the money will come." Mu Qingge thought Lin Yuan was joking and turned away.
Little did he know that Lin Yuan also smiled. Because the cooling off period will be over tomorrow, after he transfers 10 million to Mu Ziyuan's account tomorrow morning, another 100 million will be credited to his account. After repeating this twice, his business empire will truly begin.
The next morning, the first thing Lin Yuan did after getting up was to transfer 10 million to Mu Ziyuan's account.
Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing 10 million in Mu Ziyuan and receiving a cashback of 100 million. Congratulations to the host and Mu Qingge for obtaining 5 points of physical enhancement and charm improvement.
Cashback cooldown 7 days. There are still 2 skill cashback proficiency points left before the next tenfold increase in investment limit. Lin Yuan looked at the nearly 200 million yuan in his account and subconsciously scratched his face.
Hiss.
Pain. I can actually get 200 million in this lifetime.
Lin Yuan looked at the countless zeros behind the balance and suddenly laughed.
Mu Qingge beside him was obviously woken up by Lin Yuan.
When she looked up, she saw Lin Yuan's face with an exceptionally bright smile.
"What sweet dream did you have? Why are you smiling so happily?" Lin Yuan answered truthfully.
"I dreamed that money came into my pocket on its own."
Upon hearing this, Mu Qingge was stunned for a second, then burst out laughing.
That's something to be chuckled about indeed. After she finished speaking, she found that the smile on Lin Yuan's face had not diminished but grown bigger. That brilliant smile was really hard for him to bear. "Hey, stop laughing, hold your saliva, it's a little unrealistic to daydream in broad daylight." Lin Yuan smiled without saying anything and put his phone away.
"Get up, let's go for a walk." Mu Qingge was a little confused. "Where are we going?" "Let's go see where our company is." You really want to do it?"
Mu Qingge thought that Lin Yuan was just saying this for fun, but she didn't expect that he would actually get excited about it.
"Otherwise, I've made such a boast in front of your father.
If I don't do this, he will think I'm a man who doesn't keep his word. Besides, our money won't increase in value if we keep it in our pockets for a lifetime, so we might as well throw it out and increase its value."
Chapter 55. Lin Yuan contacted Mu Ziyuan. "Father-in-law, I think what we talked about last time can be put on the agenda." Mu Ziyuan looked at the new 10 million yuan in his account and his mood suddenly became complicated.
He thought Lin Yuan was just talking, but he didn't expect that he would actually transfer the money.
What happened?"
Mu Ziyuan stuttered a little and couldn't remember what he had said to Lin Yuan for a while. Lin Yuan heard the hesitation in Mu Ziyuan's words and smiled.
"Last time you said that other MCNs are not doing well, so why don't we create one ourselves? First, we can know the inside story, and second, it will keep the money within the family. Otherwise, the money we have invested will end up being used to support others. That would be so unworthy." Mu Ziyuan was stunned when he heard this. "Son-in-law, you still have money? Starting a company is not a joke."
Lin Yuan smiled and said, "I do have a little money, but I don't understand these things, so I'll leave it to you. I'll be a hands-off manager, and you can just give me dividends every month."
"How can this be possible?" Mu Ziyuan directly rejected Lin Yuan's proposal. "I have already asked for so many benefits, I can't accept this anymore. Father-in-law, I hope you can help me run the company. You know, Qingge and I don't understand these things, so we still have to rely on you."
This. Lin Yuan heard the hesitation in Mu Ziyuan's words and said quickly, "Father-in-law, just think of this as a piece of cake.
It's fine as long as you are the boss on the surface.
I don't want it to be too conspicuous."
"All right." Mu Ziyuan finally agreed. "Where did you get so much money?"
When Mu Qingge brought Lin Yuan back, he started to ask people to investigate this guy who appeared out of nowhere. Being penniless and having a bunch of rogue relatives, he is simply a mean person. If Mu Qingge had not been sure that it was Lin Yuan, he would never let his daughter marry him no matter what.
But Lin Yuan's behavior later on changed his opinion of Lin Yuan. Even so, Mu Ziyuan was still a little worried about Lin Yuan, fearing that the source of his money was not clean, and what if he would drag down his daughter? Lin Yuan naturally understood Mu Ziyuan's worries and patted his chest to assure him. "Father-in-law, don't worry, this money is all clean. As for where it came from, that is a secret." Seeing that Lin Yuan was unwilling to say more, Mu Ziyuan was also tactful and did not continue to ask. "Then I'll contact you in a few days about the details of your new company." Kindness. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Mu Chinga, who was standing next to him, heard the noise coming from Lin Yuan's side and hurried over to ask about the situation. "How's it going?" Lin Yuan made an okay gesture. "Your father agreed, but the situation of Ziyuan Hongtu is not very optimistic. The current situation is a bit tricky, and it may take some time." After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Mu Chinga's eyebrows, which had just raised, drooped again. Yang Shangshuan is really too much. How could he do this? Ever since the last problem with the MCN agency, negative news about Ziyuan Hongtu has been coming one after another. Many brands that had originally signed contracts were forced to terminate their cooperation intentions with Ziyuan Hongtu due to the Yang family's tyranny. The purpose of Yang Shangshuan doing this is to make Ziyuan Hongtu, like a duckweed in the rainstorm, shaky and preferably, sink directly. Don't be too anxious. Yang Shangshuan's hand can't reach that far. When he can't sit still anymore, he will come to you automatically. The other side. There was a black luxury car parked in front of the hospital, with 2 bodyguards standing at the door. At this time, Yang Shangshuan came out with the help of a nurse. When the people outside saw Yang Shangshuan, they bowed their heads respectfully. "Master." When Yang Shangshuan saw them, his face didn't look very good. "Why are you here?" As he spoke, Yang Shangshuan impatiently pushed away the nurse who was helping him out. The bruises on his face were still faintly visible. When he spoke with force, one of the wounds was pulled, and then waves of pain rushed straight to the top of his head. "The master asked us to come here. He asked you to go back to the Magic City and not stay in Jiangqing anymore. Tell the old man to wait until I finish my work before returning." Yang Shangshuan got into the car angrily. Seeing this, Kipling behind him also hurriedly got into the car. "Master." The bodyguard outside the door wanted to say something more, but Yang Shangshuan spoke directly to the driver in front. "Drive, go home." The black car drove away, leaving the 2 bodyguards standing there looking at each other in bewilderment. In the car, Yang Shangshuan looked out the window and felt inexplicably irritated. What about the situation at Ziyuan Hongtu? Mu Ziyuan got new investment from nowhere, which not only paid all the default debts but also filled the company's holes. Ziyuan Hongtu. Ziyuan Hongtu's financial crisis has been resolved. Solved? Yang Shangshuan's eyes burned with anger. Are you kidding me? What do you mean solved? Aren't you a private detective? Can't you even find out who gave Mu Ziyuan the money? That amount of money did not go into the company's account, but was directly deposited into Mu Ziyuan's personal account. I can't check it. Useless trash. Yang Shangshuan sat in the car and roared helplessly. So what do we do now? You promised me before that you would destroy Ziyuan Hongtu by the end of the month, but now it has turned out like this. How are you going to explain to me? You're wasting my money. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became silent. No one dared to speak, for fear of angering Yang Shangshuan. After a while, Kipling licked his lips and broke the silence. Young Master Yang, I think we can't just let this matter go so easily. Yang Shangshuan glanced at Kipling coldly, and remembered the last time this kid stood by and watched. I definitely can't let it go like this, but would you like to explain first why you didn't help me last time? Oh no. Kipling thought to himself that something was wrong. I thought that since Yang Shangshuan didn't mention this matter a few days ago, he could get away with it, but who knew that he would bring it up at this time out of the blue? Kipling's mind was working rapidly. He is now in Long Country, and he has to rely on Yang Shangshuan for many things, so he must make sure to please Yang Shangshuan. Young Master Yang, I didn't have to do this. Kipling said slowly, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation for himself. Think about it, if I did it, that kid Lin Yuan would be at a disadvantage. What do you mean? Not only has Lin Yuan offended you, young Master Yang, he has also offended the Dragon and Tiger Gang. Moreover, this is Zhengcheng.
Instead of letting us take action, it would be better to let the dragon and tiger gang take action. In this way, we don't have to use our hands, and we can still teach Lin Yuan a lesson and vent our anger for you, young Master Yang. Chapter 56. Ding dong. When Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge were just snuggling at home, the bell outside the door suddenly rang. Who is it? Mu Qingge grumbled a few times in dissatisfaction as his pleasure was disturbed. She leaned gently against Lin Yuan, breathing heavily, and her light breath fell on Lin Yuan's neck, making him feel wet and itchy. Lin Yuan could not help but lower his head, and happened to see the confusion in Mu Qingge's eyes. At this moment, she was like a lost deer, her little mouth, swollen red from being sucked, still had a hint of moisture in it. Lin Yuan couldn't help himself and pecked Mu Qingge's lips again, then he let Mu Qingge go with a satisfied look. At this time, the ringing outside the door did not stop. Lin Yuan stood up and tidied up his messy clothes a little. Wait a minute, I'll go see what's going on. Oh. Mu Qingge pouted and turned over on the sofa. Seeing this, Lin Yuan, who was standing beside her, smiled silently, then rubbed Mu Qingge's hair. Good. After calming Mu Qingge down, Lin Yuan went to open the door slowly. When the door opened, he saw the butler standing outside. Butler? Lin Yuan was a little suspicious. What's the matter? Lin Yuan thought about it carefully and it seemed that he didn't ask anyone to come up today. Mr. Lin, someone outside the door wants to see you. Lin Yuan said without hesitation, no. Okay. The butler did not ask the reason. When he turned around to leave, he was stopped by Lin Yuan behind him. Who wants to see me? The other party said it was your cousin. Cousin? Upon seeing this, the housekeeper immediately took out his cell phone and played the surveillance footage at the door for Lin Yuan to see. It's this lady who said she wanted to see you. Lin Yuan took the housekeeper's phone and found that the person under surveillance was indeed Lin Pangpang. He then returned the phone. Block this person. Understood. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered to arrange a house for his parents. By the way, are there any vacant houses in our community? Mr. Lin, which one do you want? It doesn't have to be too big, but it must face north and south, and it should be on a middle floor so that it has better light transmission. Okay, I'll keep an eye on it for you. Okay, thank you for your help. It's okay, Mr. Lin, you're too polite. If it's okay, I'll leave first. Lin Yuan nodded. As he turned around and was about to close the door, Mu Qingge suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan subconsciously took a step back. Why did you go out without shoes? The ground is cold. Seeing that Mu Qingge didn't say anything, he had no choice but to half squat down, picked up Mu Qingge, and walked towards the living room. Don't interrupt. Mu Qingge poked Lin Yuan's face. I heard everything you said just now. Why did you bring your parents over? She said that as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had said the wrong thing and quickly explained. No. What I meant just now was that our parents lived well over there, and you asked them to move here all of a sudden. They are unfamiliar with the place and don't know anyone. How lonely they must be. Also, our house is so big, it's fine for my parents to live with us. Why did you ask them to live in another house? Lin Yuan smiled and carefully placed Mu Qingge on the sofa. I know you don't mean that. It's our dad's idea. He doesn't want to live with us. He wants to spend time alone with us and he doesn't like us disturbing him. Is this the point? Why do we have to ask them to move out of nowhere? Lin Yuan said half-truthfully, the security in that place is not very safe, and we are far away. If there is an emergency, it will be difficult for us to rush over in time. Living here, we can take care of each other, and the property management is very good, which can also make us feel more at ease. Mu Qingge looked at Lin Yuan deeply and roughly guessed the reason in her heart, but she did not point it out directly. She changed the subject without leaving a trace. I just heard someone looking for you. Who is it? My cousin. When Mu Qingge heard Lin Pengpeng's name, he frowned and looked a little unhappy. What did she find here for? I don't know, but it's not a good thing anyway, so let's just ignore her. Mu Qingge nodded, and then a look of worry appeared on her face. You said Lin Pengpeng won't go look for her parents? You reminded me. Lin Yuan sat up again after lying down. After Lin Pengpeng was rejected by me, she must have gone to my parents to act like a scoundrel. Then let's go over there quickly. Don't worry, I want to see what tricks Lin Pengpeng is going to play this time.
At this moment, at the security booth at the gate of the community, the security guard inside was enjoying the air conditioning and watching Lin Pengpeng pacing back and forth outside in the sun at 30 or 40 degrees. His curiosity was completely attracted by Lin Pengpeng. But due to his work rules, he cannot take the initiative to talk to others, otherwise he would be slacking off at work. So he can only stare at Lin Pengpeng, trying to see something from her. At this moment, the intercom in the booth rang. The security guard immediately sat up straight and answered the phone. "Hello. Okay. I'll convey that right away." As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other end hung up the phone. However, Lin Pengpeng outside the door had more acute ears. The moment she heard the phone in the security booth ringing, she had already been leaning against the window, her eyes full of anticipation. But the security guard's words interrupted Lin Pengpeng's expectations the next second. "Ma'am, the owner refuses your visit." "How is that possible?" "I'm his cousin." "Why don't you ask clearly?" "I'm his relative. He should let me in out of courtesy and logic." The security guard looked at the ferocious lady in front of him, and his eyes drifted to the window that Lin Pengpeng was prying at. He suddenly felt that if the window was not strong enough, it might have been torn down by this woman. "Ma'am, you have to pay for damaging public property. The surveillance cameras here are tracking it." The security guard pointed to the cameras everywhere. Seeing this, Lin Pengpeng restrained her movements for a while, but she still did not give up. "Can't you be flexible? I really am his cousin. I'm going in to discuss something with him." "Ma'am, it's not that I don't want to help you, but our work has regulations. No one can enter the park without the owner's consent." Seeing the security guard's stubborn look, Lin Pengpeng had to give up. After all, there are surveillance cameras everywhere, and it is impossible for her to break in. When Lin Pengpeng was about to leave, she suddenly asked another question. "I want to ask, how much is a house here?" When the security guard heard this, he became excited and, with the good intention of developing customers, told Lin Pengpeng the current situation truthfully. "One set will cost at least 20 million. "What?" When Lin Pengpeng heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, and her legs immediately went limp. Chapter 57. The tranquility at the alley was broken by a commotion. "Brother, are you still thinking of cheating me?" Lin Hongfu patted Lin Bohu's shoulder, his face full of disappointment. "Your son lives in a house worth tens of millions, can't he even take out 200,000? I'm still your brother, and an elder brother is like a father, don't you know? Now your brother is asking you for 200,000, you should be able to afford this small amount of money, right?" Lin Bohu felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. "Brother, that's Xiao Yuan's money, we can't control it. He is your son. How can I not get my son's money? Besides, Lin Yuan has so much money. Isn't 200,000 a piece of cake for you?" Lin Bohu pursed his lips with a serious expression, not knowing how to start speaking. At this moment, a sharp voice was heard outside the door. The people in the room looked outside and found that it was Lin Pengpeng who came. "Mom and Dad. I found out. Lin Pengpeng ran over in a hurry, panting and not even taking a sip of water, and said with her hands on her hips, "Lin Yuan and his family live in the best Riverview apartment in the community, worth 100 million. "What?" When Lin Hongfu and his wife heard this, they stood up from the ground in shock. "Pengpeng, what did you just say? What 100 million? Lin Pengpeng panted, picked up the water on the table and drank it all, and then spoke after a long pause, "Lin Yuan. The house that Lin Yuan and his wife live in now is worth 100 million. When Lin Hongfu heard this, he immediately turned his gaze to Lin Bohu. "My dear brother, is this how your family bullies me? We just want to borrow 200,000 or 300,000 yuan from you. For you, it's just a meal money. What's wrong with lending it to us?" "This." Lin Bohu sighed, "This is Xiao Yuan's money. If you want to borrow it, go find him. If he agrees, I have no objection. If he disagrees, it's useless for you to find us." After hearing this, Zhang Yanlan stood up and refuted. "Hey, Lin Bohu, how can you talk like that? You are his father, doesn't he listen to what you say? It's just a matter of one sentence, why are you hesitating? I don't believe it. If you ask, Lin Yuan dare not give it to you. Mom, you said it's too little. We should ask for 1 million. Lin Yuan has so much money just sitting there, why not give it to us?" Lin Pengpeng gave her parents a look.
Then we'll be rich. Girl, you're right.
When Lin Hongfu and his wife heard this, their faces changed immediately, and the three men surrounded Lin Bohu and his wife.
Brother, just think of it as helping your brother. Take out all your money and use it to invest in our project. When the project makes money, we will return the money to you with interest. How about that?
As soon as he finished speaking, an angry curse was heard from outside.
Bullshit. How come telecom frauds have reached home these days?
As soon as the angry voice fell, there followed the sound of a wooden bench falling to the ground and breaking into pieces.
Bang. Everyone in the living room was frightened and fell silent in an instant.
Zhang Yanglan swallowed and turned her head stiffly to look outside the door.
I found out that it was Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge who came.
Suddenly, the fear on her face faded a lot.
Who are you trying to scare? Zhang Yanglan rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan. You came at the right time. Borrow some money. Lin Yuan sneered. How much?
Hearing this, Zhang Yanglan thought that Lin Yuan had agreed to lend her the money, and hurriedly said, No.
No, lend me 500,000. Oh, no. Lin Yuan's light words fell into Zhang Yanglan's ears, and the smile on her face froze in an instant. What did you say? Why, are your ears not working well anymore because you're old? I said I won't lend it to you, do you understand?
Lin Yuan walked over and brought his parents out.
You've bullied my parents, why should I indulge you? You've grown up, kid. You've grown up, haven't you? Don't forget who fed you when your family was so poor that they couldn't afford to eat.
Lin Hongfu showed off his power as the head of the family and tried to overpower Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan didn't fall for this tactic. These people are just used to shouting in their small piece of land in the countryside, and they think that Jiangcheng is the same as the countryside, where any cat or dog can come up and urinate. Lin Yuan grabbed Lin Hongfu's hand and restricted his movements.
Uncle, what you said is not right, is it? What do you mean you gave us food? All the food we eat is earned through our own labor. When has your family ever given us food? How dare you speak so pretentiously here?
When Lin Yuan exerted a little force, Lin Hongfu felt that the bones in his wrist were about to shatter and he screamed in pain.
You, let me go. Uncle, you haven't answered my question yet. What does our family owe you? Tell me about it. If it's true, I'll compensate you.
When Lin Hongfu met Lin Yuan's eyes and was about to defend himself, he was so frightened that he couldn't say a word. Because he saw murderous intent in Lin Yuan's eyes.
Lin Hongfu whispered, No. No. What? The sound is too quiet, I can't hear it. You.
Lin Hongfu was so angry that his face turned red, but he couldn't break free from Lin Yuan's hand. He just couldn't understand why Lin Yuan, who looked thin and weak, had such great strength.
You all.
Before Lin Hongfu could finish his words, Zhang Yanglan could no longer hold back and came up to pry Lin Yuan's hands apart.
Lin Yuan, what are you doing? Are you rebelling now? You are actually bullying your elders. For a moment, the scene in the living room was in chaos. Lin Yuan even felt that Zhang Yanglan was going to bite his hand. After he realized it, he let go of his strength and took a few steps back, thus avoiding Zhang Yanglan's teeth. Zhang Yanglan kept chattering and pounced on Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan didn't tolerate Zhang Yanglan either. He grabbed Zhang Yanglan's neck and said in a cold voice, Are you a dog? Chasing people and biting them, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are the elders. This is my home. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude. You little bastard.
Zhang Yanglan's face turned red at first, then gradually turned into liver color as if she had been holding her breath for too long.
You, if you have the guts, just strangle me to death. I don't think you dare to do that. You are just relying on the power of the tiger. See if I dare.
As he spoke, Lin Yuan increased the strength in his hands.
Zhang Yanglan felt that the oxygen she could breathe was getting less and less.
When she looked at Lin Yuan again, she found that Lin Yuan's eyes did not show any intention of stopping. She suddenly panicked and quickly patted Lin Yuan's hand.
Let go. Lin Yuan didn't let go.
Zhang Yanglan struggled desperately, tears falling uncontrollably.
Let go. Finally, Lin Bohu patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. We're all family.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan threw Zhang Yanglan to the ground and looked at the family indifferently.
Get out. Chapter 58.
Lin Yuan's words frightened Lin Pangpang and his family.
You, Lin Yuan, you really dare to strangle me to death. Zhang Yanlan got up from the ground in a panic.
She was about to point at Lin Yuan, but was afraid that he would threaten her again. She quickly retracted her hand and said with a grim look, Lin Bohu, look, this is the good son you and Xiaoman taught. Lin Bohu raised his head and glanced at Zhang Yanlan indifferently. I said, this is Xiao Yuan's business, I can't make the decision. Lin Yuan also took a step forward and looked coldly at these guys who were taking advantage of others' misfortune. If you guys don't plan to leave, don't blame me for calling the police and asking you to leave. The expressions on Lin Pingping's family's faces became a little strange, but they were reluctant to leave. Seeing this, Lin Yuan decided not to tolerate them and picked up his phone to call the police. You're so cruel. You're all great. Lin Pingping knew that she was in the wrong, so she took her parents and left angrily.
Hey, Nyonyo, we can't just let this matter go. That kid Lin Yuan.
When Zhang Yanlan was pulled out by Lin Pingping, she kept chattering, as if she was let go, she would really be able to fight Lin Yuan for 800 rounds. Lin Pingping ignored them and only stopped when she pulled the two of them to the side of the road a little far away from Lin Yuan's home. At this moment, Zhang Yanlan seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with Lin Pingping, and her voice suddenly stopped.
Nyonyo, what's wrong with you? Mom.
Lin Pingping called Zhang Yanlan seriously. Hearing this, Zhang Yanlan swallowed subconsciously and suddenly felt a little guilty.
What happened? Do you know what Lin Yuan's situation is now? Zhang Yanlan glanced at Lin Pingping and said, isn't he just a lucky upstart? Nouveau riche? You've all been fooled by him.
Lin Pingping laughed self-deprecatingly. I asked around, and it's true that Lin Yuan's house is worth 100 million yuan, but it's not something that anyone with money can buy. Only people who are eligible to buy a house can buy it.
What are the qualifications for buying a house? Assets reach 1 billion yuan.
Zhang Yanlan and Lin Hongfu gasped when they heard this, but they quickly shook their heads.
Impossible. 1 billion. Where did Lin Yuan get so much money? Could it be that this is the money that Lin Yuan's father-in-law gave him?
When Lin Pingping saw her parents discussing, her face turned ugly.
It can't be Mu Ziyuan's money.
Think about it, Ziyuan Hongtu has been on the verge of bankruptcy several times. No matter how rich Mu Ziyuan is, he can't have more than 1 billion, so? An unbelievable but unavoidable fact popped up in Lin Pingping's mind.
This sum of money is most likely Lin Yuan's own.
This. Lin Hongfu and Zhang Yanlan looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. So what should we do? There was a sinister look in Lin Pingping's eyes.
We must make Lin Yuan return this money.
Our squad leader promised me that as long as we invest in this project, we can get dividends every month. By then, we will have millions of dollars.
But Lin Yuan won't lend us money.
Zhang Yanlan got angry when she talked about this. Look at how they were just now, the whole family can't even spit out ivory from their mouths. Seeing that Lin Pingping didn't say anything, Lin Hongfu became a little anxious. He was the one who made the decision in the Lin family.
If Lin Yuan made such a fuss, wouldn't he be taking away his position? Nyonyo, please say something. How are we going to solve this problem? Otherwise, your aunt's family will step on our heads. How can we hold our heads up in the village? What can I do?
Faced with the urging of her family, Lin Pingping had no choice but to feel helpless. That was Lin Yuan's money, not something they could spend at will.
If Lin Yuan didn't give it to them, they couldn't just snatch it away by force.
Several people lowered their heads and slowly walked towards the guest house. Rustle, rustle. The breeze blew up the trees on both sides of the road, and a few green leaves on the branches would always flutter down from above, drawing a perfect curve in the air, and then lying steadily on the road. Lin Pingping looked at the leaves and suddenly a flash of inspiration came to her mind. Dad, I remember that the deed to my uncle's land is in our hands.
Upon hearing this, Lin Hongfu nodded first, then immediately reacted. What do you want?
Of course, I'll take it to a bank for mortgage.
That's someone else's land, we can't move it.
Besides, there are so many people in the village watching.
Lin Hongfu kept going back and forth, but was unwilling to follow Lin Pingping's way. But Zhang Yanlan, who was standing by, readily agreed after hearing Lin Pingping's plan, pointing at Lin Hongfu and scolding him, what other people's land?
That's obviously our Lin family's land. Since Lin Yuan and his family are living well in the city, the land naturally belongs to you, the eldest brother. Husband, just listen to Nyonyo and mortgage their land. Then we will get dividends at the end of the month.
Lin Hongfu lit a cigarette and took a few puffs in silence before continuing.
It's not a good idea for us to behave like this. The elders in the village are watching us. If you don't tell me, I won't tell you either. We can just get the money and take the deed back.
There's no need to worry about so many things.
After hearing what Jiang Yanlan said, Lin Hongfu felt a little shaken. He took another puff of the cigarette, until the red point burned his fingers, then he reluctantly let go of the cigarette holder, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and stomped out the fire with his foot. The smoke from the cigarette spread out from Lin Hongfu's mouth and nose, and Lin Hongfu felt that his vision became blurred. He licked his cracked lips, squinted his eyes and said, "Okay, let's pack up and go back now."
Jiang Yanlan grabbed Lin Hongfu's arm and said, "I know you are the best, husband.
Let's go back now and cancel the room early so that we can catch the bus home this afternoon. We can mortgage the land deed tomorrow and wait until the end of the month. We will have a lot of money."
Several people walked side by side on the road facing the sun near noon, with happy and satisfied smiles on their faces, as if they could foresee the scene of themselves making a fortune in a month.
The next day,
Lin Yuan and his companions received the news that Lin Pangpang and her family had packed up and returned home.
Mu Qingge came over to listen and felt a little confused. "Your cousin and her whole family are gone?" "Yeah." Lin Yuan couldn't figure out what Lin Pangpang and the others were up to. "This is quite unexpected. I was thinking of bringing my parents over to stay here first, so that they wouldn't bother me every day. But they left today. Could it be that the sun is rising from the west today?" Chapter 59.
Chapter 59. The water is deep here, you can't control yourself. Lin Yuan put aside the affairs of Lin Pingping's family because there were more important things to do at the moment. After Mu Ziyuan used the 10 million yuan that Lin Yuan had invested previously to fill the big hole, he started back on his old path. But once credibility is lost, even old customers will always look at Ziyuan Hongtu again and again when choosing an advertising company. In this period of hesitation, customers that originally belonged to Ziyuan Hongtu were snatched away by its competitors. Mu Ziyuan looked at the documents on the table that indicated no plans to renew the contract, and he felt worried. Well. At this time, the office door opened. A slightly cold voice came in. "Dad, I heard you sighing from a distance. What's bothering you so much?" Mu Ziyuan looked up and found that it was Mu Qingge who walked in, and Lin Yuan followed behind her. He sat up in his chair and rubbed his temples. "Why are you here?" Mu Qingge smiled, walked around behind Mu Ziyuan and massaged his shoulders. "Your son-in-law is considerate of you, so we came to see if there is anything we can do to help." Mu Ziyuan looked at Lin Yuan deeply and said, "Lin Yuan, you have helped me enough. I really don't deserve it. Father-in-law, what you said is wrong. We are all family, why are we still talking about different things?" Lin Yuan sat down in front of Mu Ziyuan. "It is my honor to share some of the responsibilities for you." Mu Ziyuan did not continue what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan didn't care much about it, but just focused his eyes on the mess of documents on Mu Ziyuan's desk. "Father-in-law, these are companies that are not planning to continue cooperating?" "Yes." Speaking of this, Mu Ziyuan's brows, which had originally relaxed a little, frowned again. Ziyuan Hongtu has been able to hold on until now thanks to the help of these friends, but now that the company has encountered this problem, we really can't force others to stay. Mu Ziyuan took a deep breath. "So, son-in-law, I'd better return the money to you, so as to save you from investing so much money in this bottomless pit." As Mu Ziyuan spoke, he took out a bank card from the drawer and placed it on the table. "All the 10 million is in here. Father-in-law, I'm not giving you this money for nothing. Didn't we agree on this before? Share swap." Lin Yuan naturally couldn't accept the money. If the system determines that his behavior of taking the money is wrong, then it would be a waste of time. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Lin Yuan, Mu Ziyuan secretly poked Mu Qingge and gave her a wink. Mu Qingge said calmly, "Dad, I can't make the decision on this matter. That's Lin Yuan's own money. How he wants to spend it is his business. Just think of it as him having too much money and nowhere to spend it." Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly agreed, "Yes, father-in-law, please accept it. As for the current situation of Ziyuan Hongtu, I have already thought of a solution." "What is the solution?" "Let's open another company to recruit MCs, Lin Yuan explained the reason. "Since we failed in outsourcing MCM this time, let's start from scratch. This way, we can not only open up new business for the company, but also break free from the current constraints." After listening to Lin Yuan's words, Mu Ziyuan was silent for a long time.
After a while, he spoke. If you want to open an MCN organization, the early stage is like a bottomless gold-eating hole. Investing 10 million yuan in it won't make any splash at all. Moreover, we don't have any connections in this field. It's impossible to increase sales by low prices. If we can't cultivate a hit product, the whole company will really explode. Lin Yuan smiled when he heard this. So this is what you are worried about, father-in-law. Don't worry, I have money. Mu Ziyuan glanced at Lin Yuan and thought he was joking. Lin Yuan naturally read the words in Mu Ziyuan's eyes and reiterated it. Father-in-law, if it's a money problem, you don't have to worry. The cash flow will not be cut off in half a month. There are still 2 cool-down periods before the next doubling of the investment limit. After half a month, he will not get 100 million at a time, but 1 billion. As long as you achieve a few small goals, there is no need to worry about having a hit product. After hearing this, Mu Ziyuan was somewhat skeptical, and at this time, Mu Qingge added fuel to the fire. Dad, this company is your life's work. Even if it's going to go bankrupt, are you willing to let it go without any waves? In my heart, you are a Superman. I believe that this matter will definitely turn around. Let's not give up so easily, okay? Mu Ziyuan was somewhat moved. He wanted to do this as much as he could, but things just didn't go his way, making the already difficult situation even worse. For a long time, Mu Ziyuan agreed. Okay, but this money. Lin Yuan said quickly, please accept this money. Even if you can't use it now, if you need it in the future, you can use it as a loan. Good. Mu Ziyuan didn't refuse and put the card back. But looking at the appearance of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge, although he didn't want to dampen Lin Yuan's enthusiasm, the reality was so cruel. Lin Yuan, I have to remind you that running a company is a very complicated business. You can't control yourself. Isn't it you? Lin Yuan ran up to take over Mu Qingge's position and massaged Mu Ziyuan's shoulders. You are my mentor on the road to entrepreneurship. Mu Ziyuan was amused by Lin Yuan's behavior. Stop it. After discussing the next steps with Mu Ziyuan, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge began looking for a suitable office near Jiangcheng. And this news naturally reached Yang Shangchuan's ears. You said Lin Yuan and his team are looking for an office building now? What are they going to do? The detective shook his head. I don't know yet. I only know that Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge went to Ziyuan home too early this morning. After they came out, they drove around several business circles near Jiangcheng and asked about the rent of office buildings. It seems that Mu Ziyuan wants to open up a new project. When Yang Shangchuan heard this, he felt something was wrong. Isn't Mu Ziyuan almost out of money? So many brands have cancelled their orders. He is in a difficult situation now. How can he care about so many things? We don't know about this. Maybe Mu Ziyuan still has some cash that he hasn't touched. The detective paused and continued, another possibility is that Lin Yuan gave Mu Ziyuan money. Chapter 60. Impossible. Yang Shangchuan clapped his hands, and the teacup on the table fell to the ground and broke into pieces with a crash. I don't know who Lin Yuan is. He can't possibly have so much money to help Mu Ziyuan. The detective glanced at Yang Shangchuan and said, since young Master Yang has said so, I will continue to investigate Mu Ziyuan. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the tasks you have instructed me to do. Go ahead, go ahead. Yang Shangchuan waved his hand and sent the detective away. At this time, Kipling stood up. Young Master Yang, are we just going to leave Lin Yuan's matter like this for now? He had been thinking about how to take revenge these days, but unfortunately Yang Shangchuan's attention was always on Mu Ziyuan, leaving him completely helpless. Yang Shangchuan glanced at him and the expression on his face immediately dropped. How can that be counted? This guy made me look so ugly. If I don't resolve this matter, how can I face it? What about Jiang Haotian and the others? While Kipling hated Lin Yuan, he did not forget that the people who beat him were from the Dragon and Tiger Gang. If he could teach them a lesson with the help of Yang Shangchuan, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If not, then he would have to accept the defeat. After all, this was Dragon Country, and he couldn't cause any trouble. We have an old saying in Dragon Country, a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake. My father's power is in the Magic City, and this is Jiangcheng. The Dragon and Tiger Gang can never be moved, but... Yang Shangchuan sat up and smiled evilly. Although we can't touch Jiang Haotian, we can cooperate with him.
After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. At the same time,
in a shabby thatched house in the countryside, a few rustling sounds broke the dilapidated scene. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the house.
Lin Hongfu, are you well again? Have you found it?
As soon as the woman finished speaking, she started coughing violently.
Don't rush me. I'm looking for it right now.
Lin Hongfu took out all the things that had accumulated under the bed. Every time he turned over the items, the thick layer of dust on top would be blown up. For a moment, the entire small room was filled with dust. Zhang Yanlan covered her mouth and nose, while patting Lin Hongfu's back with her hands.
You'll die if you're gentle. There's so much dust, are you trying to choke me to death? Lin Hongfu felt a little impatient when Zhang Yanlan pointed at him. What are you arguing about? Aren't I already looking for you?
Just when the two were about to have an argument, a piece of paper with a red seal on it slipped out from a tattered magazine.
Stop, stop, stop. Stop hitting me.
Lin Hongfu grabbed Zhang Yanlan and restrained her movements. If you keep hitting me, the land deed will be broken into pieces. When Zhang Yanlan heard this, she immediately stopped what she was doing.
What did you say? Did you find it?
She squatted down now and moved closer to Lin Hongfu to get a better look. Lin Hongfu blew away the dust in front of him, then carefully spread out the deed on the aging table. The edges of the paper had already turned yellow, but the black words on it and the stamp in the lower right corner were still clearly visible.
That's it. Zhang Yanlan showed joy on her face. As long as we have this, we can invest the money. In this way, why should we worry about not having money?
After the two men finished their enthusiastic discussion, they quickly stuffed the deed into their pockets, preparing to leave Lin Bovu's house without anyone noticing. Who knew that when the two of them just walked out of the thatched hut, they happened to meet the sight of a villager who was coming towards them with a shoulder pole. The man was still thinking about something when he heard a noise and looked up, only to find that two people suddenly appeared in the house that had been uninhabited for a long time. Just as she was about to shout, she saw clearly the two people coming out of the house, and the voice that was about to come out was suppressed by her.
Yanlan, Hongfu, why are you back? Didn't you say you were going to live a peaceful life in the city with Pengping's son-in-law?
Zhang Yanlan could sense the sarcasm in the woman's words, but they were both villagers after all, and they would see each other every day. Besides, what they are doing now is shameful, and they can't let this loudspeaker make things known. It would be terrible if their good deeds are ruined.
I have something to do, so I came back to take care of it. Is that so?
The woman looked at Zhang Yanlan and the others, and suddenly realized that this was Lin Bovu's house, and she realized something was wrong.
Don't you two usually come to this place? Why did you come out of your brother's house today?
When she said this, she obviously looked at Lin Hongfu with confusion in her eyes. Lin Hongfu cleared his throat and said, "My brother said he left something at home and asked me to come back and look for it.
So that's how it is." Seeing this, the woman didn't ask any more questions. Speaking of which, when will Pengping's wedding be set?
When the son-in-law came here, I saw that his car must have cost several million.
Your daughter is really lucky to have found such a family.
When Pengping gets married, you two can enjoy a peaceful life together.
Yes. When Zhang Yanlan responded to this, the corners of her mouth twitched.
They are quite lucky, because that kid almost sent their entire family to jail. The woman became even more excited when she heard this, and quickly said, "Then remember to notify us when you are going to hold the wedding banquet, so that we can prepare for it then."
Of course. Zhang Yanlan didn't want to have too much entanglement with a woman, so she quickly declined. Well, the soup at home is still cooking, let's go back first. Okay, let's talk next time when we have time. Must.
Zhang Yanlan pulled Lin Hongfu away from the place quickly, fearing that he would be entangled by the woman again. At this moment, Lin Pengpeng was lying comfortably on the sofa in her home, chatting with the squad leader Tang Xiaojun. "Lin Pengpeng, squad leader, don't worry, I will give you the money in a few days." Not long after the message was sent, there was a response from the other side.
"Tang Xiaojun, thank you so much. I wonder, what does your cousin say?" "My cousin."
When Lin Pengpeng thought of Lin Yuan, she was filled with anger, but she concealed it a little when she sent a message to Tang Xiaojun.
"Lin Pengpeng, my cousin said he needs to think about it.
You know, he just got married and is living a life of two with my sister-in-law, so he doesn't have the chance to think about these things."
"Tang Xiaojun, that's right.
Be sure to tell your cousin if you have the chance."
Lin Pengpeng, definitely.
As soon as she uttered these two words, she heard a sound coming from outside the door. Before she could stick her head out to get a better look, the people outside were already talking excitedly.
Nyo, I found it.
Hearing this, Lin Pengpeng immediately sat up from the sofa.
What did you find? Land deed.
Just when Jiang Yanlan was about to speak loudly, Lin Hongfu covered her mouth.
You.
Jiang Yanlan glared at Lin Hongfu.
Don't make a fuss. Do you want everyone to know that we got the title deed?
Only then did Jiang Yanlan calm down a little, but she could not hide the smile on her face.
Nyo, now that we have the land deed, what should we do?
Lin Pengpeng took the land deed from Lin Hongfu and laughed. Give it to me, I'll use it as collateral and I'll have money.
Chapter 61. Lin Yuan's home.
Mom and Dad, just stay here and feel at ease. Lin Yuan pulled his parents to the living room and sat down. So many things have happened recently, I'm really worried.
But
Lu Xiaoman wanted to refuse, but Lin Yuan held her hand and said, Mom, Dad has agreed, so you can just stay here and rest assured. After a few days, when the housekeeper finds a house, I will help you move in.
This way, I can feel more at ease.
Lin Bohua next to him also spoke up for Lin Yuan. Son, this is all for our own good.
We two old guys should stop worrying about them.
At this moment, the cell phone in Lin Bo's pocket vibrated. He felt a little curious, so he took out his cell phone to see what was going on. As soon as he opened it, he found an extra text message in his phone.
Dear Mr. Lin, SF China Merchants Bank reminds you that investment is risky and you should be cautious when applying for loans.
Seeing Lin Bohu absorbed in looking at his phone, Lin Yuan jokingly asked, Dad, what are you looking at? I just received a fraudulent text message on my phone, saying,
I shouldn't take out a loan. Lin Yuan didn't think much about it.
Dad, there are more and more scammers these days. When you two are at home, don't believe these text messages.
They are all scams. I know. Lin Bohu didn't take the text message seriously and deleted it immediately. At the same time, in front of the SF China Merchants Bank counter, Lin Pengpeng was sitting at the glass counter, waiting for the counter clerk to verify the information.
Miss, are you sure you want to use this deed as collateral?
I'm sure. Lin Pengpeng was a little restless.
After waiting for a long time, she felt a little anxious.
Can you hurry up? I'm in a hurry. How much money can I get from this loan?
The counter clerk responded with a professional smile. Miss, please be patient, we are also following the procedures. When Lin Pengpeng heard this, she didn't know what to say, so she could only say, hurry up. After a while, the teller handed over the title deed and a document.
Miss, this is rural collective land.
Although it is nominally personal land, it is public land.
You can't get much loan. What is the purpose of your loan? Didn't I just tell you? To mechanize farming, you need to invest in equipment. Just tell me a number and how much money you can get. Regarding the loans for farming, the state provides subsidies for this.
Originally, our bank could only lend you 100,000 yuan, but since you are doing agricultural use, the bank can increase your loan limit to 200,000 yuan.
200,000. Lin Pengpeng was calculating the dividends at the end of the month in her mind.
If you take such a big risk and only get this little money, it is really too little.
She leaned closer to the counter and asked, Can I have a little more? Miss, I'm sorry, this amount is already the maximum limit.
Lin Pengpeng lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Okay, 200,000 is 200,000.
Okay, please wait a moment.
While the teller was negotiating, Lin Pengpeng took out her cell phone and sent a text message to the squad leader.
Squad leader, I only have 200,000 yuan in my hand now, is that okay?
After a while, Tang Shujuan's information came in quickly.
Sure. Where are you? I'll go find you now.
Lin Pengpeng looked at the frequency of Tang Shujuan's messages and felt a little excited.
Class monitor, does this mean you care about yourself? She smiled sweetly and sent the message.
No need, squad leader, just send me the address and I'll come find you with the money later. As soon as the message was sent, the clerk at the opposite counter came over.
Miss, this is your card. The loan of 200,000 has been deposited into the card. Okay, thanks. Lin Pengpeng picked up the card and was about to leave.
At this time, Tang Shujuan's message came in. Coffee shop at number 827 Wanping South Road. Seeing the news, Lin Pengpeng curled her lips and smiled,
stopped a car in front of the bank and headed for her destination. Elegant American jazz music penetrated the gaps in the doors and windows and reached the street outside, while the passing wind carried the mixed notes into the air. At this moment, a taxi slowly stopped at the door of the cafe.
Miss, we have arrived at your destination. Thank you, master. Lin Pengpeng put on sunglasses, left the fare and got out of the car.
Before she could start looking for Tang Xiaojun, a man holding an umbrella ran out of the coffee shop.
You're here.
The moment the parasol blocked her view, Lin Pengpeng heard a familiar voice.
She looked up and met the eyes of Tang Xiaojun, who was holding an umbrella.
Lin Pengpeng felt a little embarrassed.
How did you get here? Tang Xiaojun smiled gently. The sun is too hot, I'm afraid you'll get a heat stroke.
Lin Pengpeng looked at the dimples on Tang Xiaojun's face, and the redness on her face became increasingly hot, as if the midsummer sun was shining directly in through the umbrella. At this moment, she remembered a sentence on the internet: "There is no wine in your dimples, but I am drunk like a dog."
The monitor didn't do anything, so why was I so hot? Lin Pengpeng couldn't figure out what was happening to her.
The next second, Tang Xiaojun hugged her and took her into the coffee shop. Even after sitting down, Lin Pengpeng still felt a little unbelievable. She touched her face and it was still burning hot.
What's wrong? Tang Xiaojun asked with concern. Are you feeling unwell? No. It's okay. Maybe it was too hot outside just now. I'll be fine after a while. If there's anything, remember to tell me. Lin Pengpeng nodded shyly.
At this time, Tang Xiaojun called the waiter. He took the menu from the waiter and handed it to Lin Pengpeng. Take a look, what would you like to drink? Lin Pengpeng flipped through the menu and found a wine list at the back.
Then, let's have a mojito. Hearing this, Tang Xiaojun smiled. It's nice to drink something refreshing on this day. I'm like these ladies. Remember, add more lime. Okay. After the waiter left, Lin Pengpeng finally reacted. Squad leader, is it inappropriate for us to drink in a cafe? How could that be? Tang Xiaojun saw what Lin Pengpeng was thinking. This restaurant is open for coffee in the morning and wine in the evening.
Besides, now is the best time to drink.
What you are doing is actually correct. Lin Pengpeng became interested after hearing this.
Why do you say that? Because our blood sugar levels are highest in the afternoon. Drinking in the afternoon can increase our body's tolerance to alcohol, thereby protecting our liver from alcohol poisoning.
So there is such a theory.
When Lin Pengpeng looked at Tang Xiaojun again, admiration appeared in her eyes.
Chapter 62.
As she watched, Lin Pengpeng suddenly realized why she came here. Oh, right, the 200,000. Just when Lin Pengpeng was about to open her bag and hand the bank card to Tang Xiaojun, she was stopped by Tang Xiaojun.
Don't worry, let's eat something first.
Lin Pengpeng was stunned for a moment, but still indulged in Tang Xiaojun's tenderness.
Good.
She put her bag on the seat next to her. At this time, 2 glasses of mojito were also brought up by the waiter.
Hello, your mojito. Thank you very much. There were a few hints of green in the transparent liquid.
The rising bubbles somersaulted in it, and then floated into the air along with the evaporating cold air, and disappeared without a trace. With a gulp, the ice inside melted a little and then all fell down again. Lin Pengpeng suddenly felt a little at a loss, so she had to fiddle with the ice in the cup as usual, making a few gurgling sounds.
Seeing this, Tang Xiaojun jokingly asked, Pengpeng, you don't want to talk to me? Ah? Lin Pengpeng heard her name and looked up suddenly. No. No. I am.
When she racked her brains for an answer, she told the truth. I just think the fate between us is quite miraculous. As she said this, Lin Pengpeng poked the lime at the bottom of the cup again. We have graduated for so long, and I didn't expect that we would have the opportunity to sit together again.
Fate is indeed a mystery, but as long as you are willing, we can meet more often.
When Lin Pengpeng heard this, her heart skipped a beat, and then she looked at Tang Xiaojun in disbelief.
Squad leader, what are you doing? This is what I really think. You. Lin Pengpeng hesitated for a long time before uttering a sentence. Squad monitor, you haven't found a partner in all these years since you graduated?
She regretted asking this question, but the words had already been said and there was no reason to take them back. So Lin Pengpeng lowered her head, feeling a little uneasy. She was looking forward to one answer, but was afraid of hearing another answer.
No.
Tang Xiaojun's decisive answer stunned Lin Pengpeng. She raised her head, her eyes full of surprise.
How could it be? Class monitor, you are so outstanding. In high school, the people who pursued you lined up from the classroom door to the school gate. How could you not have a partner?
Lin Pengpeng felt that what Tang Xiaojun said was not credible, but she was kind of deceiving herself and wanted to believe it.
Really not.
Tang Xiaojun looked at Lin Pengpeng sincerely and held her nervous hands.
Pengpeng, don't you believe me? No.
Lin Pengpeng felt that the temperature on her face was rising rapidly, and her stomach was also burning. Tang Xiaojun's hand accidentally brushed across Lin Pengpeng's cheek, and he was frightened by the scorching temperature of her face.
Pengpeng, are you really okay? Why are your cheeks so hot? I'm fine.
Maybe I just drank some wine and the alcohol took effect. As she was talking, Lin Pengpeng broke free from Tang Xiaojun's hand, because she felt that Tang Xiaojun's hand was magical, and once she held it, she didn't even want to let go.
Tang Xiaojun looked at his empty palm in silence, wanting to say something but stopping himself.
In the end, he could only take his hand back and clench his fist, but his face still had an understanding look.
I'm glad you're okay.
After he finished speaking, the atmosphere between the two fell into endless silence. While Lin Pengpeng was drinking silently with her head down, she didn't notice that Tang Xiaojun's eyes were scanning her body. Waiter, another gin and tonic. Lin Pengpeng heard the sound and looked over, and found that the wine in front of Tang Xiaojun had been finished. She also saw that the monitor's face was a little redder. After struggling for a long time, she finally spoke up and gave a reminder. Squad leader, if you drink this much, be careful not to get drunk.
It's okay, I can drink a lot.
Tang Xiaojun was relieved to see that Lin Pengpeng was still willing to talk. As the second glass of wine came up, the tense atmosphere finally eased. As they chatted, Lin Pengpeng turned the topic to the thing that she was most concerned about on this trip. Squad leader, the investment you mentioned last time really can get dividends at the end of the month.
Of course, I won't lie to you. If you're worried, you can invest less first. After a month, if you don't make any money, I can return all the money to you. Do you have enough money?
Tang Xiaojun smiled bitterly.
It's not quite enough, but it's not like I can't make money, it's just that I make less money.
Then
Lin Pengpeng thought for a moment, I'd better give you 50,000 first.
After all, 200,000 is a bit too much to invest all at once.
It's okay. I understand.
After the gin and tonic was served, Tang Xiaojun took it and took a sip.
I can assure you that I will never lie to you. I am different from those people.
Perhaps it was because he spoke the truth after drinking. Lin Pengpeng felt that Tang Xiaojun's words were more credible, so she transferred the 50,000 yuan in the card to him first.
Squad leader, I've turned around.
After Tang Xiaojun picked up his phone and saw the message, he quickly expressed his gratitude.
Thank you for believing me. As he spoke, Tang Xiaojun suddenly burst into tears. You are the only one who is so good to me.
When I went to other people to solicit investment, they all thought I was a liar.
Only you chose to believe me. Tang Xiaojun sniffed, I will definitely not let you down. Investment is risky, and everyone knows that. And this money is not mine.
Lin Pengpeng thought, even if the 50,000 yuan was gone, she still had 150,000 yuan. Moreover, this money was obtained by mortgaging Lin Bohu's land deed. Even if he cannot pay back the money, it will be counted on Lin Bohu and will have nothing to do with him.
Thank you for your understanding.
After getting the money, Tang Xiaojun seemed to have opened up his chatterbox.
He talked to Lin Pengpeng about everything under the sun.
To outsiders, they looked like a couple who hadn't seen each other for a long time. At the end of the conversation, Tang Xiaojun noticed that there was a hint of drunkenness in Lin Pengpeng's eyes.
Taking this opportunity, he quickly asked, Pengpeng, have you told your cousin about me?
Lin Pengpeng burped and answered with a dazed look in her eyes, no. My cousin, he is very busy. Then you must tell your cousin about this when you have the chance.
My project is a sure win.
Once he invests money, his assets can be multiplied several times. Lin Pengpeng suddenly burst into laughter.
My cousin is very rich.
He owns a house worth 100 million yuan.
He doesn't care about your money. Chapter 63.
When Tang Xiaojun heard this, he blinked rapidly.
Pengpeng, what do you mean by this?
My cousin has a lot of money. Lin Pengpeng smiled dazedly and counted on her fingers. His father-in-law is Mu Ziyuan.
The Mu family's company is called Ziyuan Hongtu, you know that, right?
You should also know that he drives a luxury car,
and he also has a riverview house worth 100 million. As Tang Xiaojun listened to Lin Pengpeng's detailed account, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. He originally thought that Lin Yuan just had a little money, but he didn't expect that he was so rich.
Peng Peng, then you.
When Tang Xiaojun turned around to discuss the matter with Lin Pengpeng again, he found that Lin Pengpeng had fallen asleep at some point.
Peng Peng?
Tang Xiaojun tentatively touched Lin Pengpeng, and after confirming that she was really asleep, he took out his cell phone to make a call.
Hey, I got the money, but I heard a more important piece of news that will help you make more money.
The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, then said, "Go ahead." Hearing this, Tang Xiaojun smiled and half leaned back in his chair.
More money. How much? 1 point. What the hell are you dreaming about?
Hey, don't be so quick to scold me. The other party has nearly 100 million yuan in funds.
Do you think I need more than 1 point?
After Tang Xiaojun finished speaking, the other side fell into silence for a long time. The silence in his ears made Tang Xiaojun think that the other party had hung up the phone. He quickly took the phone down and was relieved when he found that the call time number on the screen was still moving.
Well, what do you think?
Tang Xiaojun drank his gin and tonic slowly, looking at Lin Pengpeng with greedy eyes. After a while, a voice came from the other end of the phone. "Okay, who is the other party?"
Lin Yuan.
"What?" Tang Xiaojun heard that the tone of the person on the phone was a little strange, so he asked, "Why?"
Do you know this person?
Of course I know him. After all, he dominated the Weibo list for so long, it's hard not to know him.
Tell me, what happened to Lin Yuan?
I heard from her cousin that Lin Yuan is extremely rich, has the support of the Mu family, drives a luxury car, and lives in a mansion worth 100 million. At the same time, Lin Yuan's family.
Lin Yuan took his parents for a walk around the community.
It was a sunny day, but the community was rich in greenery, with tall trees planted on both sides of the road. Their intertwined branches and leaves blocked the strong sunlight, and only a few beams of light filtered through the gaps and fell down in patches.
Mom and Dad, this place is pretty good, right?
It's quite nice. It doesn't look like a place to live, but more like a park. Mu Chinga next to him reminded him, "Dad, this was a park before, and it was a 4-level scenic spot." Lin Bohua smacked his lips when he heard this.
Then the house here must cost a lot of money, right? Son, if it's too expensive, don't buy us a new house. Your mother and I can just squeeze in.
Dad, the houses here are not expensive. Lin Yuan's eyes rolled and a better explanation came to his mind. This place is quite far from the city center. In terms of housing prices, it's not as expensive as our small house, so we can afford such a big house.
Lin Bohu was a little unconvinced. Really? Lin Yuan gave Mu Chinga a look, and she immediately agreed, yes. Mom and Dad, you can just stay here with peace of mind.
I heard that there is a cultural center in the community, and many people will walk around there. You won't feel bored. And if you get tired of walking around in the community, you can ask the property management to come and pick you up. Lu Xiaoman said, "The property management of this community is quite good, old man. Why don't we just follow our son's wishes and live here? After all, our family can't stand your eldest brother's family making troubles again and again. It's okay for us two to be bothered, but every time it affects our son and daughter-in-law."
I know.
Lin Bohu said this and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder.
We will all listen to you, son, just make the decision.
Lin Yuan nodded, and the stone hanging in his throat finally fell. Just then, a quick phone call interrupted the conversation and laughter of several people. Lin Yuan touched his cell phone and found that it was not his cell phone that was ringing. Then he looked at Mu Chinga, who was also confused at this time. He shook his head, indicating that it was not his cell phone that was ringing.
My cell phone rang. Lin Boho gave a reminder and then took out his cell phone.
Lin Yuan came forward with some curiosity. He looked at the unfamiliar number on Lin Bohu's phone and felt a little confused. "Dad, who's looking for you?" Lin Bohu squinted his eyes and said, "This is our neighbor Aunt Zhang's phone number." As he explained, he slid the green button and answered the call.
Hello, Zheng Hong, why did you call me suddenly? Hey, Lin Bohu, where did your family go?
Lin Bohu's eyes flashed with some doubt, and he replied, "We live with our son."
Why do you ask this? Did something happen?
It's like this. When I was about to take a walk after dinner this afternoon, I passed by your door and saw a woman lying in front of your house.
Oh my God, you didn't know that the woman was drunk.
If it weren't for the smell of alcohol, I would have thought she was dead.
Woman? What woman?
Lin Bohu realized that something was wrong, so he put the phone on speaker. The woman's voice on the other end of the phone soon came out. She's just a young girl in her early 20s.
Isn't she one of your family members?
When I asked her just now, she said she was a relative of yours and that she wanted to wait for you to come back here.
Lin Bohu glanced at Lin Yuan, who in turn said, "Did that woman say what her name was?"
Wait, I'll ask you. As she spoke, the woman came forward and asked. During this time, Lin Yuan and the others could still hear the voice on the other end of the phone through the receiver, but the woman's babbling voice sounded familiar to them. After a long while, the woman seemed to be a little impatient with Zhang Heng's voice, and she blurted out her name.
"Woman, why are you making so much noise? My name is Lin Peng Peng. My name is Lin Peng Peng. Did you hear me?"
After her anger subsided, she returned to her drunken state, smiling foolishly and dreaming of entering the upper class.
Chapter 64.
Zheng Hong glanced helplessly at Lin Pengpeng lying on the ground, then picked up the phone and said, "Did you all hear clearly? She said her name is Lin Pengpeng."
Is she your family member?
Lin Bohu was conflicted, but still responded.
Yes. After hearing Lin Bohu's answer, Zheng Hong hurriedly said,
"Since she's your relative, take her away quickly. After all, she looks like she's drunk a lot.
I can't keep an eye on her.
If no one comes to pick her up, I won't be responsible if something happens to her."
Good. Lin Bohu sighed.
After all, Lin Pengpeng is his brother's daughter.
Even though there are many things between them, as an elder, he can't just watch his juniors fall into danger.
Before he could turn around, Lin Yuan snatched Lin Bohu's phone and said, "Aunt Zhang,
why don't you call the police for me?
My dad and I are not in Jiangcheng right now, and it's too late to rush back.
Let's leave this to the police."
"Alright, I'll call the police later and I'll help you keep an eye on her for a while. I'll leave when the police arrive." Okay, sorry for the trouble." Lin Yuan hung up the phone with a smile, but the next second, he was met with Lin Bohu's stern expression.
What are you doing? Aren't we still in Jiangcheng now? There's still time to get back. If something happens to Jian Yanlan, how can I go back and face my brother?
Dad, don't worry, I can explain the reason. If you can't explain it, just take it back and pick up your cousin.
My cousin and her family just went back a few days ago.
It hasn't been long since she came here again and even found her way to our house.
What do you think they are here for?" Lin Yuan asked questions step by step.
Besides, even if we didn't go back to pick up my cousin, she couldn't have come here alone.
My uncle and aunt must have come with them. If we go over there, we'll be harassed by them again.
It's better to hand her over to the public security comrades.
They will contact my uncle and aunt by then."
Lin Boha lowered his head and thought carefully. He felt that what Lin Yuan had just said made sense, so he did not continue the topic.
And the other side. Lin Pengpeng, lying on the ground, was quickly taken away by the police. The police also contacted Lin Pengpeng's parents and asked them to come and pick her up.
During the meal, Lin Pengpeng gradually came to her senses.
After all, she didn't drink much.
She had never drunk alcohol before, so she treated it as a drink.
As she drank, the alcohol came on quickly, but naturally went away quickly as well.
She just sat in the Public Security Bureau for a while and almost came to her senses.
"Are you awake now?"
The female police officer who was in charge of taking care of Lin Pengpeng came over with a glass of water in her hand.
"Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?"
Lin Pengpeng was stunned for a moment, then shook her head after the water froze. Seeing Lin Pengpeng's bewildered look, the female police officer did not ask any more questions, but said softly, "You can rest here for a while, and your parents will come back to pick you up later."
"My parents?"
Lin Pengpeng murmured repeatedly what she had just said, and the lost memory in her mind was immediately restored.
"Well, wasn't I going back to my uncle and aunt's house? Why am I here?"
She remembered that she seemed to have drunk a little too much. Then Tang Xiaojun offered to take her home, and she casually told him the address of Lin Yuan's home. In this way, if Tang Xiaojun could see Lin Yuan, it would prove that he was not lying and that Lin Yuan was indeed his cousin. She had originally thought so, but the online ride-hailing car was too shaky. Not long after she got in, she felt dizzy from the shaking of the car body and fell asleep. Even when she got off the car, she didn't remember what had happened. When she regained consciousness, she sat in this place.
"Your uncle and aunt are not at home and they can't come back for a while. It was their neighbor who found you and called the police.
Is that so?
When Lin Pangpang heard this, the beads in her mind fell to the ground. She had thought that she could use this opportunity to let Lin Yuan and Tang Xiaojun meet, but who would have thought that things would turn out to be completely different from what she had expected?
Not long after, there was a noisy sound at the door of the Public Security Bureau.
Two middle-aged men rushed in from outside, caught the person at the front door and started crying and speaking incoherently.
Nyo, where is Nyo?
Lin Pangpang looked at her parents crying at the door, frowned, and there was a bit of displeasure in her eyes.
She waved. Mom, I'm here.
When Jiang Yanglan heard the voice, she looked over and found it was her daughter, so she ran over quickly.
Are you okay? Let Mom take a look.
I was so worried when we were on the road just now. Jiang Yanglan and Lin Hongfu looked at Lin Pangpang for a while, and only stopped worrying when they realized that Lin Pangpang was really fine.
Nyo, you are really going to scare your father and me to death. Jiang Yanglan touched her chest and almost couldn't breathe. What have you been doing? I went to invest.
As soon as they heard the word investment, Jiang Yanglan and the others' eyes instantly lit up.
How is it? What did your squad leader say? How much money did we invest? How much money can we get by the end of the month?
Facing Jiang Yanglan's series of questions, Lin Pangpang said helplessly, Mom, you asked me so many questions in one breath, how can I answer them all?
Jiang Yanglan smiled and said, Mom is too anxious. Please tell me how things are going. Lin Pangpang glanced at the surrounding environment. Mom and Dad, let's go out and talk.
Okay.
The two of them responded quickly and then left the Public Security Bureau.
Only after they walked a distance away did Lin Pangpang tell what happened. The deed bank loaned us 200,000 yuan. I first invested 50,000 yuan in the project of the squad leader. He said that I would see dividends at the end of the month, but he also said that different investment amounts would have different dividend returns, so I don't know how much money I will get at the end of the month.
Is it reliable? Jiang Yanglan was a little worried. If it's not reliable, wouldn't all the money be wasted?
Mom, don't worry, it's absolutely reliable. He's my squad leader, I know him, and even if it's a waste of money, it's not our money.
The loan money is all recorded in Uncle's account book.
So that is how it is.
After figuring this out, Jiang Yanglan suddenly realized. Nyo, you did a great job. Then we'll be rich. Mom, don't worry, this is just the beginning. If it's good, we can just buy shares and make more money that way. Chapter 65. Time passes by little.
As soon as the cooling-off period ended, Lin Yuan transferred 10 million to Mu Ziyuan. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing 10 million in Mu Ziyuan and getting a cashback of 100 million.
There are 7 days left for the cooldown of the cashback skill.
There is only one more time left to reach the 10-fold investment limit. If you count carefully, you have invested 4 times. Lin Yuan opened his phone to check his balance and found that there was still more than 360 million in his account.
Wait until next time, and you'll get a 10-fold cashback of 100 million.
When he thought of this, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly became hot. With the income from 10 small goals each time, you can do whatever you want.
At this time, Mu Chinga brought up a fruit plate. Husband, why did you give Dad another 10 million? Now he has come to me to complain.
Lin Yuan took the fruit plate with a smile, then pulled Mu Chinga to sit down. My father-in-law's company is in trouble, and as his son-in-law, I should help out a little.
But you're giving too much. He always tells me to keep an eye on you. My husband has money, so this is not too much. Lin Yuan put his arm around Mu Chinga's waist. I have already asked someone to find a place for what we talked about last time. When the time comes, we will take my father-in-law to inspect the site, and then we can support the company. Mu Chinga looked at Lin Yuan and said, have you really decided? The money needed to start a company is definitely more than this. And my father also said that starting a company like this will not bring back any money in the early stage, and there is no telling when it will be profitable. Don't worry, my husband has money. You want to get carried away just because you have a little money? Mu Chinga waved his hand over your little treasury. Yes, my dear wife. Lin Yuan handed the phone to Mu Chinga with a smile, then he pushed Mu Chinga under him and started to make love. On the other hand, the wealthy Lin Pangpang started his own extravagant journey. She wore a pair of sunglasses and carried a size A bag as she walked into IFC. She waved her hand without even looking at the price, just for the sake of looking good.
this, and this, wrap them all up for me.
Okay. The lady at the counter thought Lin Pangpang was a wealthy woman and was very attentive to her.
As Lin Pangpang was walking, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. She stopped and raised her voice and said, "Take this down and let me try it."
Okay.
When the waiter heard this, he quickly took the things down, and the noise just startled Tang Xiaojun, who was standing nearby. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure, so he walked over there. Moving closer, he called out uncertainly,
"Pang Pang?"
Lin Pangpang turned around upon hearing the voice and shouted in surprise, "Hey, squad leader, why are you here too?" She took off her sunglasses, revealing the delicate makeup on her face. A hint of fragrance slowly spread along her wrist, like a flower bud just about to bloom, captivating.
Tang Xiaojun was a little stunned and raised his hand in astonishment. What a coincidence! What a coincidence!
Lin Pangpang curled her lips and smiled, then looked down at what Tang Xiaojun was holding in his hand.
She recognized the gift bag in Tang Xiaojun's hand and teased. "Squad leader, are you buying gifts for people?" "Ah, no."
Tang Xiaojun covered the gift bag in his hand. "I just bought some things."
"Are you going out shopping alone?" Lin Pangpang nodded.
"My cousin saw that I was bored at home, so he asked me to come out and buy some things."
"Is that so?" Tang Xiaojun cleared his throat. "If you don't mind, I can go shopping with you. Is it okay? If you have something else to do, you don't have to accommodate me."
Before Lin Pangpang finished speaking, Tang Xiaojun quickly took over.
"I'm not busy, I can accompany you."
"Then I'll trouble you." Lin Pangpang smiled, then put on sunglasses and started swiping her card to make purchases. The two of them walked from the first floor to the fourth floor, each holding a lot of shopping bags in their hands, and the grade of the surrounding stores gradually became more luxurious.
Tang Xiaojun looked at the brand new suit in his hand and felt a little embarrassed. Pingpong, thank you for buying me this set of clothes." "You're welcome. It's just a small amount of money. If you like it, that's fine. I like it very much." As they talked, the two of them walked into another store. Lin Pangpang started to choose with ease. The counter lady next to her saw the dazzling array of gift bags in the hands of the two people and thought they were hidden rich people, so a smile appeared on her face. "What would you like to order? We have some new products of the season that have just arrived. Do you want me to bring them over for you to try?" Lin Pangpang nodded and said, "Then please bring it over." "Okay, please follow me. I'll take you two to rest in the VIP lounge first." After leading the two to sit down, the lady at the counter happily ran to get the new products. At this time, Tang Xiaojun pursed his lips and then said, "Pangpong, how about I pay for this time? You've bought me a set of clothes, and I feel embarrassed." "No, as long as you like it, I'm happy to spend money on you." However, Tang Xiaojun still insisted on paying the bill, and even handed his card to the counter lady who was rushing over, saying bluntly, "Hello, I will pay for her expenses, you are not allowed to take her money." "Okay." The lady at the counter smiled from ear to ear. She took the card first and then handed the new product to Lin Pangpang to try on. "Miss, take a look. Is it suitable? If it is suitable, I will take it to the fitting room to try it on." Lin Pangpang looked around the clothes for a while, and her eyes inadvertently fell on the label on the back of the clothes. Although it is difficult to see how many zeros are written on it, judging from the numbers on the label, it is obvious that this dress is quite expensive. She smacked her lips inwardly but pretended to be indifferent on her face and turned to ask Tang Xiaojun for his opinion. "Squad leader, what do you think of me wearing this dress?" Tang Xiaojun blurted out without any hesitation, "It looks good." "You're being too perfunctory, aren't you? You don't even pretend." Lin Pangpang waved her hand and asked the lady at the counter to take the dress away. When the lady at the counter saw it, she panicked instantly. "After all, the meat that is almost at your mouth is about to fly away in an instant, how can you feel good?" She quickly said, "Miss, this dress really suits your temperament. How about we go to the fitting room to try it on first, and then let this gentleman take a look?" "Yes, Pangpong, go and try it on." Tang Xiaojun echoed, "Only this beautiful dress can match you." Chapter 66. Lin Pangpang finally followed the lady at the counter into the fitting room. Tang Xiaojun was just resting on the sofa and did not follow. As for the lady at the counter, she was just leading the way, so no one saw the triumphant smile on Lin Pangpang's face. "Miss, do you need my help?" The lady at the counter stood outside the door holding the clothes, asking Lin Pangpang for her opinion.
Lin Pengpeng took the clothes and said, "No need, I can do it myself. I'll ask you for help later." "Okay." After the lady at the counter handed the clothes to Lin Pengpeng, she stepped back a few steps, keeping a relatively safe distance from this distinguished guest. She held the clothes in her arms and went into the fitting room, unable to contain her excitement. The moment the door closed, Lin Pengpeng's first reaction was to take out the small price tag on the back of the collar and take a closer look at it. Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. She counted the numbers on the price tag and couldn't help but take a deep breath. 88,888. This dress is made of gold or inlaid with diamonds, but it can be sold for such an outrageous price. The things she bought piecemeal only cost less than 50,000 yuan. When Lin Pengpeng thought that it was Tang Xiaojun who paid for her, she lowered her head and was busy laughing. She originally thought that Tang Xiaojun had only achieved some success, but she didn't expect that he seemed to be richer than she had imagined. Could it be that the investment project was really profitable? Thinking of this, she began to waver in her heart, and wished she could invest all her money in the next second, but a nerve called reason made her stop. No matter how anxious she was, she should wait until the end of this month to meet Jinxiao. Even if it is fake, the manpower cost she invested in advance is not much, so losing this little money is not a big deal. As she was thinking about it, Lin Pengpeng put on the clothes. She felt the soft goose feather material of the clothes, and at that moment she felt the joy of being rich. It turns out that real clothes can be so light and even soft that people can't even feel their existence. The half-hollowed white gauze perfectly outlines her body lines, while also hiding a glimpse of her stunning beauty in it, making it appear vaguely. Just the zipper at the back. Lin Pengpeng tried for a long time, but she couldn't pull the chain up with her hands. So she had to go outside and ask the lady at the counter for help. But she didn't expect that when she went out, she didn't see the lady at the counter, but saw Tang Xiaojun standing outside. "You?" Lin Pengpeng was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted, "Squad leader, why are you here? Where is the waiter just now?" Tang Xiaojun admitted it openly. "I sent her away." "Why?" Lin Pengpeng regretted it the moment she said this. Why was there any need to ask why? A single man and a single woman were staying in the same room. Apart from that one reason, what other reason could there be? But her pretending to be a lady did not allow her to shout out her inner cry, and she could only maintain that awkward and impolite smile on her face. "Because I want to be the first to see such a beautiful you." Tang Xiaojun walked towards her step by step, but Lin Pengpeng felt that every step he took was like stepping on her heart. "Let me help you." Lin Pengpeng nodded in surprise and told Tang Xiaojun the difficulties she had encountered. I can't zip up the back of my pants." "Good." Lin Pengpeng watched Tang Xiaojun walk towards her with a gentle smile. When she could no longer see Tang Xiaojun from the corner of her eye, she felt that her senses were infinitely magnified. Every move of the person behind her was like thunder, exploding in her heart. She tensed her nerves, trying to control her limbs so as not to make a fool of herself. But who knew that the moment Tang Xiaojun's hand reached out to her body couldn't stop shaking. Tang Xiaojun behind him noticed Lin Pengpeng's abnormality and immediately stopped what he was doing. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Pengpeng, are you okay?" I'm fine." Lin Pengpeng bit her lower lip and explained. "I'm ticklish, so my reaction was a little bigger." "Is that so? Then I'll be more cautious." As Tang Xiaojun spoke, he basically pulled up the clothes, and then helped Lin Pengpeng zip up the zipper. The noisy sounds around seemed to have quieted down at that moment, leaving only the sound of the zipper sliding. Just when Lin Pengpeng thought that this embarrassing situation was about to end, a burning kiss fell on her bare shoulder, scaring her so much that she dared not move. "Pengpeng, you are so beautiful and charming that I can't control myself." Tang Xiaojun's low voice reached Lin Pengpeng's ears. She felt that the voice was like a dogtail grass, making her whole body itchy. Then a heat slowly rose from her lower abdomen and spread to all parts of her body. But the next second, Tang Xiaojun quickly withdrew from the scene. He explained in a panic, "No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I couldn't control myself for a moment." Lin Pengpeng looked at Tang Xiaojun's appearance, and her spring heart, which had been dormant for a while, suddenly began to surge. Fine. After all, compared to Lian, Tang Xiaojun is not only much better looking, but also richer. As he thought this, the person in front of him seemed to see what he was thinking and said what he wanted to hear. Tang Xiaojun looked at Lin Pengpeng with burning eyes, half held Lin Pengpeng's hand, and said sincerely, "Pengpeng, I have liked you since high school.
I didn't expect that we would meet again after graduating from high school. Can you be my girlfriend?
His words were full of loopholes, but at this moment Lin Pangpang had lost her rationality and her worldview was influenced by her senses. Her mind was full of thoughts about how she had caught a rich husband, and she responded with a smile.
Good.
Just as she agreed, the door suddenly opened, and the lady at the counter came over with a bouquet of roses.
Congratulations to you two, lovers finally get married. Lin Pangpang was holding roses in her hands and wearing a white wedding dress.
The waiters in the store congratulated her and a handsome boyfriend stood next to her. She even felt that this would be the beginning of her happy life.
Little did she know that this was just her first step into a trap called honeypot.
The dress that Lin Pangpang tried on was naturally bought by Tang Xiaojun. He also bought several accessories, and the total cost was nearly 100,000 yuan. Lin Pangpang felt vain when she saw Tang Xiaojun swiping the card without blinking.
Baby, you're so handsome. Chapter 67. In the messy office building, a group of workers were going in and out, carrying things inside. At the entrance, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge were supervising the progress of the project.
When Mu Qingge had some free time, he glanced at the office behind him and still felt a little bit unbelievable.
I didn't expect that you actually found a place. When has your husband ever lied to you?
He always keeps his word.
Lin Yuan smiled. Did you tell your father?
No, I didn't expect the project to be on track so quickly. Besides, he is still busy with company matters.
Let's tell him after we have dealt with it. That's true. Has Yang Shangxuan been secretly making trouble recently? Mu Qingge paused, then said, I heard from others that Yang Shangxuan went back to the Magic City. Going back? Lin Yuan stopped what he was doing in surprise. So obedient?
It seems like his father asked someone to take him back, but I don't know the specific situation. Mu Qingge fiddled with the things in his hands and continued, maybe his father felt embarrassed, so he took Yang Shangxuan back. When Lin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help laughing.
That's really embarrassing.
After all, he was beaten and sent to the hospital not long after returning to China. If this got out, it would not only be an embarrassment to Yang Shangxuan, but also to his father Yang Hong.
After some consideration, it would be more appropriate to send Yang Shangxuan back home.
They both smiled. Looking at the originally messy office in front of me being repainted by the workers, my mood also became cheerful. Without unlucky guys like Yang Shangxuan and Lin Pangpang making trouble, work efficiency has increased rapidly.
But when he thought of Lin Pangpang, the smile on Lin Yuan's face froze.
It seemed that since the last time, they had not heard any news about Lin Pangpang and his family. He didn't believe that Lin Pangpang had turned over a new leaf. Even if that were the case, he would definitely not give up just because of a few casual words from me.
Wife, I'm still a little worried.
Lin Yuan expressed his concerns. My cousin and her family just returned to the countryside not long ago, but they came out again not long after. Apart from the last time they had someone take her away, there has been no news since then. I think we need to check their whereabouts.
No need.
You are relatives after all.
They shouldn't be so ruthless, right?
Lin Yuan recalled some bad memories and said, it's hard to change one's nature, but it's easy to change the country.
I still have to ask someone to check it out, otherwise I won't be at ease.
Okay, I'll listen to you. On the other side, in the hotel. It was bustling outside, but the room was dark and the sound of creaking filled the entire space. Even if the central air conditioner above your head is running at high speed, the cold air it blows out is difficult to dispel the heat in the house.
After a low roar of venting sound ended, the noise inside gradually calmed down.
After a while, Tang Xiaojun caressed Lin Pangpang lovingly and asked casually,
Pangpang, why don't you try to convince your cousin to come out and talk to me about cooperation? If this thing succeeds, I can give you 10% of the profits.
Lin Pangpang pressed her heaving chest, feeling helpless. Baby, it's not that I don't want to help you, but my cousin is very stingy with outsiders. It's not easy for you to get money from him. You are his cousin, so you are a relative anyway. Besides, if you don't invest in this kind of business that can make money, you must be a fool, right? Lin Pangpang smiled helplessly, maybe he is just a fool.
Seeing this, Tang Xiaojun didn't know what to say.
You should talk to him when the time comes.
If there is a large amount of capital investment, you can get more dividends.
This will be a win-win situation for us.
Real?
Of course it's true.
When have I ever lied to you?
Tang Xiaojun hugged Lin Pangpang tightly, and his hands hidden under the quilt began to wander.
Then we can happily go to the Maldives for our honeymoon.
Lin Pangpang smiled, put her arms around Tang Xiujuan's neck, and moved forward.
How can the Maldives be possible? We have to go to Alaska. Good.
Then, another gasp drowned out all other sounds.
At the same time, at the Magic City airport, Yang Shangxuan got off the plane in a rage, intending to leave when no one was paying attention.
However, under the plane, there was already a row of men in black standing in a neat row, and it looked like they had been waiting for a long time.
This old man, does he really have to tie me back? Kipling also came back with him. Kipling followed behind Yang Shangxuan, his expression much calmer than Yang Shangxuan's. Although he was quite frustrated by Jiang Cheng being beaten, everything has changed now that he has followed Yang Shangxuan back to the Magic City.
The Magic City is Yang Shangxuan's world.
What happened last time will definitely not happen again here. He will even live a better life than before.
Thinking of this, he began to fantasize about the scene of revelry every day.
But the most urgent task is to coax this little master first. Kipling took a step forward, stood beside Yang Shangxuan, and continued with what he had just said. Mr. Yang, I think President Yang asked you to come back because he wants to train you to take over the company.
I know you want to deal with Lin Yuan, but Mu Ziyuan has been in the business world for so many years and is no pushover. It is difficult to bring him down with our methods, let alone use this to threaten Lin Yuan.
Kipling lowered his voice as he spoke.
If you ask me, young Master Yang, why don't you stay in your father's company for a while, and then you can use the power of your company to deal with Mu Ziyuan.
In this way, Mu Chinga will always come back to beg you, and then it will be easy to separate the two of them, right?
Yang Shangxuan thought about it carefully and felt that what Kipling said made sense, and the expression on his face eased a lot. Let Lin Yuan jump around for a while. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Yang Shangxuan left everyone behind and drove away, leaving Kipling and the bodyguards behind him looking at each other in bewilderment. Kipling didn't expect Yang Shangxuan to move so quickly, and he didn't even say a word to him. Looking at the tail of the car driving away, Kipling had no choice but to ask the Yang family's bodyguard shamelessly.
Can you take me to where your young master wants to go?
The bodyguards were all wearing sunglasses, and their emotions could not be revealed at all. Even though they heard Kipling, they ignored him and drove away on their own. Seeing their actions, Kipling was very angry, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only take a taxi and leave the airport.
Chapter 68.
Kipling had been staying in the hotel for a night before he received a call from Yang Shangxuan. Although he was cursing, he still obediently went to the address given by Yang Shangxuan. When he stood at the door of the box, he could smell the fishy smell in the air even without opening the door. Even though he was mentally prepared, after opening the door, Kipling was still shocked by the lustful scene inside.
How much fun did Yang Shangxuan have yesterday? He didn't even bother to invite me.
Kipling walked slowly past the people lying on the ground and came to Yang Shangxuan.
Young Master Yang.
Kipling pushed the woman who was throwing herself in front of Yang Shangxuan aside, and during the meal he did not forget to touch the woman's body.
It has to be the women of Dragon Country who are attractive.
He originally wanted to do it right there, but then he thought that Yang Shangxuan's matter was more important at the moment, and he couldn't lose the big picture for the sake of such a small benefit.
Young Master Yang. Young Master Yang.
He called for a long time before Yang Shangxuan, who was lying on the sofa, gradually woke up. You're here. Yang Shangxuan stood up, his mouth was very dry, he grabbed the wine on the table and drank it directly. Seeing that Yang Shangxuan didn't look awake at all, Kipling didn't know what to say, so he just responded with him.
Yang Shangxuan didn't say anything either.
After finishing his drink, he extended his hand to Kipling.
Where are the clothes?
Here.
Kipling quickly handed over the clothes.
Yang Shangxuan turned a blind eye and changed his clothes on the spot, not caring at all about the scene. In less than a few minutes, he changed into a neat suit and immediately looked like a decent man.
Yang Shangxuan looked at the woman in the box coldly and asked Kipling casually. Do you want to play?
Kipling really wanted to agree, but he knew that Yang Shangxuan called him over this time because he must have something to tell him from Yang Hong, so he had to show off in front of Yang Hong no matter what he said.
No, I'll follow young Master Yang.
Yang Shangxuan nodded, stepped past these people and walked out without even looking back. Kipling looked reluctantly at the women on the ground whose virginity had been broken by Yang Shangxuan, then looked at the ceiling in the box and took a deep breath. It's really a waste of natural resources. And on the other side is Jiangcheng. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge had already resolved the venue issue, and then invited Mu Ziyuan to inspect the site. Before Mu Ziyuan came,
he thought Lin Yuan was joking, but after arriving, he found out that what Lin Yuan said was actually true.
Have you really found a venue?
Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Father-in-law, not only have we found a venue, but I have also prepared all the relevant documents.
Now I just need you to review them.
If there are no problems, just sign them." Mu Ziyuan paused, took the document from the lawyer behind Lin Yuan and started reading it. The more I looked at him, the more strange the expression on his face looked.
You're not going to be the CEO? Mu Ziyuan looked at the investment ratio on the plan and found that Lin Yuan basically paid the lion's share.
However, he did not participate in the management of the company's affairs and only directly participated in the profit distribution. Even the beneficiary of the company's shares was Mu Chinga's name. If someone who is not aware of the situation sees this report, they would think it is the Mu family's achievement. Little did people know that it was Lin Yuan who supported all of this with his own strength. If Lin Yuan continued to invest money without taking a penny, he would always feel that it was not right. Lin Yuan openly admitted what he had done. "Father-in-law, I know nothing about these things, so I'll let those of you who know do it, and I'll just eat the dividends. And I've already made an agreement with Chinga that if you can't do it, she will help you."
Mu Ziyuan looked at Lin Yuan in front of him and felt more and more that he could not understand Lin Yuan's tactics.
"You said you invested so much money, but you haven't seen any return yet, and now you want to create a money-eating beast of your own.
What do you want?" Regardless of whether he was Lin Yuan's elder or a seasoned businessman, he really couldn't understand Lin Yuan's move.
Lin Yuan paused for a while and said two words.
"Happy."
His money was originally earned through system cashback. Although no one would complain about having too much money, he still hoped that the money could be used somewhere useful. For example, helping Mu Ziyuan, or helping someone who was pursuing a dream of becoming a star, or helping a child in the countryside.
His abilities are limited.
It is impossible for one person to control the whole situation by himself. Only by gathering all the people together can he do his best to bring some color to this world and to those who are in dark predicament at this moment.
Perhaps this is the meaning of what he does. Not for anything else, just to follow my heart. Have a clear conscience. Happy.
Mu Ziyuan didn't know how to refute Lin Yuan's words when he heard these two words, so he had to pull his daughter and say a few words. "Don't worry about him.
This money can't afford his spending. You two are living together, so you should keep an eye on him." Mu Chinga shrugged angrily.
"Dad, I took care of it, but he didn't listen to me."
"No, father-in-law, how could I not listen?"
Mu Ziyuan looked at the smiles on Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga's faces and knew that he had been fooled by them again, but he knew that Lin Yuan and Mu Chinga knew what was going on, so he didn't say anything. Then he carefully read the regulations on the document, helped Lin Yuan point out the shortcomings, and asked the lawyer to modify some of the regulations.
After a long time, Mu Ziyuan closed the document.
"Okay, that's about it. But for the specifics, it's better for lawyers to handle it."
Mu Ziyuan reminded Lin Yuan, "You can ask other lawyers to take a look. If there are any omissions, they should be corrected quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late later."
"Okay, got it." The busy life proceeds in an orderly manner, and the month is gradually coming to an end.
Lin Pengpeng has lived a very comfortable life in the past half-month.
She has money to spend and a man to take care of her. But as the countdown to the end of the month approaches, her heart becomes uneasy. After all, it was 50,000 yuan. If she could make a profit, it would be a good thing, but if she lost money, she felt that she would be heartbroken.
Adhering to the principle that every little bit counts, Lin Pengpeng often asked Tang Xiaojun about the investment afterwards.
But Tang Xiaojun always patted his chest to express himself, which made her feel a little unsure. Everything you hear with your ears is false, only the benefits that are truly in your hands are real.
Lin Pengpeng couldn't sleep because she kept thinking about it. As the month was about to end, she couldn't help but call Tang Xiaojun. Chapter 69. Beep. Beep, beep.
Lin Pengpeng made several phone calls. But there was nothing but busy tones on the other end of the line and no one answered the call.
Lin Pengpeng thought to herself that something was wrong. Could it be that I was cheated? Thinking of this, she reluctantly called back. Beep, beep, beep. Just when she thought that no one answered the call, there were two sudden beep sounds on the other end of the line, and the vibration of the phone also reminded Lin Pengpeng that the call was connected. She didn't care about anything and immediately said, "Tang Xiaojun. Are you trying to cheat me out of my money?"
After hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone fell into silence for a long time.
"Say something."
Lin Pengpeng looked at the time still moving on the screen and knew that the other party had not hung up the phone.
Tang Xiaojun, why are you silent, you liar? Do you still have a heart?
Lin Pengpeng's emotions collapsed instantly, and she cursed Tang Xiaojun without thinking.
After a while, Lin Pengpeng noticed that her doorbell rang. The next second, a familiar male voice finally came from the silent phone. Peng Peng, open the door, I'm at the door.
When Lin Pengpeng heard this, her body, which had been exhausted from crying, immediately became energetic. She jumped down from the sofa in a few seconds and rushed to the door with great momentum, ready to give Tang Xiaojun a blow on the head.
How dare you come here?
As soon as Lin Pengpeng opened the door, she started cursing at the person in front of the door without thinking twice, but as soon as she finished the first sentence, she was stunned. Because she saw Tang Xiaojun holding a rose in one hand and a handbag in the other. Although she didn't know what was in the bag, judging from the way Tang Xiaojun carried it, she thought the things inside would not be light.
Tang Xiaojun smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm late. Something delayed me on the way.
He did not take what happened just now seriously, but cleverly changed the subject.
This is the rose I gave you, do you like it?
Lin Pengpeng wanted to speak, but the rose was pushed towards her by Tang Xiaojun, and her hands uncontrollably took the flower, swallowing back the words she wanted to say. The faint scent of roses wafted from her chest. Just as she was immersed in it, Lin Pengpeng quickly shook her head, remembered what had just happened, and began to settle the score.
Why didn't you answer my call just now? Are you feeling guilty and want to run away with my money? How is that possible? Tang Xiaojun's voice rose a lot.
If I take your money, I will be struck by lightning and die miserably. As he said this, he still wanted to go into Lin Pengpeng's room. But the next second, Lin Pengpeng took a step forward and blocked the door, preventing Tang Xiaojun from entering.
Still want to go in?
You should explain what happened first.
Tang Xiaojun looked a little embarrassed when he heard this. Please let me in first. These things are really not suitable to be discussed here. Why is it not suitable? I see that you are just guilty. Are you afraid to do it when you see the camera outside? Tang Xiaojun didn't know how to refute Lin Pengpeng's words, so he sighed and leaned closer to Lin Pengpeng. Don't come over here. Lin Pengpeng stopped talking abruptly and even swallowed unconsciously. These are.
She was reserved and did not tell the truth about what she saw. After all, we are outside, so we still have to be careful of walls having ears.
Tang Xiaojun nodded quickly. Can you let me in now?
Lin Pengpeng lowered her eyes and looked at the floor, but finally gave in and let Tang Xiaojun come in. As soon as the two entered, Lin Pengpeng found the door closed. Just when she was about to walk into the living room, she was afraid that it was unsafe, so she locked the door. Only after checking its safety did she feel at ease to walk in. Seeing Tang Xiaojun sitting on the sofa in a very familiar manner, Lin Pengpeng lost her temper at all. After all, this guy was teasing her a few minutes ago. She no longer expects to make much money. She will be satisfied if she can get her capital back.
How much money do you have in that bag? Lin Pengpeng didn't waste time talking to Tang Xiaojun and asked directly. Tang Xiaojun quickly put the bag on the table.
A total of 100,000 yuan, including the principal and interest.
When Lin Pengpeng heard this, her eyelids couldn't help but twitch. How many? 100,000?
She didn't believe what Tang Xiaojun said was true, so she quickly poured out the contents of the bag and counted them carefully.
Hong Hua's money poured out of the bag like a waterfall.
Lin Pengpeng counted the money obsessively and carefully sorted it into stacks. When I counted it in the end, it was quite a lot, a full 100,000 yuan. Lin Pengpeng still felt that happiness came too suddenly, so she turned around and asked Tang Xiaojun next to her.
Is all this money given to me? I don't need to pay any handling fees or anything like that? Is it really including the principal and interest?
Of course it's true.
Tang Xiaojun smiled.
The handling fees and other things were already deducted when the money came in. If you don't count the handling fees, you can still get at least 10,000 more.
What?
Lin Pengpeng's eyes instantly dilated several times. She thought she could earn several thousand yuan a month with the principal, but she was wrong. She didn't expect that Tang Xiaojun could not only earn back the principal, but even make a profit of 50,000 or 60,000 yuan on top of the principal.
The profit here is almost a 100% return rate. Which bank in the market can achieve such a level?
When she thought of this, Lin Pengpeng's breathing became rapid. If I had invested 200,000 last time, I would have at least 400,000 now.
At this moment, Lin Pingping's heart was full of regret, but there is no medicine for regret in this world. Moreover, compared to her previous thought of just wanting to get back the principal, the money she got now was far beyond her expectations. However, she was not completely blinded by the money in front of her. After all, she still had a debt to settle with someone. Lin Pengpeng took the money in front of her, and when she looked at Tang Xiaojun again, there was no tenderness in her eyes as before, but only a hint of vigilance. I think you still have to explain to me first why you didn't answer my previous calls.
Don't mention the traffic jam.
It was the traffic jam, not you. You were on the road for such a long time, didn't you have time to make a phone call?
Chapter 70. The atmosphere in the living room was quiet for a long time.
After a while, Tang Xiaojun slowly spoke.
I can explain.
He licked his lips. I really didn't mean to ignore your call. It's because my phone was stolen by a thief and the phone card was cancelled by me. Lin Pengping's eyes were full of confusion.
That's it? You just lost your phone and you cancelled your phone card? Don't you know that phone cards can be cancelled and replaced? Why do you have to cancel your phone card?
In fact, the moment she saw the money, Lin Pingping's anger had subsided a lot, but when she heard Tang Xiaojun's outrageous excuse, the anger that had just subsided flared up again.
Tang Xiaojun didn't expect that Lin Pengpeng would actually refute what he said.
His eyes were a little erratic and he didn't dare to look into Lin Pengping's eyes, but he soon returned to normal.
Because reporting a lost phone also takes time.
If someone gets my phone during that time, they might get my information by following my phone number and then use it to commit some illegal acts.
That's not as simple as just losing the phone. If it's serious, I might even end up in jail.
So compared to these uncertainties, canceling the phone card is the simplest and most direct way.
Like this? Think about it, weren't there a lot of telecom frauds recently? They can transfer the money in your card by knowing your SMS verification code.
What's more, my SIM card and phone are in the hands of those people.
If they deliberately want to mess with me, then I'm doomed, right?
What you said. Lin Pengpeng pondered for a while. It seems to make sense. Seeing that Lin Pengpeng believed what he said, Tang Xiaojun continued speaking without giving her a chance to think.
Look, you've got the money. Can you forgive me now? Lin Pengpeng twisted her neck. No, who told you not to answer my call? I'm angry. Don't do it again, oh no. There won't be a next time.
Tang Xiaojun came closer and coaxed Lin Pengpeng, just forgive me this time. While talking, Lin Pengpeng gradually fell into Tang Xiaojun's attack. There was a lot of sex right there. After the sweaty session, Tang Xiaojun lay on the sofa with Lin Pengpeng in his arms. The light breathing sounds of the two were particularly obvious in this quiet afternoon.
Hate it, you bully me again.
Lin Pengpeng originally wanted to hit Tang Xiaojun hard in the chest, but she was completely exhausted after being teased by Tang Xiaojun. Even if she raised her hands, she was just pretending. In the end, she leaned on Tang Xiaojun's body and had no strength to move anymore.
Tang Xiaojun smiled and kissed Lin Pengpeng on the forehead. How could I bear to bully you? I can't even wait to love you well. Haven't you just experienced this?
Lin Pengpeng's face suddenly turned red, and the words she was about to say came to an end. After resting for a while, Lin Pengpeng finally climbed up from Tang Xiaojun's body.
What's wrong?
Tang Xiaojun half stood up, put one arm behind his head, and looked at Lin Pengpeng who was putting on clothes in front of him. There was still some residual lust in his eyes.
It's just the beginning, why are you putting on clothes? Lin Pengpeng was no longer surprised by the naked man on the sofa.
After all, compared to Li Yan, Tang Xiaojun's figure was much better.
I'm hungry, let's eat.
Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaojun picked up his clothes from the ground and put them on.
Then let's go out to eat. After a while, both of them put on their clothes.
They cleaned up the mess everywhere, except for a wet puddle on the sofa. While going down in the elevator, Lin Pengpeng looked up which restaurant had good food on Zaya Hongshu, and when she got out of the elevator, she was ready to take a taxi. But the moment she opened the taxi app, Tang Xiaojun's hand was pressed down. Lin Pengpeng took a deep breath and felt a surge of anger in her heart again.
What are you doing? Why are you so angry today, as if you had eaten dynamite?
Tang Xiaojun joked, and then took out the car keys from his pocket. I have the keys, no need to take a taxi, just tell me where you want to go and I'll take you there. When Lin Pengpeng saw the car keys in Tang Xiaojun's hand, she was stunned for a while.
The car logo on the car key is white and blue. Your car? Of course, after working for so long, getting a car is not a problem.
Seeing this, Lin Pengpeng's eyes rolled and he had another idea in his mind.
Okay then, let's go to the 100-years-old street for dinner.
I heard there's a good restaurant there.
Okay. Tang Xiaojun walked ahead of Lin Pengpeng and said, "Let me lead the way for you."
In fact, as soon as she walked out, Lin Pengpeng saw Tang Xiaojun's car. After all, among a lot of Nissans and Hondas, his BMW is still particularly eye-catching, mainly because the color of the car logo makes it difficult for people not to notice it.
Is that the car?
Lin Pengpeng pretended to be indifferent and pointed at the BMW, but her eyes were always glancing at the car frantically. Seeing that the BMW car's signal seemed to be a new model this year, Lin Pengpeng looked at Tang Xiaojun differently.
I can't believe you're living such a comfortable life. Tang Xiaojun scratched his hair embarrassedly.
It's just average, not as good as your cousin, who is the real god. Lin Pengpeng was in a good mood, but Tang Xiaojun said this for no reason. She now felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten shit.
Why are you mentioning him for no reason?
If my cousin had any intention, he should have taken me to visit his home. I heard that it's in a 4A-level scenic spot. Last time I went to his home, the security guard said the owner was not at home, so he wouldn't let me in.
Tell me what's going on.
I'm his cousin, and those security guards at the door are really blind.
A 4A-level scenic spot? The one near Beijiang River?
Yeah, it looked pretty nice the last time I passed by it. It's a pity my cousin wasn't at home at the time, otherwise I would have gone in and taken a look. Tang Xiaojun was silent for a while, then spoke.
Then, next time you visit your cousin's house, can you take me with you? I've never been to a place like that, and I want to see it for myself.
Lin Pengpeng looked at the desire in Tang Xiaojun's eyes, and then she puffed up her face and pretended to be strong, and agreed immediately.
Okay, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks to eat with.
I'll go tell my uncle and aunt, and then we'll be guests at my cousin's house.
Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Lin Pengpeng and her family come to visit again. Lin Yuan is currently helping his parents look for a house.
He looked at the butler who was leading everyone over and thanked him first.
I'm really sorry to bother you.
It is our property management company's honor to help Mr. Lin solve his problems. Lin Yuan nodded and did not continue talking. Instead, he began to observe these houses. Although it was for Lin Bohu and Lu Xiaoman to live in, Lin Yuan checked the hardware and software very carefully. It's not that he doesn't trust the property management staff, but he feels that his parents are old, and some things, even if of good quality, are not suitable for middle-aged and elderly people. He has to check them himself before he can feel at ease. Later, he chose a pretty good house among several ones.
Butler, this is it. Lin Yuan took out his bank card, thinking of paying by swiping it.
In the end, the butler did not accept the card. Mr. Lin, there are special people who will come to your house to sign the contract with you in person regarding financial matters.
Is that so? Lin Yuan put the card away.
Okay, we'll talk about it later. The butler nodded, and when he was about to go out with everyone else, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang.
He apologized to everyone, then walked aside and answered the phone.
Then he hung up the phone and walked towards Lin Yuan.
Mr. Lin, someone is looking for you at the door.
He says he is your uncle. The housekeeper was considerate enough to turn on the surveillance footage at the door, and they could even hear the voices of Lin Pengpeng and her family talking.
Pengpeng, you said that Lin Yuan lives in this place, is that true? I think this place is very expensive, how could he live here? You must be mistaken.
Although Jiang Yanglan knew that Lin Yuan won a large sum of money by winning the lottery, he not only married a beautiful wife, but also married into the wealthy Mu family. But even so, she didn't think Mu Ziyuan would give Lin Yuan such a large sum of money to buy a house. After all, a daughter who is married off is like spilled water.
Why would she give money to Lin Yuan after marriage?
The summer heat made Lin Pengpeng's heart begin to become restless. Mom, I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Yuan's car went inside.
He must be living there. Then why do we need his permission to go in? In this day and age, as an elder, we have to look at other people's faces at the door to see him? How can this be justified?
Thanks to the advanced surveillance system in the community, every word that Lin Pengpeng and the others said fell into Lin Yuan's ears.
Mr. Lin, do you think we need them to come in?
The housekeeper was not a fool, he heard what was said clearly, but he was not Lin Yuan and could not make a decision for the owner. And just at this moment, Lin Bohu's phone rang. He took it out and saw that the person who called was Lin Hongfu. This
Lin Bovu brought the phone to Lin Yuan, wanting to ask for his opinion.
Although he couldn't refuse to answer his brother's call, if Lin Yuan or Lin Pingping's family came in, he could use Lin Yuan as a shield. Lin Yuan was silent for a while, then nodded, tacitly agreeing to this matter. He could do anything he wanted, but when it came to his parents, he still remembered what the older generation called the social etiquette. Lin Bovu looked at Lin Yuan with some gratitude in his eyes. He answered the phone, and just as he was about to speak, the person on the other end started swearing.
My dear brother, is this how your son treats us?
We worked so hard to come all the way here to see him, but now he is blocking us at the door.
If this gets out, what will happen?
He didn't even have time to press the hands-free button on the call interface, but Lin Hongfu's words came out clearly.
Lin Boho looked a little unhappy.
If only his family were present, he wouldn't really care what Lin Hongfu said, but now, in addition to his family, there were also outsiders such as the housekeeper here. Lin Hongfu's words were like a loud slap in the face of Lin Yuan. Lin Bohu gritted his teeth and said, "Yuaner said to let you in."
When Lin Hongfu heard this, his voice stopped abruptly, and then he said in disbelief, "You agree to let us in?" Lin Yuan glanced at the housekeeper. The butler immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant and immediately made a phone call. "Bring the person at the door in."
As he was talking, he suddenly covered the receiver of the phone.
"Mr. Lin, bring them here, or to your home. Come to my house. There are special people guarding his place 24 hours a day.
If anything happens, or if Lin Pingping's family wants to sneak in and act rogue next time, it will not be so easy to get in." Besides, Lin Yuan didn't want Lin Pingping's family to know his parents' address and then come and harass his parents.
This was not his original intention for asking his parents to move. After the butler gave instructions to the security guard at the door, he asked Lin Yuan about the next arrangements. "Mr. Lin, are we going back now?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Let's arrange a car to go back."
"Oh, and tell the people over there to drive slower.
Don't let them come over so fast." "Understood."
The housekeeper drove Lin Yuan and his companions home, while on the other side, the security guard drove a sightseeing car and took Lin Pengpeng and his companions around the park. Jiang Yanlan looked at the spacious road in the community and couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yuan's residence is really big. "Mom, this used to be a 4A-level scenic spot, of course it's big."
"Is this true?" Jiang Yanlan frowned upon hearing this.
Lin Yuan is really lucky to have such a good thing happen to him.
"If you don't believe me, you can ask the security guard."
The security guard didn't want to answer these people, but considering that they were relatives of the most distinguished owners in the community, if they complained to Lin Yuan about his silence, he might have to pack up and leave soon.
So, he answered reluctantly. "Really?
Moreover, the houses here are the most expensive in the entire Jiangcheng area. The one you are going to is the most expensive house in our park. It is occupied by the most powerful bosses in the entire Jiangcheng district and even most of Longhua."
When Lin Pengpeng and his group heard this, they gasped. "Is it so exaggerated?"
Lin Pengpeng had checked the situation here before coming here. Although the internet said it was amazing, Lin Pengpeng still held a somewhat skeptical attitude towards it. But when she heard the security guard say this, she suddenly felt that this place had become noble. The security guard raised his head in front of these people with some pride.
"Of course not.
You have to know that the owners who can live here are all top-notch. As for celebrities and big bosses, I have seen a lot of them."
Chapter 72.
The security guard and Lin Pengpeng boasted all the way, and the sightseeing car went around several intersections before it drove into a fork in the road and headed deep into the forest inside the park.
"Where are you taking us?"
Lin Pengpeng noticed that the green plants around her suddenly changed their appearance, and there were fewer buildings. She thought the security guard was trying to do something bad. She was concerned about her life, so she quickly said, "Let me tell you, my cousin is the owner of your place.
He just agreed to let us in. If you do anything bad to us, you will definitely be taken away."
The security guard driving in front was speechless. If he hadn't been looking at the road ahead, he would have definitely rolled his eyes at Lin Pengpeng.
"Miss, what are you thinking about? I'm just taking you to your destination." "Destination?" Lin Pengpeng was a little suspicious.
"We drove for such a long time, and I didn't see you suddenly turn into the side road."
"How dare you use such a lame excuse to lie to me?" "That's because Mr. Lin's house is inside the community. If I don't drive in, do you want to walk there by yourself? Then why didn't you go this way just now? I remember we came here before."
Lin Pengpeng is not stupid,
and naturally she is not directionally challenged. Even if she can't remember an ordinary road after walking it once or twice, she will have some impression in her mind. But they had clearly been here before, but the person who drove them in did not go inside, but drove in just now. This thought is really hard to understand. The security guard's mouth twitched. He thought that what he had just done was not so deliberate and no one would notice it. However, this woman had a very good memory and could see the heresy at a glance. Weren't these people just marveling at the scenery around them? The security guard could only feel embarrassed. I'm new here, and I might have remembered the wrong way. Is that so? Yes. The security guard forced a smile. Although he was not a newcomer, the people living there were not people he could contact, so he basically did not go inside. After all, that was the security responsibility of another team. Lin Pengpeng didn't dwell on the matter and quickly put it out of her mind. Lin Yuan is also a fool. He has such a nice house outside and he chose to live in this house in Shankala. He will be a country bumpkin for the rest of his life. He can't even eat shit as well as eat a warm meal. Tang Xiaojun and Lin Pengpeng beside him had very different opinions. Pengpeng, what you said is not right. Maybe your cousin likes quietness? For Tang Xiaojun, he had already tacitly accepted that Lin Yuan would become his client, so every word he wrote was to protect Lin Yuan. You're actually helping an outsider without even helping him? Lin Pengpeng started yelling unreasonably in the car. Seeing this, Tang Xiaojun hurriedly coaxed her. How could that be? I will definitely help you as soon as possible, baby. Tang Xiaojun rubbed against Lin Pengpeng's body. I just think that whether he lives inside or outside is up to your cousin himself. After all, it is his house and he definitely has the final say. Zhang Yanlan sneered. What do you mean by his house? That's obviously his wife's house. It was given by his father-in-law to his daughter as a wedding house. They've only been married for half a year, but Lin Yuan has taken over their house. I don't know what kind of love potion that guy gave the daughter of the Mu family. She actually fell in love with him. She's really blind. Although Zhang Yanglan said this, her eyes were indeed filled with jealousy. Tang Xiaojun didn't know much about Lin Yuan and Muchinga. He only knew that Lin Pengpeng's cousin, Lin Yuan, had a little money. It seems that your sister-in-law's father is very generous. It's just shit luck, there's nothing to brag about. Lin Pengpeng was too disdainful to continue the topic with Tang Xiaojun. After all, she felt unlucky when Lin Yuan's name was mentioned. When Tang Xiaojun saw Lin Pengpeng's expression, he tactfully did not continue the conversation. Their conversation naturally fell into the ears of the security guard driving in front. The security guard laughed silently with disdain, laughing at the people behind the car in his heart, and then slowly drove the car to the bottom of the Riverview building. We're here, just go in, someone will lead you up. The security guard asked them to get out of the car, and after saying something formal, he quickly drove away in his car without even lingering on them for a second. But the crowd, whose attention was attracted by the scene before them, did not notice the security guard's disdain. They walked into the magnificent hall as if driven by desire. The butler had already been waiting for everyone to arrive at the door. Are you Mr. Lin's family members? Zhang Yanglan nodded. Who are you? Where is Lin Yuan? Call him out. Mr. Lin is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me. Seeing the butler's respectful look, Zhang Yanglan couldn't help but let out a few puffs of anger. That's more like it. It seems that Lin Yuan is still afraid of us. Under the guidance of the housekeeper, Lin Pengpeng began to look at the interior of the hall. Not to mention how dazzling the glass beads that were several meters high in the center of the hall were, even the marble tiles under their feet exuded a low-key and luxurious style. Lin Pengpeng remembered that marble was priced according to size. Judging from the floor tiles they were standing on, each brick might cost tens of thousands of yuan. She suddenly made a sound. It's true that people with money can do whatever they want. Ding dong. The elevator rose slowly and then stopped on the 66th floor. The housekeeper said, "Everyone, we have reached our floor, just go in." Lin Pengpeng and his group walked outside without hesitation. Unlike the decoration below, the style here is obviously much simpler, but even so, you can see that there are expensive items in it. After all, even some big-name luxury goods can only be reduced to the level of providing atmosphere aromatherapy in this place, not to mention those items that don't even have brand logos, which will surely be even more expensive. Before Lin Pengpeng could even sigh, they arrived in front of a huge door. The door was half open.
Lin Pengpeng wanted to peek at the scene inside through the gap, but just as she put her eyes closer in before she could see clearly, the heavy door slowly opened. Her half-bent body formed a sharp contrast with Lin Yuan, who was standing straight in front of her. Lin Yuan sneered. "Cousin, whatever you want to do, let me remind you first, there are surveillance cameras everywhere here." Chapter 73. Lin Pengpeng withdrew her prying gaze and stood up angrily. "What nonsense are you talking about? My waist is just a little tired. Can't I squat for a while?" Her voice gradually became higher, as if she wanted her clear voice to cover up the guilt in her heart. "No, just be yourself." Lin Yuan casually glanced at the people standing at the door of his house, then he moved aside and asked, "Do you still want to come in?" Without waiting for Lin Pengpeng to speak, Zhang Yanlan hurriedly pulled Lin Hongfu inside. "Come in, of course come in." Zhang Yanlan was unwilling to give up the opportunity to visit the mansion, and even rushed in without waiting for Lin Yuan's consent. Lin Pengpeng gritted her teeth and had to walk in despite Lin Yuan's cold eyes. But before she had even stepped into the door, she heard a voice floating above her head. "He can't go in." Lin Pengpeng was stunned for a moment. She naturally knew who the he Lin Yuan was talking about was. After all, her parents had already gone in first, and besides her, there was also Tang Xiaojun standing outside. Lin Pengpeng took Tang Xiaojun's hand and met Lin Yuan's gaze. "He's my boyfriend, why can't he come in?" "Boyfriend?" Lin Yuan smiled. "My cousin is updating pretty fast. It's none of your business." Lin Pengpeng recalled that the reason why she broke up with Li Yan was not little due to Lin Yuan. Now that she has finally found a new boyfriend, she will not let Lin Yuan do anything bad this time. Lin Yuan watched Lin Pengpeng and his family walk in, and even unscrupulously touched things in the room. He said lightly, "You'd better be careful when you take things. This room is full of surveillance systems. If these things are damaged, I'll have to trouble you to pay for them." Zhang Yanlan was currently holding a palm-sized piece of jewelry and couldn't let it go. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the expression on her face changed immediately. "Lin Yuan, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that we are thieves?" Lin Yuan waved his hand. "I didn't say that. That's your own understanding. Don't throw dirty water on others casually." Zhang Yanlan snorted coldly. "Who cares about your things? Besides, how much are these things worth? If you can afford to live in this place, why do you care about these little things? If they are broken, can't I just buy you a replacement? It's not worth much, maybe about 300,000 yuan, just the cost of a meal." "What?" Zhang Yanlan almost dropped the necklace in her hand when she heard that. She then lifted the necklace up and examined it carefully in the sunlight. "This broken thing actually costs more than 300,000? You're asking for such a high price. Can you provide some evidence? Believe it or not, that thing has a certificate. If you guys are not careful, I'm not such a hard-talking person. I'll give you 20% off the compensation amount. How about that? You must be joking." Zhang Yanlan put the thing back with a curse. Although her eyes often fell on the necklace, she never put her hands on it again. She even just looked at the other ornaments. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingde were not in the mood to care about these uninvited guests, but when there were guests at home, they should always entertain them. Although they had asked the housekeeper to find a chef to prepare the meal, Lin Yuan and the others did these miscellaneous tasks in order to avoid sitting outside and listening to Lin Pengpeng's family quarreling, so as not to give Lin Pengpeng a chance to talk to them. After all, this group of people who come here for no reason have come from afar, so how could they come here just for a simple greeting or two? As expected. When Lin Yuan and Mu Qingde were taking a break inside, they heard the noise coming from outside. "Brother, your place looks pretty big. Is it comfortable to live in?" Lin Bohu said, "Everywhere is a place to live, it's just a blessing to entrust children and grandchildren." Zhang Yanlan chimed in, "Your Lin Yuan is really successful. Not only did he find a good wife, but he also brought you all into this big house." "That's great." Lin Bohu and Lu Xiaoman responded with little interest. Lin Pengpeng realized that her uncle and aunt didn't want to communicate much with them, so she winked at her parents. Seeing this, Zhang Yanlan quickly said, "Bohu, this is what happened. We came in to look for you. Actually, there is one more thing I want to ask Lin Yuan for help with." Lin Bohu did not answer, clearly showing that he did not want to care about this matter, but Zhang Yanlan seemed to be oblivious to other people's expressions, and she kept talking with her mouth open. "My daughter invested in a project of my son-in-law before.
It's only been a month, and she has made 50,000 yuan. Then I thought that Lin Yuan must have some spare money. Let's invest together. I don't want your extra money.
Just give us a percentage of the dividends.
I only told you about this great opportunity of making money while lying at home. Don't say that we, as elders, didn't take care of you.
Just when Lin Bohu was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Yuan's voice.
I don't agree. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, not knowing when Lin Yuan came over.
Lin Yuan felt something was wrong when he heard Jiang Yanglan's words. Just from what he heard, he realized that these people had no good intentions. Jiang Yanglan felt a little embarrassed when she heard Lin Yuan's words, and she didn't even have time to close her half-open mouth.
You didn't even listen to me. What are you disagreeing with?
Jiang Yanglan wanted to refute, but the words became smaller and smaller as she spoke, until finally there was no sound at all.
Auntie, this money is in my pocket. Do I need to ask for your permission beforehand to decide how to use it?
Jiang Yanglan knew she was in the wrong and did not respond to Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan took another look and found that the people in front of him all had strange expressions and seemed to have no good intentions. He even wondered if it was necessary to eat this meal. Just at this moment, the chef came out and reminded everyone.
Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, lunch is ready. You can come in and eat now.
As soon as he finished speaking, he found that the atmosphere in the living room seemed to be deadlocked. Then she tactfully continued with what she had just said.
Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, if you don't want to eat so soon, I'll go over and cover the dishes so they don't get cold.
Lin Yuan did not say anything, but instead gave the right to speak to Lin Bohu. After all, here, Lin Bohu is the head of the family.
Lin Bohu saw what Lin Yuan meant and said slowly, let's eat first.
Don't waste the food that chef worked so hard to make.
Chapter 74.
People sat in the hall in groups of 3 or 4 and started to eat. On one side of the dining table is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, from which you can have an unobstructed view of the river outside. While Lin Pangpang and his family were eating, they all had some ulterior motives in their minds. If the food we had at Hanjiangting Hotel before was delicacies from land and sea, then what we had at Lin Yuan's house this time was like a full banquet. Not only are the ingredients better than those in the hotel, but even the environment is better than that in the hotel. It would be impossible to live in this place without a few small goals. Moreover, she saw that the property management of this place was even comparable to a nanny. As long as the owner asked, it seemed that nothing could be done.
Lin Pengpong was eating with her eyes rolling wildly. Tang Xiaojun next to her seemed to have noticed Lin Pengpong's thoughts.
The two of them put their feet under the tablecloth and made some sneaky movements. After 3 rounds of meals, the table was full of people eating. Even if Jiang Yanlan and Lin Hongfu wanted to eat as much as they could, they were limited by their appetites and basically gave up when they could not eat anymore.
Are you all full?
Lin Yuan glanced around the table.
If you are full, then we'll take it.
They had almost finished eating. If they hadn't had to wait for Lin Pangpang and the others, they would have taken a nap by now.
Jiang Yanlan looked at the table full of dishes and couldn't bear to see such good food wasted.
It would be a shame to waste such delicious food.
Shall we pack it up and take it back? She asked Lin Yuan for his opinion. Lin Yuan didn't say anything about this.
After all, if they kept the food they couldn't finish, they would have to throw it away. If they didn't give it to Jiang Yanlan to take it home, at least they could reduce the waste.
He turned around and asked the chef to bring a takeaway box. If that's not enough, there's more.
Oh, okay.
As soon as Jiang Yanlan got the packaging boxes, she packed some expensive ingredients into them frantically.
In the end, she filled 10 boxes. Except for some fruits and vegetables left on the table, all the other meats had been eaten up by Jiang Yanlan. Even the chef standing next to the table had his pupils dilated several times when he saw this scene. It was the first time he saw this scene. But this means he has to give up the effort of cleaning up the kitchen waste.
Lin Yuan waited until Jiang Yanlan had finished cleaning up the dishes before he asked, "Have you eaten and drunk enough? Sorry, I won't see you off."
When they heard Lin Yuan asking them to leave, their faces changed slightly.
Tang Xiaojun said awkwardly, "I just ate, can you sit down first?" Jiang Yanlan reacted immediately.
Yes, why are you in such a hurry?
We just had our fill and you're rushing us out. What's the matter? Do you dislike me and your uncle? How could that be? Auntie, you think too much. Lin Yuan smiled, how could I dislike you and uncle?
I'm just worried that you'll be too comfortable here,
so you can stay here for a few days. As you can see, my place is so small, and it's really hard to accommodate so many people.
Zhang Yanglan cursed Lin Yuan in her heart.
If this place is still considered small, then the place where they live can be called an ant-hole. On the surface, she still smiled and said, Lin Yuan, you think too much.
The main reason is that the food in your house is too delicious. Am I not full? Sit down, and leave. Then you guys just sit down and take your time. We are going to take a rest.
Lin Pengpeng and his group thought that Lin Yuan was just being polite, but they didn't expect that after he said that, they went back to their room and never came down again. Seeing this, Zhang Yanglan started wandering around. She originally wanted to walk to the place where Lin Yuan and others had just entered. As a result, when she just walked to the entrance, she instantly understood why Lin Yuan was so confident in letting them stay here. Because there is a door inside the house leading to the bedroom. The door needs an electronic fingerprint to open. At the same time, she also noticed that there were doors installed on more than one side. In fact, except for the living room and kitchen, every door had an electronic lock. Without a fingerprint or a password, it was impossible to enter other places.
Is Lin Yuan on guard against us?
Zhang Yanglan sat down on the soft sofa in a bad mood, saying dissatisfiedly, if this kid hadn't been lucky, how could he have such a house to live in? If it were you, if we hadn't helped his family back then, let alone now, he might have starved to death in the winter of that year.
Lin Hongfu frowned, you should talk less. Now that things have become like this, what can we do?
That's your brother, and you don't even know how to do some ideological work on him. Now you even want us, mother and daughter, to talk about him.
Tell me about you.
Zhang Yanglan only said a few words to Lin Hongfu, but didn't dare to say anything about him. Instead, she turned the topic to Lin Pengpeng.
Nyo, what do you think we should do now? After all, Lin Yuan is such a stingy guy, we can't go this trip without getting any money, right?
She also hoped to get money from Lin Yuan for investment, and then Tang Xiaojun would give them rebates.
I have no idea. Lin Pengpeng was in a very bad mood at the moment.
She originally thought that Lin Yuan was just generally rich, but now it seems that the extent of Lin Yuan's wealth has exceeded her imagination.
If she took all of Lin Yuan's money and invested it in Tang Xiaojun, wouldn't he make more money then?
Lin Pengpeng didn't want to see this situation, but she didn't want to earn less money. After thinking about it, Lin Pengpeng suddenly had an idea and a good answer appeared in her mind.
Mom, let's go back first. Lin Pengpeng's sudden proposal puzzled everyone around her. Zhang Yanglan asked hurriedly, Nyo, this money, we don't want it?
Lin Pengpeng looked at the tightly closed doors and said, even if we want it, they may not give it to us.
How can they lock the door like this at home?
In my opinion, Lin Yuan and the others probably don't want to give it to us today.
If we stay here any longer, won't it be boring for us?
Mom, I don't care.
I must get this money. Zhang Yanglan's attitude was very clear.
She had to get the money before she could leave. Otherwise, she would feel a little uncomfortable watching the duck in her mouth fly away.
Mom!
Lin Pengpeng sighed softly. Listen to me, they will definitely not be happy if so many of us come here to talk about money.
Wait a few days, maybe there will be a turnaround. Real?
There was a hint of disbelief in Zhang Yanglan's eyes. After all, they knew what kind of person Lin Yuan was.
If they couldn't get the money today, how could they get it later? Lin Pengpeng assured solemnly, really. Chapter 75. Zhang Yanglan and her friends finally left Lin Yuan's home after being persuaded by Lin Pengpeng.
As soon as they went out, the butler who had brought them up had been waiting for them at the door for a long time.
Everyone, Mr. Lin asked me to send a few of you out.
The butler spoke calmly, and no one could find anything wrong with him. Zhang Yanglan sneered and looked back at the Riverview room whose door was not completely closed.
He's smart.
The few of them left in a haughty manner, not knowing that after they left, all the doors that were originally equipped with electronic locks were no longer in alert mode. Lin Yuan heard a beeping sound outside, then he turned over and pressed Mu Qingda under him.
They're gone. I know. Mu Qingda looked up and saw Lin Yuan's malicious expression. What do you want to do in broad daylight? What are you doing? Fuck you, wife.
Lin Yuan's low and hoarse voice reached Mu Qingda's eardrums, making her feel a little itchy. She reached out and covered Lin Yuan's mouth. Mom and Dad are still out, and
I'm on my period, so I can't. Ah, no way.
When Lin Yuan heard the news, it was like a bolt from the blue. He hugged Mu Qingda's waist with some disappointment.
This thing is really annoying. This is a normal physiological phenomenon.
Instead of thinking about sex every day, you might as well think about what to do with the tens of millions you invested before.
Muchinga's tone became more tender. Dad has been chasing me recently and asked me to persuade you. He said that if you regret it now, he can help you get most of the money back. What do you think?
Lin Yuan lingered in front of Muchinga for a while, and finally had to let go reluctantly and lay down beside her.
What else can I think? Didn't I tell you that money given out is like water spilled out? There's no reason to take it back.
Besides, you know how much money your husband has.
This amount of money is nothing. Look how proud you are. Muchinga pinched Lin Yuan's waist. How could I not know this? The point is that Dad doesn't know.
I can't reveal your secrets to others, but Dad always feels uneasy after taking your money. Lin Yuan smiled wickedly.
Then let's take more shares, so that the subsidiary will be yours. Even if I don't do this, the company is still mine. My wife is so wise. Don't give me that. Muchinga looked at Lin Yuan's joking expression and immediately stopped him from doing so. She said seriously, are you planning to invest all your money in this? Of course not.
I'm not stupid, and I know that you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket. I've already taken out some of the money to invest in other projects, and the momentum is pretty good now. Lin Yuan spoke vaguely and did not make it clear, but it at least let Muchinga know that he had the ability to make money. After all, investing is all about luck.
If you are lucky and catch the trend, how much money you make will be determined by the market.
Moreover, after a period of time, when the system's investment limit is increased, his subsequent investment amount will also increase tenfold. A steady flow of money will always attract other people's attention, but if you are prepared in advance, people who know about it will at most sigh that they are lucky, and as for other things, no one will think much about it.
Muchinga was very satisfied after hearing what Lin Yuan said. That's more like it. I thought you were just going to throw money into your father's bottomless pit. Then I am willing to spend money on my father-in-law. You. When Muchinga was about to get angry, Lin Yuan immediately tried to coax her.
After all, my father-in-law is willing to marry his beautiful daughter to me, so it's only right that I spend some money on him. Facing Lin Yuan's kiss, Muchinga surrendered in a few seconds, and her breathing became rapid.
The other side.
Lin Pengpeng and his group were sent to the gate of the park. The butler bowed slightly and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry I can't see you off. Take care." After saying that, he drove away without caring about the reactions of Lin Pengpeng and his group.
What's so great about that?
Zhang Yanlan looked at the car driving away and took a breath of exhaust fumes, which choked her and caused her to cough.
Ahem.
I'm working as a housekeeper for someone else, but you're acting so arrogant.
Ahem.
I'm just trying to show off to others. Lin Pengpeng, who was standing next to her, felt a little embarrassed when she heard what Zhang Yanlan said.
Mom, please stop talking.
Lin Pengpeng grabbed Zhang Yanlan and prepared to take her away from this place.
Who knew that Zhang Yanlan would break free from Lin Pengpeng's hand in an instant? Nyo, didn't we come here to ask Lin Yuan to invest in Shijuan's project? Now we haven't even received the money, why are we leaving?
When Tang Xiaojun heard this, he quickly followed suit. Yes, Pengpeng, don't forget the purpose of our coming here this time, which is to ask your cousin to invest in my project.
The kickback issue can be discussed.
By then, let alone 1 point, if your cousin can invest more in us, I can help you get 2 points of share.
Zhang Yanglan's eyes sparkled when she heard this. Nyo, did you hear that?
Ren Xiaojun can give us 2 points, how much money would that be?
Even Lin Hongfu, who is usually taciturn, showed some emotion on his face.
Nyo, your mother and I think you need to give this matter more consideration.
I heard it.
Lin Pengpeng was a little helpless and held Zhang Yanglan's hand.
But now Lin Yuan is unwilling to invest. It's no use for us to stay here.
Instead of basking in the sun here, we might as well go home and think about how to make Lin Yuan give in. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Tang Xiaojun still asked Lin Pengpeng with some hope.
Pengpeng, why don't you go ask again? Maybe now that we are out of people, your cousin might agree. Let's talk about it later. Lin Pengpeng didn't want to continue this topic with them now. Let's go back first. There's no point in talking about this now. We've already gotten out. We can't possibly go back again.
Tang Xiaojun originally wanted to struggle, but seeing that Zhang Yanlan and Lin Hongfu both listened to Lin Pengpeng, he had to leave in disappointment.
Well, let's go back first. He drove out of the park somewhat reluctantly, but when he passed by, he glanced reluctantly at the simply decorated house in front of him, with nostalgia in his eyes. But in the end he withdrew his gaze, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove the BMW away from this place. Chapter 76. The office building is on the 17th floor. Lin Yuan took Muchinga to visit the new company's office space. Is the decoration okay? Muchinga walked here and there, inspecting the results of the renovation. Before she could say anything, the contractor following behind her couldn't help but speak out. Mrs. Lin, our decoration is the best in the industry, there will definitely be no flaws. Lin Yuan stopped the contractor's behavior. It's okay. My wife is just taking a look and won't find fault. Hearing this, the contractor heaved a sigh of relief and explained, Boss Lin, don't blame me for being too talkative. I'm doing this for the sake of my subordinates. After all, some people are too picky and scare everyone. I still have dozens or hundreds of people waiting for the final payment to eat, and I really can't stand it. Lin Yuan had risen from the bottom of society, so he naturally understood the significance of money to the working people. But this does not mean that he will unconditionally favor some so-called disadvantaged groups. If you do a good job, we will not say anything, and the final payment will be made according to the contract procedures. But if you don't do a good job, don't blame us for being picky. The contractor smiled. That's natural. Muchinga walked around in the brand new venue, while Lin Yuan and several men including the contractor followed behind her. Finally, Muchinga nodded. No problem, sign it. Okay. The contractor was a little surprised to see Lin Yuan's serious expression change. Before he could react, Lin Yuan had already returned the signed document to the contractor. Okay, the finance department will transfer the money to you when the tailings are paid. Okay. Thank you. I pay the money, you do the work, and we are all in a cooperative relationship. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling the contractor and others to withdraw first. Upon seeing this, several people looked at each other, immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant, and hurriedly took their own people away. Wife, are you satisfied with this? Satisfy. Before Muchinga could finish her words, she felt a heat behind her. Someone was approaching her shamelessly in broad daylight. As soon as she turned around, her lips met Lin Yuan's. Now that the patch has been put on, it is natural that you will have to suck it. Lin Yuan kissed the person in his arms until his legs became weak before he stopped. So, are you satisfied with this? Muchinga's eyes were filled with mist, and there was still some lust in her eyes that had not yet dissipated. Her cherry-like lips were still sheen-colored. She glared at Lin Yuan with angry eyes. After seeing that there was no one around, she was relieved, but she pinched Lin Yuan's waist and said with a warning, we are still outside. I know. The surveillance cameras haven't been installed yet. And I've called everyone out. Muchinga rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan. Is that the point? Of course not. I know you are shy, so I sent them all out on purpose. Muchinga was speechless and simply ignored Lin Yuan and left. Lin Yuan looked at Muchinga's angry back, lowered his head and smiled, then took out his mobile phone and transferred the 10 million this time into Mu Ziyuan's account. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Mu Ziyuan and receiving a cashback of 100 million. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the investment limit task. The investment limit has increased by 100 million. Gain ability value plus 5. Open the hidden task, invest 5 times and you will get a mysterious gift package dropped by the system. Lin Yuan looked at the last line of words and asked the system. What's in the mysterious gift package? System, the secret cannot be revealed. Have to. Lin Yuan didn't expect the system to tell him what was inside, but from the looks of it, it didn't seem like a loss. If the contents of this gift package are beyond his expectations, it might be of great help. At the same time, Lin Pengpeng took out all her money. This is an investment by Lin Yuan and I. Lin Pengpeng also threw in the money she earned last time. Tang Xiaojun, who was sitting opposite her, sat up suddenly from his chair when he heard Lin Yuan's name. Your cousin also invested in this project of mine? Lin Pengpeng responded a little unnaturally, yeah. My baby, you are so awesome. As he said that, Tang Xiaojun kissed Lin Pengpeng on the face, and then he checked the balance in the card with great interest. After seeing the balance displayed clearly, his expression became a little strange. Only 200,000 in total? What this means is that it is too little. Tang Xiaojun couldn't understand it.
Judging from Lin Yuan's style, no matter how stingy he was, he wouldn't be so stingy.
Well, my cousin said that he doesn't really believe in your ability, and he just threw a random sum of money at me to get rid of me.
If you can show him your sincerity, he might slowly invest more money in it. Lin Pingping's tone became more determined as she spoke. After all, he won't just listen to my one-sided words and throw a few million into your project, right?
Tang Xiaojun thought about it carefully and felt that what Lin Pingping said made sense. That's right. After all, your cousin and I are not familiar with each other. However, he took the bank card. After a while, he will know the goodness of my project. Seeing this, Lin Pingping smiled and said, "Then baby, you should show more sincerity, right?" "That's what you said." Tang Xiaojun hugged Lin Pingping tightly. "Why are you so nice to me? It's really my blessing to have a partner like you."
As they were talking, the two of them rolled together like dry firewood in raging fire, gasping for breath. After the shot, Tang Xiaojun rested for a short while before pulling up his pants and preparing to leave.
"Where are you going?" Lin Pingping was lying on the bed, talking lazily. She was tortured so badly by Tang Xiaojun that she didn't even have the strength to sit up.
Tang Xiaojun tied his pants and said, "I will give the money to the company now, and I will get the dividend at the end of the month. Otherwise, if I miss it today, I will have to wait until next month to get the money."
"Is that so?"
Lin Pingping's voice gradually became weaker. "Then you go quickly, I'll sleep at home for a while."
"Yeah."
After Tang Xiaojun put on his clothes, he did not forget to kiss Lin Pingping on the forehead.
"Then I'm off." "Well, have a nice trip."
Lin Pingping was lying on the bed with her ears perked up, listening to the noises around her. She only came out of the quilt after the noises died down. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly beeped. Lin Pingping picked up the phone and found that it was a message from the bank.
"Dear Ms. Lin, your balance has been fully withdrawn. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. I wish you a happy life." Chapter 77.
After the MCN company was approved, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge began to work on the preliminary preparations for the new company. The increase in the system's investment amount means that the available working capital will also increase exponentially. With financial support, Lin Yuan felt free to do things. From personnel configuration to tables, chairs and benches, almost everything is arranged to the best specifications. After all, the boss is rich and powerful, so no matter how much money is spent, it is just a small amount. The most important thing is to improve the quality of the company, which is Lin Yuan's top priority. Mu Qingge looked at the bills that grew like running water every day, and for a moment she didn't know how to react to Lin Yuan. Although the family had some money, no matter how rich they were not minors and could not withstand Lin Yuan's efforts. However, when she looked at Lin Yuan's expression, every time she wanted to say something, she had to swallow it back.
After all, this is Lin Yuan's money. He is free to do whatever he wants with it.
As for me, I am not attracted to Lin Yuan just because of this little money. Thinking of this, Mu Qingge followed Lin Yuan. After taking care of some trivial matters at hand, Lin Yuan walked to Mu Qingge's side.
"What's wrong?
You look so confused."
"Is it because I didn't arrange it well enough?" Mu Qingge shook his head upon hearing this.
"No, you arranged it very well.
But you don't look very happy, honey." Mu Qingge glanced at Lin Yuan. "You ask even though you already know the answer."
Lin Yuan grabbed his hair and smiled.
"I'm thinking about our future. After all, these things are not disposable. If used properly, we can earn multiples of the income.
I don't know how long I'll have to wait."
"There will always be one." With Lin Yuan's strong support, Ziyuan Hongtu is also thriving. After paying off the previous penalty, Mu Ziyuan demonstrated his abilities.
First, a major reorganization of the personnel within the group was carried out to kick out the bad apples, and then a large-scale recruitment was carried out, which was considered a complete change of blood for Ziyuan Hongtu. Since then, Ziyuan Hongtu has thrown away its previous decline, and violently and savagely tore into the market, occupying a place in the market at the fastest speed. Although we have not returned to our peak yet, we have recovered 50% of our business.
Mu Ziyuan was happy, but also a little worried.
After all, everything that Ziyuan Hongtu has now is due to the 30 million yuan invested by Lin Yuan.
If it weren't for Lin Yuan's help, his company might have closed down months ago. He really could do nothing about Lin Yuan.
Before I could even finish what I was saying, he had already sent the new company over to me, under the pretext of asking me to keep an eye on it.
Mu Ziyuan didn't see anyone, so he could only sign the contract first and planned to talk to Lin Yuan later.
Who would have known that before he could leave, Lin Yuan came to him on his own initiative.
Father-in-law, long time no see.
Lin Yuan came in with lots of bags. If this place wasn't the president's office, he would have thought he had mistakenly entered a vegetable market.
Mu Ziyuan put down the pen in his hand, frowned slightly and asked, "Why are you here?"
Xinga and I just passed by a stall and thought the watermelons they sold were pretty good, so we brought them over for you to try.
While Lin Yuan was speaking, Mu Qingge walked in holding a bowl of sliced watermelon.
It's quite good, Dad, do you want to try it?
Mu Ziyuan looked at Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge, and didn't know what to say for a moment.
Is this still his well-behaved and sensible daughter?
Mu Ziyuan finally managed to squeeze out only one sentence.
There are so many, I can't finish them.
Not all of it is for you.
Mu Qingge rolled her eyes and said in a coquettish voice, I'll ask my assistant to take it down and share it among the employees.
After all, happiness is better shared than happiness alone.
How come my well-behaved, sensible and obedient little girl has changed?
Mu Ziyuan once again sighed in his heart.
Play is play, noise is noise,
Mu Ziyuan coughed lightly and said seriously.
Tell me, what do you want to do today?
Dad, look at what you said.
Mu Qingge sat down slowly. Lin Yuan and I came here to tell you the news of the company's completion.
We are still recruiting staff and so on.
At the end of next month, it will be officially operational.
If the company needs any money at that time, Boss Lin will pay for it.
As he spoke, Mu Qingge patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder.
Mu Ziyuan's face looked a little ugly when he heard this, and he looked at Lin Yuan. Are you really going to keep this company going?
Why not?
Lin Yuan threw the question back. It's better to keep the money in the family, and if it succeeds, isn't it better than putting it in the bank and earning interest?
Father-in-law, you are in advertising, so you must understand the effect of an internet celebrity with traffic on a product. Although there are no limitations for celebrities to enter the industry, as long as they are good-looking and have some public relations marketing, becoming famous is not a problem. The problem is that this low threshold to entry can become a criticism of the profession. If they fail to produce high-quality works, they will not be able to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry and will soon be forgotten by the market.
But the model of internet celebrities is different.
Although both models are driven by traffic, for internet celebrities, as long as they do their essential work well, they don't need to go through the trouble of finding a venue to perform or joining a group.
To be an internet celebrity, you only need a mobile phone.
Live broadcast can be carried out anytime and anywhere as long as there is an internet connection, which greatly reduces the limitations of degree and venue.
After listening to Lin Yuan's words, Mu Ziyuan did not rush to deny his opinion.
He pondered for a while and looked up at Lin Yuan again.
Then it may take a long time for you to come up with anything?
Lin Yuan curled his lips and smiled. What I lack the most is luck. Ever since he encountered the system, he felt that his luck could not be described as extremely good, but could only be described as off the charts. If someone like me who possesses the power of golden finger money can't make it, then the world might as well be destroyed.
Mu Ziyuan also laughed.
Young people, you are just full of youth and vigor.
Don't regret it when you lose all your money.
Lin Yuan didn't explain too much.
It's okay. Young people always have to try.
Mu Qingge felt uncomfortable watching the two people talking in a riddle, but when she thought of Mu Ziyuan's look of enjoying the show, she decided to keep the matter secret. After all, Mu Ziyuan has always been the most authoritative person in her heart, but if Mu Ziyuan could suffer some loss, she would still be happy to see it.
Chapter 78.
Lin Pengpeng is packing her luggage.
It's time to work on the farm in the countryside again.
Zhang Yanlan and Lin Hongfu are unwilling to give up the harvest from the fields, and they wanted Lin Pengpeng to ask Tang Xiaojun if he could drive them back home. But Tang Xiaojun declined Zhang Yanglan's request on the grounds of being busy with work. Lin Pengpeng had no choice but to book a car for her parents.
Mom, have you packed everything?
After Lin Pengpeng finished arranging the things in front of her, she did not forget to ask Zhang Yanlan to check if there was anything missing.
I've checked it. Don't worry, I've put it away.
Zhang Yanlan walked out of the room, carrying a bag of things in her hands.
You and Xiaojun can stay here peacefully. Don't worry about things at home. We will take care of it.
Lin Pengpeng remained silent and helped Zhang Yanlan carry the luggage and put it in the trunk of the car. When most of the things were moved, Zhang Yanlan held Lin Pengpeng's hand and persuaded her earnestly, "Nyo, just live a good life with Xiaojun.
We are at home." Lin Pengpeng lowered her head and replied sullenly, "I know. You. Jiang Yanglan wanted to say something more, but at this moment, the driver of the car parked nearby honked the horn a few times impatiently and shouted out the window, "Are you still leaving? If you don't leave, you'll have to pay more." In this way, Jiang Yanlan had to leave unsaid what she had not said. "Nyo, take care of yourself, and don't worry too much about your father and me." Lin Pengpeng nodded and watched the car leave. Boom boom. The car's engine started. Jiang Yanlan rolled down the car window and waved to Lin Pengpeng. "Okay, go back quickly. We two old guys don't need you to send us off. Remember to live a good life with Xiao Jun." "Yeah." Jiang Yanlan nodded desperately, tears still welling up in her eyes. After a while, the car disappeared from her sight. On the other side, Lin Yuan was sitting in a room. Sitting with him were several other people dressed differently. At this moment, an assistant pushed the door open. "Boss Lin, we can start now." Lin Yuan then slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Then let's start." "Okay." The assistant received the order and stepped out. Then, after the noise outside died down, the door was pushed open again. However, the people who came in this time were not people in business suits, but people in white t-shirts and black pants. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that the people in front of him, both men and women, had delicate makeup on their faces. After taking a quick look, he scribbled something on the paper and said, "Take off your makeup." This. The people in front of him didn't understand Lin Yuan's approach. After all, they had used all their own unique skills to put on this decisive makeup, but after just a while, they asked others to remove their makeup. This is simply too much. Seeing that no one had the slightest bit of execution when he finished speaking, Lin Yuan said, "If you can't accept it, just turn right when you get out of the door." Several people looked at each other, but no one moved. For them, the company in front of them is their last chance, not only because they can get care from their boss here, but also because the benefits here are better than those in other companies. Once you are selected, even if you can't make a name for yourself, the guaranteed salary and benefits provided by the company are better than some white-collar workers sitting in the office, and the work is even easier. If you miss this opportunity today, you may never find such a good job next time. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Yuan continued. "Since you're not leaving, start removing your makeup." Lin Yuan winked at the side, and the assistant beside him saw it and quickly stuffed the makeup remover cotton prepared in advance into their hands. Those who are aware have already started to remove their makeup, while those who are not aware are still watching and seem a little hesitant. But when they see that everyone around them has removed their makeup, even the hesitant ones have to grit their teeth and remove their makeup. All the white cotton pads were smudged into various colors. Only when there was no more color left on his face did Lin Yuan have the makeup remover tools removed. "Don't worry, everyone. Your makeup is not wasted. When you came in just now, I already gave you impression points. The next step is to see your base color. After all, you are internet celebrities. You must unconditionally accept our packaging of you." While Lin Yuan was explaining, several judges had already evaluated and scored their appearance, figure, etc., and all the final data was gathered in Lin Yuan's hands. Further down, it's the regular talent show. Lin Yuan was not an expert in this area, he simply watched without making too many comments. As time passed slowly, everyone's personal strengths were revealed one by one. He originally thought that most of these people were half-baked laymen, but he never expected that there were actually a few promising talents from art academies among them. If they can be nurtured, maybe one of them will become famous. But he did not reveal his thoughts, but looked at it calmly, as if he was here just for the sake of formality. After everyone has finished introducing themselves, the assistant comes out to take charge of the situation. "Thank you for coming here. We are currently counting the results and will send them to your mobile phones via text message. Please go back." Upon hearing this, everyone turned around and left. Lin Yuan was sitting nearby, and did not forget to report today's results to Mu Qingge. "Lin Yuan, wife, I have a feeling that there will be a hit product among our group." After a while, Mu Qingge replied. "Mu Qingge, so confident? I just looked at the candidates today and haven't decided yet." "Lin Yuan, some things only require one look to know." Mu Qingge looked at the sly expression on the screen and couldn't help laughing. Even through the screen, she could imagine what Lin Yuan's expression was like on the other side of the screen. After a pause, she found a come-on pattern in the emoticon map and sent it to Lin Yuan. "Mu Qingge, I believe in you, work hard and strive to achieve a small income goal." Lin Yuan, "Okay. My dear wife." When Lin Yuan was laughing happily, the person next to him reminded him. Boss Lin, the list is out.
Ah.
Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he coughed lightly, put his phone in his pocket, and said seriously, "Is it out? Show me the list." He glanced over the list handed to him, an amused expression on his face. Chapter 79. Since Jian Yanglan and the others went back, Lin Pengpeng stayed alone in the house she rented temporarily. While she was concerned about her dividends every day, she also did not forget to care about Lin Yuan's recent situation, fantasizing that she would have the opportunity to get it from Lin Yuan. She had tried to ambush Lin Yuan several times, but each time ended in failure. Because Lin Yuan's recent schedule was very full, she saw Lin Yuan from a distance several times. Just when she wanted to go, Lin Yuan had already driven away and didn't notice her existence at all. Seeing this, Lin Pengpeng could only feel that she had bad luck, and then waited anxiously for the next opportunity to meet Lin Yuan. After all, she had lied to Tang Xiaojun before, claiming that Lin Yuan gave her the money for investment. It is still easy now since it has just begun, and Tang Xiaojun can't notice any unusual changes. But if time goes on for a long time, he will always notice something wrong. By then, his path to wealth may be cut off by Lin Yuan. Lin Pengpeng would never allow this to happen. Therefore, her top priority is to get the money from Lin Yuan before the next investment. This way, she can prove the boast she made in front of Tang Xiaojun last time. In this way, she can also get the dividends from the money invested by Lin Yuan. When the time comes, the money I invested plus the dividends Tang Xiaojun promised me would add up to a considerable sum. As the end of the month was getting closer, Lin Pengpeng still had no solution, but she could only cover up Tang Xiaojun's questions after each sex out of guilt. After several times, Lin Pengpeng made up her mind to find Lin Yuan and have a good talk. So, she began to look for Lin Yuan's whereabouts, hoping to get the upper hand over the water. But who knew that while investigating, she unexpectedly discovered a big secret. Lin Yuan actually invested in and established a company. Although judging from the perspective of the pictures leaked online, it was obviously a secretly taken photo. After all, the people and scenes in the picture were all blurred, but Lin Pengpeng still recognized it at a glance. The person sitting in the center of the seat was Lin Yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Pengpeng immediately went to Tianyan to check the information of this company. In the column of legal holder, the name written was not Lin Yuan's, but Mu Ziyuan's. But doesn't Mu Ziyuan have no money? Layer upon layer of doubt surged into Lin Pengpeng's heart. The more she thought about it, the more an incredible conclusion emerged in her mind. Could it be that this is really Lin Yuan's money? MCN Company. The personnel have been selected, and the training teachers have also placed them under closed management for a period of time. During this period, the company's internal affairs also began to develop slowly. Official company accounts have quietly appeared on major social media platforms, and various internet celebrity accounts are ready to go. The accounts are being operated by dedicated people and can be put into use directly when the time is right. Although Lin Yuan had previously handed the company over to Mu Ziyuan for management. But at this moment, Ziyuan Hongtu was also very busy, so Lin Yuan took over all the tasks. It won't be too late to hand over the management to Mu Ziyuan after the company's unstable period is over. As Lin Yuan was thinking this, he was brought back to his senses by a knock on the door. He looked up and found that it was the assistant who came in. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan asked, putting away the documents he had just read. The assistant said, "Boss Lin, there is someone who claims to be your cousin waiting for you at the front desk." "Not see." Lin Yuan refused without even thinking about it. He knew very well what Lin Pengpeng's family was thinking. They had no good intentions in the first place, and now they came to him on their own initiative. It couldn't be a good thing either. "Okay." The assistant didn't ask any more questions and just turned and left. Watching his assistant leave, Lin Yuan turned on his computer and switched to the internal system monitoring to check the situation outside. As expected, Lin Pengpeng was standing at the front desk in a gorgeous outfit, with all the famous brands stacked all over her body. If he didn't know what kind of person Lin Pengpeng was, he might have thought she was a socialite from some family who was out for a stroll. But Lin Yuan looked at the clothes on Lin Pengpeng and was lost in thought for a few seconds. Is Lin Pengpeng on the list of rich people again? She actually spent so much money to transform herself. Regardless of whether the things she was wearing were genuine or fake, no matter which one it was, the entire outfit from head to toe would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Could it be that her boyfriend bought it for him? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan recalled the strange man he saw at home that day. No matter how you look at it, the man doesn't look like a rich man, and he looks shifty and doesn't look like a good person at first glance. After a while, the assistant who had just left the office walked to the front desk. He relayed Lin Yuan's words to Lin Pengpeng. Lin Pengpeng, who was originally gentle and generous, lost her composure the next second and became a little agitated. Lin Yuan didn't want to hear the quarrel outside, so he turned off the sound of the surveillance video from the beginning. From the video, it can be seen that Lin Pengpeng first pointed at and cursed the assistant and the front desk staff, and then wanted to throw a tantrum at the front desk. However, before she could act on her behavior, the company's security guard came over and stood next to Lin Pengpeng. The security guards didn't say anything, just stood quietly on both sides of Lin Pengpeng. If Lin Pengpeng behaved inappropriately, they would ask this disorderly woman to leave immediately. Lin Yuan picked up the cup on the table, took a sip of water slowly, and then watched Lin Pengpeng seem to be embarrassed in the crowd for a while, and finally left unwillingly, backing down when faced with difficulties. When leaving, Lin Yuan saw Lin Pengpeng's mouth opening and closing several times, and no one knew what she was saying. However, this is no longer within Lin Yuan's management scope. After all, there is no need for him to waste time on Lin Pengpeng. Lin Pengpeng, who was leaving Lin Yuan's company, turned around unconvinced and looked at the beautifully decorated door, feeling a little resentful. "You are so good, Lin Yuan, I clearly saw you go in, but you still hid from me. Since you are so rich, why don't you give us a little? We are still your relatives." After complaining a few words in her heart, Lin Pengpeng suddenly laughed crazily. "Just wait, isn't it just money? I won't ask you to borrow money. When I get the money, I'll see how arrogant you can be." Chapter 80. Just at the end of the month, when Lin Pengpeng was still lying in bed, there was a knock on the door. "Who is it, so early in the morning?" Lin Pengpeng climbed up from the bed reluctantly. When she reached the entrance, she first stood on tiptoe and looked through the peephole at what was happening outside the door. After she found that it was Tang Xiaojun standing outside the door, she quickly opened the door. "Why are you here so early?" Lin Pengpeng was still a little confused after just waking up, but she also knew the purpose of Tang Xiaojun coming to her today. Tang Xiaojun hugged Lin Pengpeng and walked in, and did not forget to wipe Lin Pengpeng's face. Lin Pengpeng was completely awakened from the sleepiness in her mind by this movement. "Stop it!" She stopped Tang Xiaojun's actions so early in the morning. "Why did you come here so early today?" Tang Xiaojun did not answer Lin Pengpeng's words, but just moved forward. "Let me kiss you first." Lin Pengpeng was originally unwilling to let Tang Xiaojun do this, but as a woman, she was no match for Tang Xiaojun in terms of strength. After struggling for a while, she could only let Tang Xiaojun pick her. Only when Tang Xiaojun looked satisfied did Lin Pengpeng push Tang Xiaojun away. "Because if I don't push him away, I will be tormented by this man until noon. Let's talk about business first." Lin Pengpeng tidied up her messy pajamas on her chest to prevent some people from losing control of themselves. Then she sat on the sofa and poured a glass of water for Tang Xiaojun. Tang Xiaojun was feeling a little thirsty, so he drank the water in front of him and felt a little relieved. "The project funds have come in." Tang Xiaojun felt in his shirt pocket and took out a bank card. "There are 300,000 in it." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Pengpeng. 300,000? Shouldn't it be 400,000, or even more? Last time, the 50,000 was able to double, so why is it only half this time? Lin Pengpeng thought there was something wrong with her ears and she had heard it wrong, so she quickly asked Tang Xiaojun again. "That's right." Tang Xiaojun said calmly, "The project's profits are sometimes more, sometimes less. This is a very normal phenomenon. If you don't accept it, you can just put the money in the bank." Lin Pengpeng was about to explain when she suddenly remembered that the money was invested in the name of Lin Yuan. She coughed lightly. "Your project only makes a small profit. How do you want me to explain this to my cousin? Do you think he will invest more money in the future?" When Tang Xiaojun heard Lin Yuan's name, his face changed slightly, but he still maintained his original expression. "I've said before that the return on investment projects is uncertain. After all, projects also fluctuate with market fluctuations. If the market is good, you will make more money, but if the market is bad, the profit is really limited." After hearing what Tang Xiaojun said, even if Lin Pengpeng wanted to refute, she didn't know where to start. After all, what he said was not wrong. Investment is not like salary, which remains unchanged. It is just the difference between earning a little more or a little less.
From her point of view, she naturally hopes that she can make more and more money. Once it is lower than the multiple of the last time, she will only feel that she has earned less money. Just based on this point, she feels that she has lost money.
Lin Pengpeng bit her lip and said, "What about next month? How much can I earn next month?"
That's hard to say. Tang Xiaojun glanced at Lin Pengpeng, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep puff, and then slowly said, "Why don't you ask your cousin if he still wants to invest? You only have such a small profit, I'm afraid he won't appreciate it." Lin Pengpeng tried her best to avoid Tang Xiaojun's sight and told lies. Tang Xiaojun blinked, spread out his hands and placed them on the sofa behind him. The smoke from the cigarette was inhaled into his mouth and then came out of his nose. The capital pool is so small, it's unlikely to leverage more money.
If you can convince your cousin to invest more money, I can get you more money.
After all, last time you got more money because a friend of mine invested 1 or 2 million. Unfortunately, this time, my friend suddenly needed money urgently and withdrew his investment, so you got less money. If I can get my cousin to invest more money in you, then the dividends will be higher.
That's natural.
After all, the more money you put in the bank, the more interest you get. The same goes for investment.
Lin Pengpeng's eyes rolled and she had another thought. Okay, then I'll go talk to my cousin.
As she spoke, she put the bank card that Tang Xiaojun had placed on the table into her pocket.
I'll ask again for you and try to get more money for you. Thank you, baby.
Tang Xiaojun smiled, with an elusive smile in his eyes. After seeing Tang Xiaojun off, Lin Pengpeng didn't hesitate for a moment and directly picked up her mobile phone to check the balance in her bank card.
Tens, hundreds, thousands, millions.
Lin Pengpeng placed her fingertips on the screen of the mobile phone and counted from the back of the numbers to the front.
A full 300,000.
She looked at the numbers on her phone in disbelief, and her breathing became rapid. Unexpectedly, in just 2 months, she actually made 300,000 yuan. Not only was he able to pay back the money he had previously borrowed from the bank, he even had an extra 100,000 yuan. When she was working before, she could only save less than 20,000 yuan a year by living frugally. She didn't expect that after following Tang Xiaojun, she could earn 20,000 yuan in a short period of time just by eating, drinking and having fun all day. This is undoubtedly a very good job for her. Even if she continued to do so, relying on such a small amount of money would eventually arouse Tang Xiaojun's suspicion, but she did not want to ask Lin Yuan for help.
That guy is sure that I have no money and won't lend me money. Why would I make myself miserable when I already have money?
But right now, this amount of money is really not enough. What other ways are there to get money? Lin Yuan's family's land deed had also been mortgaged, so it was impossible for her to take out her own family's land deed. After all, for rural people, land is everything to them. They can lose anything else, but they cannot lose their land. After thinking about it, Lin Pengpeng looked down at a functional partition on the mobile phone interface. The word loan above is particularly eye-catching. Lin Pengpeng clapped her hands and made the decision immediately.
You can go to the bank to get a loan yourself. This makes money quickly.
At the end of the month, when the dividend from Tang Xiaojun comes, I can pay it back and maybe have some money left. Thinking of this, Lin Pengpeng carried her bag, put on some beautiful makeup, and went out.
Chapter 81. River City Bank.
Lin Pengpeng walked into the bank lobby wearing a Hermes bag and high heels. The teller at the front door reception desk saw Lin Pengpeng and approached her courteously. "Hello, Mississippi.
What business do you want to handle?"
Lin Pengpeng pulled down his sunglasses slightly, looked around, and then slowly said, "Where is the place to apply for a loan?"
"Loan? Please come with me."
When the teller heard this, he immediately became excited and quickly led Lin Pengpeng to the lounge. After all, she can earn a lot of commission from a loan. When they arrived at the lounge, the teller first brought a glass of water and placed it in front of Lin Pengpeng, and then took out a stack of documents.
"I wonder how much loan you want, miss?" 200,000. The teller looked at Lin Pengpeng with a smile, and asked again with some uncertainty, 200,000? Lin Pengpeng nodded. She originally wanted to borrow more, but in view of the instability of the project invested by Tang Xiaojun, she felt that there was no need to take too big a risk at the beginning. In addition to the money she earned from the projects she invested in the past 2 months, she also had an investment capital of 500,000 yuan. When the investment returns come next month, the principal plus interest combined might be as much as 8 or 900,000. If 8 or 900,000 can be doubled, she will be a millionaire. When she thought of this, Lin Pengpeng's eyes hidden behind her sunglasses couldn't help but become excited. If it's 200,000, I need to check your bank statements. When the counter clerk said this again, her attitude was obviously not as good as before, but adhering to the principle of serving customers, she still looked at Lin Pengpeng with a smile. With just 200,000, the commission you can get is not that much. She originally thought she had encountered a big deal today, but she didn't expect it to be just a false promise. After this, her expectations suddenly dropped. When Lin Pengpeng heard this, she handed over her bank card. While she was waiting for the teller to check, she took out her cell phone and searched the internet for information about Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan's company. I didn't expect that this guy actually ran the company quite well. I heard that after their company's last recruitment, there were actually a few good talents who are now involved in other business cooperation, and the internet celebrities trained by their company are also gaining some popularity. As long as they are given more opportunities, maybe after a while, these people will become the new hot items. Being famous means that the bosses behind them will definitely make a fortune. When she thought of this, Lin Pengpeng felt very uncomfortable. She felt very unwilling. Why is it so easy for Lin Yuan to make money, while I have to beg from others for a little money? But what can we do? Lin Pengpeng gritted her teeth and her face suddenly darkened. The teller sitting opposite her did not notice Lin Pengpeng's mood changes at first. Miss, I have checked your bank statements. A loan of 200,000 is not a problem. According to your situation, you can borrow more money. Do you want to increase the loan limit? As she spoke, she looked up at Lin Pengpeng with anticipation. I originally wanted to persuade Lin Pengpeng to increase the loan amount, so that she could get more bonus this month. But what she didn't expect was that when she looked up, she would be met with Lin Pengpeng's ugly face, which scared her so much that she didn't dare to speak for a while. It was not until Lin Pengpeng woke up from her own world that she realized the person in front of her had been staring at her. Why are you looking at me? Lin Pengpeng asked, with a bit of displeasure between her eyebrows, and said in a bad attitude, Is there something dirty on my face? No. The teller waved his hands quickly and then explained again what he had just said. I have checked your bank statements. A loan of 200,000 yuan is not a problem. According to your situation, you can borrow more money. Do you want to increase the loan limit? Lin Pengpeng didn't think much about it and rejected the teller's suggestion. I only need 200,000 yuan. Please process it for me quickly. I need it urgently. Okay. The teller said nothing more and immediately started typing on the keyboard, printing out the draft contract. Please take a look at this contract first. If there are no major problems, please give me your ID card for registration. After the registration is completed, you can just sign it. Lin Pengpeng took a quick glance. She knew every word in the contract, but when they were put together, she felt that there was something wrong with her comprehension ability. The difficult clauses gave her a headache. However, she didn't want to be looked down upon by the teller in front of her, so she pretended to be serious and checked the pages one by one. Lin Pengpeng suppressed the sleepiness in her eyes, suppressed the urge to yawn, and blinked her red-rimmed eyes frantically. Okay, no problem, sign it. Okay. The teller put the contract and a copy of Lin Pengpeng's ID card together, then took out red clay and a pen, and asked Lin Pengpeng to sign her name and then put a fingerprint on her name. Looking at the red mud, Lin Pengpeng subconsciously refused. After all, this thing looks dirty. What if you get your hands dirty? Lin Pengpeng made a tisk sound. Why is there so much going on in such a small bank like yours? When I went to Longhua Bank before, I only needed to sign my name. The teller explained with a smile, It is precisely because our bank is small that the procedures are a little more complicated, but we can lend you more money, and the corresponding loan review process is much simpler than other banks. This is our advantage, so the signature is just to give each other a guarantee. Lin Pengpeng thought about it carefully and felt that what the teller said made sense, so she signed her name on the paper and sealed it. Looking at the bright red on her thumb and the newly audited 200,000 yuan, Lin Pengpeng was still a little dazed. Now I have 500,000 yuan. This is all your own money. When she thought of this, Lin Pengpeng's heart immediately swelled up. He still looked down on Lin Yuan in his heart. Isn't it just money? I have money too. Who cares about your little money? Lin Pengpeng picked up her bag, put on her high heels, and walked out with her head held high, her mind full of daydreams of becoming a millionaire. When she earns enough money, she can enter the upper-class society and maybe even meet some rich second generations. If she can join a wealthy family by then, there will be no room for Lin Yuan to be so arrogant. Chapter 82. The next day. After Lin Pengpeng got the money,
she did not plan to give it all to Tang Xiaojun immediately.
Instead, she became a little hesitant.
After all, this is 500,000 yuan, and she may not be able to earn this much money in her entire life.
How can you bear to go all in when it's not even warmed up?
Even if she couldn't make any money from the balance, she was willing to just watch it quietly. But there is also a downside to doing this. Every day when she wakes up, she subconsciously checks the balance in her account, and she can only breathe a sigh of relief after confirming that the money in it is correct. After several days of fear, Tang Xiaojun came to the door.
Pang Pang, open the door. It's me.
Tang Xiaojun knocked on the door hurriedly, his tone somewhat anxious. After a long time, there was some movement behind the door.
What? Lin Pangpong opened the door impatiently.
Her hair was still messy and she hadn't had time to take care of it. It was obvious that she had just gotten up.
What's up so early in the morning? You're still not awake?
Tang Xiaojun was a little stunned and forgot his primary mission here, and instead asked her first.
Lin Pangping thought the way this person spoke was a bit funny. It's my own home, so it doesn't matter how long I sleep, right? And, you didn't have any plans with me today, so why did you come here suddenly?
In Lin Pingping's impression, Tang Xiaojun came here more frequently only some time ago. Since then, he has been busy with his work and has come here less frequently. And every time he came, he just wanted to release his physical desire. As for other things, he never mentioned a word, so Lin Pingping had long been accustomed to Tang Xiaojun's elusive whereabouts. However, this was the first time that Tang Xiaojun came to him so anxiously. Thinking of this, there was a hint of mystery in Lin Pingping's eyes.
Baby, you have to help me.
Tang Xiaojun looked panicked, as if something had happened to him. Lin Pingping blinked, realizing that things might not be that simple, so she opened the door and let Tang Xiaojun in first.
If you have something to say, come in and talk about it.
Good. Lin Pingping looked at Tang Xiaojun sitting on the sofa and brought him a glass of water.
Tell me, what happened? Something went wrong with the investment.
Tang Xiaojun took a sip of water and looked at Lin Pingping.
Baby, have you asked your cousin? Is he still investing?
Lin Pingping lied without leaving any trace. I asked, and my cousin thinks your profit is too low, so he doesn't want to follow you anymore. Although her words contained some lies, they were not false. Because the profits of Tang Xiaojun's project were getting lower and lower, and she had seen some cases where people lost all their money.
What if this investment happens to coincide with this dangerous period? Wouldn't that crush her to death?
From a moral and logical point of view, Lin Pingping felt that it was always right for her to be more cautious.
Tang Xiaojun's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning, and then turned back to the troubled look he had when he came in just now. Can you ask your cousin again? Now this project is only short of 400,000 yuan, and we can enter the C round of financing.
When this round of financing is completed, we will be able to get more money.
Lin Pingping blinked and just repeated what she had just said.
You know, although my cousin is rich, he is not a fool.
He will not do something like this if he doesn't see any benefit.
As she spoke, Lin Pingping thought secretly in her heart. Fortunately, I did not act rashly and hand over the money, otherwise I might be the one who is at a loss now.
Tang Xiaojun wanted to say something but hesitated.
He opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. In the end, he had to give up.
Then will you still vote?
Tang Xiaojun took the opportunity to change the subject.
I have no money.
Lin Pingping waved her hand. You know, my parents went home to do farm work some time ago, and that also costs money. All the money was used for the family farm.
Okay.
Tang Xiaojun took a deep breath and tugged at the tie in front of him with one hand.
Do it?
Lin Pingping originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, she decided to stick with him. After all, Tang Xiaojun's skills were pretty good.
Good.
As soon as the curtains were drawn, the light in the room suddenly dimmed. When the passion reached its peak, Lin Pingping felt as if she was standing on the top of a cloud peak, and her entire consciousness began to become scattered. Then, she passed out. When I opened my eyes again, Tang Xiaojun was no longer by my side. She just wanted to get up, but she felt as if her body had been run over by wheels, and her whole body was about to fall apart. This man really didn't hold back when he attacked. Lin Pingping complained and stood up to clean the traces on her body, but she found a few drops of blood on her body.
She didn't care and just wiped the blood off with a tissue.
At this moment, the phone next to me rang with a ding-dong. Lin Pingping got up from the bed curiously and picked up her phone to see what was going on.
I opened my phone and saw that it was a message from Tang Xiaojun. Tang Xiaojun, at 7 o'clock in the evening, booth A3 of the Miao Tavern, I will introduce you to a great man. Lin Pengpeng took a quick glance, put her phone aside, and prepared to take a shower. She had heard of the name of the Miao Tavern. This is a high-end pub in Zhangcheng. People who can go in and consume usually have some money. After all, a glass of wine costs several hundred yuan, and not everyone can afford it. The big shot that Tang Xiaojun mentioned is most likely a wealthy man. When she thought of this, Lin Pengpeng's thoughts suddenly leaned towards the upper class. If I could get along well with this big shot, wouldn't it be just a matter of time before I could marry into a wealthy family? Although Tang Xiaojun is not bad, he is still a little poor. Lin Pengpeng began to daydream, and took out the perfume that she was reluctant to use from the cabinet, and kept spraying it on herself, trying to marinate herself with the flavor. After the process was completed, it was already afternoon. Lin Pengpeng looked at the time on her mobile phone. There was still some time before 7 o'clock, so she ordered some afternoon tea takeout. After having a simple meal, she changed into the clothes that Tang Xiaojun bought for her last time and prepared to go to the appointment. Before going out, she did not forget to check her makeup. Considering the dim color of the pub, she changed her lipstick to a dark red color that could attract men. In this way, even in a dim environment, she is absolutely sure that she can make the person on the other side fall in love with her. Chapter 83. Night is falling. The flashing lights of cars on the road added a touch of brightness to the dark twilight. At this time, a taxi stopped in front of an extremely luxurious pub. Compared with the scene of luxury cars on the opposite side, the taxi looks particularly shabby. Lin Pengpeng quickly paid the fare and got out of the car. His pace became faster and faster, as if he didn't want to tell others that he came here by taxi. As she walked inside, she saw Tang Xiaojun standing at the door waiting for her. Have you been waiting for a long time? Lin Pengpeng walked quickly towards Tang Xiaojun with a look of apology on her face. She originally wanted to come on time, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. Before going out, she took a special look at the traffic conditions, and only walked slowly after making sure she could catch up. Unexpectedly, we ended up getting stuck on the viaduct for nearly half an hour, so it was already late when we got here. Tang Xiaojun put away his phone. No, let's go in. Yeah. Lin Pengpeng knew that she had done something wrong, so she suppressed her temper and followed Tang Xiaojun in obediently. When she first stepped in, Lin Pengpeng's face showed a bit of surprise. I thought there would be deafening DJ music inside, but it was unexpectedly quiet. Except for some people who were laughing and chatting, the rest of the people were sitting properly. If she didn't know that this was a pub, she would even think it was a restaurant for meetings. While watching, Lin Pengpeng followed Tang Xiaojun's footsteps, passed through one booth after another, and came to the door of the box. There were two tall and mighty bodyguards standing at the door. Seeing this, Lin Pengpeng subconsciously dodged to the side. What's wrong? Tang Xiaojun noticed Lin Pengpeng's movements and grabbed Lin Pengpeng's hand. Are you going to the bathroom? There's a toilet inside. Lin Pengpeng looked up in confusion. Why are you so nervous? Ah, no. Tang Xiaojun realized that his behavior was a little unusual, so he quickly pulled back his outstretched hand. It's just that we're already late. If we don't go in, Mr. Huang will be angry. Mr. Huang? Lin Pengpeng keenly caught the person in Tang Xiaojun's words, and her eyes instantly flashed with light. What are you waiting for? Let's go in. Tang Xiaojun nodded and signaled the two bodyguards at the door to open it. The two bodyguards took a look and did as they were told. After opening the door, Lin Pengpeng realized that the hall outside was just a disguise for the tavern, because the private rooms inside were the highlight of the tavern. It wasn't chaotic inside, but the unrestrained behavior of the men and women shocked Lin Pengpeng. However, she had no time to mend her somewhat broken worldview, and hurriedly followed Tang Xiaojun closely, fearing that she would get lost in this noisy environment. After Tang Xiaojun walked inside, she saw the Mr. Huang mentioned by Tang Xiaojun. Mr. Huang. Tang Xiaojun shouted respectfully, and Lin Pengpeng behind him also shouted when he saw this. Mr. Huang. The man sitting in the middle of the sofa heard the two people talking, looked up, and a smile instantly broke out on his face. Hey, Xiao Tang is here, come and sit down. Yeah, okay. Tang Xiaojun pulled Lin Pengpeng and sat down. The project I told you about last time. After hearing the beginning of these words, Mr. Huang's expression changed immediately. Didn't we agree that we'd only drink today and not talk about business? Yes.
Tang Xiaojun said quickly, I was reckless. I will drink 3 cups on my own initiative.
As he spoke, Tang Xiaojun poured 3 glasses of white wine and drank them all in one gulp. After watching Tang Xiaojun finish his drink, Mr. Huang said with a grin, Xiao Tang has a good alcohol tolerance.
I don't deserve it.
Tang Xiaojun's expression was a little ferocious, but he still had a smile on his face. Mr. Huang looked around and suddenly his eyes set on Lin Pengpeng, who was next to Tang Xiaojun.
Who is? My girlfriend.
As Tang Xiaojun spoke, there was a hint of protection in his voice. Seeing this, Mr. Huang smiled knowingly.
Xiao Tang, don't be nervous, I'm just asking.
He leaned back and looked at Lin Pengpeng with a bit of lust in his eyes.
We are both businessmen.
Since you are so sincere, I will certainly not treat you unfairly. How about this, you ask the little beauty next to you to have a drink. If she drinks a glass, I will invest 200,000 yuan. How about it? Upon hearing this, Lin Pengpeng immediately looked at Tang Xiaojun for help. Who knew that Tang Xiaojun not only did not look directly at him, but avoided him instead.
What's the meaning? Lin Pengpeng felt like she was betrayed.
Tang Xiaojun lowered his head and explained, Baby, please help me this time. If you can get investment from Mr. Huang, I will give you 20,000 for every drink you have, okay? Lin Pengpeng rolled her eyes at Tang Xiaojun.
This guy called me here to sell something?
But if 1 glass of wine can give 20,000, then wouldn't it be 200,000 for 10 glasses? With 200,000, you can repay the bank loan by selling the money yourself. Thinking of this, Lin Pengpeng nodded and sat closer to Mr. Huang. Okay, I'll drink. Lin Pengpeng's attitude changed immediately. She raised the wine glass on the table and said, Mr. Huang, it's a deal. As she spoke, Lin Pengpeng drank a glass of red wine. Mr. Huang, this is it. Mr. Huang smiled and said, Miss, you can drink a lot, but I said white wine.
You drank red wine, so it doesn't count.
Lin Pengpeng looked at the arrogant look on Mr. Huang's face and felt very unwilling, but she still forced a smile.
White is white.
Okay. Mr. Huang smiled generously, waiter, fill it up. After a while, a row of neatly arranged small white bottles appeared in front of Lin Pengpeng.
Drink it.
Mr. Huang lit a cigarette, with a smile in his eyes.
200,000 for 1 cup. How much I can pay depends on Lin Pengpeng's ability.
Lin Pengpeng took a deep breath, picked up the wine glass and started drinking.
White wine is spicier than red wine. The entrance alone is extremely choking.
Lin Pengpeng resisted the choking sensation and forcefully swallowed the liquor. As a result, wherever the white wine passed, it was like a heatwave sweeping across, and Lin Pengpeng felt like her entire stomach was about to burn.
A cup of.
Lin Pengpeng's hand holding the wine glass began to tremble.
Only 200,000.
Mr. Huang raised 2 fingers lightly.
It's a small amount of money.
It's worth it to let the little beauty have a drink. Lin Pengpeng was no longer in the mood to roll her eyes at Mr. Huang's shameless behavior. Her mind was full of thoughts about how to drink more. She vaguely remembered that the fructose in fruit could reduce the toxicity of alcohol. He ate and drank the fruit with a sip of wine, and everyone in the room was shocked. Chapter 84. The wine that had been placed on the table had already been drunk by Lin Pengpeng. Even though she was unconscious at the end, Lin Pengpeng still did not forget to say harsh words to Mr. Huang.
15 cups.
Mr. Huang must keep his word.
3 million.
Mr. Huang was obviously a little stunned, but he reacted quickly and the smile on his face became more and more obvious.
Okay, 3 million.
He leaned forward holding the wine glass and looked at Lin Pengpeng with interest.
You are really a heroine, girl.
What's your name?
My name is Lin Pengpeng. Remember this.
After Lin Pengpeng used up her last bit of strength to finish her words, she fell limply into Tang Xiaojun's arms. Tang Xiaojun moved the person in his arms, and when he saw that she had completely lost consciousness, he looked at Mr. Huang.
Brother Rui, why do you want me to trick this woman out?
Huang Rui smiled.
Didn't you tell me that this girl is Lin Yuan's cousin? I am also taking money from others and doing things for them. But Lin Pengpeng and Lin Yuan don't have a good relationship.
So what if she's not good? Aren't they still relatives?
Huang Rui took a puff of his cigarette and looked at Lin Pengpeng with enjoyment.
This woman is good. Let her stay. Have you taken the medicine you gave her?
Tang Xiaojun nodded.
Yes.
Okay, it's none of your business, let's go. Huang Rui waved his hand, signaling Tang Xiaojun to leave. Good. Tang Xiaojun just stood up from his seat and saw Huang Rui unzipping his trousers and then anxiously tearing open Lin Pingping's skirt.
He watched the two of them making love with indifference, then turned and left without any attachment. At the same time, Lin Yuan and his partners had just walked out of the tavern's private room. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Yuan turned to the people in the box and said, "Everyone, enjoy your meal and have fun.
Just put it on my account when the time comes." Then thank you, Mr. Lin.
After standing at the door and talking for a while, Lin Yuan finally closed the door of the box. He straightened his clothes and then walked to the other side of the corridor. On the way back, he was reviewing the mistakes he had just made during the negotiation. While he was thinking about it, he almost bumped into someone at the corner. After all, his body has been systematically strengthened, so even if he doesn't look at the road, he can rely on his body's instincts to avoid potential dangers.
Excuse me.
Lin Yuan blurted out an apology subconsciously, but before he finished speaking, he found that the person in front of him looked a little familiar.
You are Lin Pengpeng's boyfriend?
The last time Lin Pengpeng brought Tang Xiaojun to his house, he didn't pay much attention to what her boyfriend looked like. It was only when they met again today that he had some impression of him in his mind.
Lin Yuan?
Tang Xiaojun reacted, and the extreme indifference on his face immediately turned into his usual honest look.
Why are you here?
When Tang Xiaojun said this, his eyes were a little erratic, but Lin Yuan didn't think too much about what he was worried about. He just looked at the person in front of him out of habit.
You own this store?
Why do you care so much about it? If he remembered correctly, Lin Pengpeng's boyfriend didn't look very rich, so how could he go to such a high-end place? It's not that he looks down on people, it's just that this place is really not a place that ordinary people can come to. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this place as the place for social events, and he was also showing his strength to the cooperating companies in both overt and covert ways. After Tang Xiaojun heard Lin Yuan's words, his expression suddenly changed. He wanted to say something to refute Lin Yuan, but he kept his mouth open for a long time and didn't know what to say.
In the end, it was Lin Yuan who ended the farce.
Remember to wear your glasses next time you go out, and don't check the household registration of every person you see. After Lin Yuan threw down these words, he walked away in a daze, completely ignoring what Tang Xiaojun, who was left behind, was thinking. Looking at the direction where Lin Yuan left, a hint of viciousness flashed in Tang Xiaojun's eyes, and then he walked into the darkness of the corridor.
Early that morning, Lin Pengpeng woke up from the sofa.
She opened her hazy eyes and looked at the strange environment, and the sleepiness in her mind was instantly dispelled.
Where is this? Lin Pengpeng's heart suddenly panicked and she wanted to leave here quickly.
But when she moved, she felt unbearable pain. There was not a single good spot from head to toe. Every joint seemed to have been ravaged, as if even a slight breeze could blow it apart. There was a certain place under her body in particular where she could even feel the pain. It was like there was a knife placed inside, and every cut into the flesh.
Lin Pengpeng took a breath of cold air.
She really couldn't remember what happened after she drank last night. As soon as she sat up, she immediately realized something was wrong. Not only was he not wearing any clothes, but he also had purple and red marks all over his body.
What's going on?
A horrible guess gradually sank into Lin Pengpeng's mind. She really couldn't believe what she had imagined, but the marks on her body, the sticky liquid still left in some places, the milky white plastic film abandoned in the trash can.
Suddenly, the closed door opened.
Lin Pengpeng subconsciously wanted to pick up the clothes on the sofa to cover her body, but the clothes were already tattered and had a fishy and unpleasant smell that made her feel nauseous. But in the face of dignity, she still picked up the filthy thing to cover her body. Just when she was panicking, she found that the person walking in from the door was Tang Xiaojun.
It's you!
Lin Pengpeng's eyes were red with anger and she stared at Tang Xiaojun with evil eyes.
It's you who did it, isn't it?
Tang Xiaojun ignored what Lin Pengpeng said and threw the handbag he was carrying in front of Lin Pengpeng.
Put it on. Tang Xiaojun. You ruined me. Lin Pengpeng yelled these words hysterically.
She didn't expect that after hearing this, Tang Xiaojun just laughed coldly.
You stinky bitch, what qualifications do you have to say that I ruined you? You are obviously not that clean yourself, do you have the nerve to imitate a virgin and sell your chastity? Lin Pengpeng was speechless for a moment.
She forgot that she had already given away her virginity before she met Tang Xiaojun.
Nothing to say? Tang Xiaojun was too lazy to argue with such a woman.
If you have nothing to say, put on your clothes and go get us 1 million.
Why?
Lin Pingping's anger had not yet subsided, but it immediately flared up again.
Just because the video of you is in our hands. If you don't want these good things to leak out, you can exchange it for money. Chapter 85. Lin Pingping stood there in shock.
What did you say? She couldn't believe what she heard.
Ha!
Tang Xiaojun sneered, turned on his mobile phone and started playing the contents on it. There were mixed sounds of panting and unruly laughter, with exciting music playing in the background, and occasional popping sounds. Lin Pingping stared at the video screen intently, her whole body shaking with anger.
Bang!
Lin Pingping raised her hand and hit Tang Xiaojun in the face.
A crisp slap sounded in the box. You are a bunch of shameless people. Shameless. Rogues.
She finally understood why her body became like this when she woke up this morning.
Do hooligans need any moral bottom line? Tang Xiaojun touched half of his face and then showed a horrifying expression.
They're all playing anyway, so I can play with them.
As he spoke, Tang Xiaojun unzipped his trousers and released his nature. Don't come over here.
When Lin Pingping saw that scene, she admitted that she was scared. She kept kicking the sofa with her feet, trying to crawl backwards and avoid Tang Xiaojun's persecution. But she forgot that this place was so small. Lin Pingping had just taken 2 steps when her smooth back touched the cold leather surface of the sofa. The chill was like the god of death's scythe, resting on Lin Pingping's neck.
What can you do to me?
Tang Xiaojun grabbed Lin Pingping's hand and pressed it down on the sofa, making her unable to move. As for her feet that were moving around, they became completely obedient after Tang Xiaojun sat down on them. This one-step action made Lin Pingping scream heart-wrenchingly, and tears welled up in her eyes due to the pain.
You bastard!
Lin Pingping wanted to struggle, but the person in front of her didn't seem like he would compromise. She could only offer meaningless resistance, and then gradually became the plaything of the man in front of her. When she was completely desperate, Lin Pingping caught a glimpse of the flashing red hidden in the corner.
There!
Lin Pingping thought the nightmare had ended yesterday, but she didn't expect that it is still going on. As she thought about it, the light in her eyes gradually faded. At the same time, Lin Yuan happily signed the contract with his partner. Now they have found the people they want to train, and the corresponding operation plan has been put on the agenda.
The next step is to wait for the test of time. While the assistant was sorting things out, Lin Yuan once again recalled what happened when he met Tang Xiaojun at the Aimiao Tavern last night.
Although there must be something wrong when things are abnormal, it is also possible that he was wrong. Maybe the man just has some money, otherwise Lin Pingping would not be attracted to that guy.
After all, her family loves money.
Lin Yuan was deep in thought and didn't notice that someone else pushed the door open and walked in.
Hey!
Mu Qingge jumped out unexpectedly from the side, wanting to scare Lin Yuan, but she acted completely and Lin Yuan still looked indifferent, which made her very frustrated.
Husband?
Mu Qingge waved her hand in front of Lin Yuan, but found that Lin Yuan didn't react at all.
My husband.
She deliberately dragged out the last word to bring Lin Yuan, who was in his own world, back to his senses. Facing Mu Qingge, who flashed over, Lin Yuan still felt a little confused.
Why are you here? Mu Qingge grumbled and complained, didn't you see my beautiful wife walking towards you?
Seeing Mu Qingge in a bad mood, Lin Yuan smiled and waved to let Mu Qingge sit next to him. The assistant who was tidying up the place quietly retreated. Lin Yuan held the soft fragrance in his arms and took a light sniff.
Husband is wrong, so how do you want me to compensate you? As he spoke, Lin Yuan's hands danced dishonestly on Mu Qingge's body. You! Mu Qingge's face flushed instantly.
The body temperatures of both of them rose rapidly, and their voices gradually turned into panting.
But Lin Yuan did not go too far.
Soon he stopped what he was doing and let Mu Qingge slow down. After the blush on her face gradually faded, Lin Yuan began to explain why he had just lost consciousness. I saw Tang Xiaojun at the Aimu Tavern yesterday.
He is my cousin's boyfriend.
That place, how did he go there?
Mu Qingge also knew that the things in that place were notoriously expensive, and one would not dare to go there without some capital. I don't know, maybe they have money. I'm rich, but I'm still asking you for money? Mu Qingge's indifferent words revealed what Lin Yuan had overlooked.
Yes. Lin Pingping came to my house that day just for money.
If her boyfriend had money, why would he bother me? Wife, you are awesome. Lin Yuan held Mu Qingge's face and gave her a passionate kiss. you are truly my blessing.
Although Mu Chinga didn't understand why Lin Yuan was so happy all of a sudden, as long as she saw Lin Yuan smile, she felt that she would also become happy. On the other side, Lin Pengpeng walked out of the Aimu tavern in a daze.
As if to show off Lin Pengpeng's battle record, Tang Xiaojun prepared extremely revealing clothes. Passers-by could see the shocking marks on Lin Pengpeng's body from a distance.
Besides, we are all adults, and we all know what happened. At this moment, Lin Pengpeng no longer wanted to hide her shame, because the video was in other people's hands.
What was the use of feeling ashamed at this time?
She dragged her defiled body back to her house like a zombie. It was not until the moment she closed the door that she saw the familiar scene in front of her, and her distracted eyes gradually focused. The return of consciousness made her realize more deeply how absurd it was that happened last night. In fact, she had witnessed it all happen with her own eyes not long ago. The huge feeling of helplessness was like a huge net opened towards her, covering her from the front and then gradually tightening, making it difficult for her to breathe.
Ah!
After the trembling voice barely uttered a syllable, it was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. It completely relaxed its taut vocal cords and began to feel heart-wrenching pain.
Why?
Lin Pengpeng was crying, and suddenly she burst into laughter, with a hint of viciousness flashing in her eyes. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust.
Chapter 86. The live broadcast area in the office is busy debugging the signal channels.
Because this was the first time they started running the account, all the data started from scratch and there was no extra streaming at all. It's not that Lin Yuan is unwilling to spend money to buy it, but the traffic he wants is obtained through real work, not through some means. After all, the anchors under him are much better than those artists who work alone. If they can't even start from scratch, let alone how much explosive traffic they can bring in the future. Although he has a lot of money, he is not a fool. He comes to this place to do charity for other people's dreams for free. If these people are not valuable enough to bring benefits to himself, he will kick them aside without hesitation. Lin Yuan sat in the office, observing the movements outside and standing on the same front with them. After all, they are not the only ones who are nervous at the moment, but also the big boss behind the scenes who has invested tens of millions. Even with the cashback provided by the system, Lin Yuan has actually let go of the idea of money, but what he doesn't want to see is the sinking of his time cost. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Yuan frowned slightly.
Come in. The door opened and the assistant walked in from outside. Boss Lin, someone is looking for you outside.
Who? Lin Yuan wanted to know which blind person was disturbing him at this time.
The lady from last time.
The assistant paused. The one who claimed to be your cousin said she had something to ask you.
No, stop her, don't let that woman in.
Lin Pengpeng is a person who never comes to visit without a reason. This time, she made a special trip to come to my place.
No matter how I think about it, nothing good will happen.
Instead of letting her come in and cause trouble, it is better to let her get out of here as soon as possible, so that I won't be responsible for cleaning up the mess if something goes wrong.
Okay.
After the assistant went out, he conveyed Lin Yuan's meaning.
Miss, please go back. Mr. Lin is still busy. What can I do? Let me in and I'll go talk to him.
As she spoke, Lin Pengpeng was about to force her way in, but her assistant stopped her at the door. She said to Lin Pengpeng with a formal expression, Miss, please go back. Otherwise, we will call the police if you trespass into someone else's company. Who are you trying to scare? Lin Pengpeng naturally didn't believe the assistant's one-sided words.
I'm telling you, you'd better get out of my way right now. Do you have any objection to me going to find my cousin? Miss, please go back.
The assistant's attitude remained unchanged and he continued to stand in front of Lin Pengpeng. Lin Pengpeng felt that she had been speaking in a nice and gentle manner for so long, but the person in front of her was uninterested in the daily necessities of life, which made her very angry.
I want to go in. She was too lazy to listen to this woman.
No one could stop her from taking the path she wanted to take. As a result, before she could take a step, her arms were held hostage by two strong forces. Lin Pengpeng felt as if her world had fallen into weightlessness. She turned her head with some horror and discovered that two tall and mighty men in black had appeared beside her without her noticing. Each of them pinched their own arms, lifted themselves up without even a lick of effort, and then threw themselves out. The moment Lin Pengpeng was thrown to the ground, she staggered back several steps before she could barely stand firm.
You, how dare you treat me like this?
She pointed at the two big men in front of her in anger and wanted to argue with them, but when she saw the trembling muscles on the big men's arms, her heart skipped a beat and she even retracted her outstretched hand. You guys, don't be so complacent. Wait. I'm going to call the police. As she was speaking, Lin Pengpeng was a little afraid that those big men would rush up and cut her to pieces, so she left the place in a hurry before she finished her words. Having lost the way to ask for money from Lin Yuan, Lin Pengpeng really couldn't think of any other way to get the money. It is impossible to ask my parents for money. After all, the conditions of my family are not that good. Even if I sell everything that can be sold at home, I can't get $500,000. Lin Pengpeng touched the 500,000 yuan in her arms and suddenly felt that the bank card was a little hot. After much thought, she came up with a good idea to borrow money from a loan shark. The bank would definitely not lend her money again, but she had seen many online loans when she was surfing the internet before. Although they could lend her more money, no matter how high the amount was, it would never be 500,000. But usury is different. Even though the interest rate is high, it can give me 500,000 yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Pengpeng found a person named Brother Who on the social platform and sent him a friend request. After a while, the person on the other side passed his friend verification. Seeing this, she did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly stated her purpose. The other party didn't ask any further questions, but just sent an address. Lin Pengpeng looked at the address on the phone screen and without any hesitation, she took a taxi and went there. As soon as Lin Pengpeng got off the car, she saw the restaurant sign hanging high on the door of the shop Tian Tian Sichuan restaurant. It's the same address as mentioned in Brother Who's message. After Lin Pengpeng checked it once, she put away her phone and walked in. It's not dinner time, but there are 3 or 2 people eating inside. When they saw her come in, the men inside all looked at her at the same time. Lin Pengpeng felt that there were several more gazes on her, and she felt a little scared, but when she thought about what she was here to do today, she swallowed her saliva and pretended to be calm when she asked the big brothers inside. Brothers, please tell me, do you know Brother Tiger? The big men looked at each other, and then one of them shouted inside. Brother Who, someone is looking for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from inside. Hey yo! Lin Pengpeng listened to the man's voice and could sense that he had a cheerful personality. The image of the owner of the voice involuntarily emerged in her mind. As she thought about it, she felt that this person should be a good person who would not lie to her. After waiting for a while, a bald man wearing a chef's uniform, a chef's hat, and holding a pot and a spoon in his hands came out from the kitchen. He looked around and then set his sights on Lin Pengpeng. Little girl, you're the one looking for me, right? The one who added me this morning? Lin Pengpeng nodded. Brother Who, I'm looking for you. Before she could finish her words, Brother Who asked her to sit down. If you have anything to say, let's talk after dinner. I'm really hungry now. Have you eaten? Lin Pengpeng shook her head. Seeing this, Brother Who smiled and swung the pot and spoon in his hand. That's great, let's eat together. Chapter 87. Lin Pengpeng was a little flattered, but she still sat down after being welcomed by everyone. This is not good, right? As soon as she sat down, she felt particularly uneasy. How about I leave first and come back after you guys finish eating? Brother Who from the kitchen came out with the last dish, and naturally heard Lin Pengpeng's last words. He frowned, somewhat displeased. Big sister, are you looking down on my small shop? No. How could that be? Lin Pengpeng was afraid that this would create a rift between her and Brother Who, so she quickly waved her hands to explain. I just think it's too much trouble for you. No, it's not a problem at all. Big sister, just sit down and eat. Although Hugu spoke lightly, there was a sense of unquestionableness in his tone. Lin Pengpeng listened and felt that there was no room for her to object at all. After she figured it out, she stopped being stubborn. She sat among several grown men very cautiously and ate her meal with trepidation. However, due to Brother Who's talkative nature, after 3 or 2 drinks, Lin Pengpeng's impression of the man in front of her changed a lot. It is said that loan sharks are not good people, but judging from the current situation, she feels that the person in front of her doesn't seem to be that bad. Thinking of this, she ate a few more bites of rice. Half an hour later, the sumptuous dishes on the table had been almost eaten. Brother Who and the men beside him burped to show that they were full. Tell me, how much money do you want to borrow? Brother Who looked at Lin Pengpeng while picking his teeth with a toothpick. Hearing this, Lin Pengpeng quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand and said respectfully, I want to borrow 500,000 from Brother Who. 500,000? Brother Hu's tone suddenly dropped and he narrowed his eyes slightly.
500,000 is not a small number.
Lin Pengpeng had long expected Brother Hu to say this, so she spoke out the speech she had prepared in her mind. I know that 500,000 is a bit too much, but I really need money recently. The bank can't approve a loan of that much. I have no choice but to come to you and ask Brother Hu for help. You know the rules. Seeing that Lin Pengpeng was quite understanding, Brother Hu didn't make things difficult for her. After all, she was still giving him face and finished the dish he cooked. He threw the toothpick on the table and stood up. Okay, come with me. After we take a picture, you can leave. Photo. Lin Pengpeng thought it was a normal portrait, so she didn't think much about it and followed Brother Hu and the others into a small room. But after she went inside, she found that this photo was not the same as that photo. As soon as we entered, Brother Hu said, "Take off your clothes." When Lin Pengpeng heard this, there was some disbelief in her eyes, and then she stumbled and said, take off clothes. What are you taking off clothes for? What else can we do? Take pictures, of course. Tiger's rough voice seemed particularly scary in this small space. Take nude pictures of you. Lin Pengpeng was stunned on the spot. What? Nude photos? When she came beforehand, no one told her that she would have to take nude photos in order to borrow money from a loan shark. Besides, didn't they say on TV that if you want to borrow money at high interest rates, you just need to borrow the money? Why do you have to take photos? Thinking of this, Lin Pengpeng suddenly wanted to retreat, but Brother Hu and his gang seemed to see Lin Pengpeng's reluctance, so they followed the two men who had just entered to the door, guarding against Lin Pengpeng's unexpected departure. As for Brother Hu, he doesn't seem to have any hobbies that are forced upon others. He put down the camera in his hand and asked, if you can't accept it, just leave. But sister, let me kindly remind you that if you borrow so much money according to your conditions, even if you don't shoot at my house, you will be the same as us if you go to someone else's house. After all, you women only have this photo to mortgage for some money. If you weren't desperate, why would you come to me again? After listening to Brother Hu's words, Lin Pengpeng's face turned a little ugly. After all, what Brother Hu said was right. The reason why she came back to borrow money from the loan shark was because she could not borrow any money from formal channels. If she leaves this family, and the next one makes the same request, she will still have to borrow money in the end no matter how many times she moves around. But if I destroy the video because I borrowed it, and I can't pay back the loan shark, then the nude photos will also become a threat to my existence. Lin Pengpeng was aware of the pros and cons of the matter, but at this moment she no longer had the ability to think independently. She just felt that if one thing could be solved, it would be one thing. As for other things, it would not be too late to consider them when they happened next. After a long time, Lin Pengpeng nodded and took a step forward. I'll take the picture. Okay. Brother Hu's expression was calm. He just told Lin Pengpeng to stand somewhere, and then ordered the people near the door, Xiaoqi, turn on the lights. 2 snaps. A dazzling incandescent lamp lit up in the originally dim room, and the cold light emitted from the lamp shone on everyone. Lin Pengpeng looked up and found that the cold light was pale, so pale that it was suffocating. At this time, Brother Hu had already set up the camera and was ready to take pictures, but he found that Lin Pengpeng's clothes were still neatly worn on her body, with no signs of being taken off at all. His patience was limited. Seeing that Lin Pengpeng was not cooperating, his face darkened. Big sister, do you still want to borrow money? If so, take off your clothes quickly and don't waste our time. When Lin Pengpeng heard this, her body suddenly trembled. But seeing that there were several burly men with sullen faces all around her, she no longer dared to hesitate for a moment. She quickly raised her hands and took off her clothes. Without the clothes, the scarred body underneath was exposed. When several people saw this, they were slightly stunned. Only Brother Hu remained calm and was not affected by the scene at all. Instead, he talked to Lin Pengpeng with some interest. I can't tell, big sister. I saw you look so well behaved and thought you were a good girl. I didn't expect you to play so much in private. Lin Pengpeng pursed her lips tightly, her face looking a little pale. Not only was she being stared at naked, but she was also being criticized by others. The more Lin Pengpeng thought about it, the harder it was for her to swallow this anger, but under the pressure of reality, she had to obey. Chapter 88. Click. Several shutter sounds were heard along with flashing lights. Afterwards, Brother Hu looked down at the footage in the camera. After making sure there were no major problems, he said to Lin Pengpeng in front of him, Big sister, the shooting is done. You can put on your clothes now. Although they are loan sharks and have played with women to some extent, their attitude towards such women and the woman who is borrowing money is completely different. Even sometimes a woman like Lin Pengpeng will eventually become a container. But before that, these are all my valued customers and I still have to treat them well. After hearing this, Lin Pengpeng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her. She squatted on the ground trembling and put on the clothes she had just thrown on the ground one by one. Even though there were still a few men whose eyes were still on her. When Lin Pengpeng got dressed and went out, brother who was already waiting at the counter. Seeing Lin Pengpeng coming out, he waved. "Come here." Lin Pengpeng did as she was told and walked over. "Bank card, ID card." Lin Pengpeng numbly took out her ID from her bag and placed it in front of brother Hu. Seeing Lin Pengpeng's appearance, brother Hu didn't care much. After all, he had seen a lot of people like this, but adhering to the idea of doing business for a long time, he still kindly reminded Lin Pengpeng. "Big sister, don't think too much. I'm just going through the motions here. As long as you pay me back within a certain period of time, I promise that your photos will not be circulated." After hearing brother Hu's explanation, Lin Pengpeng was not very happy, but she still forced a smile to prevent brother Hu's words from falling to the ground. After completing the registration, brother Hu immediately took out his mobile phone and started operating. Then, there was a ding-dong sound. Lin Pengpeng noticed that the phone in her pocket vibrated. She took it out and found that it was a text message. She opened it and saw clearly that the text message was from the bank. "Dear customer, hello. Your account has successfully received a deposit of 500,000 yuan. Your current balance is 1 million. We will continue to work hard to provide you with quality services and ensure the safety of your funds and convenient trading experience. If you have any questions or needs, please feel free to contact us. Thank you again for your trust and support. I wish you a happy life. Sincerely, Jiangqing Bank." Looking at the new message on her phone, Lin Pengpeng was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect the money to arrive so quickly. "Confirm it. If there is no problem, please sign it." Brother Hu handed the contract he had just scribbled to Lin Pengpeng. "Once you sign, you can leave." Lin Pengpeng was not in a hurry to sign. Instead, she took a look at the contract first. After confirming that the information on it was correct, she picked up the pen next to her and signed. The moment she signed her name, Lin Pengpeng felt as if her whole body was hollowed out, and her strength disappeared little by little as time passed. Lin Pengpeng didn't know how she walked out of the restaurant. She just thought that another private secret of hers had fallen into the hands of others, but she couldn't think of any other way except doing this. If Lin Yuan had not been unwilling to lend her money, she would not have ended up like this. Thinking of this, Lin Pengpeng pushed all her resentment onto Lin Yuan. Yawn. Lin Yuan was sitting in the office and sneezed, which was rare. It was so unexpected that even I was a little shocked. Lin Yuan wiped his nose and then turned down the air conditioner in the office a few degrees. "Strange, why did you catch a cold?" Ever since he had a system to strengthen his body, he felt that he was in great shape and there was no chance of catching a cold. Lin Yuan sniffed. Somehow, he always felt a little uneasy today, as if someone was thinking about him. At this time, the door was opened. Mu Chinga brought in a glass of water. "I just heard you sneeze from a distance away. Are you catching a cold?" Lin Yuan blinked. "The door was closed, how did you hear it?" "Oh, yes, how could I hear it?" After being pointed out by Lin Yuan, Mu Chinga realized something was wrong. She was just walking in the corridor at that time, but she heard a sneeze, and she recognized that it was made by Lin Yuan just by this sound. So when she passed by the tea room, she brought Lin Yuan a cup of hot water. "Oh, never mind. Maybe we are just a couple with telepathic connection." Mu Chinga didn't want to bother about such trivial details, so she turned her attention to Lin Yuan's physical condition. "You never catch a cold for years, so why did you catch a cold today? Is the air conditioner set too low?" When Mu Chinga picked up the air conditioner remote control and was about to increase the temperature, he was stopped by Lin Yuan who was standing beside him. "I've already raised it. If you raise it any higher, this office will turn into a sauna." After hearing what Lin Yuan said, Mu Chinga took another look at the temperature displayed on the air conditioner temperature display. Only then did he put the remote control down with confidence. "Then drink more hot water." Lin Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Okay. What are you laughing at?" Mu Chinga pouted with some dissatisfaction.
Nothing, nothing.
Lin Yuan coughed lightly. I just feel that the straight man's words have a different flavor when they come out of your mouth, my wife.
Mu Qingge rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan and said no more.
Seeing this, Lin Yuan, the narrator, did not continue the joke, but changed the subject.
Honey, why are you here today?
Because he and Mu Qingge were in charge of separate areas of work, it was rare for them to meet in the office unless something was going on, unless someone came to visit.
Let me ask you something. Mu Qingge sat down in front of Lin Yuan.
I heard that your cousin has come to our company twice? Lin Yuan nodded and had no intention of hiding the matter. After all, he didn't take the initiative to tell Mu Qingge about this matter in order to make her feel less bad, but if Mu Qingge knew it himself, he would tell her everything.
When it comes to Lin Pengpeng, Mu Qingge doesn't have a good expression on his face. What is she doing here again?
Lin Yuan shook his head.
I don't know either.
I didn't let her in, so I asked the security guard to stop her.
Mu Qingge pondered and said, I think your cousin has no good intentions.
We should be careful.
Chapter 89.
After Lin Pengpeng raised 1 million, she immediately contacted Tang Xiaojun.
Where are you? I have gathered the money.
Oh?
Tang Xiaojun on the other end of the phone was a little shocked when he heard this, and blurted out, so fast?
If he remembered the time correctly, Lin Pengpeng was able to get 1 million in less than a day.
Was it Lin Pengpeng who had some tricks? Or was it that her cousin was not short of money?
Lin Pengpeng understood the meaning of Tang Xiaojun's words and her face turned a little ugly.
Isn't this the result you want?
Noticing the change in Lin Pengpeng's tone, Tang Xiaojun curled his lips and smiled.
Hey, don't be angry.
We are boyfriend and girlfriend after all.
Don't make the atmosphere so tense.
Lin Pengpeng clenched her cell phone.
What boyfriend would push his girlfriend into the fire?
She no longer believed a word Tang Xiaojun said. Maybe Tang Xiaojun approached her just for this moment.
I am such a fool.
Not only was she sold out by Tang Xiaojun without knowing it, but now she has to help him count money under his tyranny. Tang Xiaojun listened to the voice blaming him on the other end of the phone, but he looked as if he didn't care.
Are you done?
If you are, send the money over. Otherwise, if the 3-day deadline is exceeded, I won't be the only one to appreciate your goodies.
Lin Pengpeng's expression suddenly turned ugly, and she gritted her teeth and said, Send me the address.
Be good, I'll send it to you later. You'd better not play any tricks on me, otherwise even a rabbit will bite when it gets angry.
It's okay, I like you the way you are.
Before Tang Xiaojun hung up the phone, he did not forget to express his disgust to Lin Pengpeng. After hearing this, Lin Pengpeng was so angry that she wished she could use the internet to tear Tang Xiaojun into pieces right now. But she couldn't do that, after all, the handle was in Tang Xiaojun's hands.
Not long after, Lin Pengpeng received the address sent by Tang Xiaojun.
She hailed a taxi and went to the place Tang Xiaojun mentioned with a bank card in her pocket. On the way there, she was actually struggling over whether or not to go. Because the money in the bank card is not just 10,000 yuan, nor 100,000 yuan, but a full 1 million yuan.
That's money you could never earn in your entire life. Is it really worth exchanging 1 million for your own video? She could just take the money and run away. Even if the video was released by Tang Xiaojun, she would be abroad by then, so how could anyone control her? Then she changed her mind. Even if she had 1 million, it would not be enough to support herself for the rest of her life after she got out. If you can't survive abroad, you will be deported back, and at home you will be surrounded by gossip about yourself. After much thought, even if she had to wait for the taxi to arrive at the restaurant door, Lin Pengpeng still couldn't think of a solution that would satisfy both parties. Seeing the address Tang Xiaojun mentioned right in front of her, she thought carefully for a moment and finally walked towards the main entrance. Jingle! When I pushed open the door, the small bell on the door rang, alerting the waiter in the hall that a guest had arrived. When the waiter saw Lin Pengpeng, he walked up quickly. Excuse me, are you Ms. Lin? Lin Pengpeng was a little confused, but still nodded.
Then the waiter made a pleased gesture. Mr. Tang is already waiting for you in the box, please follow me.
Good. Lin Pengpeng followed the waiter and walked in.
There were not many customers in the store, but Lin Pengpeng always subconsciously pulled her clothes, fearing that others would see the marks on her body. Only when she reached the corridor did she breathe a sigh of relief.
Without the sight of others, I felt a little more relaxed. Walking further into the corridor, the waiter led Lin Pengpeng to a sandalwood door. Mr. Tang is waiting for you inside.
After saying that, he pushed open the door. The person inside heard the noise, looked up, and found that it was Lin Pengpeng coming over. A sneer suddenly appeared on his face. "Our baby Pengpeng is here." "Don't call me that, it makes me sick."
Lin Pengpeng expressed her dislike for Tang Xiaojun mercilessly, but this did not make Tang Xiaojun feel embarrassed. On the contrary, after hearing these words, the smile on Tang Xiaojun's face became even wider.
"I also think I'm disgusting, but what can you do to me?"
Tang Xiaojun pinched Lin Pengpeng's chin hard.
"I just like the way you want to beat me but can't kill me."
Tang Xiaojun was very strong, and Lin Pengpeng had tears in her eyes from being pinched by him. Seeing that the lesson was enough, Tang Xiaojun let Lin Pengpeng go.
"Where's the money? Give me the video negative first."
Lin Pengpeng covered her chin, forcing her tears not to fall.
She raised her head with a defiant look on her face and looked at Tang Xiaojun stubbornly. Tang Xiaojun's eyes gradually narrowed. "What do you think makes you qualified to negotiate with me? Tang Xiaojun, do you think you can threaten me with my video?"
Lin Pengpeng laughed wildly.
"I'm a bad guy anyway. The worst that can happen is that we both die together. And you don't expect to get anything."
Tang Xiaojun looked at Lin Pengpeng's crazy appearance, and the expression on his face restrained a little, as if he was thinking about the possibility of what Lin Pengpeng said.
The next second, he smiled. "Don't be so serious, I'm just joking with you, sit down first."
Lin Pengpeng glanced at Tang Xiaojun and said in a bad tone, "It's not funny at all." Ever since Tang Xiaojun did those things, her good impression of him had long since disappeared. After Lin Pengpeng's expression eased a little, Tang Xiaojun took out an SD card and handed it to Lin Pengpeng.
"The negative video you want is in there. How do I know if this is the last one you have?" Tang Xiaojun smiled disdainfully. "How much money do you think you have on you that is worth me deceiving you a second time?
Although I don't know where you got this money from, but after giving it to me, you should have no money left, right?" Lin Pengpeng looked a little unhappy as Tang Xiaojun poked her wound.
"It's none of your business."
After saying that, she wanted to snatch the SD card from Tang Xiaojun's hand and destroy it. However, just when her fingers were about to touch it, Tang Xiaojun quickly withdrew his hand and looked at Lin Pengpeng with interest.
"Why, are you going to go back on your word?"
Cut. Seeing that her little trick had been exposed by Tang Xiaojun, Lin Pengpeng had to give up this unexpected tactic completely. Then she reluctantly took out her bank card, carefully protected it in front of her, and extended her other hand to Tang Xiaojun. One hand for money, the other for the card.
Chapter 90.
When Tang Xiaojun heard this, he looked indifferent.
"Is it useful for you to be so cautious? If I want to attack you, do you think you can defend yourself by yourself?"
Even though Lin Pengpeng knew what Tang Xiaojun said, she still chose to believe herself.
"That's your idea. I'm just protecting my own rights. As for the rest, you can just do things my way." "Okay, I'll listen to you. I'm not afraid that you'll run away. After all."
Tang Xiaojun leaned back lazily, looking at Lin Pengpeng with a playful look on his face.
"After all, this is my place. Without my consent, you can't fly away even if you have wings."
Lin Pengpeng looked at Tang Xiaojun cautiously, then looked at the SD card he pushed over, swallowed, and then grabbed it in her hand.
Tang Xiaojun looked at Lin Pengpeng in front of him calmly, and even gave her an idea. "How about I give you a card reader and let you check whether the contents are correct?"
Lin Pengpeng stared at Tang Xiaojun viciously, her attitude becoming increasingly negative.
"No."
After saying that, she threw the bank card that she had been holding in her arms over. 1 million is in there, don't contact me again. After Lin Pengpeng solved these problems, she just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise no one knew what would happen next. Tang Xiaojun looked at Lin Pengpeng fleeing in panic, smiled, and told the truth behind the whole thing.
"What are you thinking about? Do you think you have any value that is worth me looking at you twice?" Tang Xiaojun said mockingly, "If I hadn't heard that you and Lin Yuan have some relationship, do you think I would like you?"
When Lin Pengpeng heard these words coming from behind, the steps she had just taken stopped instantly.
Could it be that it's not because of me, but because of Lin Yuan? After hearing the truth behind the matter, Lin Pengpeng felt like a bolt from the blue.
It turns out that all this was just my wishful thinking.
And the culprit of all this was actually Lin Yuan.
Thinking of this, Lin Pengpeng was full of hatred towards Tang Xiaojun, and at the same time, she did not forget to add some resentment towards Lin Yuan.
Seeing Lin Pengpeng's reaction, Tang Xiaojun felt a lot more relaxed and continued sarcastically.
If you could get along better with your cousin, I wouldn't treat you like this. What a pity. You are such a disappointment.
You and Lin Yuan are family, but not only can you not borrow money, you can't even enter someone else's house.
You really disappoint me, so. Tang Xiaojun gave a wicked smile. I can only use some decimals on you in exchange for money.
After Lin Pengpeng heard what Tang Xiaojun said, her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably.
Turn out to be. So this is what happened.
She regarded Tang Xiaojun as the white moonlight of her youth, the one who was out of reach.
What's the result? In the eyes of others, I am just a person with some value. What a bullshit reunion after a long time. What does it mean to fall in love over time? Are you still dreaming of a room for 2-3 meals a day, and 4 seasons in the future? Thinking of her previous silly self, Lin Pengpeng found it very funny. It's really a waste of good intentions.
Lin Pengpeng was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe, but even so, she still didn't have the courage to turn around and question Tang Xiaojun directly. Instead, she turned her back to Tang Xiaojun and cursed in a trembling voice.
Tang Xiaojun, you will definitely die a miserable death.
I didn't expect to die a good death.
After all, I know exactly what I did. But before that, I think you will die a more miserable death than me.
Lin Pengpeng's shoulders twitched, and finally she left the suffocating room with her legs that felt like they were filled with lead.
At the same time, the live broadcasts by internet celebrities under Lin Yuan's company have achieved some success.
After their persistent live broadcast, a blogger edited their videos into a collection of embarrassing moments and posted them online, which immediately brought them a wave of popularity.
Boss Lin, The assistant wiped the sweat off his forehead as he handed Lin Yuan the information.
There's a saying on the internet that being black and red is also red. Although it's not a positive image, it's still a bit of a traffic boost. Although Lin Yuan had a sullen face, he didn't really care about the reason for his unexpected popularity. For him, no matter how he becomes popular, as long as the final outcome can achieve the results he expected, that is enough. After all, now is not the time to focus on quality. On the contrary, focusing on quantity will allow the internet celebrities under your company to open up the market faster and thus occupy a corner of the market. There was a long pause, and just when the assistant thought Lin Yuan was going to be angry, Lin Yuan replied calmly.
That's good. Tell them to keep it up. If they don't see any results by the end of the month, remember to pack up and leave. No need to say hello to me.
He has given this group of people almost 2 months of time and capital to realize their dreams. Although he knows that becoming popular is a mystery, his company cannot withstand so many people's consumption. The only thing he wants to see is to open up the market as quickly as possible. Otherwise, I still have tens of billions of dollars in my pocket, and I don't know how to spend it so that it appears legitimate.
That's all? The assistant was a little surprised by Lin Yuan's reaction.
He blurted out the words without thinking, but after he said it, he instantly regretted it. But words once spoken are like water spilled, and it is impossible to take them back. He could only pray silently in his heart that he would not pack up and leave on the spot.
That's all. Lin Yuan obviously didn't notice his assistant's little thoughts.
Instead, he nodded at him and said, "Go back and tell them that as long as you can make yourself famous within a reasonable range, that's the condition for staying here.
If you can't do that, there's no need for you to stay here at the end of the month." I see. The assistant understood what Lin Yuan meant. I'll go back and tell them right away. Well, go down. Lin Yuan waved his hand and asked his assistant to leave first.
He turned his office chair and looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Outside the window is the city scene of Jiangcheng. Looking at this strange yet familiar city, Lin Yuan still felt that it didn't feel real. A few months ago, I was still poor. I didn't expect that with the help of the system, I would be able to stand in a position that I had never dared to dream of before.
I just don't know how long I can stay in this high position. Chapter 91. Boss Lin, we sincerely want to cooperate with you. Are the conditions you set a bit harsh?
Lin Yuan looked at the person in front of him and smiled. He sat a little further forward and looked at the person in front of him seriously.
How is it harsh?
I am following the normal business contract process.
If your company doesn't even think that the conditions meet this requirement, then I can only express my deep regret.
Looking at the guys opposite him who were dressed decently, Lin Yuan sneered in his heart. The last black and red incident brought a wave of traffic to the internet celebrities under their company, and the internet celebrities took advantage of this wave of traffic and rode the east wind to get new promotions from the platform.
We have the right time and place, and the only thing left is the right people.
The internet celebrities in Lin Yuan's company were all carefully selected by him. From their personal looks to their identity background, there are basically no surprises or toxic points, so using them as internet celebrities is the most hassle-free. After all, when you are famous you are prone to gossip. But if this person can withstand the digging of netizens and not be eliminated by the general trend, then such a person will be able to gain a firm foothold in this big wave. But because of this, some people with ulterior motives have set their sights on the newcomers in his hands. Just like the person standing in front of them now. Boss Lin, I think you should think about this matter carefully. The leader's expression darkened, but he still held on to his professional smile, and said in a calm tone mixed with threats, after all, our company's products are also niche products. If we can cooperate, it will be a win-win situation.
Isn't that good?
It's not good. It doesn't matter whether it's a win-win situation for both parties.
The most important thing is that your contract is a bit too much. None of this has anything to do with you, Mr. Lin. As long as you agree to this matter, the benefits.
His voice gradually lowered, of course, you will not be left out. When Lin Yuan heard this, his eyes became sharp.
Could it be that your company thinks that I am short of this little money? Mr. Lin, you misunderstood.
The man paused for a moment, but still insisted, but who would dislike having too much money?
I'm really sorry to disappoint you. The thing I have the most is probably money.
Lin Yuan could see that these people were not very interested in cooperating. They actually wanted to make use of their relatively well-connected internet celebrities to pave the way for their company's products.
Everyone heard what was going on. Everyone, please go back. I think we will not be able to cooperate this time.
After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the man in front of him became a little furious. Boss Lin, our company has already given you enough respect, don't push your nose into it.
Assistant, show him out.
Lin Yuan was unwilling to cooperate with this profit-driven company. I've heard before about their company's method of making money from people's blood in order to get a mysterious rate of popularity. They signed hundreds of people. But after the signing of the contract, no one in their company cared about these people. Only those who become famous by relying on their own strength can get the favor of the company. As for others who have signed contracts but cannot bring profits to the company, they will naturally be put aside by the company. They can either stick with it until the end of the contract, or pay the penalty fee out of their own pocket and regain their freedom. But no matter which one it is, the company involved in signing the contract will definitely make a profit. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that these people would be so shameless that they would treat outsiders the same way. You! Just when the man was about to get angry at Lin Yuan, he was stopped by the assistant. Sir, please go back. The man was still thinking about what to say, but when he saw the faint outline of a bulge under the suit, his heart suddenly shuddered, and he swallowed back the words he wanted to say, not daring to speak them out. He withdrew his hand angrily, and before leaving, he did not forget to say something harsh to Lin Yuan.
Okay. Very good, Lin Yuan, right? I'll remember your company.
Just wait. As soon as he finished speaking, he was afraid that his assistant's sandbag-sized fist would swing at him. So, before he could even stand up, he ran away in a hurry, fearing that if he ran too slowly he would fall into someone's clutches. Hypocritical. Lin Yuan smiled coldly and didn't take these people to heart.
It's just a small brand that's not very popular. Even if I help promote them, I won't make much money. What if their products have any quality problems and my company needs to take the blame for them? That would be a real loss.
After all, the brand that we worked so hard to build was destroyed just like that, which is a bit of a shame. At the same time, Lin Pingping's family. Ever since she destroyed the SD card she got, she hasn't left the house. It's not that she didn't want to go out, but as she looked at the number on the IOU getting closer day by day, her fear increased exponentially. She wanted to make money, but how could she raise 1 million in a short period of time to pay off her loans and loan sharks?
It is impossible to rob a bank.
She felt that if she really went to rob a bank, the police might arrest her before she could make any move. But if she didn't rob the bank, she felt that her life would be in danger. When she borrowed the loan sharking money, she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that as long as she got the things first, the rest would be easy. However, she never thought that her behavior was tantamount to robbing Peter to pay Paul, which would be of no help. Moreover, Lin Pengpeng has not had a good night's sleep in the past few days. Because she felt that the big data in her mobile phone seemed to have figured out what was happening to her, and kept pushing her to the tragic end of loan sharks.
It made her feel creepy and she became more and more panicked, and thus more and more afraid of the outside world. But as debt collection messages started popping up on her phone, Lin Pengpeng became uneasy even as she lay on her bed watching videos, fearing that while she was watching, those big guys from last time would come to her house. That's just horrible. But even so, Lin Pengpeng still had no intention of going out to find money. Anyway, life has become like this, it's better to give up. It would be best to just die, then nothing will happen. You don't have to worry about not being able to pay back $1 million, nor do you have to think about those filthy moments all the time. Just let yourself turn into a gust of wind and disappear from this earth. How nice! Lin Pengpeng comforted herself. But when there was a knock on the door, she felt her body temperature drop suddenly, her blood flow backwards, and she felt as cold as falling into an ice cellar. Chapter 92. Knock. Knock knock. Knock knock knock. The knock on the door sounded again and again, and after each knock, the interval between knocks gradually decreased. This suddenly woke Lin Pengpeng, who was lying on the bed. She sat up, beads of sweat on her forehead. This dream is too suffocating. Lin Pengpeng touched his chest and muttered to himself, isn't it a little too real? Just when she thought it was just a dream, and calmed herself down and was about to lie down on the bed and fall into a half-dead sleep, there was another knock on the door. Knock knock. The difference was that this time, after the knock on the door, she also heard the man's voice. Big sister, open the door, I know you are in there. After that, there were 2 more bangs. The loud knock on the door pierced Lin Pengpeng's heart like a bullet. Finally, Lin Pengpeng watched as their posture became more and more terrifying, and their strength seemed to be able to break into the door in the next second. Thinking of this, she walked out with difficulty and opened the door. With a creaking sound. As soon as Lin Pengpeng opened the door, she saw 2 big men outside who were about to break in. She panicked at first, but then pretended to be calm. Are you guys trying to break into someone's house? I'm going to call the police. Upon hearing this, the big men all stood back. It is illegal for them to lend money at high interest rates, so naturally they don't want to attract tough guys like the police. At this time, Brother who was standing at the back, also took 2 steps forward. He said with a smile, Big sister, you are taking this too seriously. We just came to see you. The date written on the contract hasn't arrived yet. There are still 7 days left. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Pengpeng thought about today, there were still 7 days left until the time agreed in the contract. Brother Tiger, aren't you violating the rules between us by doing this? When Brother Who heard this, he was not angry, but just smiled. Yes, there are still 7 days left. Anyway, we brothers have nothing to do, so we just walk around. Who knew that we would walk to your house today, so I came up to see you. Thank you, Brother Tiger. I'm living a good life. I won't bother you worrying about me. Oh, look at what you said. Brother Who smiled and changed the subject directly. I came here just to say that if you have money, you can pay us back part of it first. In this way, our relationship won't be so tense in 7 days, don't you think? I took the money for investment. I don't have any money now. I will definitely return the money to you after the funds are transferred out. You don't have to worry about it so early. Is that so? Brother Who glanced inside out of the corner of his eye. It's the middle of the day, sister, you didn't just wake up, did you? It's dark in there, someone who doesn't know would think it's night time. Lin Pengpeng said casually. I stayed up all night yesterday, and you guys came over not long after I fell asleep. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone of voice. Hearing this, Brother Who quickly apologized with a smile. I'm really sorry, sister, you can continue to sleep, and we brothers will continue to take a walk. He turned around and found that the 2 younger brothers behind him were still staring at Lin Pengpeng. What are you looking at? Let's go. Don't scare the big sister. After watching the figures disappear from her sight, Lin Pengpeng turned around and hurriedly walked into her room, then locked all the locks on the door. After doing all this, she still felt uneasy. Then he stood up from the ground, pushed the long table in the living room towards the door, and then pushed it behind the door. She piled some scattered things on it, added some weight to the table, and even plastic bags were thrown on it as if they had magic power by Lin Pengpeng. Only when there was really nothing left on the table did Lin Pengpeng's nonsensical farce come to an end. After taking a look at her work with great satisfaction, she dragged her tired body to lie down on the bed. Looking at the ceiling in the room, Lin Pengpeng became worried. There are still 7 days left before the repayment deadline.
How can she get 1 million within these 7 days? After all, those big brothers didn't look like they were easy to mess with. The reason why I was able to drive them all away today was simply because they followed the rules. After 7 days, their relationship is no longer a normal transaction, but rather a creditor-creditor relationship. Usury with compound interest has become a hot commodity in their eyes. Lin Pengpeng had no doubt that if she couldn't give brother Hu and the others 500,000 yuan within 7 days, she might be beaten half to death by them. But who has money? After thinking about it, Lin Pengpeng felt her nerves suddenly relax. Without the tension of dancing on the edge of death's knife, she felt a huge sense of tiredness enveloping her, and then her eyelids began to twitch. Not long after, Lin Pengpeng fell asleep mumbling to herself, still yelling, "What should I do?" Without any troublesome partners and with a thriving team, Lin Yuan was in a very good mood and even drank boiled water which tasted especially sweet. Today was the first time he showed his operation plan to Mu Ziyuan. After reading it, Mu Ziyuan was just surprised. Is this, from this month? Not all of them, but from the beginning till now. Mu Ziyuan pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, his eyes filled with admiration that could not be concealed. You are really capable, kid. I thought you were just playing around, but I didn't expect you to do it so well. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "It's Chinga who assists me. It's all thanks to you, father-in-law, who taught me well. That's why I have such an excellent and virtuous wife. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to build this company with my own strength." Lin Yuan's words touched Mu Ziyuan's heart. Even the serious Mu Ziyuan's mouth corners were obviously raised, revealing a proud look. Of course, I know how outstanding my daughter is. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Yuan smiled. Father-in-law, I have almost finished the preliminary work of the company. I will hand over the company to you to run in a while, because the internet celebrities under the company still need some time to ferment and settle. At this time, you can cooperate with each other. When the time is right, you can become famous overnight. You're not going to run the company anymore? Mu Ziyuan's expression changed slightly. He saw Lin Yuan running around for the company's affairs all this time, and thought that he wanted to run the company seriously, but after listening to what Lin Yuan said today, it seemed that this was not the case. Chapter 93. Lin Yuan smiled. Why not? That's a company that was built with real money. I can't be so careless even if I spend a lot of money. Lin Yuan sat down and explained, but now the scale of the company has been roughly formed. It doesn't need too much human intervention. It's just a matter of giving them time. And you can also take this opportunity, father-in-law, to connect the businesses of the two companies. This will also enable us to better develop future cooperation. When Mu Ziyuan heard Lin Yuan's words, he found it a little unbelievable, but he still suppressed his surprise with his many years of experience in judging people. Is that what you thought from the beginning? Lin Yuan nodded. The internet is now the trend of new media. I am not saying that the previous methods are bad, but for the audience of the new era, they are somewhat too limited. After all, compared with offline advertising, the profit-making effect is indeed not as fast as short videos and various online joint activities. So I think that based on the previous foundation of your company, you can try to combine the two models to bring about the effect. If our own model doesn't work well, we can change our mindset and look for other outsourcing companies. Maybe it won't be that bad. Besides, we should try everything. Even if we fail, we don't need to worry about the money. Mu Ziyuan looked at Lin Yuan speaking so shamelessly and his jaw dropped open in surprise, almost dislocating. I think in this world, only Lin Yuan can say so easily that he has no shortage of money. Mu Ziyuan had roughly estimated the amount of money Lin Yuan had invested from the beginning. Adding the turnover of the two companies together, even a small target could be considered a small amount. And judging from Lin Yuan's expression, it seemed that he could come up with even more money. He had a hunch that even if he asked Lin Yuan for 100 million now, he might transfer the money to him without hesitation. What is Lin Yuan's background? Mu Ziyuan looked at the young man in front of him and felt unsure. Lin Yuan noticed Mu Ziyuan's strange expression. Mu Ziyuan must have begun to doubt his background, so he had to rationalize the money he had as soon as possible so as not to attract the fear of more forces. He understood that with his current status, having too many sources of funds would become a constraint on him. If one does not have absolute strength, resources beyond one's control will eventually be like the surging waves that will push one into the bottomless abyss. Lin Yuan knew the potential crisis that the system brought to him, so he had to seize the time to build his own power network before the crisis broke out. Only in this way could he have the right to speak. Mu Ziyuan looked at Lin Yuan's expression, which didn't seem to be false. He asked seriously, "Are you serious?"
In fact, controlling one more company or one less company is nothing more than an increase in workload for Mu Ziyuan, because he knows that Lin Yuan, as the most powerful backyard, will provide him with financial support. So instead of thinking about the impact of funds on himself, it is better to think about whether he can balance the workload between both sides.
Lin Yuan nodded. "I'd like to trouble you, father-in-law, to take care of the company." "Good." Mu Ziyuan did not hesitate and took on the matter directly.
After all, if he doesn't take the job, according to Lin Yuan's personality, he will definitely be fired from both jobs. Instead of adding more trouble to them, it would be better for an old guy like me to take it and give the younger generations more opportunities to hone themselves.
"So what are your plans?" Well, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and smiled happily. "Of course it's a honeymoon."
It was delayed because of so many things before, and now things are finally settled. If I don't put this matter on the agenda, I will miss the most suitable time.
Honeymoon.
Mu Ziyuan was a little confused at first, but when he heard what Lin Yuan said, he suddenly understood. At that time, Lin Yuan and Mu Qingga's wedding had just ended not long ago, and he was still thinking that there seemed to be something missing between the two of them, but he never expected that after listening to Lin Yuan's words, he realized that the couple did not go on a honeymoon. But come to think of it, if their own company hadn't suddenly run into problems and tied them down, they might have just returned from abroad right now. It was my negligence. Mu Ziyuan didn't think too much at that time, he just wanted to solve the problem first. It does disturb your life.
Lin Yuan interrupted Mu Ziyuan and said, "Father-in-law, what are you talking about? We are all family, so there is no such thing as disturbing each other. Besides, we are so happy that you can tell us about this matter. At least Qingga is happy. It is our duty to help you, father-in-law."
Lin Yuan knew too well how important face was to a man. If he hadn't been really desperate, Mu Ji might have carried on his own. But now, the company's crisis has finally been overcome, and this matter has come to a perfect end.
"Oh, let's not talk about this anymore." Mu Ziyuan waved his hand. "I am really grateful for your help, son-in-law.
This company is the result of my life's hard work.
I don't want to see it go bankrupt. Thank you for protecting my hard work." Lin Yuan didn't say anything, but listened humbly to Mu Ziyuan's praise. After some praise, Mu Ziyuan turned his attention to Lin Yuan and asked with interest, "Since it is a honeymoon, have you decided where to go?" "I don't know about this either. I'll ask Qingga later and see where she likes, and then we can go there." Mu Ziyuan paused and said, "It's midsummer now, right?" Lin Yuan didn't understand why Mu Ziyuan said this out of the blue, but he nodded anyway. "In midsummer, take her to see the aurora." Mu Ziyuan's eyes softened. "I remember one year she said she wanted to go to Antarctica to see the aurora and penguins." Antarctica.
Lin Yuan thought about it carefully and felt that this plan was credible.
"Thank you, father-in-law. I will go back and discuss this matter with Qingga."
Looking at the smile on Lin Yuan's face, Mu Ziyuan smiled.
"You kid, go get ready. If my daughter comes back and complains to me, you'll be in trouble."
Lin Yuan assured solemnly, "Don't worry, father-in-law, this will never happen."
Chapter 94.
Lin Yuan stayed in Mu Ziyuan's company for a while and then went back. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he walked out of the door of Ziyuan Hongtu, a figure suddenly jumped out from the jungle next to him, and then rushed towards him as if risking his life. Before Lin Yuan had time to think, his body reacted faster than his brain. He slightly turned sideways and left the position where he had just stood. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a woman's back passing by him.
"Who are you?"
Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the overconfident woman in front of him. Looking at the woman staggering back, Lin Yuan searched for the woman's identity in his mind, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what the relationship between this woman in front of him and himself was. Her hair was unkempt and her waist was covered with fat. Just as Lin Yuan was looking at the woman suddenly turned her body around the next second. Lin Yuan took a closer look and saw that underneath the woman's greasy and tangled hair, there was indeed a familiar face hidden.
"Lin Pon? There was still some disbelief in Lin Yuan's tone.
Because the woman in front of him was so similar to the person in his memory.
"Money, give me money." After hearing Lin Yuan's voice, Lin Pengping's eyes suddenly enlarged twice as much, like a hungry wolf, ready to pounce again. How could Lin Yuan do as she wished?
The reason why Lin Pengpeng was so close to him just now was simply because he did not have time to realize the potential danger. And now that he was watching Lin Pengpeng's movements, how could he not react? After all, in Lin Yuan's eyes, Lin Pengpeng's unsystematic movements presented an image that was like a moving picture captured by a high-speed camera, so clear that Lin Yuan could even see where each strand of hair on Lin Pengpeng's head was going. Just by retreating a few steps, Lin Yuan completely distanced himself from Lin Pengpeng. Lin Pengpeng's fluttering figure was left alone. She immediately turned her head and locked onto Lin Yuan, launching an attack once again. I want money. Give me money now. When Lin Yuan saw Lin Pengpeng's appearance, he felt as if he was possessed by an evil spirit and was going crazy. He took a step and walked behind Lin Pengpeng. When he was about to kick her, the security guard at the entrance of Ziyuan Hongtu had already noticed something was wrong and came over to grab Lin Pengpeng, who was walking towards him. Boss Lin, are you okay? Everyone in Ziyuan Hongtu knows that Lin Yuan is Mu Ziyuan's son-in-law, and naturally they also know that the reason why Ziyuan Hongtu was able to revive was also due to Lin Yuan's secret financial help. Therefore, the employees of Ziyuan Hongtu subconsciously think that Lin Yuan is the big money man behind Ziyuan Hongtu, and of course they are respectful to him. Lin Yuan paused, looked at the two bodyguards who came up to help, and then waved his hand. I'm fine. Even so, the two security guards still felt a little guilty. I'm really sorry. This is our negligence in our work. We allowed this kind of person to sneak in. Mr. Lin, what do you think? How should we deal with this person? Call the police. As Lin Yuan spoke, he looked at Lin Pengpeng deeply again. Don't embarrass her, just wait for the police to come. Clear. After Lin Yuan dealt with this little episode, he turned and left. But on the way back, he felt a little uneasy, as if something was wrong with Lin Pengpeng. After returning home, Mu Qingge seemed to notice that Lin Yuan was distracted, so she stepped forward and asked with concern, Husband, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so sad after going to Dad's company? Did Dad make things difficult for you? Lin Yuan shook his head. No, Dad agreed to it and told us to have a good honeymoon. Mu Qingge only listened to the first half of the sentence and ignored the second half. Isn't this a good thing? Then why are you worrying? When I was leaving the company, I met Lin Pengpeng downstairs. Your cousin? Hearing this name, Mu Qingge's expression immediately changed, and his face became nervous. What did she do there? Did she cause you trouble? It should be, but he was stopped by the security guards of my father-in-law's company. Mu Qingge heaved a sigh of relief when she heard from Lin Yuan that nothing had happened. I'm glad you're all right. Your cousin is so annoying. She comes to bother you every now and then. But, I think she's a little weird this time. Although Lin Pengpeng's family always harassed his family and were particularly shameless in coming to pick trouble with him, after all, they could be considered relatives based on blood ties. He happened not to be a cold-hearted person, so when he saw Lin Pengpeng, he had some bad premonitions in his heart. However, Lin Pengpeng's almost crazy appearance made him feel bad about her. He didn't want to have too much contact with her, so he drove back. But the more he thought about it on the way, the more he felt something was wrong, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. His intuition told him that things might not be as simple as they seemed. Strange? How do you mean? Seeing Lin Yuan's serious expression, Mu Qingge knew that he was not joking, so he sat down and prepared to think about this matter with him. Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qingge gratefully and told her everything that happened downstairs at Mu Ziyuan's company this afternoon. When I walked out of the entrance of Ziyuan Hongtu today, Lin Pengpeng suddenly rushed over from the side and tried to grab me, and kept yelling at me to give her money. Although it is not uncommon for her family to ask me for money, the strange thing is that Lin Pengpeng is a person who has always loved beauty and used to put on lipstick when she went out. However, she did appear in front of me today with disheveled hair and a dirty face, and her figure had become a little fatter. If her face was not somewhat similar, I would not have recognized her. So exaggerated? Mu Qingge recalled Lin Pengpeng's appearance in his mind. Although he is not very iconic, he is still a good-looking person. How long has it been since then, and how could it turn out as Lin Pengpeng described? Mu Qingge didn't see it with his own eyes, so he did find it a little hard to believe. Why don't you ask her what happened? Mu Qingge asked Lin Yuan tentatively. Ever since she knew that Lin Pengpeng had no good intentions towards Lin Yuan, she had of course had a preconceived dissatisfaction with this woman, but she claimed that she was not a cold-hearted person. Even if she saw Lin Pengpeng about to commit suicide, she thought she would run forward without hesitation to save Lin Pengpeng. Chapter 95.
Ever since being harassed by Lin Pengpeng once, Lin Yuan has been looking for an opportunity to find out about Lin Pengpeng's situation. But Lin Pengpeng seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Even though Lin Yuan paid close attention to his surroundings, he did not see Lin Pengpeng. It was as if the last incident was just an accident. Just when Lin Yuan thought that the matter would pass peacefully, a phone call disturbed the peace. Lin Yuan looked at the ringing phone on the table. Especially when Jiang Yanglan's name was displayed on the phone, he suddenly had a lot of premonitions and did not answer the call immediately. Jiang Yanglan, who was making the call, was even more persistent. Even if no one answered, she still insisted on calling again and again. Finally, Lin Yuan couldn't bear it anymore and answered the phone. "Auntie, what's the matter with you calling me so late? Where's Nyonyo? Where did Nyonyo go? Where did you take my Nyonyo?" Jiang Yanglan's barrage of questions reached Lin Yuan's ears through the receiver of the mobile phone. He listened to the sharp female voice coming from the other end of the phone and frowned slightly. "Auntie, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Isn't my cousin with you? What does it have to do with me?" Although he was quite worried about Lin Pengpeng's mental state before, when he thought about it carefully, he realized that Lin Pengpeng was a grown-up, not a 3-year-old child on the street, so what could happen to her? Instead, they, as a family, indiscriminately pinned the blame on me. Do they really think I am easy to bully? Why is it none of your business? Nyonyo went to find you, isn't that your business? Jiang Yanlan spoke shamelessly over the phone, as if everything she said was the truth. Lin Yuan was speechless. Good job. Do these people think that since Lin Pengpeng has met them once, they should naturally bear the blame? Auntie, please watch your mouth. My phone has an automatic recording function. After all, you are an adult and you should pay the consequences for your actions. You, stop scaring me. Jiang Yanlan said with a trembling voice. Although her momentum had weakened, she still looked unforgiving. I don't care. Nyonyo said she went to look for you, but now she's gone. You are responsible for this. Gone? Lin Yuan pursed his lips, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Auntie, please explain clearly, what do you mean by missing? Didn't she contact you? I need to find you after I contacted you? But no matter how I called, my phone was not connected. Then I remembered that Nyonyo said she wanted to find you a few days ago for something. Hearing this, Lin Yuan recalled the time when he was almost stopped by Lin Pengpeng. Lin Pengpeng seemed to be still saying that she asked him to borrow money. When Jiang Yanglan heard Lin Yuan fall silent, she quickly asked, "Why aren't you talking? Are you feeling guilty?" Lin Yuan had no intention of arguing with such an unreasonable person. "Aunt, my cousin did come to see me a few days ago, but I was in a hurry and didn't contact her. If you don't believe me, you can call the police and check the surveillance to prove my innocence. Of course, the security guard should have sent her to the Public Security Bureau that day. You can go there and take a look. Maybe you can see the transcript of my cousin's visit last time." You. Jiang Yanglan didn't expect Lin Yuan to throw the problem to her to solve. She hurriedly said, "I don't care. Go to the Public Security Bureau now to see where your cousin is. Otherwise." Auntie, do you want to listen to what you are saying? Lin Yuan interrupted Jiang Yanglan, he found it a little funny. My cousin is your daughter. As a parent, what's the point of just talking? What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? If you want to know where your daughter is, why don't you just go and see for yourself? Why are you asking me for help? Auntie, do you think it's appropriate for me to leave at this time? You. Jiang Yanglan was so shocked by Lin Yuan's words that she was speechless, and the next second Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Jiang Yanglan was so angry that she watched the screen of her phone gradually turn gray. Her face looked unhappy. Seeing this, Lin Hongfu next to her hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did Lin Yuan agree? Promise me." Jiang Yanglan threw her cell phone hard on the sofa and sat down angrily. Lin Yuan is really rebellious. He actually talked back to his elders and hung up on me. Is this how your brother taught his son? Lin Hongfu was already a little annoyed by Lin Pengpeng's disappearance, and then he was criticized by Jiang Yanglan so coldly. No one would feel good. Whatever you say, the most important thing now is to find where our daughter has gone. Why are you always focusing on Lin Yuan? Even if you say more, he may not even look at you straight in the face. Oh? You stinky man, you are blaming me for this now?
If you were not incompetent, would we girls still need to go to the city to find a rich husband? Now that you haven't got the money, you treat me like this? Don't you think about how much I have paid for this family?
Others work as nannies outside and earn thousands or tens of thousands of yuan a month, but I not only didn't get a penny from you, but also had to endure the anger of your brother's family.
You are such an incompetent brother. That's enough.
Lin Hongfu suppressed his anger.
I already said that, that's not what I meant, you're getting off topic. Jiang Yanlan was frightened by Lin Hongfu's roar and was stunned at first, then burst into tears. Is it not enough for me to say a few words to you? Oh. I really have a miserable life.
Now my daughter is missing, and my husband still has to wink at me.
Lin Hongfu looked at Jiang Yanglan's unreasonable appearance and knew that it would be useless to say anything to her now. Moreover, if he continued to talk, it might cause a quarrel.
After thinking it over, he stood up and prepared to go back to his room. At this time, Jiang Yanlan called him.
What are you going to do?
Lin Hongfu had his back to Jiang Yanlan and did not turn around.
What else can I do? Now that my daughter is missing, shouldn't we find her quickly? If I can't get anything from Lin Yuan, I'll ask someone else and report to the police station early tomorrow morning.
I don't believe that our Nyonyo, who is this age, can disappear out of thin air. Jiang Yanlan looked at Lin Hongfu and stopped crying.
You're right. Lin Yuan can't do it. I'll go ask other people. Do you think, does my daughter's boyfriend know the news? Chapter 96. Lin Hongfu blinked, as if he remembered this incident. Yes, my daughter's boyfriend must know where she went. Lin Hongfu took the step he had just taken and then took it back. Hurry up and find that guy's phone number. What's his name? Jiang Yanlan added, Tang Xiaojun. Right.
Lin Hongfu patted his head, find Xiao Tang's phone number and ask where Nyonyo went. Jiang Yanlan swiped through her phone list for a long time, and finally saw a string of messages with the note Nyonyo's boyfriend. She called the number.
After 2 beeps, the call was connected. Hello, who's that?
Tang Xiaojun's voice came through the receiver. After hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yanlan and Lin Hongfu became a little excited.
Xiaojun, do you still remember me?
Jiang Yanlan thought about exchanging pleasantries with Tang Xiaojun before asking further questions.
Who knew that just as she finished speaking, the man on the other end of the phone said nonchalantly, Auntie, who are you? Did you call the wrong number? During the meal, one could hear some laughter between men and women.
Jiang Yanlan had been through a lot, so she naturally understood what those voices meant, but when she listened carefully, she realized that the female voice was not her daughter's. Coupled with Tang Xiaojun's unfamiliar tone, the smile on her face instantly turned ugly.
I am Lin Pengpeng's mother.
After hearing this, Tang Xiaojun paused and then sighed.
Lin Pengpeng's mother, Auntie, it's so late, what do you want to talk to me about? I just want to ask if you have seen Pengpeng recently. We haven't been able to contact her for several days. Well, no, Auntie.
Lin Pengpeng broke up with me before, and I don't know where she is now.
Tang Xiaojun said indifferently, didn't she tell you? No.
Why did you break up?
Jiang Yanglan's voice suddenly became excited. Tang Xiaojun is rich and handsome.
What on earth could have made Nyonyo so upset that she broke up with such a wealthy husband?
Well, I don't know either. Tang Xiaojun didn't want to argue with Jiang Yanlan anymore and wanted to hang up the phone. Auntie, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. Isn't it a bit disturbing to call at this time?
As he said this, he did not forget to laugh wickedly, and then, a woman's lewd laughter came from the other end of the phone.
Jiang Yanglan's pupils suddenly dilated, and then she looked a little unwilling. Then do you know where Nyonyo went after she broke up with you? What did she do? Tang Xiaojun said impatiently, I don't know.
After saying this, Jiang Yanlan could no longer hear a clear human word. What followed was the sound of puffing and the sound of panting mixed in. Jiang Yanlan heard what the other party was doing, so she quickly hung up the phone. Seeing this, Lin Hongfu, who was standing next to him, came forward.
What did Xiao Tang say? What else can I say? Your daughter has broken up with someone else. What can others say? Break up?
Lin Hongfu was also a little surprised when he heard this.
Xiao Tang is so good, why did Nyonyo break up with him? Then how should I know? Shouldn't you ask Nyonyo yourself about this matter?
After going around in circles, all the topics came back to Lin Pengpeng. But now Lin Pengpeng's whereabouts are unknown,
and they have no way of knowing the inside story of Lin Pengpeng and Tang Shujuan's breakup. Lin Hongfu and Jiang Yanlan each sat at one end of the sofa, sighing heavily. Whenever they thought of the daughter they had raised for more than 20 years, they were filled with melancholy and felt uneasy about their future life. They originally wanted to earn some pension from the bride price, and since their daughter was pretty good looking, they were all thinking about what to do with the money when it came. As a result, Lin Pengpeng's disappearance completely disrupted their plans. Not to mention that the betrothal gift was wasted. Now they don't even know whether Lin Pengpeng is dead or alive. As time passed, sleepiness gradually took over the minds of both of them. Lin Hongfu stood up, took a step forward and prepared to go out. "No, I think we should go to the Public Security Bureau first." "How do we get there?" Jiang Yanglan said indifferently from behind. "It takes half an hour to get to town from our house, and we don't have a car." "Who will take you there in the middle of the night? Don't waste your energy. Go to bed early. It won't be too late to go and have a look tomorrow. Besides, what if Nyo just happened to have something to deal with and didn't pay attention to us? Maybe she will be free tomorrow and will call us." Lin Hongfu lowered his head in thought and felt that what Jiang Yanglan said made sense. "Then go to bed early. We'll catch the earliest bus to town tomorrow." The other side. After Mu Qingge saw Lin Yuan hang up the phone, he became uneasy again. "Hubby." Mu Qingge's soft and fragrant body came forward and said gently, "It's getting late now. We should go to bed. We still have things to do tomorrow." Lin Yuan lay down with a heavy heart. Looking at the ceiling in front of him, many thoughts flashed through his mind, but after thinking about it, the stone pressing on his chest made him feel a little breathless, as if something bad was happening. Suddenly, Mu Qingge put her hand on Lin Yuan's eyes. "Are you still thinking about it? Your face is wrinkled like a mountain." Lin Yuan grabbed Mu Qingge's hand and turned over. "Wife, I still feel something is wrong. Do you think something has happened to my cousin? That shouldn't be the case, right?" Mu Qingge wasn't sure, but looking at Lin Yuan's appearance, she still said comfortingly, "Maybe he's just busy with something." But when I saw her condition that day, it was indeed a little different. Mu Qingge didn't say anything. After all, she had heard all these things from Lin Yuan. But she remembered that the call Lin Yuan had just received was from Jiang Yanglan, so she continued talking about it. "Even if we didn't look for him, your uncle and his family would definitely find a way to look for him. After all, they are parents. How can parents rest well when their child is missing? Maybe they are already on their way to report the case. As for us..." Mu Qingge moved closer to Lin Yuan's arms, hugged him, and listened to his strong beating heart. "Let's have a good rest. Even if there is something wrong, we can ask about it tomorrow. It won't be too late." Chapter 97. On the way to the company, Lin Yuan remembered what happened last night and called Lin Pengpeng first. As expected, the phone rang for a long time and no one answered. He felt that things might be heading out of control, so he thought about going to the police station to report the case first. But then he thought that Jiang Yanlan and his wife might have already reported the case before, so he didn't want to waste too much police resources. Thinking of this, he went to the company first and wanted to finish some handover work at hand. Even though the company said it would give it to Mu Ziyuan, there were some details that required Lin Yuan to personally oversee, so Lin Yuan was busy with these things all morning. By the time he came to his senses, it was already noon. Lin Yuan glanced at the remaining documents on the table. They were all trivial projects and there was no need to rush. At this time, the phone on Lin Yuan's desk rang. He saw that the caller ID on his phone was Lin Bohua's name. Lin Yuan was a little confused, but still picked up the phone. "Hey, Dad, what's going on?" Lin Bohua's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Yuan, your cousin is missing. Can you help look for her? Your uncle and the others are all worried sick." Lin Yuan listened to his usually steady father becoming anxious and incoherent. He paused for a moment and tried to calm Lin Bohua down. "Dad, tell me slowly, what happened?" "I'm not sure either." Lin Bohua's voice weakened a little, and he was not as excited as before. "Your uncle called us early this morning and said Pengpeng was missing. He wanted you to help find her. It is indeed gone." Lin Yuan knew that his intuition was correct, but didn't this happen too quickly? "I clearly saw Lin Pengpeng a few days ago, and now only a few days have passed. How could a living person just disappear out of thin air? Dad, I think this matter is a little strange. Don't worry about it. Just stay at home. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, other people's voices were heard on the other end of the line.
Brother, have you guys agreed? If you have, hurry up and go out with us to find Ñoño. If it's any later, what if something happens to Ñoño? Uncle's voice?
Lin Yuan didn't hear it clearly, but he vaguely recognized that it was Lin Hongfu's voice.
Uncle is coming in?
Lin Yuan's thoughtless tone sounded like a question. Lin Bohu on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, and his voice suddenly became weak. This happened too suddenly.
I have no way.
When Lin Yuan heard Lin Bohu's cautious tone, he knew that he had said the wrong thing, but words spoken were like water spilled, and it was difficult to take them back, so he changed his tone.
Dad, I don't mean to blame you. Are you still at home now?
The person on the other end of the phone seemed relieved and said slowly, he's at home, but we'll go out and look for him later. After all, he's such a grown-up, we'll definitely find him if we look for him more.
Don't go out yet.
Lin Yuan interrupted Lin Bohu. It is not certain now whether Lin Pengpeng disappeared on her own, or whether some people with ulterior motives hid her away. I am afraid that these people have other purposes. After all, when you are in the world, you always need to be cautious. Perhaps his voice was a little loud, and Jiang Yanglan on the other end of the phone also heard it.
She shouted into the phone in frustration, Lin Yuan, what do you mean? My daughter is missing, why don't you let anyone look for her?
Ñoño is your cousin, it's fine if you don't help her, but why are you trying to stop us from finding her? Lin Yuan's face suddenly darkened. Aunt, you can go find someone, but don't take my dad with you.
Why not? Aren't we a family? Have you called the police?
Lin Yuan's words stumped Jiang Yanglan. She was silent for a long time and did not answer Lin Yuan's question. If you call the police, they will handle these things. If you don't, call the police now.
Lin Yuan didn't have a good temper towards them.
These two guys are parents after all. When their daughter went missing, they didn't cooperate with the police investigation first. Instead, they came to their house.
Do they really think they are omnipotent?
Or do you think it would save a lot of trouble to leave things to others? At this moment, Lin Yuan remembered what Mu Chinga said last night.
Lin Pengpeng is really unlucky to have parents like Jiang Yanglan.
But Lin Yuan was too lazy to worry about who was right or wrong in this matter at the moment, so he turned around and instructed Lin Bohu.
Dad, don't move. I'm going home now.
After saying that, Lin Yuan hung up the phone, picked up the car keys on the table and left.
Jiang Yanglan became furious.
Just when she was about to talk to Lin Yuan, she found that Lin Yuan had already hung up the phone.
Don't hang up the phone if you can.
Jiang Yanglan shouted at the phone screen that was gradually turning gray, but Lin Yuan couldn't hear her.
She returned the phone to Lin Bohu angrily and asked loudly, Bohu, what are you still standing there for? Come with us to find Ñoño. If you delay our efforts to find Ñoño, you will just have to wait and see.
Jiang Yanglan thought that after she threatened Lin Bohu, he would listen to her. After all, she had scared Lin Bohu in the same way before. However, this time, her trick didn't seem to work.
After hearing this, Lin Bohu did not say anything.
Instead, he sat back on the sofa and even drank tea leisurely.
You, Lin Bohu. What do you mean?
Jiang Yanglan became angry immediately when she saw Lin Bohu's appearance.
She couldn't beat Lin Yuan, but could she not beat Lin Bohu, the man in front of her who had always been submissive?
Lin Bohu said calmly, my son told me to wait for him here.
Sister-in-law, if you can't wait, you can go first with my brother. I have no objection. You don't listen to us now? They say that an elder brother is like a father, but now you don't even listen to Hongfu? You only listen to your son? What else?
Lin Bohu's voice suddenly became deep, and his usually honest face was stained with anger.
I don't listen to my son, so what about you?
My son will take care of me in my old age, but what about you?
It's enough for you to bully me alone, and now you want to hurt Yuan. If I continue to endure it, won't I be laughed at?
This was the first time that Jiang Yanlan and the others saw Lin Bohu lose his temper, and they were stunned for a moment.
Chapter 98. The atmosphere was silent for a long time until Lin Yuan came back and broke the deadlock in the living room.
As soon as Lin Yuan entered the room, he saw Jiang Yanlan and his father confronting each other. He understood the situation immediately and walked quickly to the center of the living room.
Auntie, why haven't you left yet?
Lin Yuan looked at the person in front of him with interest.
He said his daughter was lost, but now he is still in the mood to stay in his home. It seems that the matter is not very serious. When Jiang Yanlan saw Lin Yuan coming back, her momentum immediately weakened and she didn't even dare to say a word. Lin Yuan calmly sat on the sofa and looked at Jiang Yanlan and the others. Do I need to ask you to leave? You, how can you talk like that? Jiang Yanlan was furious and kept saying forcefully, that's your cousin. As a brother, are you supposed to just stand by and watch? Lin Yuan sneered. Auntie, please understand what it means to stand by and watch. My cousin is already a grown-up. If she is really missing, do you two think that if we continue to look for her aimlessly, how long will it take us to find her? Then how should I know? Don't you have to go and find out? Aunt, you are my cousin's parents. You, as parents, don't go looking for her, but you want us to look for her. If this gets out, is that right? Jiang Yanglan's face gradually turned red. What do you mean by yours and mine? Your last name is Lin too, and you are from our Lin family. Now that the Lin family is in trouble, it is only natural that you should go over and help. I'm sorry, this matter is beyond my ability. Auntie, you should go find someone else. Besides, didn't you report the case? You have to trust the police and they will be able to find my cousin. Jiang Yanlan gritted her teeth. She knew that she couldn't communicate with Lin Yuan, but if she talked to Lin Bohu, Lin Yuan would divert the topic. Jiang Yanglan's eyes swept back and forth between Lin Yuan and Lin Bohu, and finally she left angrily. You are so cruel. You are a bunch of ungrateful people. It is really a disgrace to our Hongfu family to have such people like you and your son in our Lin family. After Jiang Yanglan made those harsh words, she left in a rage without waiting for Lin Yuan to come forward. After Jiang Yanglan and Lin Hongfu left, the noise in the living room gradually became quiet. At this moment, Lin Bohu's mind was somewhat shaken. Son, your cousin is missing, and we should go look for her. You shouldn't talk like that. Although Lin Bohu did not speak out just now, he spoke out afterwards because Lin Yuan's actions violated the rules in his heart. As an elder, he had to teach his son the principles of being a human being and doing things. Dad, no matter how anxious we are, we can't just go looking for someone like this. Zhangcheng is so big, we can't walk around on our own. We still have to find a professional makeup artist to do this. Then we can't not go looking for them, right? One more person means more strength, which is never a bad thing. Lin Yuan knew what Lin Bohu wanted to do, but all this searching was meaningless and a waste of time. During this whole time, the phone rang. Lin Yuan subconsciously touched his cell phone and found that it was not his phone ringing, so he listened carefully to the source of the sound. Finally, he found the ringing cell phone on the table. Lin Yuan took a look first and found that the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. Dad, someone called you. Lin Yuan handed the phone to Lin Bohu. If it was any other call, Lin Yuan might have hung up on him directly, but this time the call was from a landline phone with an area code starting with Jiangcheng. He thought it might be a call from an old friend of Lin Bohu who he hadn't seen for a long time, so he didn't hang up the phone immediately. Whose phone is this? Why is it a landline? Lin Bohu took a closer look and said, I don't know, maybe it's someone I know. As he spoke, Lin Bohu answered the call and put the receiver on speakerphone. Hello, who is this? The other party was silent for a while, and then said in a formal tone, Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Bohu? Lin Bohu answered with a hint of doubt in his eyes. I am, you are. After confirming Lin Bohu's identity, the man on the other side quickly said, Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm from Jiangcheng Bank. Bank, what's going on? It's like this. You borrowed 200,000 yuan from us 2 months ago. Now the repayment date is approaching. We called you to confirm when you will repay the money. Or have you encountered any difficulties and need us to extend the time? If an extension is required, you will need to come and sign a new contract, and the loan interest rate on the contract will be different. The operator was still talking incessantly, while Lin Yuan and Lin Bohu on the other end of the line were completely confused. At this time, Lin Yuan interrupted the salesperson. Excuse me, miss, what did you mean by that? When did my father borrow money from your Jiangcheng bank? After saying that, Lin Yuan was afraid that he had missed something, so he looked at Lin Bohu again and confirmed, Dad, did you borrow money? No. Lin Bohu was also surprised. I live well here, I don't need so much money. After receiving Lin Bohu's reply, Lin Yuan picked up the phone and continued, I think your bank may have made a mistake. My father did not borrow money from you.
A mistake?
The salesperson was half believing and half doubting, and then he heard the rustling sound of pages turning from the other side. She spoke to the information above. Your father's name is Lin Bohu. He is 55 years old this year, from Wuxian County, Jiangcheng, and lives at number 13 Taoyuan Village, Wuxian County.
Your name is Lin Yuan. What the salesman said was all the information about Lin Yuan's family, even every detail.
He even knew the specific details of the land deed under Lin Bohu's name.
How do you know?
Lin Bohu was even more surprised. After all, he had kept the title deed in the old house since he got it.
Even Lin Yuan was not quite sure about the area inside. How could an outsider know it so clearly?
After hearing what was said on the other end of the phone, the salesperson began to doubt his own business, but the materials in front of him that could prove his work demonstrated the authenticity of the matter. She felt very strange, but returned to the question that already had an answer.
Isn't this the title deed that you mortgaged to our bank when you took out the loan? Chapter 99. What?
Lin Yuan and Lin Bohu were stunned. They had never taken out a loan from the bank, let alone used the land deed as collateral, but judging by what the salesperson said, this did not seem to be false.
Lin Yuan and Lin Bohu looked at each other and knew the answer in their minds. They picked up the phone and said, Jiangcheng Bank, right? Please wait a moment. We will go to the scene to verify it. The person on the other end of the phone didn't react unusually.
Mr. Lin, if the situation is true after verification, please pay the money back as soon as possible, otherwise we will take legal action according to the contract.
No.
Lin Yuan responded indifferently and then hung up the phone. Lin Bohu looked at Lin Yuan with a worried look on his face, and tried to explain himself. Son,
I really don't know where this money came from. I didn't borrow it. I know. Lin Yuan turned around and opened his phone.
After sending a message to the private detective, he said to Lin Bohu, Dad, I know this is not your fault. It should be that some people with ulterior motives got our family's land deed and then borrowed the money in your name. Lin Bohu looked nervous and said, I have kept the deed at home and never told anyone.
Who would go to our old house to look for the deed? Dad, who else knows about this? Only your mother and I know about this. No one else.
Lin Yuan thought for a moment, and an idea popped into his mind.
Then, what about Uncle and the others?
This. Lin Bohu hesitated for a long time.
I have no idea. He really didn't know. After all, he was his brother. Even if his brother bullied him all the time, he was still his brother after all and would never push him into the fire pit. Lin Yuan still did not give up his idea and asked again. Does my uncle's family know that we have the land deed?
That's for sure. When the village committee asked us to apply for the certificate, each household could only send one representative to do it. This is your uncle, and he was the one who handed the land deed to me personally.
And after that? Did he know where you put it?
This Lin Bohu rolled his eyes several times. He probably doesn't know, right? Hearing Lin Bohu's hesitant tone, Lin Yuan already had an idea in his mind. It seems that the land deed was most likely taken away by my uncle's family.
River City Bank. Lin Yuan drove his Maserati and brought Lin Bohu to the door of the bank.
The manager who was patrolling in the hall saw a luxury car parked at the door. His eyes, which had been calm, suddenly flashed with light, as if he had seen prey.
Hello, sir. What business are you here for?
The hall manager strode forward and directly intercepted Lin Yuan, which made the employees who were originally standing at the door itchy.
That was a big fish.
If they could sign a deal from him, their commission for this month might be secure. But just as they were about to step forward, after seeing the manager's expression, they dared not speak out and could only swallow their grievances. Lin Yuan ignored the manager's smile that was as bright as a sunflower and said coldly,
Looking for someone. Looking for someone.
The manager's expression suddenly fell, but he still forced himself to smile, maintaining his professional qualities, and smiled. I wonder who you were looking for, sir?
If possible, I can also serve you.
No, I'm here to find someone with the work number 0351. Seeing Lin Yuan's firm attitude, the manager didn't say much, so he waved his hand and asked someone to call out the person with employee number 0351. When the man came out, the expression on the manager's face became even uglier. If it were anyone else, he could still wink and threaten her slightly and the order would belong to her, but the person in front of him was an intern, a post-millennial who specialized in cleaning up the workplace. Her eyes carried the kind of clear stupidity that only belongs to college graduates.
Even if he wanted to wink at this woman, she might not be able to understand what he meant. Thinking of this, the manager had no choice but to give up and make room for the newcomer, hoping that the newcomer would not mess up the deal. After all, even if the big customers are not under your command, the number of orders generated by their group will be counted as the group's performance. When the year-end bonus is selected, you can also get a considerable bonus. Although some commissions are lost, it is better than nothing. Thinking of this, the manager looked at Lin Yuan and the newcomer with such eager eyes, as if he wanted to stare a hole through the two of them. Well, Lin Yuan felt uncomfortable when he felt the scrutiny from the people around him. He looked at the manager and said, "Sir, could you please stop looking at me so passionately?" After being exposed, the manager looked a little embarrassed. Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, but it was heard by all the waiters in the hall. Faced with the questioning looks from all around, the manager had no choice but to walk aside in disappointment and do the rest of his work. However, his ears were like radar, listening closely to the situation here in real time. Without the obstruction of others, Lin Yuan was able to continue the topic they had not yet finished. "Miss, you just said that my father borrowed 200,000 yuan from your bank. Can you show me the contract?" There was some suspicion in the newcomer's eyes, but he still followed the rules and regulations. He led Lin Yuan and Lin Boho to the bank's lounge, and then went to get the original contract. Just when she went back, she found that there was an extra person standing at the door. He stuck close to the door, looking a little nervous. Through. She was about to say hello when the person in front of her shushed her, signaling her not to speak. "Go in, and don't tell them there's someone outside the door." Although the newcomer didn't understand, he still did it. "Yes, manager." After saying that, she held the documents, walked inside as if nothing had happened, and showed the contract to Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin, this is the contract your father signed with us when he took out the loan." Lin Yuan picked up the file and glanced at it briefly. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and searched through the file information over and over again. Finally, he put the file on the table and crossed his hands. After a moment, he looked up at the newcomer. "You said that this is the contract signed by my father, but the handwriting on it is clearly written by a woman, and, since when will banks be able to apply for loans without requiring a copy of your ID card?" Chapter 100. This. The newcomer obviously did not expect Lin Yuan to ask this question, and for a moment she became a little at a loss. "I don't know about that either. I only know that Mr. Lin Bohu owes money and I need to find a guarantor to pay the money. It's that simple." Lin Yuan did not listen to the newcomer's explanation, but instead moved closer step by step. "I think your company needs to give me a clear explanation today. Why can your company lend money without a copy of the borrower SID card? Is this process really in compliance with the rules? Also, your company insists that it is my father who owes me the money, but now the evidence does not match your statement. Is this your company's attitude towards work? If you can't come up with an explanation today, after I pay the money back, I will hire a team of lawyers to pursue your company's legal responsibility. Mr. Lin, please don't make things difficult for me. I am just following the rules. I am pursuing the legitimate rights and interests of our citizens, and I am not trying to make things difficult for you. I am only acting in accordance with our country's laws and constitution." The newcomer is just a greenhorn in the workplace and has never seen such a big scene. He spoke incoherently, but kept saying the same few sentences over and over again. At this time, the manager who was eavesdropping outside really couldn't stand it anymore. If he let this little girl continue to do this, the bank might be on the verge of bankruptcy. He stepped in quickly and said with an apologetic smile, "Mr. Lin, what you said is very serious. We are a formal bank, and all our rules and regulations are in accordance with the procedures given by the superiors. We did something wrong in this matter. I apologize to you on behalf of my employees. She is just a newcomer, and it is inevitable that she will be negligent in her work. Please don't blame her." Lin Yuan looked at the manager with something strange in his eyes. He naturally understood that the manager was standing up to play the role of peacemaker at this time. It just so happened that he really didn't want to end this matter simply. After all, it involves the rights and interests of himself and his family, and he must fight for his legitimate rights and interests as a citizen. "I won't blame you, but please show us the surveillance video of the day the contract was signed. Then the truth will be revealed. If it was really signed by my father, I will naturally compensate you for the money, and of course I will apologize to you all. But if this matter itself is not our responsibility, and the person who borrowed the money did not act under our instructions,
Lin Yuan raised his eyes, with a hint of coldness in them. When the time comes, please give us a reasonable explanation. As the manager listened to what Lin Yuan said, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead and flowed down his face. For a moment, he felt his whole body become stiff, as if under Lin Yuan's gaze, his limbs could not move. It was not until Lin Yuan's gaze moved away that he got a chance to catch his breath. It's so scary. The manager thought secretly in his heart, turned around and gave the order as Lin Yuan asked. Now, the best way for their bank is to do things according to Lin Yuan's wishes. If this matter is really exposed, it will inevitably cause customers to distrust the bank and withdraw all the money they have in the bank. Without the support of customers, their Zhongcheng bank would be meaningless. So as a manager, he has to avoid this situation at all costs. This is for the company, but more for yourself. Lin Yuan was taken good care of by the manager. In less than a moment, the video he wanted to see was sent to him. Mr. Lin, the video you want is here. The manager smiled and clicked on the video for Lin Yuan. This is the surveillance video of the day the contract was signed. I will find it for you right away. Having said that, the manager began to operate the video skillfully. As he pulled, the video played at 10 times the speed. Lin Yuan and Lin Bohua stared at the scrolling images in the video until they saw a familiar figure. He blinked and yelled, "Stop!" The manager was frightened by Lin Yuan's sudden voice, but his hand subconsciously pressed the spacebar. The surveillance footage paused, just in time to capture the woman's face. Lin Yuan pointed at the blurry face. Can you make this woman look clearer for me? Can. As he spoke, the manager moved the mouse to frame the woman's face, and then pressed the enter key. After being processed by the software, a high-definition photo of the woman appeared in front of Lin Yuan. He looked at the person in front of him clearly and remembered what had happened before. He felt that this was not so strange. It's Peng Pang? Lin Bohua never dreamed that it was his own relatives who betrayed him. What he didn't expect was that this relative was Lin Pengpeng, whom he had loved before. For a moment, Lin Bohua found it difficult to accept it, and the light in his usually bright eyes gradually dimmed. The manager saw that Lin Yuan and the other man knew the woman in the picture, so he questioned the newcomer. Do you know this woman? Was she the one who came here to sign the loan? The manager was a little anxious. After all, this matter concerns the safety of the entire bank, and he can't let a newcomer destroy the bank. I don't know. The newcomer was frightened by this scene and almost cried. He sobbed, I really don't know. This is not the contract I signed. I am just responsible for the subsequent work of collecting the money under the contract. The manager's face darkened instantly. He knew that his employees had blamed the wrong person. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely serious. The manager turned to look at Lin Yuan and quickly apologized. Mr. Lin, I am truly sorry that due to the negligence of our employees, you and your father have to bear responsibilities that you should not have to bear. On behalf of the bank and the employee who made the mistake, I apologize to you. The manager fell to his knees with a plop. The sound of the corrugated cover hitting the floor was so crisp that it frightened the newlyweds next to them and they knelt down in tears. This is our bank's mistake. We will definitely compensate you and your father for your losses. Please be merciful and give our bank a chance to survive. The manager kowtowed desperately to Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan and the old man in front of him looked plain and simple, without any luxury brands on them and wearing very cheap clothes, he could tell from the car Lin Yuan was driving that the man in front of him was not simple. If he kneels down now, maybe he can save the bank. But if he didn't kneel down, he felt that with Lin Yuan's power, he would definitely bring down the bank. Chapter 101. Lin Yuan looked at the manager kneeling on the ground, but there was no sympathy in his eyes. After all, they were the ones who did something wrong, and they were the ones who put the blame on others first. However, handling business is their job. How can a person who can't even do his job well beg for forgiveness from others? Just because you are weak doesn't mean you have the right to be exempt from everything. At least for Lin Yuan, privileges do not exist, and he is just discussing the matter at hand. If he had not chosen to pursue the matter to the end today, if it were some more timid people, they might have inexplicably taken on this debt for others. Besides, Lin Yuan glanced at the manager. This guy had no good intentions in the first place, and his current actions were simply because he was afraid of revenge later. It's useless for you to kneel before me. Lin Yuan bluntly exposed the matter and said, your company made a mistake in handling the matter first.
As for the responsibility, naturally there will be someone to contact you. However, it's not impossible for me to show some mercy.
When the manager heard this, his eyes flickered, knowing that Lin Yuan could still give in.
Mr. Lin, you said that as long as I can do it, I can definitely help you do it.
Seeing that the manager was so understanding, Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush and said straight to the point, "Bring up Lin Pengping's transaction records for me to see."
This is not good.
The manager's expression became strange, and then he said with a little embarrassment, "Mr. Lin, it is illegal to investigate the cardholder's transaction records privately. You are lending money privately and forcing loans on others." Lin Yuan smiled and supported his head with one hand.
However, this is also illegal.
Before Lin Yuan could finish, the manager said, Okay, I'll get you the transaction records right away. As long as this record is not used for notarization in court, it's okay to show it to Lin Yuan." After the manager and the newcomer left, Lin Bohu finally started to ask,
"Yuaner, what are you doing? Why are you taking your cousin's bank statements?"
Although Lin Bohu didn't know what Lin Yuan's purpose was, this kind of bill record was a person's privacy after all, and it seemed inappropriate to snoop into it directly. "Dad, my cousin used our family's land deed to get a loan.
She must be short of money. As long as we follow the flow of the money, we might be able to find relevant clues."
Lin Boho lowered his head and thought for a moment.
"Son, you have some truth in what you said."
The two of them sat quietly in the lounge waiting. Not long after, the manager opened the door again, but unlike last time, the person standing next to him this time was not the newcomer, but a serious-looking man. Looking at the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and the briefcase in his hand, one can tell at a glance that he is most likely someone at the bank's management level. He must have come here specially to resolve Lin Yuan's issue. After the manager let the man in, he followed in.
"Mr. Lin, this is the transaction record you requested."
The manager handed over the document and continued, "In order to protect the privacy of the cardholder, we can only provide you with the transfer record."
"That's enough."
Lin Yuan took the document and looked at the information of the payee on the right, trying to find some clues about heresy.
He thought this clue would be a little difficult to find.
As a result, when he looked over, he found that the clue was written directly on the running water. The person who had the most transactions with Lin Pengpeng was a man named Tang. Among the people who had contact with Lin Pengpeng, there was one who seemed to have some money and whose name began with the character Tang. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan only had the memory of one person in his mind, and that was the man they had met before, Tang Xiaojun.
"Dad, please contact your uncle. Maybe my cousin's boyfriend knows where my cousin is."
Okay. Lin Bohua took out his cell phone and quickly called Lin Hongfu.
At this moment, Lin Yuan's eyes stayed on the last transaction amount between Lin Pengpeng and Tang Xiaojun in his account.
"Elder brother." Lin Bohua relayed Lin Yuan's words to Lin Hongfu. He thought he had helped Lin Hongfu a lot, but he never expected that after Jiang Yanglan on the other end heard it, she refuted what Lin Bohua said.
"Do you think I haven't looked for her?"
"It's because Xiao Tang didn't know that I came to ask you for help. Not only did you not help us, but you also made things worse for us."
"Do you really want us to not be able to find Nyonyo?"
Jiang Yanglan spoke hysterically into the phone, as if she wanted to vent all the anger she had been holding back on Lin Bohu. After saying that, perhaps she felt a little guilty, so she hung up the phone. Lin Bohu was stunned for a moment, then put his phone down. "Your uncle said that they looked for Tang Xiaojun, but there is still no trace of your cousin."
Lin Yuan looked at his father's dazed expression.
Even if he didn't eavesdrop on the phone call, he could probably guess what had happened in the call. Lin Yuan selectively ignored what he overheard. "After all, we are all adults. There are some things that should be said and some things that should not be said, and everyone should have some idea in their minds." He quickly changed the subject. "Dad, let's tell the police about this clue, because my cousin finally transferred 1 million to Tang Xiaojun."
"What?" Lin Bohu's pupils slightly dilated. 1 million? How can your cousin have so much money? Maybe I should ask Tang Xiaojun about this.
Because Lin Yuan noticed that before Lin Pengpeng transferred 1 million to Tang Xiaojun, there were several separate transfers of money, and each large amount of transfer and income was basically within a month. On the other side, when Tang Xiaojun was still immersed in riding his horse, the cell phone next to him suddenly rang. The urgent ringing of the bell almost frightened him into impotence. Being disturbed like this, he immediately lost the intention to play with the person under him, and hugged the person tightly in his arms, then freed one hand to answer the phone.
"Hello, who's that?" "Tang Xiaojun, right?" We are from the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. We suspect you are involved in a missing case. Please come to the Public Security Bureau now and cooperate with our investigation." The voice from the other side frightened Tang Xiaojun even more. If he was just frightened just now Tang Xiaojun has completely lost his evil taste for playing with women, because his weapon has curled up back into his body, as if it sensed his fear, and his most vulnerable part was unwilling to move forward even half a step. Chapter 102. Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. Comrade Police, I am really wronged. Lin Pengping's disappearance really has nothing to do with me. Why don't you believe me? Before Tang Xiaojun came, he had already guessed what he would encounter, so he prepared an excuse along the way. And the fact was just as he expected. Someone discovered the heresy and blamed himself for Lin Pengping's disappearance. "Mr. Tang, please sit down first." The police signaled Tang Xiaojun not to get too excited. "The matter has not been concluded yet. Before that, you are still the biggest suspect. Of course, as long as you cooperate with our police investigation, the case will eventually come to light, and we will clear your name at that time. But Lin Pengping's disappearance is really none of my business. She broke up with me a long time ago. Do I, her ex-boyfriend, have to cover for her mistakes?" No matter what the comrades on the opposite side said, Tang Xiaojun insisted that this matter had nothing to do with him. Seeing this, the public security comrade responded helplessly. "Mr. Tang, please calm down. The matter has not been concluded yet. We will investigate it thoroughly and will definitely give you justice." Tang Xiaojun snorted coldly and walked out of the meeting room. As a result, as soon as he went out, he saw Lin Yuan, and the corners of his mouth that were about to rise were suppressed again. Lin Yuan's appearance here now shows that he is involved in this matter. Thinking about the failure of the previous plan, Tang Xiaojun did not have much good impression of Lin Yuan. "Oh, I was wondering who called me to the police station. It turned out to be you. Lin Yuan." After hearing what Tang Xiaojun said, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. "Tang Xiaojun, you and I are not familiar with each other." Tang Xiaojun smiled. "Master Lin is really arrogant. It's true that people like you are different from us, so naturally you look down on us." Having said that, Tang Xiaojun didn't want to stay here any longer, so he took a step and prepared to leave. As he walked over, he was actually a little nervous. After all, Lin Yuan's appearance here meant that it was Lin Yuan who came here to provide the clues. If Lin Yuan noticed that there was something wrong with him now, he would definitely not be able to leave the Public Security Bureau today. So he had to get out quickly before Lin Yuan could react, find a place to hide, and come back after the matter was over. Although Lin Pengping's disappearance had nothing to do with him, and he didn't know what happened during the time Lin Pengping was away, his intuition told him that he must leave this place as soon as possible. What if after I deal with Lin Pengping, she tells me about what I did? Then he would have made a big mistake. Just when he thought he could get away completely, Lin Yuan's voice came into his ears as if it came from the ghost world. "Tang Xiaojun, you are in such a hurry to leave, is there something wrong with you?" After hearing what Lin Yuan said, Tang Xiaojun stopped in his tracks. Then he turned around stiffly and forced a smile on his face. "What are you talking about? Who is in a hurry to leave? Who has something to hide?" When Tang Xiaojun spoke, he was somewhat subconsciously unconfident, and his eyes were a little uncertain. But in order to make his words sound more authentic, he actually deepened his voice. But everything was ready, and just when he thought his disguise was perfect, the moment he met Lin Yuan's gaze, all his preparations fell through. Why are you looking at me like that?" Tang Xiaojun swallowed nervously, afraid that Lin Yuan would notice something on him. The next moment, Lin Yuan grinned, but Tang Xiaojun felt that this smile was a dagger hidden behind his smile. "I'm just looking at you normally. Maybe you have something wrong with you and think everything you see is wrong." "Nonsense!" Tang Xiaojun shouted at the top of his rough red voice. Lin Yuan blinked, ignored his hysteria, and then changed the subject. "Tang Xiaojun, your girlfriend is missing, aren't you worried at all? Now you can still stand in front of us and talk like nothing happened. Should I say you are really careless? Or, have you expected this to happen a long time ago? Hey, please be more respectful when you speak. Don't tarnish my innocence." Tang Xiaojun corrected what Lin Yuan just said, "She's my ex-girlfriend, not my girlfriend." "Does your ex-girlfriend not mean she's a human being? And you just happened to break up with her before she got into trouble?" "She broke up with me." Lin Yuan didn't expect that this man would talk so much, and he didn't want to discuss some minor details with him.
I don't care who broke up first, but the timing of the breakup is really suspicious.
If you can't think of a good explanation, I advise you not to say anything, otherwise it will always give people a handle. I'm going to.
Tang Xiaojun wanted to swear, but he knew that this frustrated look would play into Lin Yuan's hands, so he held back and didn't say anything. But when he thought about it carefully, he felt that what Lin Yuan said made sense. Although he had done nothing wrong, he was still very worried that the police would find out about him and uproot the forces behind him.
Tang Xiaojun said angrily, "Are you a policeman? Why do you care so much?" "Nothing, I just want to see what you know."
Tang Xiaojun found that Lin Yuan was staring at him, and he suddenly felt a little scared.
"What can I know?"
After Lin Yuan's kind reminder, Tang Xiaojun became much more cautious in his words.
"After we broke up, I never saw her again, and I don't know where she went. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone."
No, this matter should be left to the police." Lin Yuan quickly waved his hand to stop.
"I am also concerned about my cousin. After all, she and I are a family. If there is any problem, I can help a little. Although I don't have much power in Zhangcheng, I still have some money."
Lin Yuan stopped talking and then looked at Tang Xiaojun with a smile in his eyes.
Tang Xiaojun looked at the smile on Lin Yuan's face and immediately got goosebumps in his heart.
A chill ran through the soles of his feet, rose straight up, and gradually spread to every part of his body.
Chapter 103. Tang Xiaojun left angrily.
Although his face was full of anger, he did not dare to get angry at Lin Yuan.
Instead, he quickly made up an excuse and left the Public Security Bureau. Since Lin Yuan had no evidence, he couldn't do anything to Tang Xiaojun.
He just watched him leave thoughtfully. Lin Bohu next to him did not understand this level, but asked Lin Yuan instead.
"Son, why do I feel like there's a conflict between you and Tang Xiaojun?" Lin Yuan denied it. "No, how could it be possible? How could I have a conflict with that kind of person?"
After saying that, Lin Yuan paused for a while before continuing. "I just think there is something fishy about Tang Xiaojun.
Maybe he has something to do with my cousin's disappearance." "No way. I think that guy is okay. He doesn't look like someone who would do something like that."
"Dad, sometimes you can only know a person's face but not his heart." Moreover, he had just observed Tang Xiaojun's expression, and his intuition told him that Tang Xiaojun must know something, otherwise he would not have shown such panic when facing his questioning. Even though he concealed it very well, this tiny detail still did not escape his eyes. Tang Xiaojun, who had just come out, caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous black car on the side of the road. He took a look, confirmed the license plate number, walked over quickly, opened the door and got in. The moment the car door closed, the car stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, leaving the Public Security Bureau. In the car, Tang Xiaojun was still a little frightened, but when he looked at the man sitting on the other side, he swallowed a few sips of water. In the small carriage, the tense atmosphere rose rapidly, and the air became a little hotter, and the sound of Tang Xiaojun's saliva seemed particularly loud in this space.
"Are you nervous?"
At this time, the man sitting next to Tang Xiaojun suddenly asked.
"The police came to you. Did they ask you something?" When Tang Xiaojun heard the man's emotionless voice, his body couldn't help but tremble.
"The police called me over to ask about Lin Pengpeng."
"Lin Pengpeng? Who?" "That's the woman who gave me 1 million last time."
"Oh, she called the police?" "No, she's missing, and her cousin seems to be suspicious of me now."
"Cousin?" When talking about this, the man's calm voice was filled with emotion. "Lin Yuan?"
"Yes." There was a flash of surprise in Tang Xiaojun's eyes, but he knew that some things should be said and some things should not be said, so he did not ask directly. After he answered, the atmosphere in the car fell into a brief silence, leaving only the sound of the car moving.
The man didn't speak, so Tang Xiaojun naturally didn't dare to speak either.
After a while, the man spoke. "Go back later, pack up your things and leave here. The group can't let anything go wrong at this critical juncture just because of you.
Do you understand?"
Tang Xiaojun nodded quickly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders.
"I see."
He knew that the group was at a critical time recently, and he also heard that there seemed to be some hatred between the big boss and Lin Yuan, so he thought of taking over their hands to punish Lin Yuan, but as for who the big boss was, he had never seen him. But he didn't want to know who that person was now. After all, the group has done itself the greatest kindness to me by not eliminating the trouble forever.
If I don't run away now, when will I run away?
So the moment the car stopped at the intersection, Tang Xiaojun rushed to the nearest bank and exchanged all the money in the card into cash and withdrew it.
This is also done to be prepared for any eventuality. What if Lin Peng's disappearance really had something to do with him, and his card was frozen by the police?
Then he would be really uncomfortable being in a foreign place. After getting the money, he bought some daily necessities and went home to get some important things. Then he drove his car and left Jiangcheng overnight, embarking on the road to escape. At this moment, Lin Yuan and Lin Bohu had just returned home. Mu Qingde and Lu Xiaoman, who had prepared the meal early, saw the father and son at the door coming back. After looking at each other tacitly, they did not ask where the two had gone, but said in unison,
"I'm back, wash your hands and eat."
The two of them scolded their husbands, and then laughed one after another after they were done. Looking at such a warm scene in front of him, Lin Yuan felt a little tender in his heart.
This kind of life seems not bad. During the meal, Mu Qingde suddenly asked about Lin Pengpeng.
"Honey, I heard from my colleagues at the company that you suddenly drove away from the company today.
Did you find your cousin?"
Lin Yuan paused and then shook his head.
"No, but I found a clue that my cousin might be missing." "A clue? What happened?"
Lin Yuan put down his bowl and chopsticks and told Mu Qingde everything that happened today. "My uncle wanted to ask my dad to go look for her today, but since my cousin is such a big person and has disappeared, it is impossible to find her just by walking. So I came back to stop my uncle and his friends. After my uncle returned, my dad received a call from Jiangcheng Bank, saying that my dad owed the bank 200,000 yuan. I felt something was wrong, so I took my dad to the bank to verify the information. As a result, when we checked, we found out that it was my cousin who used the land deed of our hometown to get a mortgage, which affected my father. Then we checked my cousin's bank statements and found that there had been large sums of money transactions between her and Tang Xiaojun in the past few months. Not long ago, my cousin even transferred 1 million yuan to Tang Xiaojun. I felt something was wrong, so I went to the police station and reported the situation. Although Tang Xiaojun was also invited by the police, due to the lack of substantial evidence, the police only briefly questioned him and let him go. However, I still think that Tang Xiaojun is not that simple. Even if he is not the culprit for my cousin's disappearance, he is definitely involved in this matter."
Mu Qingde roughly understood what Lin Yuan meant, and felt a little anxious. "Since you've said that, why don't we send someone to follow him? If he really did it, wouldn't your action alert the enemy? He might have run away by now."
Lin Yuan smiled.
"Wife, don't worry. Tang Xiaojun can't run away.
When I noticed something was wrong with him, I asked someone to take good care of him.
If necessary, it won't be a problem to call him back." Chapter 104. Chapter 104 Police Comrade, I know where he is. The peaceful days did not last for a few days before news of Lin Pengpeng came from the police. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yuan and his uncle's family rushed to the Public Security Bureau.
By the time Lin Yuan and his companions rushed over, Lin Hongfu and Jiang Yanlan had already arrived at the Public Security Bureau.
"Comrade, didn't you say that my daughter was found? Where is she?" Jiang Yanlan then grabbed a female police officer and cried bitterly. Even though the female police officer was reluctant, she was unwilling to let go. Later, a male policeman separated Jiang Yanlan and the female policeman. "Auntie, please calm down."
The male policeman protected the female policeman behind him and comforted Jiang Yanlan. "Go in with our colleagues and take a statement.
We will take you to see your daughter later."
When Jiang Yanlan heard his words, her face changed instantly and she continued to ask,
"Comrade, you mean to say that my daughter is not here now? Then where is she? Didn't you say you found her?"
Jiang Yanlan asked questions one after another, making the police in front of her a little overwhelmed. Auntie, calm down first."
The male police officer was afraid that Jiang Yanlan might be too excited, so he winked at his colleagues nearby. "Auntie, let's go in and talk first, okay?"
Jiang Yanlan was reluctant at first, because there were people coming and going in the hall, and she felt in her heart that she was in the active position. But if she followed them in, if something happened, no one would pay attention to her even if she cried. But seeing the uniformed police officers walking towards her, Jiang Yanlan suddenly became timid and did not dare to act rashly.
Finally, I followed the two policemen next to me into the meeting room.
After arranging for Jiang Yanlan and the other person, the remaining police looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Who are you?"
"We are Lin Pengpeng's relatives." Lin Yuan took over the conversation. "You called us here, did something happen?" "This is hard to say. Please follow me to the conference room over here."
Another comrade led Lin Yuan and others to the meeting room opposite and sat down.
"We found Lin Pengpeng. After sitting down, the comrade did not hesitate and went straight to the point.
But she's in some bad shape.
Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Not good. What do you mean?
Lin Pengpong owed someone a loan shark. Since she couldn't repay the loan shark sold her organs. The police took out a relatively brief report and handed it to Lin Yuan and others. When we found her, her mental state was very bad and her physical condition was terrible. In addition to one of her kidneys being taken away, the criminals also forcibly extracted her eggs. Her uterus and ovaries were also irreversibly damaged. Her voice paused here, and then she looked up at the people in front of her.
You must be prepared.
Even if she is rescued, her mental state may not be normal. When we found her, we collected semen from no less than a dozen people on her body. The comrade did not say anything definite, but Lin Yuan and the others had already guessed what the hidden words meant.
Lin Yuan asked again. How much money did my cousin borrow? 500,000. 500,000, this is not a small amount. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Comrade police, can you find out what she did with the money?
From her remittance records, after she received the money, she remitted it to a person named Tang Xiaojun.
When Tang Xiaojun's name was mentioned, the expressions on Lin Yuan and the others' faces became a little uneasy.
Sure enough, they guessed correctly. Tang Xiaojun was the culprit behind this. At this stage, we initially suspect that Tang Xiaojun has extorted others' property and instigated others to borrow money, but all this can only be concluded after our police find Tang Xiaojun. The comrade sighed. It's a pity that when our colleagues took action, Tang Xiaojun had already run away. I think we won't be able to find him in a short time. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled.
Comrade police officer, perhaps I can help.
At the same time, in a small town somewhere,
a dusty car drove into a hotel.
As the engine was turned off, a man got out of the car.
We've run so far. I should be fine for now. Tang Xiaojun pulled off the mask covering his face, revealing a tired face underneath the mask.
Since leaving Jiangcheng, he didn't dare to stop on the road and drove all the way west. It was not until he drove into a more remote area and saw that no one was catching up with him that he felt a little relieved. In addition, after driving intensely for nearly 10 hours, he was now exhausted and just wanted to find a place to have a good rest before continuing to head west. He had to find a deserted place so that he could completely relax. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaojun walked into an inconspicuous hotel. The reason why he chose this hotel is that there is no need to register an ID card here. Walking in, the dim light made Tang Xiaojun feel particularly comfortable, and a child came out from the front desk in front of him. Just when he thought it was a child, when the person spoke the next second, Tang Xiaojun was shocked. It was a rough male voice, which was really incompatible with his appearance.
121 nights, do you want a girl?
Ha! It took Tang Xiaojun a while to react and he spoke subconsciously.
However, this action attracted the man's attention.
He looked at Tang Xiaojun, his slightly narrowed eyes like a wolf lurking in the darkness, emitting a dangerous green light.
New here?
Tang Xiaojun had also been in this situation before, so he reacted immediately. Well, my brother introduced it to me. He said there is a white tiger.
I like it. The man looked at Tang Xiaojun warily, then said calmly, which one do you want?
5,000 for a package. The ones that cost less are not as good, but they are all white tigers.
Since you're here, I'll give you 5,000.
Tang Xiaojun was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect it to really exist here.
It just so happened that he wanted to vent a little.
Since he was going to have fun, he might as well play it cleanly to avoid contracting some messy diseases outside, which would be a real disaster.
Brother, it seems you have a lot of money.
The man didn't seem to expect Tang Xiaojun to be so generous, and there was a hint of observation in his eyes when he looked at him. Tang Xiaojun smiled and said, "This is not our first time, so I want to be clean."
Chapter 105. The truth came to light when the human body was being unified.
When Tang Xiaojun was preparing to take down the man in front of him in one fell swoop, the sound of someone breaking into the room interrupted his grand plan.
Police! Put your hands up!
A group of people rushed into the room and surrounded the two people on the bed. The dazzling white light shone on the person on the bed, and the exposed body looked even whiter and tenderer under the white light. Tang Xiaojun thought something was wrong and was thinking about how to escape when he found a black shadow projected in front of his eyes, completely blocking the white in front of his eyes.
You are Tang Xiaojun, right?
The voice came from above his head.
Tang Xiaojun looked up in surprise. He didn't have time to figure out how these people found him.
He just felt that he was in big trouble because a wanted warrant appeared in front of him. He squinted his eyes and saw his name printed on it. Zhangcheng People's Hospital. Every patient and medical staff walking in the corridor was in a hurry, with a serious look on their face, and had no time to care about the existence of others. At the end of the corridor, there was a ward that was particularly quiet. What was different from other wards was that there were two comrades in uniform standing outside that ward. People passing by felt that something was wrong inside and quickly fled the place. At this moment, Lin Yuan, Zhang Yanlan and others were also led to the door of the ward by the police. This is Lin Pingping's ward, but the patient needs a quiet rest, so not too many people can go in at one time. The police comrade looked at Lin Yuan and the others. Why don't you guys discuss who should go in? Zhang Yanlan stepped forward and said, do I even need to ask this? I'm her mother, so of course I should go in. Can we let these outsiders in? Her words were pointed and her face was full of disdain. In response, Lin Yuan did not argue with her, but consciously stepped aside. He didn't really want to visit Lin Pengpeng, he came here just to see how things were going. After all, Lin Pengpeng couldn't stir up any trouble. He felt that all this was directed by Tang Xiaojun behind the scenes. If he had to say what the purpose was. He suddenly remembered that when Lin Pengpeng brought Tang Xiaojun to his house that day, Tang Xiaojun seemed to be eyeing his money, but he refused to give it up. Maybe targeting Lin Pengpeng was just another plan of his. After Zhang Yanlan and his wife went in, Lin Yuan asked the comrade next to him. Has Tang Xiaojun been caught? The police first took a look at Lin Yuan and found that he was the person who provided the police with the whereabouts of Tang Xiaojun. In addition, he was also a relative of the victim, so the police did not hide anything from Lin Yuan. We found it, right where you said. But before that, he has been convicted of molesting a minor. As for the crime against Lin Pengpeng, our police will continue to investigate. Don't worry, we will definitely give the victim justice. Assault on underage girls? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, but then he reacted. It seems that Tang Xiaojun is a guy who cannot control his own body. Originally, if he had just denied some things, he might have been able to get rid of his relationship with Lin Pengpeng. But if he does this again, when he goes to court, the judge will not have a good impression of Tang Xiaojun because of this precedent. In this way, Tang Xiaojun's crimes will increase. Lin Yuan smiled. Tang Xiaojun was such afraid of death, he might be able to get some useful clues from him. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Yanlan and another person were brought out by the police. What was different from the previous time they went in was that Zhang Yanlan and the other person looked like they had encountered something. Both of their faces were filled with sadness, and the arrogance and domineering spirit had disappeared from them. After the police closed the door of the ward, Zhang Yanlan couldn't help crying. My nonyo, why is her life so miserable? Zhang Yanlan cried so hard that her heart was broken. Everyone in the corridor heard the noise and came over without any prior arrangement. Although Lin Hongfu, who was standing next to her, did not say a word, tears welled up in his eyes. Lin Yuan felt that if Lin Hongfu blinked, tears as big as beans would fall from his eyes. The police officer felt a little bit reluctant, but he still reminded Zhang Yanlan and the other person. Uncle and aunt, please keep quiet. This is a ward and no noise is allowed. Zhang Yanlan's crying gradually became softer, but the tears on her face did not stop at all, and they hit her arms like a flood of beasts. The taciturn Lin Hongfu was unable to utter any words of comfort, so he pulled Zhang Yanlan into his arms and patted her back gently instead of saying words of comfort. What about you guys, do you need to go in? The police officer asked Lin Yuan as usual. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingde looked at each other, then looked at their parents behind them. Mom and Dad, why don't you go in first? No. Lin Boho waved his hand, you guys go and take a look. I'll stay here to watch over your uncle. Okay. Lin Yuan didn't say much and walked into the ward with Mu Qingde. As soon as I opened the door, a strong smell of disinfectant came out. As you walk in, you can hear the sound of the instruments running inside. After Lin Yuan and Mu Qingde walked through the small entrance of the ward, they saw Lin Pengpeng lying on the white bed. Her face was as pale as a porcelain doll, and it seemed that just a slight touch would make her fragility instantly collapse. Lin Yuan's gaze moved down to Lin Pengpeng. Her body was full of tubes, so the quilt could not completely cover her body. Although Lin Pengpeng was wearing clothes, the cold tubes and the exposed scars told of her tragic experience. Then, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on a certain place. Because he saw an ugly centipede-like mark next to Lin Pengpeng's belly, wriggling on her skin, showing its hideousness to the visitors.
Muchinga took a breath, obviously frightened by the scene before him.
In addition to the ugly marks, she could also see pus coming out of the wound. The mucus condensed on her body little by little with Lin Pengpeng's weak breathing, and finally gathered into heavy droplets, sliding down her waist and finally staining the white bed sheet on her body.
Chapter 106.
Lin Yuan noticed that a pool of yellow and red marks had already gathered on Lin Pengpeng's body. This phenomenon must have lasted for a long time. As he was thinking this, he heard Muchinga beside him shaking uncontrollably, and his voice was trembling as well.
Who on earth is so cruel?
Although Muchinga hated Lin Pengpeng, as a woman, she also sympathized with Lin Pengpeng's situation. Lin Yuan reached out his hand, gently patted Muchinga's shoulder, and comforted her, "Don't worry too much, the police will make everything clear."
These people are too much. How can they cut at will?
As Muchinga was talking, he really didn't have the energy to say that Lin Pengpeng had her kidney removed. Lin Yuan said softly, "Those loan sharks are desperate criminals who live on the edge of a knife.
Their methods are far more cruel than we know. There is nothing they can't do, except for things we can't think of. It's really too rampant." Muchinga couldn't help but clench his fists, with a hint of anger on his face. "We must teach them a lesson."
Seeing that Muchinga was getting emotional, Lin Yuan quickly grabbed her hand.
"Wife, this is the ward, my cousin still needs to rest, shall we go out first?" Muchinga nodded, took a deep breath and sorted out his emotions before walking outside.
After they went out, Zhang Yanglan, who had just been a little out of control, gradually calmed down after being comforted by everyone. But after seeing Lin Yuan and Muchinga come out, Zhang Yanglan's expression became distorted again.
"Lin Yuan, it's all your fault."
Zhang Yanglan rushed towards Lin Yuan with her arms and legs bared, but the policeman next to her quickly stopped Zhang Yanglan.
"If it weren't for you, if you didn't lend money to Nyonyo, how could she become like this? You are also the culprit, you have to pay compensation." Although Zhang Yanglan's movements were restrained, she was still merciless and kept cursing Lin Yuan. "Look at you, Nyonyo is your cousin after all. Your cousin asked you to borrow money, what reason do you have to refuse? If you had lent money to Nyonyo, would she have to borrow money from loan sharks and end up like this?" Zhang Yanglan's sharp voice instantly spread throughout the entire floor through the corridor. Everyone heard the noise here and came over to pay attention. Some people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures and record their lives. They then posted the videos they had taken on the internet, which immediately caused quite a stir on the online platform. Hashtag Jiangqing People's Hospital hashtag. Hashtag the Shru's relatives caused trouble and attracted the police hashtag. There were all kinds of tags, but after the majority of netizens recognized that the people in the video were Lin Yuan and Muchinga, those tags with hashtag further increased their own traffic, and finally took the first place on Weibo's hot search list. All of a sudden, a large number of onlookers arrived at the scene and began to speculate what had happened to Lin Yuan. Since no one knew what exactly happened, they could only guess the whole story based on the few words from Zhang Yanglan. As a result, there are countless versions of the story on the internet. But all this is now a thing of the past. Lin Yuan endured Zhang Yanglan's tremendous anger towards him, but his expression remained the same as before, calm and without the slightest change. Lin Yuan spoke only after Zhang Yanglan said she was tired. "Aunt, before you say this, you might as well ask what my cousin did to have to resort to loan sharking." Lin Yuan was not influenced by Zhang Yanglan and spoke clearly, "As for why I didn't lend money to my cousin, I don't think I need to explain to you. This is my money, and I have the right to decide how to use it. You are not qualified to make decisions for me. Moreover, my cousin should have thought about what would happen to her before she borrowed the loan shark. Since she did something wrong, she should bear the consequences. Moreover, even if I have to help her clean up the mess, it should not be me, but you, Auntie. As parents, you not only did not understand the whole thing at the first time, but instead put all the blame on me. Do you think the weak should receive all the sympathy?" Lin Yuan spoke word by word, his eyes emitting a frightening chill, which made Zhang Yanglan tremble uncontrollably after they looked at each other. Zhang Yanglan didn't expect that Lin Yuan was such a difficult guy. She originally wanted to drag Lin Yuan into the water, so that Lin Yuan could help with Nyonyo's matter, and she could also find the suspects earlier and ask them for compensation. Who knew that her plan was strangled in the cradle by Lin Yuan before it could be implemented? I. Zhang Yanglan was so excited that she subconsciously wanted to refute what Lin Yuan said, but when she opened her mouth, her throat felt like it was being pinched. She hesitated for a long time but couldn't say anything. In the end, she could only give up with a red face and angrily.
At this time, the onlookers nearby seemed to have eaten some big news and began to discuss it in whispers. The police nearby noticed that something was not right with the situation around them, and even their voices were getting louder and louder, so they quickly organized themselves and dispersed all the onlookers. Relatives of Lin Pengpeng, since you have already seen the patient, please go back and have a good rest today. Tang Xiaojun has now been caught by our colleagues. Although they are still on the way, we cannot punish them immediately. But tomorrow, everything will have an answer. I will trouble you to come to the Public Security Bureau again tomorrow. Good. Everyone responded. When Lin Yuan was about to leave with his family, he found that Zhang Yanlan and the other person next to him had no intention of leaving. Then, Zhang Yanlan spoke. Comrade Police, can we stay in the Public Security Bureau for one night? Zhang Yanlan stammered, we just came here from the countryside for our daughter's matter, and we don't have much money on us. Upon hearing this, the police subconsciously glanced at Lin Yuan and the others, but then remembered the situation that had just ignited, and nodded. Okay, then you just follow our car back to the bureau. But there are no beds in the bureau, so I'm sorry to bother you. After hearing this, Zhang Yanlan smiled. Don't feel wronged, just have a place to rest your feet. Lin Yuan just glanced at him indifferently and turned away. Because he knew that Zhang Yanlan didn't have nowhere to go, she just didn't want to spend money. Chapter 107. The next day, under the escort of police comrades, Tang Xiaojun returned to Jiangcheng again. However, this time he did not come back on his own initiative, but came back to stand trial with charges. When Tang Xiaojun saw Lin Yuan and his group, his face was filled with resentment. He had already escaped from this place, but was eventually caught. This must be Lin Yuan's doing. He must want to make him die miserably. Tang Xiaojun thought so, and then, under the gaze of everyone, he was taken into the interrogation room by the police. He sat on a special chair, and the handcuffs on both hands were uncuffed on one hand, and then the other handcuffed to the chair. Tang Xiaojun raised his head and saw the 8 big words: leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist, on the opposite wall facing him. Perhaps because he was in the Public Security Bureau, Tang Xiaojun saw a little red on the words. With a bang, the comrades saw that Tang Xiaojun seemed to be in a trance, so he knocked on the table and brought him back from his trance. Tang Xiaojun, do you plead guilty? The police officer sternly scolded, we have all the evidence, do you have anything else to add? Tang Xiaojun smiled and said, I am not guilty. You were caught by our comrades. With so many people watching you, you still say you are not guilty? How do I know she is a minor? Speaking of this matter, Tang Xiaojun felt aggrieved. He originally wanted to relax, so he waited in the room for a while, and then a girl came in. He looked at the girl and she didn't look like a minor. In addition, he checked the woman's body and confirmed that there was no problem before entering. Who would have thought that the shop owner and the woman would actually frame him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I didn't know about it. That's not your excuse. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, you have no chance to refute it. We came to you this time to ask you about Lin Pengpeng. It's Lin Pengpeng again. After Tang Xiaojun heard Lin Pengpeng's name, his mood became even worse. The reason why so many bad things happened to me was because of this woman Lin Pengpeng. If he hadn't wanted to avoid the police from investigating him, why would he have run away to other places, and this kind of thing would never have happened. So all of this was caused by that bitch Lin Pengpeng. I don't know what happened to her. Don't think that because she is my ex-girlfriend, you are putting all the blame on me. The policeman wrote down Tang Xiaojun's words and replied calmly, we are just following the rules. Regardless of whether you have done anything to Lin Pengpeng, we have to greet the people who have connections with the victim. Tang Xiaojun spat. It's so unlucky. We've already broken up, but she still wants to haunt me like this. If she's so capable, why doesn't she just die? Hearing the word death, the 2 policemen who were originally recording with their heads down suddenly raised their heads and looked straight at Tang Xiaojun, with some unspeakable emotions flashing in their eyes. You guys, Tang Xiaojun felt his scalp tingling and his spine running cold. He realized that he had just said the wrong thing, so he quickly explained, you guys, don't misunderstand me, I just said it casually, I really didn't do anything to her. Seeing Tang Xiaojun's desperate defense, the 2 policemen in their hearts simultaneously drew a circle around the suspect Tang Xiaojun, indicating that he might be a greater suspicion. The previous incident was like a knife hanging over Tang Xiaojun's head, which made the subsequent interrogation easier. As usual, after the police questioned Tang Xiaojun, they took their belongings and left. With a click.
The iron door closed, and Tang Xiaojun, who was sitting in his seat at this moment, breathed a sigh of relief. He seemed to have all his strength drained away, and fell softly on the cold table and chair. There was a glimmer of sinisterness in Tang Xiaojun's eyes. He knew that he was exposed. Even if he stopped the loss in time and didn't say too many suggestive words, due to his many years of experience as a police officer, he probably already had some distrust in himself. Besides, his record is not clean to begin with, and ordinary people may not be able to find out anything even if they investigate. But if the police intervene at this time, all the evidence that he has not had time to hide or destroy will become evidence that pushes him into an endless abyss. As for how long he can sit here safely, it is purely a matter of time. Just when he was so confused, time passed quietly, and Tang Xiaojun was about to face his second round of interrogation. In the short term, this interrogation will be repeated over and over again and will not end too quickly until useful information can be obtained from Tang Xiaojun's mouth. In the monitoring room next door, Lin Yuan and others were standing on the other side of the one-way mirror, watching what was happening in the interrogation room. I didn't expect that he would be such a person. My daughter is really blind to fall for such a thing. When Zhang Yanglan learned that Tang Xiaojun had done some bad things, she changed her previous attitude of praising Tang Xiaojun and started to insult the person opposite the mirror. If there wasn't a glass between them, Lin Yuan felt that based on Zhang Yanglan's personality, she might have just pulled Tang Xiaojun over. But under Zhang Yanglan's scolding, Lin Yuan was thinking about something else. Since Lin Pengpeng had no money left and even had to borrow usury, why did she transfer all her money to Tang Xiaojun after borrowing the usury? He looked carefully at Lin Pengpeng's flowing water. Except for some unimportant bills, the rest of the larger sums basically flowed into Tang Xiaojun's account, especially the last 1 million, because on top of this order, a new 500,000 arrived. Lin Yuan looked at the transaction time of the two bills, and always felt that the money Lin Pengpeng borrowed from the loan shark was just to raise 1 million for Tang Xiaojun. But Lin Pengpeng has never been a generous person, let alone so much money, which is simply the end of her life. Despite this, Lin Pengpeng finally gave all the money to Tang Xiaojun. Why? Lin Yuan looked at Tang Xiaojun on the other side of the mirror and began to think about countless possible reasons. As he was thinking about it, a light bulb suddenly lit up in his mind and he thought of the most appropriate reason. Could it be that Tang Xiaojun had some evidence in his hand that could threaten Lin Pengpeng, which made her willing to hand over the 1 million? Chapter 108. Once a doubt arises, it is like a seed buried in the heart, waiting for the right time to take root and sprout. While everyone's attention was on Tang Xiaojun, Lin Yuan secretly touched Mu Qingga's hand and gave her a glance away. When Mu Qingga saw it, she was stunned at first, but she reacted quickly. The two of them walked out of the observation room one after the other. The lights in the corridor outside were bright, without the dullness that had been in the observation room before. The invisible sense of oppression in the air also quietly disappeared at this moment. Mu Qingga closed the door quietly, and then asked Lin Yuan, "Husband, what are we doing here?" Now is the critical moment when the police are interrogating Tang Xiaojun. It is a great privilege for them to be able to listen nearby. Mu Qingga wants to take this opportunity to resolve the matter to avoid any future troubles. But from the look on Lin Yuan's face, it seems that he is not interested in Tang Xiaojun's confession at all. Tang Xiaojun is still interrogating inside. Are we really not going to miss anything? No, because... Lin Yuan lowered his voice and whispered in Mu Qingga's ear, "I think there is something wrong with Tang Xiaojun. My cousin's disappearance may be related to him. But before my cousin disappeared, didn't Tang Xiaojun break up with Lin Pengpeng? Why did Tang Xiaojun attack Lin Pengpeng? Because of money." A light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. "Wife, do you still remember the last transfer on Lin Pengpeng's bill?" "Of course I remember. Wasn't the 1 million transferred to Tang Xiaojun? What's the problem?" When Mu Qingga said this, she had already realized that something was wrong, and a bold guess emerged in her mind. Could it be that Lin Pengpeng borrowed money from a loan shark because of Tang Xiaojun? When she looked at Lin Yuan with hope, she was surprised to see Lin Yuan shaking his head. "I'm not sure about this, but I think it has something to do with Tang Xiaojun. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Lin Pengpeng transferred all the 1 million accumulated in her account to him as soon as she got the high-interest loan. Do you think that with my cousin's personality, she would not give such a large sum of money to Tang Xiaojun even if the money was warm enough, let alone not warm enough? So I guess Tang Xiaojun must have something that can threaten her, otherwise she wouldn't have handed over the money so obediently, and even went to the trouble of borrowing money from loan sharks to pay it back." After listening to Lin Yuan's analysis, Mu Qingga felt that there was some truth in what he said.
Then, husband, what do you think? Could be something that would be worth Lin Pengpeng going through so much trouble to do? This. When Lin Yuan just said the first two words, he became troubled.
If he was guessing about other things, he would think it was fine, but if he was guessing in these directions, he always felt that it was somewhat impolite to Lin Pengpeng. After all, making groundless speculations about others is not a good behavior. After thinking about it, Lin Yuan just said vaguely, "Wife, for you, when you think that something of yours is in someone else's hands, would you spend all the money to get it back?" Mu Qingge rolled his eyes in confusion, and then his pupils shrank sharply, and he frowned, roughly guessing something. Lin Yuan saw the change in Mu Qingge's expression and knew that Mu Qingge probably thought the same thing as he did, but they couldn't say anything about Lin Pengpeng's innocence. He quickly said, "What we are saying now are just some speculations, and they may not be true. But what if it's true?" Mu Qingge's voice was trembling a little at this moment, and her eyes seemed to be filled with anger. A hint of mist stained her bright eyes, and in an instant, the corners of her eyes and the tip of her nose were slightly red. If this is true, it would be a huge blow to Lin Pengpeng. She is also a girl and can understand Lin Pengpeng's helplessness at that time. But Lin Yuan cannot be blamed for the way things turned out. After all, this is not a good thing. Lin Pengpeng would never talk about this matter too much in public. It was precisely this innate self-esteem that pushed her into the endless abyss. Lin Yuan didn't respond. If he knew that Lin Pengpeng came over that day for this matter, he would definitely not ignore it and would help her solve the problem. Unfortunately, there is no if in reality. Things have already happened, and it is too late to pursue them now. When they went to visit Lin Pengpeng yesterday, they were shocked by the mottled scars on her body. He also heard from the neurosurgeon that Lin Pengpeng's brain had suffered a severe impact, and due to the untimely rescue, the blood clot had been pressing on her brain for a long time. Although the blood clots in Lin Pengpeng's brain were cleared when she was rescued, no one knew whether there would be any problems as the nerves were compressed by the blood clots for such a long time. What's more, Lin Pengpeng was also stimulated by this kind of thing. Lin Yuan now feels that it is good enough that she can wake up from her coma and remain conscious. They really can't expect too much for other things. At the same time, Demon City. Ever since Yang Shangshuan was called back by the old man, he has been busy with the company's business all day and has no extra time to care about the situation of Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge. Having said that, he still entrusted other people to trip up Lin Yuan a little. I think it should be effective. Yang Shangshuan thought about this, crossed his hands, stretched, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and dialed one. "Kipling, how's the job I asked you to do going?" Sizzle, sizzle. He originally wanted to hear how Kipling was doing, but as soon as he put his ear close to it, he heard a sharp electric current that almost pierced his ear. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Shangshuan pulled the phone away and covered his ears with his hands. After a moment, he still felt some tinnitus in his ears. Having learned from his previous experience, he did not put his ear forward again, but turned on the speakerphone. Although there was still an electric current sound on the other end, it was not as harsh as before. After another round of rustling, Yang Shangshuan heard a few human voices. Yang Shangshuan looked a little unhappy, but he still suppressed his anger. "Kipling, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, you can go back to your country. That guy is really not good at anything and is best at having fun. If he wasn't so busy right now, he wouldn't have to rely on Kipling, the unreliable black man." Chapter 109. Yang Shangshuan was holding the phone in his hand, and just when he thought the person on the other end of the phone had hung up, a voice came from the other end. Young Master Yang, something bad has happened." Hearing Kipling's impatient words, Yang Shangshuan couldn't help but frown. "What happened?" "Someone's dead. The people you arranged made a big fuss. Now the police have started investigating." "The police are here?" Yang Shangshuan was so busy with work that he had no extra energy to think about other things, but Kipling's words made him sit up in shock from his dying illness, and his chaotic brain instantly became alert. "What did you say? How did the police come? Didn't I ask them to keep an eye on it and just harass them for a while? Why did they make things worse?" Although Yang Shangshuan is very jealous of Lin Yuan for having Mu Qingge, it does not mean that he will use criminal means to target Lin Yuan. After all, doing so would not only be of no benefit to oneself, but would also cost one's entire fortune. That's just not worth it. Moreover, Mu Qingge was not at a point where it was worth investing his entire fortune, so he would still consider this business. Yes, that group of people originally wanted Lin Yuan's money, but Lin Yuan refused to give it up no matter what. Then they thought of attacking Lin Yuan's relatives, thinking that they could also get some money this way.
Who knew that the problem would happen to Lin Yuan's relatives? Did those people threaten for money, or did they ask for $1 million? It seems that Lin Yuan's relative borrowed money from a loan shark and paid the money. However, given their dirty tricks, the matter is now going through the procedures, and it is very likely that they will find out about you, young Master Yang. Go away and stop talking nonsense. There was a hint of annoyance between Yang Shangshuan's brows. If they dare to tell me about me, I will kill them. But it's fine that they took my money and didn't do anything for me, now they want to lead the fuse to me. If they don't give me an explanation for this matter, they will be dead. They dare to be double-faced and take 2 payments. They are very courageous. At the same time, Lin Yuan also received a piece of information. The chat box was empty, with only a shared file lying on it. What are you looking at? You look so absorbed in it. Seeing Lin Yuan standing there in a daze, Mu Qingge came over to watch. Why don't you open it? Lin Yuan said, this is something I commissioned a private detective to investigate. The information in it is the reason why Lin Pengpeng became like this. Although these cannot be used as evidence, they can also let us know what happened. Mu Qingge paused, but still nodded. Look. As the two watched, they clicked on the file. However, it was not filled with densely packed folders as Lin Yuan expected. On the contrary, the content inside is extremely concise, even to the point of only 4 words. 1660. What's this? The two looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Didn't you say that this was something that a private detective had investigated? Faced with Mu Qingge's questioning, Lin Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. He clearly remembered that this was the private detective's account, so how come this thing was sent to him? Could it be a mistake? Just when the two were puzzled, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Hello, this is Intra-City Express Delivery. Please come out and sign for the documents. Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge looked at each other suspiciously, then walked out. Outside the office door stood a young man dressed in courier clothes. He was looking around at the door, but the next second the door was opened from the inside. He immediately stopped looking distracted and put on his usual professional smile. Hello, this is your flash delivery. Please show me the pickup code. Flash delivery? Pickup code? Lin Yuan blurted out subconsciously, I don't have this thing. However, the second he finished speaking, he remembered that in the file he had just seen, there were 4 big numbers, and the pickup code was also 4 digits. Could it be that? With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan said something tentatively. 1660. Hearing this, the courier took out his device and entered the pickup code that Lin Yuan had just mentioned. The next second, the courier handed the item to Lin Yuan with both hands. Okay, this is your flash delivery, please keep it. When Lin Yuan took over the heavy flash delivery document, he still felt a little unreal, but when he saw the contents of the document, he immediately understood what was going on. After he opened the outer file bag, he found it was full of documents. Lin Yuan poured out the contents of the document, and the truth was revealed before them. Mu Qingge first picked up a random page and started reading, but as she read, she suddenly felt something was wrong, so she read the pages one by one according to the page numbers marked on the A4 paper. After the two of them finished reading, facing this pile of information, they suddenly fell silent. So, that's what happened. But why would it be Lin Pengpeng? If it was for money, they should have targeted other people instead of Lin Pengpeng, who didn't seem to have much money. Not only would they have given more, but they wouldn't even have to deal with all these things. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. When Lin Pengpeng brought Tang Xiaojun to her house that day, it seemed that they wanted to trick her into investing money in one of Tang Xiaojun's projects, but she definitely would not be a sucker, so she rejected their request. Could it be that Tang Xiaojun's target from the beginning was himself? The reason why he set his target on Lin Pengpeng was because he couldn't get any benefits from it, so he wanted to get them indirectly. But what he didn't expect was that he and Lin Pengpeng didn't have a good relationship, so naturally he couldn't pay the money himself. After all this trip, Tang Xiaojun got himself into trouble. If Tang Xiaojun knew that he and Lin Pengpeng had a bad relationship, he might not have done this, and Lin Pengpeng would not have taken the risk and gone down this path. However, there are no ifs in reality. What happened has happened, and they should all pay the price for what they have done. Whether it is Tang Xiaojun or the person who lent usury to Lin Pengpeng, they should receive the punishment they deserve. As for Lin Pengpeng, Lin Yuan looked at the papers on the table filled with criminal evidence and shook his head helplessly. Others should not make arbitrary judgments about other people's affairs. This was Lin Pingping's own choice, and now, she should reap the consequences of her own actions. Chapter 110. The police quickly got to the bottom of the case. After all, they were already accustomed to this kind of case. After following the clues a little, they found the answer. The police found the SD card that was smashed to pieces by Lin Pingping in Lin Pingping's home. After the technicians repaired it, they obtained most of the data in it. After watching it, everyone understood what was going on, so all the people in the video were arrested, including the group of people who had previously found semen on Lin Pingping. You wouldn't know until you see it. In the end, the number of people caught was as high as more than 20 people, and their record included Tang Xiaojun. Because that morning Tang Xiaojun did not forget to record the video of himself invading Lin Pingping, and he did not delete it afterwards. Instead, he handed it to Lin Pingping together with the video of that night with the attitude of a winner. Tang Xiaojun, who was already tired of being interrogated in the interrogation room, almost exploded with anger after hearing the news. He would never have thought that his boasting would be the last straw that landed him in jail. During the trial, Zhang Yanglan and Lin Hongfu almost fainted when they saw the huge crowd of people in the courtroom. You are a bunch of beasts. Zhang Yanglan cried bitterly. Thinking of her daughter who was still lying on the hospital bed and had not yet woken up, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She cried so bitterly that she fainted in the court. The judge felt sorry for Lin Pingping's experience, so he gave severe sentences to this group of criminals. The trial ended, and those who bullied Lin Pingping got the lesson they deserved. Although the mastermind behind the organ trafficking group failed to be caught, the police's action this time also destroyed their base in Jiangcheng and eradicated this gang of evil forces. As for Tang Xiaojun's crime, the sentence was even more severe. Because he was charged with multiple crimes and many fraud cases were uncovered, he was directly sentenced to life imprisonment, deprived of his political rights for life, and had to undergo reform for the rest of his life. This ending is a happy ending for everyone except the parties involved. More than half a month has passed since the trial ended, but Lin Pingping still shows no signs of waking up. Zhang Yanglan cried all day long, sobbing beside Lin Pingping's bed. Even though it was the best time for farming, she had no time to care about anything else. As for the medical expenses for hospitalization, Lin Yuan silently paid them for Lin Pingping. This is not his obligation, he just can't bear to see it. After all, Lin Pingping is still his cousin, not a vicious enemy. He can help them as much as he can within his ability. Otherwise, Lin Pingping's appearance was really pitiful. If even her relatives didn't help her, then she would have only one outcome, which was to go home and wait for death. Fortunately, God helps those who work hard. With Zhang Yanglan's company day and night, Lin Pingping finally showed signs of waking up. One day, when Zhang Yanglan was helping Lin Pingping wipe her body as usual, she unexpectedly found that Lin Pingping's fingers moved. This made Zhang Yanglan so excited that she was speechless and she quickly called a doctor. "Doctor, please check quickly to see if my ñoño is about to wake up." Zhang Yanglan was so excited that her hands were shaking as she spoke. "Family member of the patient, please don't worry, let me take a look." The doctor took out a small flashlight from his white coat, walked forward and shone it into Lin Pingping's pupils, while the nurse behind him stopped Zhang Yanglan, preventing her from disturbing the doctor with excessive excitement. "Hey, don't stop me." Zhang Yanglan was so concerned about her daughter that she tried to break free from the nurse's hand. "My daughter is awake." Before she could finish her words, she was stopped again. The nurse next to her quickly persuaded her, "Auntie, the doctor is still observing and will let you know when there is a result." The two of them were in a stalemate. After a while, the doctor put away the flashlight in his hand, and his expression became slightly relaxed. After all, the story of Zhang Yanglan and Lin Pingping had spread throughout the hospital, so many people in the hospital were taking care of this poor mother and daughter. Originally, everyone in the hospital concluded that the possibility of Lin Pingping waking up was very slim. After all, no one could survive after experiencing all these things. When Lin Pingping was first sent here by the police, even the attending doctor who rescued her felt that she had lost the will to live, and felt that she was just a puppet hanging on to her last breath. Even though the operation was successful in the end and Lin Pingping was rescued from the brink of death, she had lost the will to live and no one could say whether she could wake up. Now they can still see a little sign of improvement in Lin Pingping, and everyone is in a good mood. "Auntie, don't worry, your daughter will definitely wake up." "Really?" The doctor smiled and said, "Really? Thank you. Thank you." Zhang Yanglan smiled, and then burst into tears. She covered her face and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. This is what we should do.
After Jiang Yanglan sent the medical staff away with tears and laughter, she walked to Lin Pengpeng's bed, hugged Lin Pengpeng and started crying.
Nyo, you must be fine. Mommy knows I was wrong. Mommy was wrong. Please wake up soon, okay? If you are not around, what will Mommy and Daddy do?
Standing outside the door of the ward were Lin Yuan and others who were about to visit Lin Pengpeng. But when they heard what was happening inside the room, they thought for a long time and still did not go in. They just put the fruit basket at the door of the ward and quietly left.
Mu Qingge breathed a sigh of relief.
It seems that if you survive a great disaster, you will have good fortune in the future. Lin Yuan glanced at the far end of the corridor, with a complicated emotion in his eyes, but then he concealed it.
Yes, being able to survive is the greatest luck. But is this really a good thing? Will she really accept this?
Although Lin Yuan couldn't empathize with her, he felt that after experiencing these things, a girl would have no attachment to her future life.
If possible, he actually hoped that Lin Pengpeng would not remember what happened before and be a carefree fool, which seemed not bad.
It was not known whether the system heard her thoughts, but Lin Pengpeng really woke up afterwards. However, due to the extreme post-traumatic stress, the hippocampus in her brain was damaged, and she lost most of her memory. But she still remembered her parents, which wasn't a bad thing. Looking at the scene of Jiang Yanlan and Lin Hongfu, two people with half a foot in the ground, taking Lin Pengpeng out of the hospital, Lin Yuan couldn't help feeling a little sad.
I just hope that my cousin will never have to think about these things again for the rest of her life. Chapter 111. Magic City. The sky outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is sunny and bright, and you can even see eagles soaring in the sky.
Inside the house, the warm sunlight was clearly shining in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, but Kipling still felt that there was a chill hidden in this well-lit room.
Yang. Young Master Yang. Kipling stood with his head shrunk, not daring to look directly at Yang Shangshuan.
Upon hearing this, Yang Shangshuan snorted coldly.
You still remember to come back? You can mess up such a simple task that I asked you to do. Tell me, what else can you do?
I didn't bring you to Longwei to let you eat, drink and have fun.
It's shameful that you can do something like this.
Kipling lowered his head and endured Yang Shangshuan's anger, but he did not dare to say a word of rebuttal. After all, what Yang Shangshuan said was true. The reason why he could still live well in this place was because Yang Shangshuan funded his living expenses behind the scenes. If it weren't for Yang Shangshuan's help, let alone living a carefree life in Longwa, he might be sent back by the embassy the next day. When he thought of the backwardness of his country, he naturally didn't want to leave this beautiful place. So in order to be able to stay here, it doesn't matter if I endure a little hardship.
Moreover, Yang Shangshuan would not keep nagging.
He would stop when he got tired of scolding. Thinking of this, while listening to Yang Shangshuan's insults, Kipling kept thinking about the girls he played with a few days ago. Thinking about their new positions, it was so exciting. After a long while, Kipling noticed that Yang Shangshuan's voice gradually became quieter, and his mind gradually recovered. As soon as he opened his mouth, he apologized immediately.
Young Master Yang, you are right. It is all my fault. I will not do it again. Yang Shangshuan's eyes widened. Do you want to have a next time?
No, Kipling waved his hands quickly, there definitely won't be a next time. Seeing that Kipling obeyed his words, Yang Shangshuan's mood was relieved along with his anger, and now he was in a good mood.
That's more like it. Yang Shangshuan sat down, looked at Kipling with disdain, looking like a lost dog, and asked lazily. How is the situation in Zhengcheng going?
When Kipling saw his chance to show off, he immediately became flattering.
Everything has been handled.
According to your instructions, young Master Yang, I severely warned them. Now that group of people just used their subordinates as scapegoats, and they took all the responsibility. Those people are very tight-lipped and will not tell young Master Yang about it, so you can rest assured. Kipling paused for a moment and then said, the boss over there also asked me to bring you a message. They said that they failed last time, but they will still do what you ordered, young Master Yang. After hearing these words, Yang Shangshuan's brows, which had been furrowed just now, showed signs of relaxation. He picked up a cigar from the drawer, took a deep puff, and said slowly, this is more like it. Cigar smoke rose from Yang Shangshuan's mouth, and the swirling smoke filled his surroundings, even blurring his face a little.
How is Lin Yuan now? Yang Shangshuan started to guess without waiting for Kipling to speak.
After all, the people involved are relatives of Lin Yuan's family.
According to Mu Ziyuan's personality, he would definitely not want Mu Qingge to have anything to do with such a family. No matter how much Mu Chinga likes Lin Yuan, the fact that the family tradition is corrupt is enough to make Mu Ziyuan lose face. Just when he thought things would develop as he had guessed, Kipling's words froze the smile on Yang Shangxuan's face.
Kipling hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out the truth.
He and Mu Chinga are living well now.
I also heard that Lin Yuan's previous company has created a millionaire online celebrity. His influence on social media is still rising, and has directly brought Lin Yuan's company millions of dollars in profits.
Yang Shangxuan just took a sip of water, but he vomited it out before he could even drink it. What?
You, say it again?
Yang Shangxuan's eyes were full of shock. He didn't believe what Kipling said was true. As a result, the next second, he met Kipling's complicated eyes. Young Master Yang, this is true. That person was on the news today.
I heard that she saved a child who fell into the water during an outdoor live broadcast. Plus, the official media is promoting her, so her traffic has exploded now.
Yang Shangxuan's heart suddenly sank. Why do all kinds of bad things happen to me every day? At the same time, Lin Yuan was completely confused by the influx of traffic. What's going on?
Lin Yuan looked at the stack of documents that his assistant brought over, and was even a little surprised. Because what greeted him before were some payment contracts, and after signing them, there were a lot of money expenditures. Although Lin Yuan was not short of this little money with the support of the system, he was also afraid that he would be targeted by others before he was fully grown, so he had been keeping a low profile recently.
He no longer invested heavily in Mu Ziyuan's company, but instead bought some stocks randomly. As for how to buy, it all depends on your mood. Whichever stock name you like, buy it. Greenery, buy it. It's about to hit bottom, buy.
Anyway, any money invested will be returned tenfold, so Lin Yuan doesn't have to worry about having no money to spend. Besides, he finally experienced the so-called happiness of rich people. After all, rich people don't really make money by themselves, but money seems to have magic and can make money on its own. In the past, Lin Yuan felt that some amounts of money were difficult for him to earn in his lifetime, but it turned out that the money he casually threw out for investment would bring unexpected returns, and some potential stocks even rose by 120 points. Looking at the sudden surge in the amount of money, Lin Yuan sighed. Perhaps, this is the happiness of rich people. He thought that his behavior of spending money and doing good would last at least for a while, but the cooperation contracts that were delivered to his door made him dumbfounded. Are they all people who took the initiative to cooperate with us? Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things, or that he was not hallucinating because of his constant thoughts. The assistant looked at Lin Yuan's somewhat out of control appearance, smiled and said in a loud voice. Yes, Mr. Lin, these people all took the initiative to come to us and cooperate with us.
Chapter 112. Chapter 112, True or False?
Lin Yuan picked up a few of the contracts and took a look at them, feeling a little uneasy. Among these contracts, there are some first-line big names. Previously, he had thought of investing money in attracting cooperation from several high-end brands, which would also bring traffic to his team. After all, it is difficult to compete with other mature IPs in such a short period of time by relying on their own traffic. But if their team has the support of well-known brands, their position will be completely different. Apart from anything else, at least the gimmick has been created. Unfortunately, those big names simply looked down on them, and were unwilling to take their money even if they gave it to them. In addition, he did not have any connections in this area, so after trying several times, Lin Yuan had to give up the idea. I didn't expect that after so many days, those big names that I couldn't afford in the past would actually send me contracts as soon as possible. This is really a good thing. However, when things are out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy. Lin Yuan naturally understood this. He put the file back silently and then asked, "What happened? Why did these brands that rejected us before actually send us contracts?" The assistant glanced at the screen in front of Lin Yuan and smiled. "Boss Lin, you didn't read today's social news, did you?" Because all he saw in front of Lin Yuan's computer were entertainment news. If you want to stay in this industry, keeping up with current affairs is always the most important thing. Only continuous exposure can bring you a steady stream of traffic. Unfortunately, the sections on the social platform have all been rectified in the background, and the content displayed on the pages has been refined. Therefore, when a person is browsing the messages from one side, the system will automatically block the push of messages from the other side, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Naturally, I don't know what happened in other sectors. Lin Yuan noticed the assistant's gaze and followed his gaze towards the computer. Really?
He admitted it openly. I didn't see it. What's wrong? The assistant said, our artist is on TV, and it's social news. Huh? Social news? Lin Yuan's understanding of social news was still limited to legal news. Something happened? Seeing Lin Yuan's nervous look, the assistant smiled and asked Lin Yuan to sit down first. Then he took out his mobile phone and handed the content forwarded in the group to Lin Yuan. Boss Lin, this is good news. Our artist saved a little girl. She hadn't planned to tell anyone about it, but it happened to be an outdoor live broadcast that day, and then some enthusiastic netizens reported the incident to the TV station. In addition, the leader of Longhua media culture happened to be visiting Jiangcheng, so he asked his team to make a report on this incident. Lin Yuan paused, probably understanding the whole story. So, we are taking advantage of the traffic from the top media? Yes, now the artist's personality has been established. The operations department plans to continue marketing based on this personality. By then, our company will definitely be able to. The assistant became more and more excited as he spoke, and did not notice that Lin Yuan next to him had a strange expression on his face. It was not until Lin Yuan coughed lightly and reminded him that he realized something was wrong and quickly stopped talking. However, he still didn't understand why Lin Yuan's expression changed, so he asked him anyway. Boss Lin, are you dissatisfied with this plan? Lin Yuan nodded. Good things should not be marketed. Although this is a good choice at this stage, it is not a long-term solution. He said in a deep voice, goodwill should not be consumed. This is the bottom line of our company. Do you understand? Okay. Lin Yuan's serious words scared the assistant. When he saw Lin Yuan's expression, he no longer had the courage to mention the matter. Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually cooling down, Lin Yuan spoke again. Is this person in the company now? Exist. Take me to her. Okay. The assistant didn't say any more words and immediately led the way and took him there. Walking from the president's office to the artist development department, there are only a few operations departments and business departments in between. Lin Yuan glanced at it calmly, but this action was misunderstood by people in the company. Several people who were originally planning to take a short nap immediately perked up after making eye contact with Lin Yuan. If it weren't for the space restrictions, they would have wanted to roll over on the spot. Then a crackling sound filled the office. Lin Yuan knew without even looking that the small group these people had secretly established was in an uproar again. Maybe he was gossiping about himself. Even if Lin Yuan didn't look back, he knew that there were countless eyes behind him. But these are not the main points of his appearance. His focus is the woman in the video just now. Perhaps someone informed her. Before Lin Yuan got closer, he saw someone waiting at the door from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it was the woman who appeared in the video just now. Mr. Lin. When Lin Yuan walked in front of her, he heard a delicate voice. Only now did Lin Yuan have time to carefully look at the person in front of him. It's hard to tell from the video, but this little girl was able to go into the water by herself and rescue the girl who fell into the water. He originally thought that this would be a female character as strong as the wind, but he didn't expect it to be this cute girl in front of him who looked harmless. Lin Yuan unnoticedly stopped looking at him from the corner of his eye and asked, "Is that the person you saved?" "Yes, it's me." The woman didn't know why, but after hearing Lin Yuan's words, her body couldn't help but tremble, as if Lin Yuan's slap would hit her in the face in the next second. Lin Yuan noticed the woman's embarrassment. "Are you afraid of me?" No, the woman waved her hands quickly, "No." Seeing her like this, Lin Yuan didn't make things difficult for her and got into the topic of the conversation. "I can't believe that with your small body, you can jump into the water to save people. Aren't you afraid of death? Or do you think that you are broadcasting live, so you can use this incident to create a special topic to attract attention?" Although Lin Yuan asked casually, there was a hint of scrutiny in his words. It would be fine if this little girl just randomly saved someone, but if she had planned all this carefully. That's just too scary. Chapter 113. Chapter 113, Celebrities are often in trouble. When the female artist heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She was not a fool, so she naturally understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yuan's words and spoke quickly. "Boss Lin, I didn't mean anything else. It's just that the child was screaming so anxiously at the time, and I was afraid that if I let her go like this, someone would definitely die. This matter of life and death is something I will never joke about."
After hearing the female artist's repeated assurances, Lin Yuan stopped harping on the matter.
He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What's your name?"
After seeing the news just now, he was thinking about some conspiracy theories in his mind, and for a while he didn't pay attention to what her name was. When the female artist heard this, her expression became a little stiff, but she still smiled and said, "Boss Lin, my name is Lu Xiaoyu."
"Got it." Lin Yuan responded, and then instructed his assistant, "Did you remember what I just said to you in the office?" The assistant nodded quickly. "I remember." Lin Yuan cleared his throat and patted Lu Xiaoyu on the shoulder. "Work hard. With this wave of traffic, you will be fine. Go ahead and do your job. Don't be afraid. We have the support of the entire company behind you."
When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she bowed respectfully to Lin Yuan.
"Thank you, Mr. Lin." On the other side, Yang Shangxuan looked at the news and became furious.
He stretched out his hand, pointed at the slap in Lin Yuan's face in the news, and said angrily, "Lin Yuan, you are really thick-skinned.
You have to come and get involved in everything. You have something to do with everything, right?" Kipling looked at Lin Yuan on the screen, and for a moment he didn't know how to comment on Yang Shangxuan's behavior.
After all, Lin Yuan was just attending a charity banquet as usual, but he was accompanied by Lu Xiaoyu, so the media walked over directly, not that Lin Yuan came over intentionally to get in on the fun. Kipling originally wanted to remind Yang Shangxuan, but then he thought of Yang Shangxuan's violent temper, and after thinking it over again, he swallowed what he was about to say. Since Yang Shangxuan wanted to vent his anger, there was no reason for him to block the muzzle of his gun that was smoking like a machine gun. Otherwise, if he went forward, he would obviously be seeking his own death. It's better to shut up and save your life. Thinking of this, Kipling stood by and listened to Yang Shangxuan's output. Although he seemed a little absent-minded, he would still agree with him from time to show that he was still listening to him. Even after the video on the monitor was finished, Yang Shangxuan still felt that the anger in his heart was hard to dissipate, and a sinister look emerged in his fiery eyes.
Doesn't he like to be in the limelight? Then I'll cut off his limelight.
I'll see what he's still so proud of. When Kipling heard this, his eyes lit up. He knew that Yang Shangxuan had a new plan.
"Young Master Yang, what do you want to do?"
When they were in Jiangcheng before, they were bullied by Lin Yuan because the powerful dragon could not defeat the local snake.
Xiao Jipulin always remembered what happened at that time.
Now that he has a chance to make Lin Yuan lose face, he will never give up this opportunity. So Kipling patted his chest and made a promise. "This time, I will make sure Lin Yuan dies a miserable death."
Yang Shangxuan looked at Kipling with disdain and smiled. "You're going to die a miserable death. Do you want me to buy you a plane ticket so you can fly over and kill Lin Yuan now?"
When Kipling heard that his big talk had been exposed, he smiled with an embarrassed look on his face. "Young Master Yang, you think too highly of me."
Cut.
Yang Shangxuan glanced at Kipling with disdain, then looked outside.
Isn't the female artist under Lin Yuan's company very arrogant? Go check her background. If there is any dirt, just expose it directly.
Since Lin Yuan wants to take off with this trump card, then we must not let him do what he wants.
The soaring eagle should just break her wings. Yang Shangxuan laughed.
But his sinister smile seemed somewhat out of place with the sunny sky outside. As for Lin Yuan, he has already begun to arrange various resources for Lu Xiaoyu.
With the promotion of the official account, Lu Xiaoyu's popularity has been rising steadily.
She has been singing high songs all the way. In recent days, she has occupied the charts on major social media.
Basically, the name Lu Xiaoyu has become a label that can be seen everywhere.
The operations department of Lin Yuan's company also took advantage of the influence of this incident to collaborate with various big brands. For a time, Lu Xiaoyu became a popular figure on social media platforms, and everyone wanted to take advantage of her traffic to make some quick money. But celebrities are often surrounded by gossip. The faster one becomes famous, the more unstable one's foundation becomes, and some unhealthy voices of doubt begin to emerge from the corners of the internet. At first, they just said bad things about Lu Xiaoyu, and then a pure black fan started a war of words with righteous netizens online. However, these are just trivial matters and will not affect Lu Xiaoyu's life at all. However, when the arguments became more and more intense, Lu Xiaoyu vaguely realized that something was wrong.
Some netizens began to dig up her information. A person's real identity, real address, and current mobile phone number, all were leaked.
Every time Lu Xiaoyu turned on her cell phone, she was greeted with a barrage of abuse.
She didn't even have time to hang up the calls that kept coming in, and her phone was forced to crash due to the dense and congested call notifications. These are just small things. What really scared her was that on her way to and from work now, she always felt that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at her, and their unscrupulous looks made Lu Xiaoyu feel very uncomfortable. Some even followed her directly. Lu Xiaoyu, who sensed the danger, thought that these things would disappear in a few days. But she was wrong after all. Instead of disappearing, these things were actually reaching a climax. In the end, it even threatened his own life. Thinking of this, Lu Xiaoyu's voice was a little tearful, but she stood there, looking at the person in front of her vaguely, swallowing the tears, and said with a strong voice, "Boss Lin, I really didn't know things would turn out like this, and please help me, I can't hold on any longer." Chapter 114. Chapter 114, I have a promise, you have to pay to terminate the contract. After Lu Xiaoyu finished speaking, she burst into tears. Seeing this, Lin Yuan did not comfort Lu Xiaoyu immediately. Instead, he browsed the posts that slandered Lu Xiaoyu. After reading it, Lin Yuan's face turned pale, with anger hidden in his eyes. Don't cry yet. Now that it has happened, the most important thing for us is to find out what happened. If you are willing, please tell us. Then the subsidiary will definitely help you solve this matter. It's useless to just cry now. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's crying subsided a little, but the sobbing voice in her throat could not return to normal speaking state for a while. That was my ex-boyfriend. Lu Xiaoyu sniffed and lowered her eyes with a complicated look in her eyes. I was young and ignorant at that time, so I listened to him and took the photo. Lin Yuan said, and when we broke up, you didn't ask your ex-boyfriend to delete it? Lu Xiaoyu bit her lip, trying her best to suppress her trembling voice. I asked him to delete it, but I didn't know he still had a backup. You. Lin Yuan sighed helplessly. This little girl doesn't look like a fool on weekdays. Even a goddess with both power and beauty can be blinded by these things. When it comes to other people, you are quite efficient in not dragging your feet at all. Why is it that you are confused now when it comes to yourself? What do you think your ex-boyfriend is? He has taken such a photo. I guess he is not a serious person in private. I don't know. Lu Xiaoyu didn't know what to do now except crying. This period was supposed to be a rising period for her career, but because she was dating such a scumbag, she made these private videos public. Isn't it obvious that he wanted to destroy her career and her life? If you can't get it, you'll destroy it. What a scumbag. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was filled with endless hatred towards her ex-boyfriend who had died long ago. If this man was in front of her, she felt that she would kill him without hesitation. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu was getting angry, Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped Lu Xiaoyu to prevent the little girl from doing anything horrific again. What are you thinking about? Lin Yuan scolded, that guy is a scumbag to begin with, and now you're trying to drag him down with abnormal means and make yourself suffer as a loss. Is it worth it? It's worth it. My life has been ruined by him. If that's the case, the worst that can happen is that both sides will be ruined. When she said this, the light in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes returned, and her loli-like face became more bloodthirsty. Stop. Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu was not in a good condition, Lin Yuan quickly called her. Die. Why are you dying? You are so young, but you are risking yourself for someone who doesn't deserve it. Are you stupid? He did something illegal. Leave this kind of thing to professionals. Why are you, a little girl, getting involved? When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she stopped crying. Mr. Lin. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Xiaoyu's tear-stained face, sighed, and then dialed the legal department's number. Call the police about Lu Xiaoyu's matter. Lin Yuan made several phone calls, and the content of all the calls was about Lu Xiaoyu. After a long while, Lin Yuan basically called every department of the company before ending the long call. While Lin Yuan was on the phone, Lu Xiaoyu adjusted her state. After Lin Yuan put down the phone, Lu Xiaoyu bowed solemnly. Boss Lin, thank you so much for your help. Don't thank me, you should thank yourself. Besides, this matter was not your fault in the first place. Lin Yuan glanced at Lu Xiaoyu dimly. To deal with such a scoundrel, you should let the law judge him. As for you, just go to work hard. Lin Yuan didn't want to say anything more. After all, this is a sad thing for a little girl. If Mu Qingge was still here, it would be understandable that they would be angry and dissatisfied and accuse this matter given their status, but as a big and strong man like me, it is really difficult for me to say much.
Lin Yuan felt that since it would be inappropriate to say anything at the moment, he might as well say nothing and give Lu Xiaoyu enough face. After listening to Lin Yuan's words, Lu Xiaoyu was a little bit unbelievable and asked again, Can I still work? All things like that happened.
But Lu Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable with this matter, so she didn't dare to bring it up in front of Lin Yuan.
Why not?
Lin Yuan said subconsciously, Lu Xiaoyu, let me tell you, you and our company signed a contract.
I was the only one who fired you. How can you, a small employee, fire me? Or.
Lin Yuan turned the pen in his hand, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes.
Are you going to pay me the penalty for breach of contract and contact the contract?
Lu Xiaoyu felt a little happy in her heart, but she didn't let the joy overwhelm her.
Instead, she asked another question. Can I really continue to work here?
This time, Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush with Lu Xiaoyu and went straight to the point.
Lu Xiaoyu, if you ask again, I will fire you.
When Lu Xiaoyu heard this, she cried with joy.
I won't ask any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Lin.
In the end, Lu Xiaoyu walked out crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Lin Yuan originally thought that she was crying quite hard in her office, but after she walked out and closed the door, Lin Yuan realized that Lu Xiaoyu had restrained herself somewhat in her office. Hearing the loud crying sound reaching his ears through the crack in the door, Lin Yuan smiled knowingly, then took out his mobile phone and dialed 1 million yuan, transferring it to an account.
Ding dong.
Not long after, Lin Yuan saw the phone he had placed on the table light up. There was just a terse message on it.
Receive.
After seeing this, Lin Yuan put down his phone with peace of mind. He wanted to see who was the villain behind the scenes and who was the one who suggested to do such a thing that would damage the girl's reputation.
Lin Yuan clenched his fists. Just a little money can destroy a girl's innocence.
But then, his clenched fist loosened a little.
Lin Yuan sneered. Isn't it just money? As luck would have it, I do have a little money, so let's compare. It's not that easy to bring me down. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, a single move affects the entire body.
On the other side, Yang Shangxuan was lying on his chair, slowly scrolling through the messages on the social platform.
As his fingers slid downwards, he couldn't stop laughing. Kipling, you did a good job on this matter.
Yang Shangxuan said with a smile, and there was a little more joy in his eyes as he looked at Kipling.
Tell me, it would have been better if you did this earlier. Would you have wasted so much of my time?
This was young Master Yang's idea.
Yang Shangxuan burst into laughter. I can't catch up with you. You can actually reveal these things. Very good, let's go in this direction.
I want to see how Lin Yuan can still be so arrogant after losing this trump card. Yang Shangxuan laughed playfully. I just want to break the trump card in his hand bit by bit.
With a snap.
The beads that Yang Shangxuan was originally playing with in his hand suddenly broke due to the white string that was pulling them inside, and the beads strung on the string also scattered everywhere.
River City.
Lin Yuan invested money, hoping to turn the tide and restore the current situation. But he still underestimated the huge financial resources and extensive connections of the manipulator behind this matter. It was not until he encountered setbacks several times that Lin Yuan realized that what was standing in his way was not only money, but also something that was currently out of reach for him: connections. It was like an invisible big net that enveloped me and restricted my movements everywhere.
Boss Lin, the direction of things is no longer under our control. The assistant came to Lin Yuan's desk with the latest development documents.
His expression was a little ugly, and the bruises under his eyes were a little scary. It may be difficult for us to turn things around. They went through the procedure of calling the police, they did what they were supposed to do and cooperated with everything they were supposed to do, and the police had already arrested the man who spread other people's private videos behind their backs. This matter should have ended here. But there are always some sinister villains on the internet who cannot bear to see other people doing well and always exaggerate some things.
Obviously, Lu Xiaoyu was the victim of this incident, but in the eyes of those sewer rats, Lu Xiaoyu was just the target of their verbal venting.
They were only concerned with releasing their own emotions, but completely ignored Lu Xiaoyu's feelings.
The momentum of public opinion was amplified once again.
Even though Party A knew that Lu Xiaoyu was not the one at fault, they were forced to face the consequences of the incident due to the pressure from public opinion, which led to Lu Xiaoyu's contract being cancelled by many parties, even though they had to pay a large termination fee. A few days later, Lu Xiaoyu found Lin Yuan again. The only difference from before was that this time, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were lifeless, and she had lost a lot of weight, looking visibly haggard.
Mr. Lin. When Lu Xiaoyu spoke, her voice became weak. I want to rest. Lin Yuan felt that if it weren't for the quietness in his office, he might not be able to hear clearly what Lu Xiaoyu said. After listening to what Lu Xiaoyu said, he did not answer her immediately, and even lowered his head in thought. Lu Xiaoyu, who was sitting in front, became a little nervous and uneasy when she saw Lin Yuan didn't say anything. Her intertwined hands were grasping tightly, and the places where her nails touched the flesh were pinched white and bloodless, and even deeply embedded into the flesh. Just when her body couldn't stop shaking, Lin Yuan spoke. Go take a break. The company will take care of things for you. Go and relax. The company will reimburse you for your expenses. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly raised her head and met Lin Yuan's calm expression. She didn't know what to say for a moment, but the tears in her eyes couldn't help but burst out, blurring her vision in an instant. She stood up and said in a crying voice, Thank you, Mr. Lin. It's okay. It's not your fault. Don't take other people's words to heart. Lin Yuan didn't know how to comfort Lu Xiaoyu, so he just told her the truth. After all, sincerity is the most important killer skill. Lu Xiaoyu didn't know what she was thinking about, and she kept bowing to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan hadn't winked at the assistant next to him, Lin Yuan felt that Lu Xiaoyu would probably be kneeling in this office for a long time in the next second. If some people with ulterior motives saw this, they might come and step on me. Lin Yuan felt that his life was not strong enough and he could not withstand such torture. Not only did Lin Yuan send Lu Xiaoyu away, he also specifically instructed his assistant to send Lu Xiaoyu's agent to follow her. Boss Lin, isn't this an exaggeration? After some hesitation, the assistant finally asked the question that was in his mind. How can you make a fuss about something that involves human lives? Lin Yuan sighed. He felt that although he was a capable assistant, he was still inexperienced and had a naive understanding of the world. Besides, Lu Xiaoyu was innocent to begin with. It's just that someone couldn't bear to see me getting better, so they pulled someone out to punish me. The assistant was surprised again when he heard this. Ah, is this the case? So Sister Lu is being used as a target? Almost. Lin Yuan didn't want to say anything more to his assistant. After all, when he sent people to investigate, he only found some minor details, not conclusive evidence, and all of them were just his own guesses. After all, it is difficult to make his guess the final result based on these points alone, but Lin Yuan still sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, why would the person who caused the public opinion invest so much money in an artist who has not yet developed much? Even if Lu Xiaoyu's existence posed a threat to them, this threat was far less than the amount of money they invested. This was too wrong. As Lin Yuan thought about it, he came up with a possibility. Unless that person was not coming for Lu Xiaoyu, but for himself. His purpose is to disgust himself and prevent his career from developing smoothly. But I have to say that this guy made a good move. Although he is not short of money, he lacks a reason to turn his money into something legitimate. Now that the man behind the scenes has disrupted the situation, he indeed lacks such a reason. And the money lying in the account sank into darkness again and became invisible. To touch Lu Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be like strangling one's own aorta. Chapter 116. Lin Yuan waited for Lu Xiaoyu and her agent to go abroad for a trip before he started to take action. The internet is not a lawless place, and those netizens who talk nonsense should pay the price for their actions. What's more, these guys also disturbed his and his wife's honeymoon, which was adding insult to injury. Lin Yuan would make sure these guys were punished no matter what. This period of time happened to be the graduation season for college students, and Lin Yuan was concerned that the legal department might be short of staff, so he posted notices on social media. Our company is now open to the public and recruiting talents. All graduates who can report improper remarks about our company and its artists, including but not limited to slander, defamation, and other remarks that defame our company and its artists, and who successfully report them, can come to our Human Resources Department with a valid legal subpoena and receive a reward and an internship certificate from our company. As soon as this news was released, the internet exploded instantly. It is difficult to find a job these days, and there are very few companies willing to issue internship certificates to recent graduates. In addition, the legal industry has long been saturated with talents, so companies prefer to hire a worker with work experience rather than the postdocs who are trying to clean up the workplace. With the support of numerous buffs, this wave of graduation has become the most difficult wave of job hunting in history. The announcement from Lin Yuan's company seemed to have given these people a beacon of hope in the vast ocean. For a time, there was a wave of movement on the internet.
Even without the command of Lin Yuan's company, these college students began to spread across every corner of the social media, fully fulfilling their duties as sentinels and assault soldiers. Once they discover any suspicious situation, they will take screenshots, make comments, and then send the information they have compiled to the court's email address. After a set of smooth movements, he hid his fame and honor, and no one knew what happened. A few days ago, some netizens were particularly cowardly, but after they behaved themselves for a few days, they found that there was nothing unusual, and they thought that Lin Yuan's move was just a bluff, so their behavior became more and more rampant. Little did they know that the evidence of their crimes was quietly collected by some potential internet college students and then packaged and sent to the court. Just when people thought the matter should come to an end, the internet suddenly exploded. The court's text messages have been sent to the mobile phones of every rumormonger, along with a text message from a courier delivering a subpoena. Some netizens immediately regretted their decision when they saw the scene. They had never seen such a scene before. Who knew that Lin Yuan and his people were actually serious about it? They turned around and sued them. For a time, the entire internet was filled with people crying and shouting that they had done wrong. They posted messages tagging Lin Yuan and Lu Xiaoyu, begging for their forgiveness so that they could withdraw the court's subpoena against them. But how could Lin Yuan do as these people wish? After all, they are all people who have made mistakes. There are still laws on the internet, and there is a monitor behind them. Those who argue on the internet are not innocent. The internet is not their fig leaf, nor is it a good place to help them take responsibility. After that, courts across the country entered an extremely busy period. The daily court sessions are like a high school student S-class schedule. Working hours are basically fully scheduled. Those who work in the courts would never have thought that one day they would have to face the same case in court, repeat the same arguments, and work under such high intensity. Not to mention the people who work there. Even a group of people watching the show on the internet feel that the world has become magical. Who could have imagined that such an absurd thing would actually happen in the real world? However, while everyone was sighing, the Human Resources Department of Lin Yuan's company was also extremely busy. Obviously, the company's business had been suspended for a while due to Lu Xiaoyu's influence, but unexpectedly, outside the office, just across the wall, it was indeed bustling with various businesses being carried out in full swing. If everyone didn't know that these people were here to stamp their internship certificates, Lin Yuan's employees would have thought that the company was going to make a fortune, so that's why it recruited so many employees. This feat lasted for more than half a month, which served as a wake-up call to people surfing the internet. A warning to netizens and keyboard warriors: the internet is not a lawless place and illegal acts will be investigated to the end. With the precedent of Lin Yuan's company, many companies have frequently imitated Lin Yuan's behavior. For a long time, the internet has been in a very peaceful atmosphere. No one wants to take the risk. After all, if you really don't handle it well, you are very likely to be hooked up by some unknown college student and become a part of someone else's internship certificate. No one wants to have a criminal record, so during that period of time, everyone on the internet was careful in what they said and did not dare to spread rumors at will. However, the resolution of the problem did not bring Lin Yuan relief and joy. Instead, it made him even more anxious. Mu Qingge came in with something in her hand. Seeing Lin Yuan's expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Why are you frowning again?" She put the things on the table, walked over and touched his brow, trying to help him relax. "Isn't everything settled? What are you still thinking about?" Lin Yuan paused and said, "I was wondering, in this matter, why did Lu Xiaoyu have to endure these unwarranted abuses from netizens when she did nothing wrong?" Mu Qingge was stunned for a moment and spoke softly. "Not everyone will abide by their duties. After all, this matter is unfair. The idea that men are superior and women are virtuous without talent has been deeply rooted in people's cognition for a long time. Just relying on this small lesson will not make these people realize their mistakes." "That's what I was thinking." Lin Yuan looked up at Mu Qingge. "Wife, I want you to come forward and do something." "Do something? What?" Mu Qingge was very interested, so he sat down in front of Lin Yuan and listened to what he said. "Since we can't change people's minds, let's unite as women, girls helping girls." Lin Yuan held Mu Qingge's hand. "I don't want our daughter to face such potential dangers." Mu Qingge smiled and agreed. "Good." Chapter 117. Chapter 117, Speak Up for Lu Xiaoyu. Driven by Lin Yuan's secret funding, Mu Qingge became the company's manager and held a press conference on the Lu Xiaoyu incident. Since Lin Yuan and Mu Qingge are already celebrities with their own traffic, not to mention that now they have Lu Xiaoyu. Once the news was released, the entire social media exploded instantly.
There were many media outlets that came to the scene this time.
They came for no other reason than to get the hottest traffic at the moment, so they all chose to come here without any prior agreement. The venue was crowded with people, and everyone was concentrating on swinging their own things, with no time to pay attention to the people around them. In their spare time, they even have time to discuss their thoughts on the matter and exchange ideas with their peers. But before the voice could finish a few words, the noise in the conference hall gradually quieted down.
With a thump,
a spotlight shone in from the opposite side of the venue and hit the central stage. The media also spontaneously pointed their cameras at the center of the beam, waiting for their finale protagonist to appear today.
Day. In this quiet conference room, the sound of high heels is particularly abrupt.
Every time a sound was heard, it made people feel that the sound was falling on their hearts, and they inexplicably sensed the gradually compressing sense of threat around them. Then, a beautiful figure appeared in everyone's camera.
First, a red flowing veil changes its shape as the person walks.
The perfect design not only does not let this bright color become the main focus, but instead brings out the characteristics of the wearer.
Muchinga put on some simple makeup and applied lipstick that was a few shades darker than before.
With the contrast of her clothes, her temperament immediately changed. Under the spotlight, everything around Muchinga appeared darker. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of a word in his mind: killing everyone. But that was the other general who went on the battlefield to kill the enemy, while Muchinga was just standing there, giving off an aura that said keep away from strangers.
For a moment, the whole audience was stunned.
They had seen Muchinga before, but this was the first time they saw Muchinga like this, which was a bit unexpected. But after a brief pause, the media person regained his consciousness as a media person and began to ask questions to Muchinga.
Muchinga always responded only after listening to what they said.
Even when facing such a large crowd, she was still able to be organized and every word she said could be heard clearly. Of course, Lin Yuan should also have some credit for this. After all, the media here have to be screened by them before they can come in. And not only are they allowed in, but the questions they want to ask have also been reviewed, so that they can ask questions in the venue now. Looking at Muchinga shining on the stage, Lin Yuan suddenly felt relieved for some reason. Maybe, after seeing Lu Xiaoyu's previous changes in attitude, he changed his mind. He originally thought that the so-called gender inequality was only manifested in the phenomena, but he never imagined that in addition to these, there were countless malicious intentions waiting for girls. Just like this time, even though the police had already told the public the whole process of the incident. But these people don't care what the truth of the matter is. They just think that the truth is what they imagine in their minds. The reason why Lin Yuan wanted Muchinga to hold this press conference was that he even invited police officers to attend, hoping that they could attend and help explain. The purpose is not only to clear the false accusations against Lu Xiaoyu, but also to speak out for the thousands of girls hiding in the corners behind the internet. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu, who was far away in a foreign country, was looking at the blue sea in front of her. Seagulls and doves of peace were flying in front of her with the ebb and flow of the tide. Even through sunglasses, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes gradually became moist as she watched, and her dull eyes once again revealed a hint of emotion. Just then, the agent's sister next to her handed over the phone.
"Sister, what is this?" Lu Xiaoyu looked at the phone in her agent's hand and did not take it over immediately.
The square, flashing screen suddenly made my heart feel a prick and a sharp pain. Since the public opinion incident, Lu Xiaoyu has never looked at her mobile phone again. The reason for wearing sunglasses is, on the one hand, to block the glare of the sun, and on the other hand, to avoid seeing the light emitted by the mobile phone screen. Because after that incident, she felt that she had developed post-traumatic stress syndrome around mobile phones. Even if she saw a little bit of it, the unpleasant feeling in her heart would instantly surge up along her stomach, followed by conditioned vomiting. Of course, this was the worst time before. After a period of breathing exercises and reconciliation with herself, her emotions have become much more stable. Although I still cannot accept mobile phones very well, at least I can look at them and no longer have such a serious reaction. It was precisely because of this that the agent dared to hand over the phone. She looked at Lu Xiaoyu curled up in a ball, and the soft spot in her heart was instantly touched, and her voice of answer unconsciously became softer.
"Boss Lin asked me to show it to you."
The agent didn't say much, just said that this was Lin Yuan's order and she was just an executor. After hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu's attitude softened a lot. Although I am still very resistant, at least I am not afraid to look directly at the contents of my phone. At this time, Muchinga's voice came from the speaker of the mobile phone.
As Lu Xiaoyu listened, she was suddenly stunned.
Those words were like sweet rain, sprinkling on her wounded and dying heart, healing her soul. Mu Chinga's voice was equally gentle, like a gentle touch that moistens everything silently. While repairing the wounds in her heart, it also soothed the grievances that she had previously found difficult to tell others about. As she listened, every time Lu Xiaoyu blinked her eyes hidden behind her sunglasses, a tear as big as a bean fell from her eye socket, slid down her smooth cheek to the tip of her chin, and then dripped onto the ground below bit by bit. After the wet tears fell into the ground, they quickly disappeared without a trace, but the person in front of him was panicked. The agent quickly took out a tissue from his pocket. You, don't cry. Chapter 118. The scene at this moment is somewhat dramatic. A man who looks very fierce is in front of another woman who looks very difficult to deal with. He is holding a tissue in his hand, but he is waving his hands in the air. He is completely at a loss and doesn't know what to do next. Lu Xiaoyu was originally crying silently, but she suddenly broke down after hearing the caring greeting from her manager. The soft crying just now turned into loud crying, like a child who had suffered a lot of injustice. Otherwise, with the sunglasses on her face, her crying look might have been photographed by someone and then spread out. You, don't cry first. Lu Xiaoyu's loud cry made her agent even more troubled. The doctor said we can't cry. Crying will make the condition worse. Lu Xiaoyu cried and squeezed out a few words from her choked voice. I just felt relieved all of a sudden. Lu Xiaoyu said as she started to curse her ex-boyfriend. Boss Lin is right. Why should I give up such a good life for that scumbag? I didn't do anything wrong in the first place, so let them talk. You sisters have always stood behind me and supported me, but all I can see is that bastard. I am such a bad person. I have failed the company and you, sister, for your cultivation of me. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoyu raised his hand, ready to give himself a hard slap. But fortunately, the agent next to her was quick to stop Lu Xiaoyu from slapping her. Oh, my dear, you can scold others if you want, but why do you even hit yourself when you get angry? The agent advised earnestly, Boss Lin asked you to come out to relax, so you should just have fun. When you return to China, you won't have time for this. Boss Lin and your colleagues in the company are all solving your problems for you, but you, a patient, want to hurt yourself even more. What's the matter with this? Seeing that Lu Xiaoyu was stunned by his words, the manager quickly put Lu Xiaoyu's hands together to prevent this silly girl from being upset again. Lu Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath, took the tissue from her agent, and wiped away the tears and snot from crying. Sister, you're right. Everyone is working hard for me. I can't just surrender without facing it. Yeah. Feeling the change in Lu Xiaoyu's aura, the manager finally let go of the worry that had been hanging over his mind for the past few days. Yes, it's great that you think so. As a result, before she could finish her words, she almost bit her tongue after hearing what Lu Xiaoyu said. Sister, I've rested well. I want to go back home. Lu Xiaoyu took off her sunglasses, revealing her red eyes from crying just now. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Ahem. The words stuck in her throat almost suffocated her. She choked and started coughing violently. After a long while, her face turned red. What did you say? You want to go back home? Although Lu Xiaoyu's behavior at this moment was a bit childish, now was not the time to discuss this matter. The agent looked at Lu Xiaoyu in shock, as if he saw something incredible happening to her. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoyu nodded again. Yes, I want to return to China. I can't let Mr. Lin and my colleagues protect me all the time. I should fight for myself. The manager looked at Lu Xiaoyu's passionate look and, somewhat reluctantly, poured a bucket of cold water on her. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Let's get down from the reef first, okay? It's very dangerous for you to stand there. Oh. When Lu Xiaoyu came down with her agent, she noticed that her agent had a strange expression on her face. Sister, what are you doing? As a result, she was interrupted by her agent before she could say anything. Xiaoyu, we can't go back to this country for the time being. Why? Because, this is the ticket given by the company, and you still have half a month before you can go back. Half a month? That's so long? Can't we just refund the tickets and go back by ourselves? After watching Mu Chinga's video, Lu Xiaoyu suddenly came to her senses. Nothing can be accomplished by simply avoiding things. Since these things have already happened, she should face them bravely. Otherwise, unless she dies, these things will follow her for the rest of her life. The best way to deal with fear is to face it, but her agent's words suddenly put a stop to her passionate journey.
It's not impossible. The agent took out his phone, pointed at the screen for a while, and then showed the phone screen to Lu Xiaoyu. If we refund the ticket and buy it again, the cost will be borne by us. I don't have the money, how about you pay for it for me? Lu Xiaoyu looked at the plane ticket worth tens of thousands of dollars and suddenly tightened her wallet. Why is this ticket so expensive? Just rob me. You should say that our President Lin is rich and booked this tourist destination for us. It happens to be the peak season for this place, so all costs are rising sharply. If we don't follow President Lin's arrangement, we may not be able to return to Dragon Country even if we go bankrupt. Lu Xiaoyu paused. Good job. She knew that Mr. Lin was rich, but this was the first time she felt so intuitively that the concept of being rich was not the same as what she believed in her mind. Then let's just stay here. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly felt that her passion wasn't that important. Yeah. Seeing that he had persuaded Lu Xiaoyu, the agent secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I did not let Lin Yuan down. If she let Lu Xiaoyu go back, she would lose this month's salary. Besides, this kind of public-funded travel, where everything can be accounted for, is simply too great. She would be sorry if she didn't experience it. Although she could enjoy all this thanks to Lu Xiaoyu. However, from the perspective of a colleague, she, like Lin Yuan, did not want Lu Xiaoyu to suffer this unwarranted abuse. Obviously she was just a weak girl who had done nothing wrong, so why should she be blamed by others? But fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu got over it on her own and everything was not too bad. A voice broke her thoughts. What are you still standing there for? Let's go enjoy it. The agent looked up and saw Lu Xiaoyu waving at him. She smiled with relief. Here I come. Chapter 119. Chapter 119, come out and face it. Given the situation, Lu Xiaoyu had no choice but to hide, so Lin Yuan sent her a message. Now that the video has been circulated, it is a done deal. Now all we have to do is face it. After seeing the news, Lu Xiaoyu was still confused, but she heard her agent shouting in surprise, Xiaoyu, your trending search has gone down. Lu Xiaoyu snatched the phone and took a look. The hot headline read #Muchinga speaks up for Lu Xiaoyu. Hashtag reposted the video, calling Lu Xiaoyu a victim. Hashtag. Lu Xiaoyu clicked on one of the messages and saw a post from Muchinga. Regarding Xiaoyu's case, I hope everyone's comments will be more friendly. She did do something wrong at the time, but she was young and ignorant. The one who should be blamed for this matter is the person who circulated the video. I don't know what his intentions are. A post with more than 800 words is enough to show Muchinga's attitude at the moment. There are about 80 celebrity friends who posted below the status. There are top stars as well as emerging young stars, many of whom have no connection with Lu Xiaoyu. Because of Muchinga's updates, this matter had new repercussions, and the entry "Speak Up for Her" became a new hot search headline. Under the entry, a large number of female groups began to clear the comments about Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu turned down. The girl was originally the victim in this matter. I don't know what the mentality of those who want to see the photos is. The scumbag who posted the photos should die. Strongly support Lu Xiaoyu. What kind of scumbag is that? Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyu seemed to be comforted a little bit in her sadness these days. It turned out that not all people were scolding her, there were also people standing on her side. She cried with joy and called Muchinga. Chinga, thank you. She expressed her gratitude sincerely. On the other end of the phone, Muchinga's voice was gentle. Xiaoyu, you understand what to do now. I believe everyone will stand on your side. Okay. Lu Xiaoyu had already made up her mind. After hanging up, Lu Xiaoyu recorded a video, expressing her regret and pain for taking videos and photos with her ex-boyfriend when she was young and ignorant. I also call on female compatriots to protect their privacy and not be as stupid as her. In the video, she was without makeup and looked haggard. Her eyes were red like a rabbit and her thin face looked pitiful. This is her first appearance since the development. She didn't think she was wrong about the video and photos, she just said she did something stupid at the time. As soon as the video was released, it quickly resonated with many people. For a time, voices of abuse and support coexisted. But the situation was much better than Lu Xiaoyu expected. Obviously, there are more people supporting her, and the voices of abuse are gradually squeezed out. Before a series of hot searches have died down, another hot search has emerged. Lu Xiaoyu's agency boss Lin Yuan donated 30 million to the Women's Protection Association to support Lu Xiaoyu.
As soon as Lu Xiaoyu's video came out, Lin Yuan immediately asked someone to donate 30 million to the local Women's Protection Association to protect the safety of underage girls. A full 30 million, Lin Yuan didn't even blink and directly handed it to the public relations manager. When the public relations manager heard the news, he was stunned. It's simply unbelievable that there are actually management company bosses who would spend so much money to support the company's artists. He even stupidly asked, "Has all this money been donated?" Lin Yuan said calmly, "What else? The company is short of this little money?" The PR manager quickly shook his head, No. What he actually wanted to say was that some brokerage companies still lacked this money. After all, it was 30 million. 30 million is the annual income of some small brokerage firms. Even some big companies are reluctant to spend millions to do public relations for the company's top artists, but Lin Yuan is willing to do such expensive public relations for an artist who is just starting out. This is arguably the highest PR fee a PR manager has ever received in his PR career. Apart from this matter, Lin Yuan said, "You should also find a way to clean up the online videos. I will give you another 10 million yuan in public relations fees." Another 10 million. The PR manager almost thought he had misheard, but then he heard Lin Yuan rushing him, "Why don't you deal with it? Isn't 40 million enough?" Enough. Definitely enough. The money spent was really useful. As soon as the money was put in, the topic became a hot topic. Coupled with the video Lu Xiaoyu posted a few days ago, things quickly took a turn for the worse. All I saw under the hot searches were the same comments. Lu Xiaoyu's agency is so cool, they donated 30 million just like that? What a domineering boss. 30 million. Give me a dozen such good bosses. This is not the only thing that has exploded. You don't know, Xiaoyu's video seems to have disappeared. It can't be seen in many places. This must be the credit of Xiaoyu's agency. This boss is amazing. Here, Lu Xiaoyu saw that the insults on her social media account had turned into voices of concern. The heavy stone in her heart these days finally fell, and her tense nerves felt unprecedentedly relaxed at this moment. At this time, she received Lin Yuan's confidence. Everything has been resolved. I will give you 3 days off. When you come back to work, your previous work arrangements will remain the same. When she saw the message, she burst into tears. The agent heard the noise and rushed over to check on her. Seeing her frail body shaking with sobs, he quickly comforted her. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Aren't things going in a good direction?" Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and she wiped away the tears that slid down her face with one hand. "Sister, everything has been resolved. President Lin asked me to go back to work in a few days." The agent was overjoyed. "Really? Why don't you reimburse me for the plane ticket and come back after making a few announcements?" Report it to you. I have a job and I am not short of money. Lu Xiaoyu's heart was filled with excitement at this moment. She knew that as long as she got over this hurdle, she would have a new life. She wants to go back, reappear in everyone's sight, and tell the scumbag and those who criticize her that it is not her fault. But after her joy passed, Lu Xiaoyu looked at her wallet. 3,000 yuan doesn't seem to be enough to buy a plane ticket. This cannot be blamed on her. When the incident happened some time ago, the announcement was postponed and the company only borne part of the liquidated damages. She had to pay the liquidated damages for the private work she had taken before. Once this money was paid, only a few thousand yuan was left. She was feeling embarrassed and was thinking about who to borrow from, but then she received a message from the airline. The previous flight ticket was cancelled and the company booked a new special plane. After seeing the message, Lu Xiaoyu couldn't help but sigh that Lin Yuan was really generous. She donated 30 million yuan right away, flew her employees on top of the line business flights, and spent tens of millions to clean up her photos on the internet. How could she have deserved this? After solving Lu Xiaoyu's problem, Lin Yuan did not stop there. Chapter 120. He had already investigated it clearly and found out that Lu Xiaoyu's affair was exposed by Yang Shangxuan. He couldn't just spend these 30 million in vain, he had to earn it back from Yang Shangxuan. But before that, there is one more person to deal with. That's Lu Xiaoyu's ex-boyfriend. Lu Xiaoyu's ex-boyfriend is an outsider and a small internet celebrity. There are almost 1 million fans on a certain social platform. He also signed with the company, but he was fired by the original company because of this incident. The assistant reported, "Boss Lin, we have checked. Wang Yaguang's account received a remittance of 5 million some time ago. The remitter was Yang Shangxuan's personal account.
The remittance time was the day before Miss Lu's affair was exposed. Lin Yuan's eyebrows turned colder, and a cold smile escaped from his thin lips. It seems that Yang Shangxuan doesn't want to keep his new project. Yang Shangxuan recently invested in a feature film. The director of the film is the well-known old Ding in the circle, Director Ding. Lao Ding is called Bolu by people in the circle. Those who are favored by him are basically dark horses with remarkable strength, and they can basically become popular in the circle. And his films are bound to be masterpieces, and without exception they are the white moonlight in the hearts of the audience. For example, the movie Sea of Seagulls released last year won the Brandy Film Award, and the two actors also directly won the Film Rising Star Award. Therefore, there are tens of thousands of companies and artists who want to work with him. He usually chooses the team, investment company, and actors. The movie he is planning this time has been soliciting investors since December last year. We didn't start talking until March this year. It was not until recently that Yang Shangxuan got the opportunity. I heard that he promised Lao Ding a free venue, the actor's pay was reduced by half, and the film investment was 100 million yuan. Only then was Lao Ding tempted. The cast of this movie is also composed entirely of actors from Yang Shangxuan's economic company. There were more than 30 performers in total, and it was obvious that Yang Shangxuan wanted to promote his own company. For this opportunity, he went to director Lao Ding every 2 or 3 times, which showed his sincerity. Lin Yuan knew about this matter before, naturally because Lao Ding came to see him. He wanted to directly hand over the copyright and filming of the film to Lin Yuan's economic company. He was also the one who chose the people, but among those he liked were Mu Qingge and Lu Xiaoyu. Mu Qingge is the lead actress, the female lead. Lu Xiaoyu is the second female lead. At that time, Mu Qingge and Lu Xiaoyu both had corresponding work arrangements. If they took on this movie, they would have to turn down other work and pay liquidated damages. In addition, neither of them knew much about the film industry, and if they went straight to Lao Ding's movie and didn't perform well, they would definitely be criticized. Considering the pressure was too great, Lin Yuan declined. But now Lin Yuan is afraid that he cannot give this opportunity to Yang Shangxuan. He called his assistant and said, "Go contact Director Ding and tell him that I want to have dinner with him at the Berlin Hotel tonight. Let's talk about cooperation." That night, Ding Haiquan arrived at the Berlin Hotel as promised. As soon as he arrived, Lin Yuan came with his assistant. They both sat down and toasted each other. At the dinner table, Lin Yuan got straight to the point without saying much. "Director Ding, I think we can give the cooperation we discussed last time a try." "Mr. Lin, didn't you reject me last time?" Ding Haiquan asked with a smile, his eyes full of complacency. Ding Haiquan was not convinced after being rejected last time, but he was indeed very satisfied with Mu Qingge as the heroine. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, there is no actor more suitable for film than her. That's why he's here tonight. Knowing that he was still angry, Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, "I didn't deny your work at that time, I just thought that my artist really didn't have that ability. But since he is the one you like, I think I can give it a try." Ding Haiquan snorted, "But I'm already working with Mr. Yang, and the preliminary contract has already been signed." "It's just a preliminary contract, how much is the penalty?" 10 million. Lin Yuan smiled and said calmly, "I'll help you." He said it lightly, as if 10 million was nothing to him. Really? Ding Haiquan couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that Lin Yuan cared so much about his movie that he was willing to pay a penalty of 10 million. You know, 10 million is enough to invest in a small movie. And the copyright of this movie was sold to Yang Shangxuan for only 50 million yuan. Of course, but don't worry, I won't do business at a loss. I can guarantee that this movie will be a hit, and I will make the money back then. Lin Yuan's words were defiant as if he had expected it. "Director, do you want to work with me? I think you should know about Lu Xiaoyu. I've seen the film. It's a suspense film that advocates preventing children and underage girls from being abused. You should also know about Lu Xiaoyu. I think she's very suitable for this film as the second female lead." Although Ding Haiquan doesn't pay attention to the entertainment industry all the time, he is still aware of the hot topics that have been trending on the hot searches recently. He was silent. Lin Yuan's proposal was indeed very attractive. The right actors were really important for a movie. After thinking for a moment, Ding Haiquan said, "Okay, it's a deal. I'm risking offending Mr. Yang to cooperate with you this time. Mr. Lin can't object." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yuan handed over a document. "This is the contract that Director Ding gave me last time. I have already signed it.
I have added 50 million yuan to the investment. As for the venue, I heard that the venue in Huangshan, City A is now vacant. I have already rented it.
The copyright fee is written in it, 80 million yuan, and the rest of the fees will be added later.
Of course, you can choose the actors as you like, but I have to choose the advertisers. What do you think? The contract is already out, and you still don't show sincerity?
Ding Haiquan took the contract and looked at it in a daze. It was just as Lin Yuan said. The investment was increased by 50 million, which was 150 million.
The copyright fee was 30 million higher than what Yang Shangchuan offered.
After checking various places, Huangshan has the most expensive venue fees in the country. Ding Haiquan considered it at that time, but the venue fee alone was over 1 million, so he passed it up.
He looked at the contract in disbelief. Boss Lin, you've invested so much, aren't you afraid that the movie will fail?
The subject matter of this movie is different from his previous hits, so there is still a chance of it not being a hit.
Therefore, even Yang Shangchuan doesn't dare to invest too much money in it. Lin Yuan is risking his life.
I'm not afraid, but I'm not afraid of losing money.
I'm afraid that my artists will embarrass you,
Lin Yuan said jokingly. Ding Haiquan didn't understand why Lin Yuan suddenly changed his mind, but the opportunity was right in front of him and he had no reason to refuse. After returning, Ding Haiquan called Yang Shangchuan to communicate.